When the game descended into reality, I found myself transformed into. One can acquire 100 million gold coins each day. Moreover, one can acquire attribute enhancements by expending gold coins. Simply because I invested 2 billion at the game's launch. Those around me often describe me as a foolish person. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that in 3 days, everyone will be compelled to enter the apocalyptic game. Monsters from the game will also seep into the real world, plunging the entire realm into chaos. In my previous life, during the struggle for the supreme guardian of the Zither, I single-handedly confronted 3 formidable peak powers to protect Liu Ruyan. In the end, I found myself reluctantly ensnared by this wall, ultimately awakening with a heavy heart. Upon opening my eyes once more, I discovered that I had traversed back to the very beginning of the game. At that moment, a voice whispered in my ear, "Welcome to the apocalypse of the game. Please select your initial profession." In his previous life, Jiang Han chose to be a knight, believing that it was a romantic endeavor to guard Liu Ruyan by his side. Upon this realization, Jiang Han struck himself fiercely, acknowledging that a sycophant is destined for demise. Subsequently, he muttered curses and opted for the role of a presale consultant. The presale master is widely acknowledged as possessing the highest potential within the entirety of the apocalyptic game. In China, a top-tier guild, emboldened by its overwhelming numbers, offended a formidable beast master. In retaliation, the master, accompanied by a divine jade pet, unleashed a colossal dragon, leading to the brutal disbandment of the once mighty guild. The Union president has suffered numerous fatalities, resulting in a significant decline in attributes that have reached a critical threshold, rendering it exceedingly difficult to encounter him in reality. However, the expenses associated with cultivating this profession in presales are exceedingly high, rendering it unaffordable for the average player. The resources required for a divine entity like the Abyssal Dragon are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. However, these concerns do not fall within the realm of consideration for Jiang Han. The choice of profession has been finalized, and the in-game title has been designated as Knight Cold. Subsequently, Jiang Han invested the entire sum of 2,200,000,000 yuan obtained from the sale of his shares into the game. If others were to learn of such an extravagant expenditure solely for gaming, they would undoubtedly condemn him as foolish. However, Jiang Han was well aware that the recharge system would only be activated for 10 minutes. 3 days later, the value of the in-game gold would be directly correlated to reality, reaching a ratio of 1 to 10. The gold in his possession would thus equate to a staggering cash value of 220 billion. Such a rapid surge in growth would even make Warren Buffett bow in respect to Jiang Han. At that moment, a melodious mechanical sound resonated, announcing that you are the first player to recharge, with an amount exceeding 1 billion. The unique hidden profession of Wealth God has been unlocked, with your current occupation being that of a presale master. Jiang Han was initially taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy as he realized that within the apocalypse, there existed certain extraordinary professions that could only be unlocked upon fulfilling specific conditions, commonly referred to as hidden professions. Jiang Han promptly unveiled the attributes panel of his secondary profession. The Wealth God talent, Endless Fortune, allows him to accumulate an additional 1% of his divine power daily based on the gold coins he carries. For every million gold coins spent, a random attribute point is augmented, with a daily cap of 100 points. Frugality in death ensures that neither gold nor items will be forfeited. Furthermore, the Heavenly Blessings talent enhances his luck and charm, each by 50 points. Upon reviewing the panel information, Jiang Han was utterly astounded. Any single one of these innate talents would undoubtedly be considered extraordinary. With his current net worth of 2 billion, he can effortlessly generate an additional 22 million in energy each day. Coupled with the power of the God of Wealth, it is as if he is merely tossing money around, effortlessly accumulating 22 attribute points daily. Jiang Han couldn't help but express his astonishment. Previously, he had also invested a considerable sum, amounting to 100,000 gold coins, which provided him with a significant early advantage. At that moment, the sound of a phone call from the doctor pierced through, causing Jiang Han to disengage from the holographic projection. Upon glancing at the screen, he realized it was Liu Ruyan, the very person who had succeeded in bringing about his demise in his previous life. As soon as the call was answered, a voice filled with anger erupted. "Jiang Han, have you lost your mind? Selling your company shares to invest in games? What on earth are you thinking?" Upon hearing that long-lost voice, Jiang Han's expression darkened ominously. He yearned to shatter that person into 1,000 pieces right then and there, yet there were matters of greater significance that demanded his immediate attention, forcing him to momentarily set aside his own grievances. Who was he to dictate the handling of my finances? If it weren't for my support over the years, you wouldn't even know which stage to dance upon. With that, he blocked Liu Ruyan's number and returned to the game. After regaining composure, Jiang Han opened his basic profile. Name, Jiang Han. Occupation, God of Wealth. Unique skill, Pre-Life Master. Level, 1. Health points, 100. Magic points, 100. Attributes. Strength, 10. Luck, 50. Charm, 50. Talent, wealth flows abundantly. Penny pinching. Heavenly blessings. Power of the wealth god. Jiang Han wore an expression of utter disbelief. Indeed, the Beast Master was a profession that excelled both online and offline. Other professions possessed their own combat techniques. Upon the arrival of the presale master, one is endowed with a novice pair of trousers. To engage in the presale, one must either venture into the wilderness to capture creatures or procure items from the shop. It is indeed a formidable challenge. Upon entering the game, Jiang Han strolled through the streets, choosing not to purchase the Jade Hand. He was aware of a method to obtain a divine presale egg. Soon, he arrived before a magnificent palace, resplendent in gold and brilliance. The Supreme Hall is an immensely powerful entity within the realm of the Apocalypse game, replete with divine-level NPCs. Upon reaching level 100, players may unlock the ultimate job transfer, thereby acquiring a letter of introduction to the Supreme Hall, which grants them the privilege to employ formidable NPCs. However, Jiang Han was aware that there were indeed methods to summon the Supreme Hall's NPC even in the early stages of the game. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a cerulean robe approached, his demeanor icy. "This is not a place for you, young one. Return and hone your skills. Only when you possess the letter of introduction from Lord Babasato shall the gates of the Supreme Hall be open to you." Jiang Han, without further ado, waved his hand, and countless resplendent golden coins cascaded down like a golden carpet. Upon witnessing this scene, the indifferent elder promptly turned on the spot, smiling as he welcomed Jiang Han inside. Observing the elderly man, whose face was beaming with excitement, Jiang Han couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Supreme Temple, which was originally accessible only upon reaching the 100th level, could now be entered simply by the expenditure of wealth. However, the price was exorbitant. Merely obtaining the qualification for entry cost a staggering 5 million gold coins. Jiang Han stepped into the grand hall as the heavy stone door swung open with a thunderous roar. A middle-aged man clad in golden armor approached, inquiring about the purpose of the young man's presence. "Hello, I require a bodyguard." The middle-aged berserker gazed deeply at Jiang Han, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, a virtual panel materialized before him. Honor Puppet, level 100, 1 million gold coins, Supreme Puppet per day. Honor Puppet, level 100, 1 million gold coins, Supreme Puppet per day. Honor Puppet, level 100, 1 million gold coins, Supreme Puppet per day. Level 80, 800,000 gold coins per day. Jiang Han furrowed his brows and inquired, "Is there truly no divine mechanism, puppet?" The middle-aged berserker was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled as he remarked on the unparalleled rarity of a divine puppet and how it could never be rented out to others. "Is it possible to rent 100 million in a day?" The middle-aged berserker pondered for a moment, realizing that it was not feasible. "However, I have a friend who is a master sorcerer. I can inquire on your behalf." Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. The sorcerer was a concealed vocation with remarkable functionality. It seamlessly integrated protection, defense, and offense, making it undoubtedly the optimal choice for him at this stage. Half an hour later, a deep and aged voice resonated. Jiang Han looked up to find an elderly man clad in a robe of incantations had mysteriously appeared before him. "You are indeed a remarkable individual, Yi Han Xiaoyong." The elderly man, Mers, stated with a calm demeanor that he shall be at your beck and call for the next 24 hours. However, it is worth noting that it would be unkind and unjust of him to do so. Jiang Han chuckled and reassured the elder, primarily mentioning his experience in a highly challenging hidden dungeon. Myers nodded, not dwelling too much on Jiang Han's words, and together they exited the Supreme Hall. The floral language plane serves as the sole love machine in the novice village. However, at this moment, there are not many players present. In the realm of the apocalypse, the strength of the monsters transcends the bounds of ordinary logic. Even a mere level 1 slime possesses the capability to effortlessly dispatch a novice player back to their base. Since the commencement of the closed beta, which has lasted merely 2 hours, countless players have succumbed to their fate in this unforgiving environment. Those who remain are either seasoned experts or wealthy players who casually invested a substantial amount during the game's launch to acquire several initial pieces of equipment. Since the game's inception, not a single individual has managed to reach level 2. As Jiang Han and his companion were journeying, two players shouted as they rushed towards them, followed closely by a level 5 goblin. Mel's expression remained serene as he casually unleashed a golden bolt of lightning. In an instant, a terrifying number materialized above the goblin, only to swiftly transform into a chicken. Upon witnessing this scene, the two players exclaimed in astonishment, how could they even divulge their phone numbers? Before the two could recover from their astonishment, Jiang Han had already taken Mel's and walked away. Half an hour later, amidst the depths of the flower language plane, breathtaking notifications continuously flickered before Jiang Zhou's eyes. Where Mel's treads, not a blade of grass can survive a mere flick of his hand inflicts damage surpassing 1,000,000. The once harmonious valley now lies in ruins, and within the realm of vision, not a single creature remains alive. The sole monstrous faction in the novice village, the Goblin Settlement, has also been eradicated. Congratulations, Ding, on successfully elevating your rank to level 5 and acquiring 10 freedom attribute points. Jiang Han couldn't help but exclaim that having wealth truly allows one to act with impunity. At this moment, it remains uncertain whether other players have managed to reach level 2, though it is not without its drawbacks. Following the upgrade, a new magnetic bar appeared on Jiang Han's panel, indicating a permanent experience reduction of 6%. In the apocalyptic game, both players and NPCs face a consequence when the level disparity between the two parties in a team exceeds 10 levels. The lower level party will incur a penalty when acquiring experience, and this condition is permanent. With each level gained, the degree of sanction increases by 1%. However, Jiang Han was not at ease. His primary objective now was to swiftly elevate his level to 10 and gain entry into the main city. Although the experience penalties were indeed terrifying, as long as he could be the first to enter the main city, it would not be deemed a significant concern. Immediately, Jiang Han opened the attribute panel and began to allocate the 40 free attribute points earned from the upgrade, focusing them all on his intellect. Today, consumption has exceeded 100 million, and the power of the God of Wealth has granted 100 attribute points. This has elevated Jiang Han's other attribute values to impressive heights, resulting in a level 5 panel that is difficult for other players to match, even upon reaching level 10. Very well, advancing another few levels will enable the unlocking of the hidden dungeon. Jiang Han smiled contentedly. In his previous life, there had always been whispers of such a highly confidential revelation circulating in the forums. In the novice village, there exists a concealed dungeon known as the Dragon's Lair. Apart from its elusive location, the fundamental requirements for entry are not overly challenging. One merely needs to surpass a spirit value of 100. However, at the time of its discovery, the majority of players had already reached level 100, rendering the achievement of 100 spirit rather trivial. If one wishes to meet the current standards, the sole possibility lies in upgrading to level 10 and allocating all free attribute points to spirit. However, it is inconceivable for any rational individual to undertake such an endeavor. 3 hours later, beneath the relentless bombardment in Mel's, the depths of the flower language plane fell into an eerie silence. A melodious system notification resonated in Jiang Hai's ears, announcing that he had reached level 10, becoming the first player in the world to achieve this milestone. He was awarded 60 attribute points and the title A Day's Journey of 1,000 Miles. Subsequently, the global announcement appeared before the eyes of all players. Congratulations to the players from Huagua, as Yihan has attained level 10. The ranking list has now been unveiled. At this moment, all players ceased their actions, their eyes filled with bewilderment. It has been merely 6 hours since the commencement of the apocalyptic game. A handful of seasoned veterans, through teamwork, have reached a level of merely 2, while even the most elite players, with their remarkable skills, have barely attained level 3. Suddenly, the emergence of a formidable entity at level 10 left these self-assured gaming experts in utter disarray. In a novice village numbered 100 in Huagua, a figure clad in coarse fabric stands atop a mound of goblins, gazing somewhat bewilderedly at the name Jiang Han inscribed on the leaderboard. Since I began my journey in the game, I have been hunting elite monsters, and yet I have only reached level 3. It is astonishing that some individuals have ascended directly to level 10. Could it be that there exists a flaw within the game? I have never heard of a player by the name of Yihan, but since he is one of our compatriots, it matters little. I then proceeded to close the level leaderboard and focused intently on honing my skills. A cunning and shifty-eyed warrior from the domestic realm gazes intently at the leaderboard, his envy so intense that he feels as though his very molars might shatter under the strain. How could it be possible for someone to reach level 10 so swiftly in the game? It must be a fabrication. Even if it is not outright cheating, it undoubtedly reflects the prowess of players from our great nation as they venture into the realms of the Chinese gaming universe. Such scenarios reminiscent of cosmic encounters unfold across various countries. The initiation of the ranking list for the dry level is not surprising in the previous generation. There were also individuals who achieved level 10 and unlocked the leaderboard. However, that occurred post-public testing. At that time, the highest level attainable during the closed beta phase was merely level 8. Jiang Han donned his title, and immediately, the attributes manifested before him. The sole title, 1,000 Miles a Day Epic, acknowledged him as the first player to reach level 10, bestowing upon him the recognition of the God of Light and an enhancement of experience acquisition by 5%. Jiang Han broke into a grin. The items within the game are classified into tiers. Spanning from the most rudimentary black iron to the exalted divine rank, there exists a total of 10 distinct levels. The rarity of the epic titles is undoubtedly beyond question. In the apocalyptic game, the acquisition of equipment presents an exceedingly formidable challenge. Even players who have surpassed the 100-level mark predominantly possess gear that ranges from epic to golden and dark golden tiers. It can be said that the epic level serves as a significant watershed, with only a select few players deemed worthy of its possession. Only those who stand at the pinnacle of the internet's legends and marvels are able to witness it. In the previous life, despite Jiang Han nearing the pinnacle of divine might, there was no record of anyone possessing equipment of such an exalted level as that of the heavenly annihilation and sacred segment ranks. Jiang Han, satisfied, allocated his attributes to his spirit, bringing his spirit value to 120. Shortly thereafter, a notification materialized before him. The first stage of experience acquisition is complete. Please proceed to initiate the ascension trial. With a casual swipe, Jiang Han dismissed the notification. The voice tier trial is a unique mechanism exclusive to apocalyptic games. Once players reach levels that are multiples of 10, they enter a phase where they can no longer gain experience. The only way to continue their ascent is through the voice tier trial. Although the trials permit team formations, they strictly prohibit any external interference. A divine NPC like Mel's is unequivocally barred from entering the ascension trials. Within 10 minutes, the two individuals arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave. As they stepped into the threshold, a system alert echoed in the air: "You have entered a hidden area. This region is exceedingly perilous. Please evacuate immediately." Listening to the warning resonating in his ears, Jiang Han's lips curled into a faint smile. What a formidable aura! How could a dragon reside in such a place? Mel's paused slightly, his expression filled with astonishment. Even for a divine sorcerer, the sight of such a dragon's lair commanded utmost caution. The dragon is an extraordinarily powerful creature. An adult dragon possesses the ability to rival the might of divine beings. Mel's gazed thoughtfully at Jiang Han and remarked, "The considerable expense you have incurred to employ my services suggests that you intend to venture into the lair of a dragon. Let it be known that even I, with my experience, do not possess an unequivocal assurance of triumph against such a formidable beast." Jiang Han shook his head, expressing his mere desire to see if he could stealthily procure a dragon. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Mel's nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The dragon places immense importance on the lineage of its offspring, and stealing dragon eggs bears no significant distinction from confronting its mother directly. Mel's lamented that indeed, money is not easily earned, and then spread his arms wide, beginning to sing the praises of prosperity. With the addition of a single prosperity charm, even Jiang Han's health reached a terrifying peak. Jiang Han gazed fervently at Melzi, and in that moment, he comprehended why it was said that sorcerers wield a myriad of unpredictable techniques. Such a series of actions would make even a priest feel shame, and would bring tears to the eyes of a holy cleric. After half an hour in the water, the figures of the two began to grow ethereal, quietly slipping into the dragon's lair like phantoms. Yet, just as they stepped into the dream, at the deepest recesses of the lair, a creature resides. The golden dragon instantaneously opened its eyes. The divine secret technique of Mel's lies before him. In the next moment, the entire lair began to tremble violently, as a resplendent dragon's roar resonated through the heavens. Mel's was taken aback, exclaiming, "You have deceived me. This is a 5th-tier radiant dragon." Upon hearing Mel's words, Jiang Han furrowed his brows. The great dragon, still unbound by fate, is none other than the abyssal dragon that once obliterated a top-tier guild in a past life, known as the Third Sister. This resplendent dragon represents the pinnacle of 5th-tier existence. Should this dragon egg come into his possession, it would likely possess even greater potential than he had previously imagined. If the senior truly intends to withdraw, Jiang Han turned to glance at mythical. What a jest! This is the adult form of the dance step dragon. The probability of overcoming it is likely less than 1 in 1,000. Depart quickly, this is not a realm meant for your presence. Mers fixed his gaze upon the resplendent dragon, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. In his hand, a teleportation scroll had already materialized, ready to be crushed at a moment's notice. Jiang Han gritted his teeth, declaring that the monetary reward for his family had doubled. Mel shook his head, not out of a desire to reject the reward, but rather in recognition that confronting such an existence would inevitably lead to death without resurrection. Jiang Han spoke in a deep voice, expressing that there was no need for a forceful breakthrough, he merely required the senior to buy him some time. Mels hesitated for a moment, his expression tinged with melancholy, uncertain whether the old man could endure the weight of it all. Sanbei Jiang Han extended 3 fingers, his expression devoid of emotion, revealing his armored physique. Despite the overwhelming pressure, I shall persevere, declared Mels with a thunderous voice. His entire physique swelled with muscle, transforming the once frail old man into a formidable figure of sheer strength in an instant. Jiang Han was utterly astonished. It seemed that sorcerers had become exceedingly stringent in these times. Observing Jiang Han's expression, Mel smiled confidently. In this era, one cannot navigate the world without holding a few aces up one's sleeve. On the surface, I am a sorcerer, yet in reality, I am also a seasoned warrior. At most, I can grant you 3 minutes. Make haste. Mels let out a resounding shout as he leapt high into the air. It also employs techniques that have long been forgotten. The aircraft soared towards the resplendent dragon of light. A tremendous explosion echoed, sending clouds of dust soaring as a colossal dragon, stretching over 100 meters, was inexplicably pinned to the ground by a mere chicken. Jiang Han, in utter astonishment, swiftly made his way into the lair of the colossal dragon. He had meticulously studied the terrain in his previous life, and it was now indelibly etched in his memory. In the corner of his eye, Mels observed Jiang Han moving through the water with effortless grace, his heart filled with astonishment at the composure and seasoned demeanor displayed. Such poise was certainly not something a novice could achieve. The resounding roar of the radiant dragon unleashed a formidable aura, causing the ground to shatter instantaneously. If it were any other time, I would still hold a modicum of respect for you, but in these fleeting 3 minutes, even the esteemed Dragon Lord has been brought low. With a thunderous roar, Mels unleashed a flurry of punches that fell like torrential rain, each strike capable of shattering a mountain. Under such relentless assault, even the formidable radiant dragon found itself utterly defenseless, unable to retaliate. Jiang Han rushed fervently to the innermost depths of the lair, where a towering azure dragon egg, reaching half his height, stood majestically at the center of the cavern, surrounded by a soft, ethereal glow. Not far from the dragon egg lay a glimmering object, casting a radiant shimmer in the dim light. Jiang Han had no time to scrutinize, he swiftly gathered everything visible into his storage space. The resolve of Ben Gong and his understanding of the terrain surrounding the lair of the colossal dragon allowed for the entire process to be completed in less than 2 minutes. At this moment, Mels has rescued all, leaving a resounding impact akin to a thunderous celebration. Jiang Han shouted loudly, "The master has arrived, quickly retreat!" Mels suddenly raised his head, and a brilliant flash of light enveloped him as he instantaneously appeared before Jiang Han, placing a hand firmly on the latter's shoulder. In an instant, the teleportation scroll erupted in a dazzling explosion. Jiang Han could only sense a haze before his vision cleared, revealing that he had returned to the Supreme Hall once more. At this moment, Mels appeared exceedingly pale, resembling someone who had indulged excessively. His eyes were devoid of spirit, and he felt as though his very essence had been siphoned away. Jiang Han gasped in shock, "Master, what has happened to you?" "Your magical energy, it has completely vanished." Mels trembled all over, his lips quivering. "Do you truly comprehend what I just battled? That was a 5th-tier dragon. A being nearing the divine. Had I not fled swiftly, both of us would have met our end there. It is only due to my mastery in both magic and martial prowess that I could withstand it for 3 minutes. Dare you attempt the same with another? Such hardships." "Master," Jiang Han acknowledged, understanding that even a 3rd-tier dragon, cultivated by players, could obliterate a top-tier guild. How much more formidable was this indigenous 5th-tier dragon? It was likely that even the 12 god-level champions of Huagua, when gathered, would not stand a chance. Mels waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. What remains is that 200 million gold coins? An agreeable matter." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Han opened the trading window. 200 million gold coins was undoubtedly a substantial sum. Yet, compared to the spoils from this dragon's lair, it paled in significance. That azure dragon egg held the potential of being a fifth-tier dragon egg. An unequivocal divine companion. Chapter 11, Incubation. The divine beast, the celestial dragon indeed. It was worth the old man's efforts to engage in such a venture. Splendid, splendid. A total of 300 million gold coins in hand, Mel's was overjoyed. Even for a divine-level powerhouse, accumulating 300 million gold coins is no simple task. To achieve such a fortune in just one day brings a delightful sensation akin to sudden wealth. Furthermore, he found himself looking upon Jiang Han with newfound favor. Ding! Mel's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 60, has the favorability already surpassed 60? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. In the apocalypse, while NPC favorability lacks a ceiling, a score of 60 is exceptionally high, indicating that the NPC harbors profound trust. This is also a crucial condition for triggering most trades with NPCs. Generally speaking, players must complete a series of tasks and employ various methods, spending a considerable amount of time to cultivate such rapport. However, with Jiang Han's initial charm value set at 50, combined with his extravagant expenditure of 300 million gold coins, Mel's favorability soared past 60. Indeed, high charm value proves advantageous. Jiang Han mused silently about the extraordinary power of wealth, which manifested vividly on the very first day. By the way, Master, there is something I wish to inquire about. Speak. Does the Supreme Temple possess life essence? I would like to purchase some. Of course, the price is negotiable. Life essence? What do you require such a substance for? Mel's furrowed his brow, then suddenly recalled something, his expression turning to one of astonishment. You truly managed to acquire a dragon egg, didn't you? Jiang Han nodded. Hiss. Mel's inhaled sharply, contributing significantly to the global warming. That is a fifth-tier dragon egg. Moreover, it is a descendant of the celestial judgment dragon. Even as a divine-level powerhouse who has traversed the world for years, he had never heard of anyone possessing such a rare treasure. Once matured, it could easily slay divine-level beings as if it were child's play. Of course, dragons have an incredibly long lifespan and an extensive developmental period. Cultivating one would undoubtedly require immense resources. Yet, considering the young man before him had spent 300 million without a hint of hesitation, Mel's did not believe this would pose any issue. After a moment of contemplation, Mel stated, if you seek life essence, I can indeed assist you, but you must first show me the dragon egg. Jiang Han hesitated briefly, then revealed the dragon egg from his basic storage space. It was indeed a dragon egg. The moment Mel's laid eyes upon it in the item tab, he instantly recognized it. Its distinctiveness was undeniable. The direct descendant of a fifth-tier dragon. Mel's felt a surge of desire, truthfully. Had it not been for an inexplicable fondness for Jiang Han, he might have been unable to resist the urge to seize it. This item is simply too precious. Its worth cannot be measured with mere gold. However, as an elder of the Supreme Temple, Mel's maintained a certain standard. He spoke solemnly, I have 5 vials of life essence here, priced at 5 million gold coins each according to market value. I can sell all of them to you. Thank you, Master. Jiang Han's eyes brightened. The value of the essence of life is well understood, it appears with a minuscule probability only in the lairs of high-tier bosses, creating a supply-demand imbalance. Purchasing a vial for 5 million is undoubtedly fair, even a considerable bargain. For Jiang Han had never heard of anyone acquiring 5 vials in a single transaction. Nevertheless, this substance holds limited utility for me at present, I shall retain it. And since you please me, I shall sell it to you. However, Mel shifted his tone, considering that as a descendant of a fifth-tier dragon, 5 vials may prove somewhat insufficient. Not enough? Jiang Han expressed surprise. The exorbitant price of the essence of life is attributed to its unparalleled catalytic effects on beast taming. Typically, a beast egg that would take decades to hatch can be instantaneously incubated with just 1 vial of essence. If 5 vials may fall short, one can only surmise the vitality of the fifth-tier dragon egg. Mel's pondered, estimating that 10 vials of essence would be required. Is there any essence left in the Supreme Hall? Jiang Han inquired. Mel shook his head, stating, "None. This substance is exceedingly rare, even if it existed. Those old fellows are unlikely to part with it. However, I do possess one vial of sacred essence of life, which is assuredly equivalent in effect to 5 vials of ordinary essence." Jiang Han maintained a calm demeanor, asking, "What are the conditions?" "Speak plainly, master." Mel's, somewhat taken aback, responded, "How did you know I would propose conditions?" "It is a simple deduction. If it were merely a matter of gold in exchange, there would be no need for 2 discussions," Jiang Han replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, such items are not easily acquired solely through gold." "Indeed," Mel's nodded, proudly asserting, "I am not boasting. You could scour the entire Supreme Hall, and only I can provide this vial of sacred essence of life. Of course, I shall not make it difficult for you. As a gesture of goodwill, it will be 25 million gold coins. Additionally, once your dragon egg hatches, I will require a drop of dragon blood. That should not pose a challenge for you, correct?" "Absolutely," Jiang Han agreed readily, displaying no inclination to negotiate, fully aware of the intrinsic value involved. Strictly speaking, it was Mels who was engaging in a loss-making transaction. "Indeed, I prefer dealing with intelligent individuals." Mels chuckled as he opened the trading window. 1 vial of sacred essence of life, 5 vials of ordinary essence, and a transaction contract were presented, amounting to 50 million gold coins and a future drop of dragon blood. With a flash of white light, the transaction was completed. "Do not forget our agreement. I shall return to seek you out." With that, Mel stepped forward, and the teleportation array beneath him surged, causing him to vanish from sight. As Jiang Han gazed at the several vials of essence now populating his inventory, he felt a surge of joy. This 50 million was indeed well spent. At that moment, the grand hall was deserted, allowing him to find a secluded corner to cast the dragon egg into the incubation space. Remaining incubation time, 299 years and 364 days. The duration of the incubation left Jiang Han utterly astonished. This dragon, indeed, demands a staggering 300 years for its incubation. If left undisturbed, by the time the dragon egg hatches, who knows how many waves of grass would have graced Jiang Han's grave. Truly, this endeavor is not something that an ordinary person can bear. While astonished, Jiang Han retrieved a vial of life essence and poured it entirely over the dragon egg. A faint azure glow flickered momentarily. Remaining incubation time, 269 years, 364 days. The incubation period was directly reduced by 30 years. Mers was indeed correct. 5 vials of life essence were insufficient. Jiang Han took out the remaining 4 vials of life essence and drenched the dragon egg, reducing the incubation period to 150 years. Subsequently, it was time for the sacred life essence. As he poured the viscous, almost tangible liquid onto the surface of the dragon egg, Jiang Han could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Success hinged upon this moment. After a brief pause, ding. "Congratulations, you have successfully hatched a divine beast, the celestial dragon." Ding. "Congratulations. You have acquired your first beast and unlocked the Beastmaster skill, Beastmaster Aura." Chapter 12, Attributes Against the Heavens, Mythical Quality. Success. As the melodious notification chimed in his ears, Jiang Han felt a joy unlike any he had ever experienced. After investing a staggering 35,500,000 gold coins? Was this not the moment he had eagerly awaited? Crack! The eggshell shattered, and out emerged a giant dragon hatchling, its entire form a delicate azure hue. Though not particularly large, measuring less than half a meter in length and reaching only Jiang Han's knee. He was acutely aware of the immense energy residing within this seemingly cute creature that was eagerly gnawing at its eggshell. A divine beast of the highest order. In the realm of Doom, the classification of pets is relatively simple, consisting of merely 5 tiers: ordinary, commander, extraordinary, king, and mythical. The chasm between each quality is vast and profound, with the mythical tier signifying the zenith of divine beasts. Even with his resilient mental fortitude, Jiang Han's heart raced with exhilaration, for this was the first mythical divine beast he had encountered in 2 lifetimes, and it was his own. It is worth noting that even the fearsome abyssal dragon was merely a king-tier beast, failing to reach the mythical level. However, Jiang Han pondered. Why was it a celestial dragon? Should it not be a descendant of the radiant dragon? Could it be that the essence of sacred life had altered its lineage? Or was it possible that this egg was not originally that of a radiant dragon? His only lingering doubt was that this species seemed somewhat amiss. Could it be that the radiant dragon had been misrepresented? Regardless, such thoughts were inconsequential. What mattered was that this creature was a mythical divine beast. That alone sufficed. Jiang Han proceeded to open the attribute panel of the celestial dragon. Nickname none, species celestial dragon, mythical, level 1000, status health 10,000, mana 10,000, base attribute strength 500, constitution 500, agility 500, spirit 500, talent absolute suppression. As a mythical divine beast, the celestial dragon possesses innate suppression over lower tier beings, inflicting an additional 30 damage to creatures below the mythical level while receiving 30 less damage. Dragon King, as the paramount entity among dragons. The celestial dragon exerts innate suppression over dragon-type beings, dealing 50 extra damage and suffering 50 less damage from them. Mythical bloodline, as a mythical divine beast. The celestial dragon boasts an extraordinarily robust physique. Upon leveling up, it receives a comprehensive attribute enhancement. Health regeneration, 200 seconds. Mana regeneration, 200 seconds. Health bonus, 100. Mana bonus, 100. Skills Earthshaking Dragon Roar, a group intimidation skill. The celestial dragon unleashes a thunderous roar, causing the very world to tremble. All beings within a 20-meter radius, regardless of tier or type, are forcibly stunned for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Cost, 2000 mana. Dragon King's Breath, a single target skill. The celestial dragon unleashes a searing flame that incinerates all, inflicting 500 of its power as true damage to its targeted foe, an assault that cannot be evaded. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Cost, 1000 mana points. The Wrath of the Dragon King, a singular innate ability. The celestial dragon enters a state of profound fury, determined to obliterate everything in its path, dealing indiscriminate true damage of 10,000 power constitution to all beings within a radius of 50 meters. Cooldown, 30 days. Upon the activation of this skill, attributes are permanently reduced by 5, and the celestial dragon falls into a slumber for 5 days. Jiang Han. After perusing the attributes of the celestial dragon, his mind was filled with but 2 words, invincible. This was merely at level 1. Yet the celestial dragon's attributes transcended the very notion of terror. A staggering 500 points in power, it could dispatch any foe in an instant. Taking Jiang Han himself as an example, he is currently at level 10, and thanks to the attribute enhancement from Fortune of the God of Wealth, his health has reached 350 points. Should he don a complete set of novice gear, he could surpass 500. Yet even so, he would not withstand a single basic attack from the level 1 celestial dragon. That 30% damage increase is no trifling matter. Moreover, let us not overlook the astonishing Dragon King's Breath. A single exhalation inflicts 2,500 points of damage, and it is true damage. What is true damage? In the realm of Doomsday, there exists no defense attribute, yet various skills can mitigate damage, such as a knight's shield or a priest's defensive barrier. However, against true damage, all these methods are rendered futile. The damage dealt is absolute, unmitigated. A damage output of 2,500, and it cannot be evaded. As far as Jiang Han knows, the so-called Blood Cow, a hidden class known as the Heavy Shield Knight, boasts a constitution multiplier of 1.2 if it reaches level 10. Allocating all attribute points to constitution and donning a set of level 10 armor of silver quality, its health would peak at around 2,000. Still, it would be unable to withstand a single spittle from the celestial dragon. What is most critical, however, is that this skill has a mere 5-second cooldown. Its explosive potential is so immense that even the mightiest boss of the novice village, the Goblin Chieftain, would be forced to kneel and acknowledge its supremacy. Furthermore, the celestial dragon not only possesses overwhelming offensive capabilities but also formidable crowd control techniques. Coupled with its health exceeding 10,000, it is frankly absurd. Even mythic-level beast tamers would find it excessively exaggerated. This is not merely a tamed beast, it is akin to having a living deity at one's side. It is tantamount to carrying a boss in one's entourage. To speak candidly, at this current stage, the number of players in Doomsday is inconsequential. Even if they all banded together, they would not be sufficient to withstand the wrath of this creature. Forget about archers and mages launching ranged bombardments. In the face of 500 agility, these fundamental skills would not even graze its fur. The only viable strategy would be to tire this creature out. Jiang Han could hardly contain his amusement. What does it mean to possess a mythic-level beast? Tactical retreat, just this one beast alone is more than sufficient to ensure victory. This ascension trial is certainly worth attempting. Jiang Han composed himself, calming the tumultuous emotions within, and then turned his gaze towards the young dragon, who had just finished devouring its eggshell and was reclining while patting its little belly. It was hard to fathom that such a creature could possess such formidable attributes. Come here, Jiang Han spoke softly, sensing the profound connection between beast master and beast, a feeling both wondrous and surreal. However, the little one paid him no heed, embodying the aloofness typical of a dragon. After all, it was a mighty dragon, not one to obediently follow commands like a mere puppy. It was only natural for a creature of such legendary status to exhibit a hint of temperament. You look rather drab, henceforth, I shall call you Little Grey. Jiang Han approached the young creature, extending his hand to gently ruffle its head. Fortunately, it offered no resistance. Whether the little dragon comprehended his words remained a mystery. But its lack of reaction led Jiang Han to assume a tacit understanding. Thus, the first mythic beast of the apocalypse world was born, albeit with a name that lacked grandeur. Yet, Jiang Han was unconcerned with such trivialities. His attention shifted to the gleaming item in his inventory. Given that even a being as formidable as Mel's held apprehension towards this dungeon, it was reasonable to expect that the treasures within the dragon's lair would be equally remarkable. Jiang Han cast a cursory glance, his gaze abruptly fixating on an object. Chapter of Brutality, Grade, Heaven's Destruction. Chapter 13, The Forbidden Arbiter of Judgment, the Cataclysmic Artifact. Jiang Han found himself holding his breath, for this was the first time he had witnessed such a formidable artifact. The legendary cataclysmic level, which had previously existed only in the realm of myth and literature. Book of Brutality, Grade, Cataclysmic, Base Attributes 10, All Attributes 10, Brutal Power, Unique Passive. He who possesses the Book of Brutality shall wield supreme strength. All of your skills will have a chance to trigger critical hits. Base critical rate 20. Critical damage 100, Brutal Annihilation. Harness the power of the Book of Brutality to inflict 1000 of true mental damage upon the target instantly. This damage has double the chance of being a critical hit. If the critical rate exceeds 100, the excess will be calculated as double for critical damage. This damage has a 5 probability of triggering an instant death effect. If the target's health is below 20, the instant death effect is guaranteed to activate. Cooldown, 10 days. This artifact is a possession-type item, currently unbound. The shock of encountering a mythical beast had yet to fade, and now he was faced with yet another cataclysmic artifact, leaving Jiang Han momentarily dazed. Each effect of the Book of Brutality was terrifyingly potent. The percentage-based enhancement of base attributes would only become more exaggerated as his level increased. The all-attribute boost even encompassed luck and charm. As for the two skills, they were nothing short of divine. It is worth noting that in the realm of apocalypse, spellcasting professions do not possess the concept of spell critical damage. Most skills rely purely on numerical enhancements. However, this also means that spellcasting professions typically boast high attribute values. Once endowed with spell critical hits, the damage output would be staggering. Even if a beast master had limited combat methods, with this skill in play, Jiang Han's strength would far surpass that of other spellcasting professions without even summoning his beasts. As for Brutal Annihilation, setting aside its attributes, the mere existence of an instant death effect is enough to be considered monstrous. What is instant death? As the term implies, it leads to immediate demise. Once activated, regardless of the target's health, it would be instantaneously reduced to 0. Such an attribute is indeed terrifying. No wonder it is classified as a cataclysmic artifact. Its strength is absurd. Jiang Han took a deep breath and gently bit his finger, letting blood fall upon the Book of Brutality. Possession-type artifacts do not require equipping. Instead, once bound to a master, they automatically take effect when placed in the inventory. Indeed, in the next moment, Jiang Han's attribute panel underwent a transformation. The enhancement of base attributes was modest, with each attribute increasing by a mere 10 points or so, but his mental attribute surged by 23 points. After all, his current level was still low, and the gains from base attributes were not significant. More importantly, both luck and charm had risen to 60 points. Ding! Congratulations! You have bound the cataclysmic artifact, the Book of Brutality. Ding! You have triggered a hidden quest, the Forbidden Arbiter of Judgment. The Forbidden Arbiter of Judgment, even the mighty brutal king was obliterated by the abyss. He who possesses the Book of Brutality, go forth and seek the truth. Quest objective, find the tooth of brutality. The system notification rang out suddenly. A hidden quest? Seek the tooth of brutality? Jiang Han furrowed his brow slightly. He had never heard of the chapter of brutality. However, the Fong of Brutality was indeed renowned. It was the weapon of the legendary assassin of Huagua, Lonely Brutal, a dagger seemingly forged from the fangs of some wild beast, celebrated as one of the most explosive weapons. Yet, the specific attributes of the Fong had never been disclosed by Lonely Brutal. All Jiang Han knew was that it was a divine dagger for assassins. It appeared that the chapter of brutality was likely a continuation of the Fong, although Lonely Brutal had never managed to acquire it. In his previous life, the dragon's lair was never cleared by anyone, and naturally, the chapter of brutality remained within. As for the Fong of Brutality, it should still be in the land of the remnant abyss. He needed to escape the novice village first. Jiang Han let out a long sigh. While the novice village was relatively safe, it also meant resources were scarce. The dragon's lair, being a hidden dungeon, was unique to accelerate his development. He needed to quickly complete the ascension trial and enter the main continent. Ding! Player Night Cold, your game time for today has reached its limit. You will be forcibly exited from the game. 3, 2, 1. The scene swiftly transitioned, plunging him into darkness. Jiang Han removed his virtual glasses and rubbed his temples. During the beta testing phase, everything in Doomsday resembled other virtual games significantly, including time constraints. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and the lights outside twinkled. Jiang Han stood up, rummaged through the refrigerator for a quick bite, and then logged onto the gaming community. At this moment, Doomsday had taken the top spot in the gaming community, with discussions soaring to unprecedented heights. The surreal realism and freedom of the virtual world ensured that any gaming enthusiast would find themselves utterly captivated. What the hell? This game is ridiculously difficult. I've played all day, my liver is aching, and I've only reached level 2, I've died 3 times already. If I die again, my attributes will reset. Those damn developers. Why make the game so hard? Who can actually manage this? It is indeed tough. My buddy has gone into a state of despair, dying 7 or 8 times. When I tried to reach him later, he had logged off and didn't answer his phone. It cracked me up. What the heck? Who is Night Cold? Reaching level 10 in just one day? Is he cheating? Such garbage, cheating in a game. A cursory glance revealed a chorus of grievances, all lamenting the game's difficulty. Interspersed were numerous posts regarding Night Cold's identity. After all, achieving level 10 in a day under such extreme difficulty had etched Jiang Han's name into the memories of all players. Jiang Han perused the posts one by one, his expression solemn. In his past life, he had been engrossed in gaming discussions. Yet now, he understood all too well that those players who suddenly went offline during the game and became unreachable were not merely overwhelmed by defeat. Rather, they faced a grim fate. After too many deaths, their attributes reset, erasing their existence and reality as well. Such individuals were not few in number. It was no wonder that the next day, officials from various countries issued a statement prohibiting further access to this game. On the first day of the calamity, the death toll likely surpassed 100,000. As for those admitted to hospitals, the numbers would surely be even greater. Jiang Han sighed, narrowing his eyes as he gazed out the window. At that moment, the wailing of ambulances echoed continuously, just as Jiang Han had anticipated. On the very first day of the apocalypse, a significant number of players met their demise in the game, resulting in their corresponding deaths in reality. Many more, after experiencing death 2 or 3 times, felt unwell and subsequently logged off, thereby preserving their lives. However, A considerable portion of these players later suffered from organ failure and were rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. This night was destined to be tumultuous. Beep. Suddenly, his phone flickered to life. Jiang Han picked it up, only to furrow his brow. It was a message from Liu Ruyan. Jiang Han, I offer you an opportunity. Come to Tianshanren to settle the accounts and bring some food for Zhou Tao, he has been discharged. As for last week's incident, I shall treat it as if nothing occurred. Chapter 14, The Anomaly of the Apocalypse and Zhou Tao's Ambition Dam. I almost forgot about this lunatic. Jiang Han muttered to himself, promptly blocking and deleting all means of contacting Liu Ruyan, switching off his phone to continue outlining his upcoming plans. Meanwhile, in the luxurious private room 666 of Tianshanren KTV, a group of young men and women were reveling in delight. At the center of it all was Liu Ruyan, adorned with exquisite makeup and possessing striking beauty. Hey, Ruyan. Do you think Jiang Han will come if you suddenly call him after a week of silence? A female classmate leaned over to glance at Liu Ruyan's phone, inquiring with curiosity. With an air of indifference, Liu Ruyan set her phone down and replied haughtily, Do you really think he would dare not to come? That is Jiang Han, who loves Ruyan to the core. If she has spoken, he will undoubtedly come running. Nearby, a slender boy with a pale complexion wore a faint smile, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. Forget about Jiang Han, Zhou Tao, today is your discharge day. So we must celebrate properly. Liu Ruyan's expression was aloof, yet within her heart lingered unease. It had been an entire week without any sign of an apology from Jiang Han. What was worse, he hadn't even sent her a single message. Had he truly changed? How could he dare to? Zhou Tao whispered, Actually, I was discharged early. Discharged early? Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows. Your health has never been great. Why would you leave the hospital prematurely? Is it because your medical expenses are insufficient? If so, just tell me, I can ask Jiang Han for it. Thank you. Ruyan, you truly have a kind heart. Zhou Tao smiled slightly, then lowered her voice, but my discharge was not due to finances. It was because the hospital was overwhelmed with patients needing emergency care. My condition has improved significantly, hence they forced my discharge. Forced discharge? Liu Ruyan's expression darkened. Why should that be? Are the lives of others more valuable than ours as the poor? Those wealthy individuals, just like Jiang Han, relish in using their money to belittle others. It's not that severe, Zhou Tao waved her hand dismissively. Those patients were indeed in danger, suffering from multiple organ failures. My case is merely chronic gastritis, being asked to leave is reasonable. That is not my concern, matters should be prioritized based on urgency. I believe those people look down upon us poor folks, Liu Ruyan huffed. Moreover, with so many hospitals in Zhengchang, why did it have to be yours? What a coincidence! All the other hospitals were also full, and besides. Zhou Tao lowered her voice further, I sense this may not be mere coincidence. While I was processing my discharge, I overheard the nurses mentioning that these patients all suffered organ failure after playing the same game, something called Apocalypse? Impossible. Can a game truly cause multiple organ failures? Liu Ruyan frowned. Would I deceive you? It's true. I believe this presents an opportunity. Something significant is bound to happen in the coming days. Zhou Tao remarked, Ruyan, do you not have some money? Lend me a bit, and I shall repay you later. Liu Ruyan hesitated momentarily, I have no money. No money? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao's expression instantly soured, are you deceiving me? Does Jiang Han not provide you with 200,000 every month? How could you be broke? I perceive that you look down upon me. Liu Ruyan clenched her teeth. Feeling aggrieved, Jiang Han has not contacted me for a week, he hasn't given me any money this month. What? Zhou Tao was taken aback. How could he dare to do that? He is so fond of you, usually eager to be by your side, and now he hasn't reached out for a week? Has something happened to him? How would I know? Liu Ruyan snapped back, besides, just because he likes me doesn't mean I feel the same. Why should I concern myself with his affairs? Just because he wields a bit of filthy wealth, does he truly believe that money can win my affection? I find him utterly repulsive. Moreover, he has thrown tantrums in the past, yet he always came crawling back to apologize like a dog after a few days. Why are you worried? Zhou Tao nodded. You have a point. However, if he does come to apologize this time, do not forgive him easily. He dared to ignore you for an entire week. Trust me, when the time comes, demand more money from him. With the trend of doomsday on the horizon, I plan to start a studio. The sum is insignificant to him but crucial for us. It depends on my mood. I am willing to speak to him. Not for the sake of money, I do not crave it at all, Liu Ruyan dismissed. I just asked him to settle the bill and bring you something to eat. If he arrives swiftly, I might reluctantly forgive him. Whatever you say, but heed my warning, I have a feeling this doomsday trend is extraordinary. Zhou Tao said earnestly. I recall you mentioning that Jiang Han is a gaming prodigy, right? With his wealth, he could take you into the game, and the future would be bright. Who needs him to lead? Liu Ruyan scoffed. I would prefer him to keep his distance. Besides, it's merely a game, I can achieve excellence on my own. It's just that right now, I need to focus on my studies. Jiang Han's apparent superiority stems solely from his family's wealth. I assure you, once I enter society, I will surpass him 1,000-fold. Indeed, your potential is limitless, Zhou Tao chuckled. Liu Ruyan smiled proudly. At least you understand me, unlike Jiang Han, who constantly prattles on about arranging an internship for me at a big company after graduation, claiming it's for my benefit. He has no idea how repulsive I find his condescending demeanor, akin to a benefactor bestowing alms upon a beggar. Let us not discuss this, let us sing instead. Zhou Tao said nothing further and took the microphone, belting out a song. He had a premonition that from this day forward, a turning point in life was about to commence. The game Doomsday was undoubtedly extraordinary. Not just for Zhou Tao. Across the globe, a multitude of individuals have become acutely aware of a disconcerting reality. Following the catastrophic events, many sought information regarding Doomsday, only to discover that this enigmatic game lacks a developer, registration, or any semblance of legitimacy. It emerged like a specter, silently claiming the lives of countless individuals. Both the elite and various national authorities have taken note of this game, which seemingly possesses the power to influence reality. While efforts are made to suppress information, an increasing number of people are drawn into the game, eager to unravel its mysteries. On the second day of the closed beta test for Doomsday, excitement erupted within a limited circle. Among the sole presence on the leaderboard, the figure known as Night Cold captured the attention of many. Yet, his true identity remains shrouded in enigma. Chapter 15, The Ascension Trial. An hour later, Zhou Tao set down the microphone and rubbed his stomach, lamenting, Ruyan? Has Jiang Han shown up yet? It's been an hour. And I'm starving. I don't know, Liu Ruyan replied, her brow furrowing in irritation. In the past, whenever Jiang Han was tasked with settling the bill, he would arrive promptly within half an hour, and if he were even 2 minutes late, he would hastily apologize. After the gathering, he would meticulously escort her home. Yet today, it was already quite late, and there was still no sign of him. Liu Ruyan had sensed something amiss long ago, but her proud nature would never allow her to concede. Why don't you ask him? I suspect something might have happened, Zhou Tao suggested. It's been a whole week without contact. Given his temperament, he wouldn't go this long without reaching out. Liu Ruyan scoffed. Who knows if he is playing some game of cat and mouse? I refuse to fall for it. She rose abruptly, preparing to leave. But the bill hasn't been settled yet. Zhou Tao hesitated. The expenses at Tianshan Renjian were not trivial, starting at 4 digits. I paid 5,000 for your hospital bill, you must have some left, right? Liu Ruyan stated coolly, you should cover it for now. Zhou Tao's expression changed. That was his lifeline. Besides, there is hardly anything left. It's not that I'm unwilling, but if I pay this, Ruyan, you're too kind-hearted. You'll surely feel guilty. Don't worry, I still have that designer bag Jiang Han bought me, which I've never used. I'll sell it tomorrow. And then I'll have the money, Liu Ruyan replied impatiently. I'll return it to you then, as if you lent it to me. That's good to hear. Although Zhou Tao felt reluctant, he understood that Liu Ruyan was not incapable of affording it. Jiang Han was always generous. As long as he was willing to part with a little, Liu Ruyan would not be short of funds. Not to mention, Her expenditures over the past 2 years must have easily surpassed 1 million. In the end, it was Zhou Tao who settled the bill. He didn't forget to remind her, the total is 1,200. When you have the money, remember to pay me back, I'm counting on it. Rest assured. You'll get your due, Liu Ruyan replied, saying little more, though a subtle displeasure brewed within her. How had she never noticed that Zhou Tao could be so tedious? Ruyan, isn't Jiang Han coming to pick you up today? A female classmate approached cautiously, unaware of the situation. She only knew that at this time in the past, Jiang Han would have already arranged for a car to wait outside. Now, however, nothing was in sight, and the chilly breeze made it feel rather cold. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan grew even more agitated and coldly retorted, "Let him come or not. Does he think the earth can't turn without Jiang Han?" With that, she left with a stern expression. She was determined to see who truly relied on whom. Jiang Han's attempts at manipulation were painfully transparent. If he came to apologize later, she wouldn't allow him to kneel. That would never suffice to quell her indignation. What Liu Ruyan remained oblivious to was that Jiang Han had long since blocked all her contact information, comfortably reclining at home. Apologizing? The notion of personally delivering a couple of slaps to her was overshadowed by the pressing matters of the impending doomsday. Nevertheless, prior to the game's launch, Jiang Han made time to consult a lawyer, currently engaged in the collection of evidence and documentation. In a few days, Liu Ruyan would be compelled to return all the gifts she had previously received from him. The following day, with the sun rising anew, Jiang Han entered the game as usual. Compared to the desolate emptiness of the previous day, the novice village number 9527 was now teeming with players, significantly more than before. Most were drawn in by the allure of the game's content showcased on forums, while a smaller contingent comprised official personnel from Jiang City. Regardless of their identity, all exhibited a newfound reverence towards doomsday. Though unconfirmed, the widespread reports of deaths could not be entirely suppressed even by governmental authorities. Level 1 area for grinding. 3 for 1, missing a priest, inexperienced players need not apply. Looking for a priest, experienced players from the Glorious Guild leading the charge, currently at level 8. Elite group forming, players above level 2 welcome. Shots echoed throughout, as fewer players dared to venture forth alone. Save for a handful of exceptionally confident experts. Jiang Han gazed at the familiar scene, filled with nostalgia. This was indeed the essence of doomsday. Whoa! A level 10 master? The top of the leaderboard? How did this guy level up so fast? Is he forming a party? We have an abundance of beautiful women here. Hey! Can you take us along? We'll show you some black silk. Jiang Han's mere appearance ignited a frenzy. Despite his deliberate attempt to conceal his identity with a veil, the glaring level 10 above his head was unmistakable. Overwhelmed by the hundreds of requests flooding in, he promptly set his status to reject all unfamiliar requests. He then proceeded directly through the city gates. Witnessing his decisive demeanor, those players who had planned to covertly tail him and uncover his secrets were compelled to abandon their schemes. After all, the area Jiang Han was headed to was rife with elite monsters at least level 5. Any encounter with such a creature would likely spell doom. No one dared to take that risk. A master is indeed a master, braving such perilous locales. It was no wonder he ascended levels so swiftly. Comparisons among players only served to deepen their despair. As a group gazed at Jiang Han's receding figure, they sighed in admiration, before reluctantly returning to their own party formations. Meanwhile, Jiang Han, with his remarkable agility and elusive movements, charted a flawless path, avoiding any confrontations and arriving at a colossal ruin, the Temple of Trials. The revered venue for level 10 advancement challenges. Approaching a guardian clad in silver armor, Jiang Han respectfully stated, "Esteemed guardian, I wish to initiate the advancement trial." Oh? The guardian regarded Jiang Han with surprise. "An outsider adventurer, and you have reached level 10 so swiftly? Where are your companions?" Jiang Han shook his head, declaring his intention to embark on the trial alone. Alone? The guard furrowed his brow. "Young man, I must remind you that even the least challenging advancement trial far exceeds your imagination. Achieving level 10 in such a short span speaks to your capabilities. Yet it would be prudent to prepare thoroughly before entering. Do not recklessly squander your life. Jiang Han smiled faintly, exuding confidence as he replied, "Rest assured, my lord. I have devised a comprehensive plan." Witnessing his resolute demeanor, the guard refrained from further admonition. The rapid ascent to level 10 indicated that this individual was no fool. Undertaking the advancement trial alone is indeed arduous, yet not entirely impossible. Many renowned warriors have triumphed through solitary trials. Although the guard harbored doubts regarding Jiang Han's success, he reasoned that the eventual repercussions would not be his to bear. Only after confronting despair would one truly comprehend the folly of their current choices. Chapter 16, Abyss Difficulty. The arrival of the uncanny. The silver-armored guardian, with an expression of indifference, spoke, "So, adventurer, choose the difficulty for this trial." Subsequently, a virtual panel materialized before Jiang Han. Normal, hard, nightmare, hell, abyss. With composure, Jiang Han extended his hand, ultimately allowing his index finger to rest upon the final option, abyss. Buzz. A teleportation array instantly manifested beneath his feet. The ascension trial had commenced, set at the abyss difficulty. "Adventurer, I wish you." The guardian's words trailed off abruptly as he suddenly became transfixed, confusion clouding his eyes. Wait. Abyss? This seemingly tall and harmless young man had audaciously chosen the abyss difficulty? What a jest! The silver-armored guardian gazed at Jiang Han in astonishment, wishing to articulate his thoughts. However, with a flash of white light, the latter's figure vanished in an instant. To attempt the ascension trial alone was one thing, but to dare select the abyss difficulty was sheer folly. Truly, ignorance breeds courage. The guardian shook his head in resignation, reflecting on the current youth. At this moment, he finally grasped the truth. This individual was not a confident genius but rather a foolhardy creature courting death. Throughout history, for millennia, numerous ambitious souls had endeavored to conquer the abyss difficulty trial. Yet, without exception, none had returned, all perishing within the trial's confines. Moreover, these were teams composed of extraordinary talents. One person? The guardian could think of no other rationale than a death wish. Well, this would conveniently expedite the subsequent processes, granting him a leisurely afternoon. The silver-armored guardian yawned languidly, summoned the trial list, and drew a line through the newly added name Night Cold. Such a fool was hardly worth salvaging. He promptly declared the commencement of the trial. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, casting a serene ambience. Jiang Han stood before the dense forest, his demeanor tranquil. He fully comprehended the gravity of the ascending trial's difficulty. Even at the normal level, it equated to hunting a level 10 outdoor boss. The requirements for equipment, skills, class distribution, and the synergy among teammates were exceedingly stringent. The slightest misstep could result in total annihilation. To successfully pass the normal trial in one attempt would undoubtedly signify an elite team without shortcomings. As for the higher difficulties, they were even more daunting. Should there be a single flaw, then alas, total obliteration was guaranteed. There would be no second chances. In his previous life, during the closed beta phase, Jiang Han had invested a substantial sum of 100,000 gold coins, reaching level 10 equipped with bronze gear and possessing 2 or 3 silver tier items. With such a configuration, he surpassed 99% of the players. Coupled with his rich gaming experience and commendable skills, he had even spared no expense in recruiting several equally skilled individuals to undertake the trial alongside him. As a result of being burdened by the liability of Liu Ruyan, a once elite team faced utter annihilation during a challenging trial, suffering significant losses. It was only after diligently crafting equipment that they barely managed to pass the ordinary trial. This underscores the formidable difficulty of the ascension trials. Moreover, this pertains merely to the level 10 trials. As one progresses, the challenges multiply exponentially. In the early stages of the game, some individuals fail to grasp the significance of divine artifacts. Fortunately, Jiang Han stumbled upon an opportunity, sacrificing his wealth to procure a divine artifact for Liu Ruyan, enabling her to successfully navigate the subsequent ascension trials. Otherwise, with her abysmal skills, even the most skilled players would be rendered ineffectual. Nonetheless, the daunting nature of the ascension trials has not deterred players from risking challenges of higher difficulty. And there are compelling reasons for this. Attribute boosts. Prior to passing the ascension trials, players, adhering to the standards of ordinary professions, gain 100 attribute points for every 10 levels. However, upon successfully completing the ascension trials, this attribute enhancement is significantly magnified. By conquering the ordinary difficulty, the enhancement is 0. 2. Yielding 120 attribute points for every 10 levels. By overcoming the difficult difficulty, the boost becomes 0. 4. Resulting in 140 points for every 10 levels. By succeeding in the nightmarish difficulty, the enhancement escalates to 0. 6. Granting 160 points for every 10 levels. This pattern continues. Should one triumph over the abyssal difficulty, the attribute gain would double. In other words, for every 10 levels, one could acquire 200 attribute points. Furthermore, each ascension trial's enhancement is cumulative. This leads to a situation where, despite two players sharing the same profession and equipment, variances in the difficulty of their ascension trials can result in substantial disparities in their foundational attributes as they progress. A swift step leads to further advancement. This is the essence of the matter. Little Gray. Since Jiang Han is resolute in his ambition to ascend to the pinnacle and survey the multitude, he naturally strives for perfection in every endeavor. Moreover, he possesses the capital and confidence to do so. However, he remains humble and promptly summons Little Gray. Howl. The diminutive figure of Little Gray, not even half the height of a person, appeared beside Jiang Han, exuding an immense sense of security despite its small stature. With a command to engage, Jiang Han ventured into the dense forest, accompanied by his mythic beast. In the next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated, causing the trees to tremble, and a colossal silhouette emerged before Jiang Han. Brutal Snow Wolf, Eerie, Level 10, Health, 5000, Mana, 5000, Strength, 300, Constitution, 500, Agility, 300, Spirit, 500, Passive, Unknown. Skills, Unknown. Description: a bizarre creature from the abyss, it possesses the power to annihilate all. Beware, for once it sets its sights on you, the scythe of death is poised to strike. Is it truly an eerie creature? Upon recognizing the massive wolf before him, towering over 3 meters and resembling a small mountain, Jiang Han felt a jolt of trepidation. Its formidable attributes alone could easily decimate a level 10 elite team clad in silver armor. With 5,000 health points, even the Shadow Assassin, known for its explosive power, would feel despair. Not to mention the terrifying power that reaches a staggering 300, capable of eliminating a fragile opponent with just 2 basic attacks. Moreover, who knows what monstrous abilities such a creature might possess? Jiang Han surmised that, judging by the nature of the doomsday monsters, this brutal snow wolf, once it unleashed its skills, could undoubtedly obliterate a defensive class in an instant. Yet, neither its overwhelming attack nor its despair-inducing health points constituted the most alarming aspect of the brutal snow wolf. Rather, it was the ominous character Eerie in its name that truly instilled dread. This signified that the brutal snow wolf was an aberrant entity. Once a player fell victim to such an entity in battle, their existence would be irrevocably erased from reality. Truly, the abyssal trials lived up to their reputation for extreme difficulty. Jiang Han's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated encountering such a fearsome creature during an ascending trial. Furthermore, upon entering the trial, there existed no means of retreat. The sole path forward was to conquer it. This implied that from the very moment he stepped into the trial, retreat was no longer an option. However, Jiang Han harbored no thoughts of retreat. "Go forth, Little Gray," he commanded softly. In an instant, the eager Little Gray surged forth, its dragon form slicing through the air, manifesting before the brutal snow wolf in a fleeting shadow. Chapter 17: Effortlessly defeating the corrupted boss. The terrifying Little Gray. Confronted with a brutal snow wolf towering nearly 2 meters high, Little Gray appeared diminutive in comparison. However, as a mythical beast of the celestial dragon, Little Gray possessed an inherent advantage over the ferocious giant wolf. Under the formidable dragon's might, the massive snow wolf was compelled to retreat. With a swift incantation, Little Gray unleashed a torrent of searing flames. Dragon King's Breath, 2500, a white numeral floated above the snow wolf's head, its health plummeting to less than half in an instant. The intensity of such a strike instilled immediate terror within it, causing it to back away in haste. Seizing the opportunity, Little Grey advanced, its claws slicing through the air, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. 594-600, the wolf's health dropped further, now reduced to less than a third. The brutal snow wolf undeniably showcased the characteristics of a level 10 corrupted boss. Jiang Han squinted, deep in thought. Little Grey inherently provided a 30 damage increase, which should have dealt approximately 650 damage. However, the current damage was reduced by 10%. This undoubtedly indicated that the brutal snow wolf possessed a 10 damage reduction, an essential attribute of a level 10 corrupted boss. Indeed, even among bosses of the same level, disparities in strength existed, broadly categorized as normal, elite, mutated, corrupted, lord, king, and immortal. Even upon reaching the 100-level stage, where equipment and attributes saw significant enhancements, the pinnacle of bosses that players could challenge remained the corrupted boss. Moreover, very few dared to contend with corrupted bosses. After all, should one perish, their attributes would suffer a permanent reduction of 20, affecting their real-life conditions as well. Who would risk their life without dire necessity? At this stage, corrupted bosses were even more formidable, particularly this brutal snow wolf, which was an enigmatic creature. Bosses of elite rank or higher invariably possessed area of effect skills. With a base strength of 300, a single skill could result in catastrophic losses. Yet, this seemingly invincible corrupted boss appeared utterly feeble before the level 1 Little Grey. A single breath of dragon fire coupled with 2 regular attacks brought the snow wolf's health to the brink. In the next moment, the wolf's eyes turned crimson, and its fur bristled. Enraged, Jiang Han quickly discerned that the boss's rapid health decline had triggered its berserk mode. In this state, all attributes of the brutal snow wolf would experience a significant boost, and its base health regeneration would double. Little Grey, unleash your dragon's might, Jiang Han commanded decisively. With a mighty roar, Little Grey bellowed skyward. World-shaking dragon might, though its voice was surprisingly gentle, the crimson hue in the snow wolf's eyes faded instantly, leaving it in a state of confusion. The forced one. 5 seconds of dizziness ignored the snow wolf's immunity to such effects, shattering its berserk state. Little Grey swiftly surged forward. In a mere 1.5 seconds, the formidable Little Grey managed to strike twice. By the time the ferocious giant wolf regained its senses, it was met with the devastating third claw. The sheer terror of the damage rendered this demonic boss incapable of rising again. Throughout the encounter, the ferocious giant wolf was never afforded the opportunity to unleash a single skill or execute an attack. This was not due to a lack of strength. The very essence of its ferocity was encapsulated in the word ferocious. The combination of the long-range, dragon's breath, and world-shattering dragon might was simply too overpowering. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the demonic boss ferocious snow wolf. Your familiar Little Grey has leveled up to level 2. Your familiar Little Grey has leveled up to level 3. Well done! Even Jiang Han was left astonished, feeling a sense of unreality until the system notification chimed, prompting him to open Little Grey's attributes panel. Nickname Little Grey, species Celestial Dragon, mythical, level 560, 50, status health, 14,000, mana, 14,000, base attributes strength, 700, constitution, 700, agility, 700. Spirit, 700, achieving a cross-level kill against a level 10 demonic boss granted an extraordinary amount of experience, enabling Little Grey to ascend 4 levels. The increase in attributes was nothing short of astonishing. A 50-point enhancement in all attributes with each level gained? Jiang Han could not help but exclaim. The growth of a mythical familiar was indeed outrageous. Furthermore, a new skill was unlocked. Dragon's Fawn, the dragon is the nemesis of magic. As the ruler of the dragon race, the celestial dragon silences all magic. It inflicts 500 magic damage on the 2 nearest enemy units and forcibly silences them for 5 seconds. Cost, 1,000 mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Jiang Han. Well, here we have yet another skill that is astonishingly powerful. The explosive damage is one thing, but the 5-second enforced silence is remarkable. To say it is a bane to magic is hardly an exaggeration. If utilized effectively, this skill could inflict great suffering upon all magic-based classes and bosses. The only drawback is the high mana consumption. However, with little Gray's substantial 14,000 base mana and impressive regeneration rate, this concern is easily dismissed. Closing the attributes panel. Jiang Han approached the corpse of the ferocious giant wolf. Fortune smiled upon him. In addition to over 1,000 gold coins, 2 pieces of equipment were dropped. Blood Wolf Fawn, Dagger, Grade, Dark Gold, Effect, Undetermined, Snow Wolf Bow, Grade, Dark Gold, Effect, Undetermined, 2 pieces of dark gold equipment truly befitting a demonic boss. Laden with treasures. Jiang Han grinned widely. To be honest, even in his past life, reaching level 100. He had only participated in the siege of demonic bosses a couple of times, and never as a main force. Yet, he understood the arduous nature of the endeavor. Not only did one have to tread carefully to avoid death, but the distribution of equipment rarely included a share for himself. Unlike now, where Xiaohui effortlessly vanquished the ruthless Snow Wolf, claiming the spoils for himself. How exhilarating! He stowed the 2 pieces of equipment into his storage space and pressed on with Xiaohui into the depths. In the past, such 2 coveted items would have sent countless adventurers into a frenzy of delight. However, now, after witnessing the monstrous might of mythic-level beast tamers and the devastating power of celestial-grade artifacts, the dark gold-level items seemed rather mundane. As the saying goes, it is difficult to transition from luxury to frugality. In comparison, Jiang Han found himself more intrigued. This was merely the first trial, and already a demonic boss had emerged. What kind of spectacle awaited him in the subsequent challenges? Soon, Jiang Han emerged from the dense forest, and what greeted him was a jet-black ferocious tiger. Dark Abyss Tiger, Eerie, Level 10, Health, 8,000, Mana, 8,000, Strength, 400, Constitution, 800, Agility, 300, Spirit, 500, Passive, Unknown. Skills, Unknown. Description: a bizarre creature from the abyss, possessing the power to obliterate all. Beware, for once it sets its gaze upon you, the scythe of death shall swing forth. Once again, he encountered an eerie, demonic boss, and its attributes surpassed those of the ruthless Snow Wolf, elevating the challenge to a whole new level. Chapter 18, The Final Trial, The Wanderer of the Abyss. Yet, the abyssal tiger must confront an even more terrifying foe, the diminutive Grey. At merely level 1. Slaughtering the savage Snow Wolf was akin to dispatching a mere chick. Now, having ascended to level 5 and unlocked new skills, the stakes are significantly higher. Dragon King's Breath, Dragon Fawn, -3500, -4200, the abyssal tiger, sensing the intrusion of an external threat, emitted a roar of unparalleled fury. Followed by a fiery breath and a brilliant blue magical orb that came crashing down. Its health plummeted to a pitiful 300 points. Compelled into a berserk state. The abyssal tiger's mental prowess doubled, skyrocketing to a staggering 1,000 points. It was evident that this was a magic-oriented boss. The mere thought of a level 10 creature possessing such mental acuity would bring tears to the eyes of any knight. The fearsome enhancement of a magical boss's abilities would render even a level 20 knight clad in golden armor incapable of withstanding a single blow. Whoosh! The sound of slicing wind resonated as the diminutive yet deceptively cute dragon claw descended. -800, the terrifying radiance that had just enveloped the abyssal tiger's forepaw dissipated in an instant. The colossal form collapsed with a thunderous crash, its vitality extinguished without a trace. Like the savage Snow Wolf before it, the abyssal tiger met a dismal end beneath the claws of Grey, having not even unleashed a single attack. An imposing health bar of 8,000 crumbled to mere paper before the might of a mythic beast. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the corrupted boss, abyssal tiger, ding! Your beast, Grey, has leveled up to level 6. Jiang Han was hardly surprised by this outcome and promptly moved to scavenge the spoils. Spiked Tiger Shield, One-Handed Shield, Grade, Gold. Effect, Not Yet Identified, Dark Sword, One-Handed Sword, Grade, Dark Gold. Effect, Not Yet Identified. Once again, 2 pieces of equipment emerged, though their quality was slightly inferior to the earlier findings. Nevertheless, Jiang Han was thoroughly satisfied. Gold-grade equipment is exceedingly rare, even beyond the novice village. Especially at this stage of the game. Putting aside all else, these items alone could fetch a staggering price of 1 million in just 2 days. Provided there were players who could venture beyond the novice village. After all, he would surely have long departed from the novice zone, thriving in higher realms. With fervor in his gaze, Jiang Han licked his lips. Regardless of the circumstances, these treasures were pure gold. The abundance of dark gold equipment was a testament to his luck, which had soared to 60 points, as well as the concentration of single boss encounters in the trial. What if others were to attempt this? To obtain even a single piece of dark gold equipment would require ancestral blessings. Equipment of gold grade and above is predominantly crafted through quests or the collection of rare materials. With Gray by his side, Jiang Han pressed deeper into the fray. Following the abyssal tiger, two more boss entities emerged. Brute Bull, Eerie, Raging Carnivorous Flower Monarch, Eerie, each creature boasted increasingly exaggerated attributes, and as expected, they were both peculiar entities. Among them, the rampaging man-eating flower monarch boasts a staggering health of 15,000 and a fundamental spirit exceeding 1,000. Such a formidable boss could instill despair in the entirety of the 9527 novice village. However, regrettably, before Xiaohui, even a boss of this magnitude poses no significant threat. He advances with unyielding force, acquiring yet another 4 pieces of equipment, 2 golden and 2 dark golden. Moreover, Xiaohui's level has ascended to 7, tantalizingly close to level 8. This illustrates the fact that the leveling mechanism in Doomsday indeed becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. Slaying a ferocious snow wolf propelled him up 4 levels. Yet the journey from level 5 to 7 required him to vanquish 3 boss of equal rank. Now, only the final trial remains. Jiang Han gazes into the distance, his eyes settling upon the dimly lit grand hall. The promotion trial adheres to a certain pattern. Not only are all boss singular entities, but the quantity of boss at each stage is also fixed. The normal difficulty necessitates the defeat of 1 boss, while the hard mode requires 2, and so forth. Thus, the abyssal trial demands the elimination of 5 boss. Clearly, dispatching the boss within this grand hall signifies the successful completion of this trial. The attributes of the final boss will undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. The preceding boss were all mutated beings, and even the rampaging man-eating flower monarch subtly surpassed the threshold, meeting the criteria for a lord-level entity. Therefore, the final boss will, at the very least, be a lord-level foe. To confront a lord-level boss alone? At this moment, an inexplicable sensation welled up within Jiang Han. Success in this challenge would undoubtedly etch his name in history, whereas failure would result in his demise, rendering all efforts futile. This reckless venture felt foreign to him, for in his past life, every path he tread was dictated by Liu Ruyan, with stability as the ultimate goal. Yet now, as Jiang Han traverses this shadowy path, he feels not an ounce of trepidation. Instead, an exhilarating thrill courses through him. Perhaps it is this liberation from the concerns of others that reveals his true self. Having lost his parents early in life, he believed he feared solitude. Yet this notion may have been misguided from the outset. He ought to embrace solitude, navigating through perilous terrains. A true man, journeying through the world, should not be shackled by matters of love and affection. From this day forth, I, Jiang Han, shall live solely for myself. Perhaps it is the isolation around him, or the emotional suppression of over a decade, that prompts Jiang Han to suddenly break into silent laughter. Standing before the grand hall, he opens his arms wide, embracing the void. He murmurs, "Come forth." Thunder roars in the dim forest, and raindrops cascade from the heavens. Jiang Han retracts all emotions, his gaze filled with determination and madness, as he reaches out to push open the heavy door that perhaps no one has ever touched. A muted light filters through the doorway, illuminating the otherwise pitch-black hall. "Adventurer, you have descended into the abyss." A voice, seemingly emerging from nowhere, echoed as if someone were softly whispering. Following this, a barrage of system alerts ensued. Ding! You have entered a highly dangerous area, please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. Ding! You have entered a highly dangerous area, please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. Ding! You have entered a highly dangerous area, please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. The sound was harsh and piercing, reminiscent of a scene from a film where an intruder unlawfully trespasses into a military stronghold. Jiang Han had never before encountered such an intense broadcast from the system. One might even describe it as wretched. It felt as though he were enveloped in fear. Jiang Han was uncertain whether the system of the apocalypse possessed life or consciousness, but at that moment, the relentless alerts conveyed an overwhelming sense of dread. It was as if a solitary boat were being swallowed by tumultuous waves, surrounded by a vast desolation, the suffocating despair instantly engulfing him. Boom! Before him, two eerie lights suddenly illuminated the space. At the far end of the grand hall, a creature seated upon a throne abruptly opened its eyes. In an instant, a wave of pressure surged forth, akin to a torrent crashing down, causing the heavy stone doors to creak ominously, as if unable to withstand such force. Wanderer of the Abyss, King, Level 10, Health 50,000, Strength 0, Constitution 5,000, Agility 0, Mental 5,000, Talent Unknown, Skills Unknown, From the Abyss to the Abyss. A King-level boss. Chapter 19, The Nemesis of Spellcasters, the Oppressed Monarch-level boss, a pure spellcaster profession. With a staggering 5,000 in mental power, Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. Truly, this was the ultimate trial of abyssal difficulty. Such an immense health pool indicated that this wanderer could effortlessly inflict 5-digit damage. Even with Little Gray's current health reaching 16,000, there remained a risk of being instantly eliminated. After all, a boss of this caliber undoubtedly possessed formidable skills with substantial enhancements, and as a spellcaster, the threat was magnified. Not to mention that it boasted a health bar of an astonishing 50,000. Quite the monstrosity indeed. To be frank, the strength of the Wanderer exceeded Jiang Han's expectations. Compared to previous bosses, its intensity had more than doubled, reaching a level of sheer domination. However, it was not without flaws. With a strength and agility of 0. This Wanderer was destined to lack any basic attack damage, exhibiting a notably slow attack speed and prolonged wind-up. Exploiting this weakness represented the only opportunity for Jiang Han to solo the Wanderer. His mind raced as he swiftly devised a counter-strategy. When confronting a sluggish mage, the best approach is to anticipate its skills and respond accordingly. Of course, while that sounds feasible, the execution remains another matter entirely. Except under certain specific circumstances. The skills of the Apocalypse bosses are released completely at random, devoid of any discernible patterns. Judging whether a boss will unleash a skill demands an exceptionally high level of discernment from players. Moreover, for a boss of this magnitude, once a skill is released, players are often left with little more than a death sentence. Even Jiang Han was not exempt from this fate. Little Gray, refrain from using skills indiscriminately. Heed my commands at all times. Jiang Han fixed his gaze on the Wanderer's movements as the Beastmaster's aura enveloped his feet. This skill bore no attributes yet was fundamentally vital for a Beastmaster. Beyond merely controlling the beasts, it was crucial to establish a telepathic connection to issue skill commands without uttering a word. This entirely eliminated the time spent on verbal communication, allowing the beast to respond instantaneously. Previously, it was unnecessary as Little Gray could solo those earlier bosses. However, this situation was markedly different. Awah! Little Gray waved its paw in acknowledgement. Typically quite proud and indifferent to Jiang Han, in the heat of battle, it was unyielding and obedient. In the next moment, it charged towards the Wanderer at Jiang Han's command. 922, as a Monarch-level boss, it inherently possessed a 20 damage reduction. Little Gray, now at level 8, had a base strength of 850, resulting in damage fluctuating around 930. 1,000, yet immediately thereafter, a green number appeared above the Wanderer's head. Health regeneration. As anticipated. Jiang Han squinted. A boss of this caliber naturally boasted high-level attributes such as health recovery. Regenerating 1,000 health points per second elicited a sense of despair in onlookers. It can be said that a level 10 ordinary player in the assassin class, donned in a set of dark gold armor that is currently unattainable, can merely scratch the surface of a boss's health with a single skill. The damage inflicted is outpaced by the boss's healing. What is even more frustrating is that the Lord-level bosses and those above possess a high-level attribute known as damage immunity. If a certain damage threshold is not met, the attack is rendered completely ineffective. For instance, if this Wandering Spectre has a damage immunity of 800, then an attack dealing 799 damage will be instantly nullified upon impact. This underlines why magical bosses represent the pinnacle of guild raids. Against a Lord-level boss, sheer numbers are of no consequence. Even if a billion players were to surround and assault it, as long as no one could surpass the damage threshold, the inflicted damage would remain at 0. However, with Xiao Hui's formidable output, such concerns are non-existent. Utilizing Dragon's Breath, he continues his regular attacks. Jiang Han calmly issues commands. 4250, 935, 930, a series of terrifying numbers appear, and the specter's health bar diminishes significantly. Even with its formidable health regeneration, it cannot recover from this. A purely magical boss stands before Xiao Hui as nothing more than a living target, allowing for unrestrained output. Even without considering skills, his normal attacks yield a staggering DPS, damage per second, of 1500. The specter's health plummets rapidly. World-shaking dragon might, in the next moment. A cold glimmer flashes in Jiang Han's eyes as he decisively gives the order. Roar! Xiao Hui throws back his head and howls, causing the specter to fall into a momentary state of confusion. The blue light gathering between his sleeves dissipates instantly. A spell with instantaneous casting? Witnessing this scene, Jiang Han's caution intensifies. The process of issuing commands took less than half a second. Despite this, it nearly allowed the specter to unleash its skill. It is important to note that Jiang Han's observations are not merely superficial, they are informed by his prior experiences with bizarre creatures, enabling him to make predictions. Almost the instant the specter moves, the signal for skill release is emitted. Were anyone else in this position, even the most elite player would struggle to replicate this feat. Lacking Jiang Han's profound insight into these strange beings. 930, 920. Seizing the moment while the specter is in confusion, Xiao Hui unleashes a torrent of attacks. In a mere 5 seconds, the specter suffers over 10,000 damage, a wound that even its 1,000 per second recovery cannot mend. Wandering Spectre, for 359050,000, at last, the confusion subsides, and the specter raises its hands, its sleeves billowing. A voice, mysterious and resonant like a celestial chant, echoes throughout the hall. Chanting. Jiang Han chooses not to interrupt immediately, instead opting to observe the specter's actions closely. Such a formidable skill undoubtedly requires a considerable amount of time to chant. With the Dragon King's breath, now in cooldown, Little Grey possesses but a single, giant dragon fong. He must strive to prolong the time as much as possible. 1, 2, 3. Giant Dragon Fong, 4600, target forcibly enters a silencing state for 5 seconds. Large-scale chanting skills typically last over 10 seconds, with those spanning from 10 to 20 seconds being the most common. However, Jiang Han only waited 5 seconds. As he could not ascertain whether the king-level magical boss possessed a passive ability to shorten the chant duration. This interval was the most prudent choice. Under the terrifying effects of the giant dragon Fong, even the Wanderer, as a king-level boss, was forcibly plunged into silence. A magical boss unable to cast spells is simply left to endure punishment. 4250, 930, 945. Little Grey unleashed a torrent of ferocious attacks, reveling in the exhilaration. Even Jiang Han, keeping a safe distance, attempted a couple of basic strikes, only to find the damage amounted to 0. By the time the silencing effect wore off, the Wanderer's health had dwindled to less than half. Wanderer, 21,225 50,000. Including the previous chanting phase. The 10 seconds allowed Little Grey, a merciless damage dealer, to unleash his full potential, resulting in a burst of damage that would surely bring tears to the boss's eyes. Against such a magical boss, the Celestial Dragon indeed holds a crushing advantage. However, alongside this high output arises a pressing concern: both of Little Grey's control skills have entered cooldown. The Wanderer can now unleash his next skill without hesitation. With an astonishing 5,000 spirit points, any skill that exceeds a fourfold enhancement could instantly obliterate Little Grey's health of 16,000. Chapter 20, Mastery of Micro-Operations, Conquering the Abyssal Trials. Indeed, Jiang Han possessed hidden strategies, one of which was the Wrath of the Dragon King, an extraordinary enhancement of 10,000 Strength Constitution. With Xiao Hui's current attributes, this skill could inflict a terrifying 170,000 damage, enough to slay the Wanderer thrice over. From the very outset of the battle, Jiang Han held an undeniable advantage. However, he had no intention of employing this trump card just yet. A 5 reduction in attributes was far too burdensome, affecting not only his current capabilities but also diminishing his future growth potential. Unless absolutely necessary, this ace would remain unplayed. At this moment, it was clear that the situation had not yet reached such dire straits. Indeed, even though Xiao Hui's control skills were on cooldown, The precarious position of the duo, a lone man and his dragon, seemed fraught with danger. Yet, Jiang Han remained confident in his victory. He had deduced that after encountering 2 successive control abilities, the Wanderer would refrain from utilizing skills with lengthy casting times. Instantaneous skills would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. However, the enhancements for spellcasting professions could not rival those of chant-based classes. This implied that Xiao Hui's health could withstand the impending assault. The sole disadvantage lay in the fact that should the boss choose to strike at Jiang Han, he would undoubtedly perish in an instant. In truth, the Wanderer was not foolish. From the outset, his target had never been Xiao Hui, but rather the one manipulating him, Jiang Han. Yet, he had failed to achieve his aim. Jiang Han never relied on his opponent's mistakes for victory. Such an approach would be overly naive. He moved with an uncanny grace, meticulously controlling his position. At this moment, if one were to observe from above the Grand Hall, they would be astonished by a remarkable revelation, irrespective of how Xiao Hui maneuvered or from which direction he launched an attack. Jiang Han's position consistently aligned in a straight line with both Xiao Hui and the Wanderer. This meant that if the Wanderer chose to strike at Jiang Han, he would inevitably have to contend with Xiao Hui's position. Moreover, Jiang Han was situated less than half a meter from Xiao Hui, nearly glued to him. The Wanderer, not being reckless, refrained from attacking indiscriminately, patiently seeking the right angle. Any shift in this proximity would reveal a vulnerability. However, Jiang Han's mastery over his and Xiao Hui's positioning was nothing short of flawless. He danced upon a razor's edge without faltering. This was the pinnacle of micro-operations. A performance that would leave anyone in awe. In simple terms, pure skill. Indeed, even if he had not ascended to the divine ranks in his past life, Jiang Han's abilities were not inferior to those of any divine master. In fact, they might even surpass them. Otherwise, would it truly be plausible for a novice like Liu Ruyan to reach the divine level merely through monetary means? The arduous journey behind her growth was known only to Jiang Han himself. He bore the weight of a tremendous burden while dancing on the knife's edge. Ultimately, he utilized the scant resources left by Liu Ruyan to become a formidable expert within the elite echelon of Zheng City. However, from a certain perspective, in terms of honing her skills, Jiang Han is indeed largely responsible for her current prowess. After all, while other god-tier experts frantically enhance and refine themselves, she has devoted her thoughts and efforts to executing the most splendid and effective maneuvers with the least amount of resources. Ultimately, she succeeded. If one were to describe the difficulty faced by others in the apocalyptic realm as brutal, then Jiang Han has traversed the depths of hell itself. Now, the fruits of her arduous labor have blossomed. Her exquisite control over her position is unmatched, and even when multitasking, a renowned assassin like Knight in Brocade would struggle to endure for more than 2 seconds. Yet Jiang Han performs seamlessly. Xiao Hui continues to unleash relentless attacks. While the Wanderer's health bar steadily diminishes, akin to being consumed by flames, despite its constant repositioning in search of an opportunity. Boom! In the next moment, the Wanderer, losing patience, decides to strike. A dark light flashes from the heavens, transforming into a bolt of furious lightning. Unable to find an angle on the ground, it opts to attack from above. Unfortunately, what it can conceive, Jiang Han has already anticipated. Xiao Hui is lying in wait, ready to absorb the blow. 6700, the damage dealt is terrifying. Even with Xiao Hui's health, nearly half of it is obliterated. With just 3 more instant skills, the Wanderer could eliminate Xiao Hui. Meanwhile, the Wanderer's health is also plummeting rapidly. Another, Dragon King's Breath, lands, driving its health below 12,000. This is a fierce confrontation. Retreating means certain defeat. In pain, Xiao Hui lets out a roar, engaging the Wanderer in a fierce struggle. 930, 964, 933, a series of damage notifications erupt above the Wanderer's head. The Wanderer strikes once more, a red orb flashing. 8500, this damage exceeds the previous, and Xiao Hui's health bar nearly hits the bottom. Just one final blow would be enough to vanquish Xiao Hui. At that moment, Jiang Han, bereft of her mythic beast, would find herself facing a king-level boss with only a fifth of its health remaining, devoid of any chance of survival. Perhaps realizing this, the Wanderer focuses its gaze on Xiao Hui. Unfortunately, this realization comes too late. With a radiant smile, Jiang Han produces an ancient page from her hand. Chapter of Brutality. This celestial artifact is the final straw that broke the camel's back. Before the Wanderer can make its next move, shall we shift slightly? A crimson light piercing through and locking onto the Wanderer. Brutality Execution, 1859, critical hit, target S health below 20. Triggering instant death effect, 8026, Wanderer, 50,000, 2 damage notifications emerge in succession. This king-level boss, who has dominated this realm for countless years, ends its life after unleashing merely 2 instant skills, disintegrating into dust and dissipating into the air. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the final trial boss, the Wandering Abyss. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the Abyss-level Ascension trial. Ding! Congratulations, you can now gain experience. Ding! Congratulations, your beast, Little Grey, has leveled up to level 10. Ding! Congratulations! As the first adventurer to successfully pass the Abyss trial, you have been rewarded with a 5 boost to all attributes. Finally, it is done. Listening to the melodious system notification ringing in his ears, Jiang Han exhaled a long breath of relief. Though the outcome was anticipated, upon reaching this moment, an overwhelming joy surged within him. The Abyss-level trial indeed. In his previous life, the highest record merely reached level 100. Achieved only by a group of divine beings working in unison to barely conquer the hellish trial. Yet now, accompanied by Little Grey, the 2 of them, 1 human and 1 dragon, had vanquished these 5 extraordinarily fearsome and peculiar creatures. The disparity was indeed a source of profound reflection. Meanwhile, in the outside world, ding! System announcement: the player Jiang Han from the Great Xia Kingdom has successfully passed the Abyss-level Ascension trial, becoming the first ever hero to accomplish this feat. He has been awarded the legendary title of Emissary of the Abyss, and this is hereby proclaimed. Ding! System announcement. Ding! System announcement. The crisp notification suddenly resonated throughout the vast expanse of Doomsday, sweeping through every corner of the game. In that moment, all players stood frozen in place, bewildered as they absorbed this astonishing proclamation, akin to the initial explosion of an atomic bomb. What on earth is happening? Chapter 21, The Unskilled Playing Games? The perplexed Liu Ruyan Ascension Trials? What manner of thing is this? It sounds rather impressive. The world broadcast suggests that this individual has achieved the global first clear? Many players are left bewildered, they have only just entered the game and are still grappling with the very concept of the Ascension Trials. Yet, they possess a modicum of understanding regarding the broadcast's content. After all, achieving the global first clear is a celebrated feat in any game. One that is often recounted among players. In previous online games, the competition for such an honor was predominantly among well-known experts. Jiang Han? The name sounds unfamiliar. Seemingly not belonging to any prominent guild. Is he a newly emerged adept among casual players, or perhaps a newly minted alias of a renowned figure? Countless individuals, while astonished, speculate on Jiang Han's true identity. In Novice Village 2743, a group of young men and women has gathered. Though their attire is no different from that of other players, their demeanor exudes an undeniable intensity, marking them as extraordinary individuals. Surrounding players, sensing the difference, tactfully steer clear of them. Overnight, the number of organ failures in the Great Xia Kingdom has surged, overwhelming hospitals, and the source of this upheaval appears to be linked to a game. The Great Xia authorities, naturally, cannot remain passive. They swiftly established a special task force to investigate the underlying truth. The individuals in Novice Village 2743 represent one of the most elite teams among them. Each member is a top-tier operative, seasoned warriors who have seen the battlefield. A player with a global first clear has appeared in our Great Xia Kingdom, and it seems that only this Jiang Han is listed on the leaderboard. The leader of the group, a man with a buzz cut, listens intently to the broadcast, his gaze flickering. For reasons unknown, he instinctively feels that this player named Jiang Han may possess knowledge of some deeper truths. Xiaoqi, do we have any information on this individual? The buzzcut man queries a strikingly beautiful woman beside him. She is a player from Novice Village 9527, presumably hailing from Jiangcheng. Nothing substantial at this moment, Xiaoqi replies succinctly. As a key member of the investigative team, she is responsible for gathering intelligence from various sources. Is that all? The buzzcut man furrows his brow. Given Shaoqi's access, she should be able to unearth a wealth of information from both overt and covert channels. She could effortlessly locate a stranger's ancestral grave within a minute. Yet, concerning this Jiang Han, only scant bits of information have surfaced. With this limited data, it is evident that Doomsday cannot merely be a game as simple as it appears. I am unable to retrieve any further intel. Shaoqi's eyes gleam with a fervor for the unknown. I am merely certain that those suffering from organ failures have experienced excessive deaths within the game. Perhaps. The buzzcut man concedes, his brow still furrowed. This game is indeed complex. Let us first focus on leveling up. Furthermore, keep a vigilant eye on this Jiang Han. Report to me immediately should any information arise. In the city of Jiang, there were also individuals sent to gather intelligence. Shaoqi nodded, as he was, of course, unconditionally obedient to orders. However, he expressed his doubts. After all, we are here to investigate the essence of the end of days. Investing too much effort in a single player may yield little reward. I mean, Chief, I believe that Jiang Han is merely another player, and it is unnecessary to focus so intently on him. Others nearby voiced their agreement. The global first kill and the top rank on the leaderboard may indeed be impressive to the average person, yet it fails to intimidate them. After all, virtual online games have been around for some time, and what are often labeled as experts primarily rely on agility and reflexes. To them, these attributes are abundantly available. One might ponder how such a virtual environment could compare to the chaos of real combat. It can be asserted that those who have truly experienced the battlefield can adeptly apply their combat awareness to virtual games, thus achieving a decisive advantage. This is indeed the reality. Examining previous popular online games, the elite ranks were predominantly filled with retired mercenaries, special forces members, and boxers. Only a minuscule fraction were mere homebodies engrossed in gaming. Even among special forces, individuals like Shaoqi and his companions were the C-Armée de la C-Armée, each capable of standing alone. Their disdain for game players is entirely justified. In their perspective, the so-called elite are not particularly remarkable. Given sufficient time, they could indeed obliterate this group of players. It is merely a matter of desire. In fact, if Jiang Han were present, he would instantly recognize the buzzcut man at the forefront as one of the legendary powerhouses of the Great Xia Kingdom in his previous life, Quangrun. Even on a global scale, he belonged to the upper echelons, qualified to contend for the title of the strongest warrior. While others may not have reached the divine level, they, too, were formidable experts. Quangrun spoke solemnly. If this were an ordinary game, it would naturally be unnecessary to pay attention. However, I have a premonition that the end of days will alter the future dynamics of the world. With such a significant advantage, I do not believe this individual is an ordinary person. We cannot afford to be complacent. Really? Chief, are you being this cautious? Shaoqi raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. In any case, let us proceed as I have suggested. For now, we should focus on leveling up. I am quite eager to discover what makes the end of days so extraordinary. Quangrun instructed. Then turned to head towards the wilderness area, with the others promptly following suit. However, under Quangrun's guidance, a heightened sense of vigilance had settled within them. This awareness was not limited to Quangrun alone. Those who could ultimately rise to power in such a brutal environment as the end of days possessed remarkably keen instincts. A considerable number of players had already recognized the game's exceptional nature and began to amass advantages on the very second day of its release. In the novice village No. 9527, one could hardly believe that on just the second day, a prodigy had already reached level 10, and they hailed from the same novice village as they did. If only we could connect with this divine being and form a formidable team, our fortunes would be assured. At that point, even someone like Jiang Han, the privileged heir, would only be able to gaze up at us in awe. Clad in his initial ragged attire, Zhou Tao listened intently to the broadcast that echoed in his ears. His fists clenched in excitement, his body trembling with exhilaration. Ever since he emerged from the hospital yesterday, he had increasingly sensed that there was something amiss with the apocalypse. Thus, he had dragged Liu Ruyan along early this morning, using the proceeds from the sale of her designer handbag to acquire gaming equipment and delve into the apocalypse. Just as he entered the game, the sound of the global broadcast sent his heart racing, igniting within him the ambition of a true hero. It felt as though he himself had conquered the abyss-level trial. Beside him, Liu Ruyan observed Zhou Tao's fervor with a furrowed brow. Her expression one of disbelief as she remarked, "It's merely a game. Jiang Han may be a frivolous player with no real skills. But must you also join in this folly? Surely, you don't believe that a mere game could elevate you to the pinnacle of life?" Chapter 22, Additional Rewards. Epic items. You may not comprehend it, but I am certain this is a tremendous opportunity, Zhou Tao asserted confidently, patting his chest. Just wait and see. My foresight is infallible. Suit yourself, Liu Ruyan scoffed, curling her lips in disdain. By the way, Zhou Tao suddenly recalled. Didn't I ask you to contact Jiang Han yesterday? To bring him into the game so we could level up together? He has the means to procure some equipment offline. How did that go? Liu Ruyan replied with a cold smile, I couldn't be bothered to contact him. If you wish to, then go ahead, I'm not that desperate. What about your living expenses this month? 200,000 is no trifling sum, Zhou Tao hesitated. Don't fret, when the time comes, Jiang Han will naturally deliver it himself. Just as he always has, Liu Ruyan replied matter-of-factly. True enough, Zhou Tao nodded. He is so fond of you, in a few days. He will surely come to his senses. Let's not discuss him, it's tedious, Liu Ruyan said lightly. It's a rare moment of peace without him hovering around. Besides, I haven't had the chance to play the game yet, so experiencing it will be delightful. Alright, let us first find a way to level up. After some deliberation, the duo resolved to focus on leveling up. Trial Dungeon. Unbeknownst to Jiang Han, who was engrossed in observing the grandeur of the hall, the world outside was tumultuous. Unlike previous encounters, this time, upon the death of the Wanderer, no equipment or items dropped, only a crystal-clear shard gently descended. Jiang Han reached out to catch the shard. Fragment of Abyss Stone, Shard 1, Grade Unknown, Undetectable, a shard? Beyond a brief line of information, there was nothing more. Not even a basic item description. Jiang Han furrowed his brow, urgently searching his mind for any knowledge related to this object, yet he found none. Perhaps such items were only dropped by the final boss of the Abyss-level trials, which is why there was no information in his previous life. Jiang Han speculated silently. The world of Apocalypse was vast. According to the theories of those supreme experts, the divine level represented a new beginning, rife with secrets. It was not unusual to encounter unfamiliar items. While he felt a tinge of regret that the boss did not yield the anticipated bounty, Jiang Han was not overly concerned. After all, items dropped by bosses of such caliber could hardly be straightforward, he simply lacked the means to unravel this mystery at present. After thoroughly exploring the hall to ensure nothing was overlooked, Jiang Han stepped into the teleportation array, departing from the ascension trial. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, a tall figure materialized in the trial hall of Novice Village number 9527. The guard on duty was taken aback. The system announcements were only broadcasted to players. As an NPC native to Apocalypse, he was naturally unaware that Jiang Han had passed the Abyss-level trial. Moreover, he had not heard any reports from the personnel responsible for his reception. Hello, I have completed the Ascension trial and now require the main city as transfer decree. Jiang Han greeted with a smile. To depart from the Novice Village, one must not only attain a level of 10 but also possess the city as summons decree. Otherwise, even upon reaching the main city, entry will be denied, and one may face immediate execution by the guards. This necessity for the Ascension trial underscores its significance. Without passing the Ascension trial, one remains trapped in the Novice Village for eternity. Please wait a moment, I need to verify something. The guard cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Han before initiating contact with the summoning guard. Beep. Outside the Grand Hall, the guard responsible for summons lounged on a silver bench, basking in leisure. Suddenly, the communication device chimed. The summons guard lazily pressed the answer button. Wondering why he was being summoned so early, wasn't it too soon for a call? He was enjoying the sun. Stop basking, we have urgent matters to discuss. The Grand Hall guard replied curtly. Is someone attempting the Ascension trial today? You didn't inform me beforehand? Oh, is that all? I thought I might be getting off early today. The summons guard yawned, appearing unfazed. There is indeed one individual, but he has opted for the abyss-level trial. I couldn't dissuade him, there is nothing more to say. He is bound to fail, and it won't concern you, so rest assured, there will be no issues. What level did you say? The Grand Hall Guard was taken aback, disbelief written across his face. Abyss level. Why? Do you think I'm so foolish as to not alert you about someone undertaking a trial? The summons guard rolled his eyes, dismissing the concern. Do you truly believe anyone could pass such a trial? The Grand Hall Guard fell silent for a moment before asking, is there anyone else attempting the ascension trial? No. Just this one. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to be so lax. The summons guard chuckled. Oh, by the way, I've already marked that lad for death. So you needn't trouble yourself further. The Grand Hall Guard inhaled deeply, his voice grave. Whether it's a hassle or not is beside the point. You must answer me one question first. Speak. Is the lad's name Jiang Han? Indeed, have you been perusing the trial list? You seem rather free. The summons guard trailed off, suddenly struck by a realization, his expression shifting to one of shock. He recognized that this colleague of over a decade had never been one to check the trial list. A ludicrous thought took root in his mind. The summons guard swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Buddy, please don't jest with me, this isn't amusing at all. With a serious demeanor, the Grand Hall Guard replied in a low tone, I am not jesting. The Jiang Han you mentioned stands right before me. If all goes as expected, he glanced at Jiang Han, then spoke deliberately, has passed the abyss-level trial. The summons guard sprang up from the bench. The previous languor and composure replaced by sheer incredulity. He shouted, impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is not impossible. In any case, please expedite the release of the roster. I must grant authorization to this young valiant warrior immediately. The Hall Guardian's expression was grave. Furthermore, this matter requires prompt reporting to the higher authorities, so please act swiftly. With that, he abruptly ended the call, leaving the bewildered escort guard standing in the wind, his heart a tumultuous whirl of emotions. Impossible. How could anyone truly pass the abyss-level trial in this world? Is the very fabric of our reality about to change? Esteemed warrior, I have just verified the information and can bestow upon you the guiding token. Shutting off the information panel, the Hall Guardian regarded Jiang Han with a complex expression. The once proud glimmer in his eyes had vanished, replaced by profound respect. For even in the annals of the Empire's history, few had succeeded in the inferno-level ascension trials. And those who did were invariably high-ranking figures whose mere stamp of a foot could send tremors throughout the Empire. Moreover, the individual before him had triumphed over the even more formidable abyss-level trial. The future potential was boundless. To maintain any semblance of arrogance at this moment would indeed reflect a grave misjudgment of stature. Thank you. Jiang Han smiled faintly. It is my honor. The Hall Guardian clasped his chest and bowed deeply, his demeanor radiating respect. Additionally, as you have surpassed the inferno-level ascension trials, you are entitled to receive an epic-grade item, the Badge of Valor. Chapter 23, Triggering the Hidden Profession, Beast Whisperer. Epic-grade. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, intrigued by such fortuitous news. With a single wave of his hand, the Hall Guardian summoned a badge that shimmered with a faint purple hue, which gracefully floated before Jiang Han. Badge of Valor, Epic Grade. Description: a testament to the brave. This badge can only be acquired through the trials of the Inferno level, a supreme honor of the Empire. Base attributes 20, Charm 3, Valor Power, passive activated when health drops below 30, increasing strength by 10 for 1 minute. A wearable item of considerable merit. Jiang Han smiled with satisfaction as he equipped the Badge of Valor. The mere increase of 3 in charm indicated that the badge's potential was far from trivial. Moreover, the inclusion of the Valor Power skill, which enhances attributes by a percentage, only added to its formidable nature. Notably, there were no level restrictions for its wear. It was indeed a worthy epic-grade item, demonstrating its strength. Furthermore, although this type of item did not activate simply by being placed in a backpack like the Brutal Chapter, it still did not occupy space in the conventional equipment slots, standing independently instead. Such items were exceedingly rare and challenging to obtain. Even as the game progressed to level 100, the majority of players would not possess such treasures. Next, the Hall Guardian presented Jiang Han with a wooden token. With this token, he would have unrestricted access to the main city. Having acquired what he sought, Jiang Han chose not to linger in the trial hall and proceeded directly to the teleportation array leading to the main city. For players, the novice village felt too small. It was only upon entering the main city that the game truly commenced. This was especially true for the Beast Whisperer. Despite Jiang Han's significant level advantage, he possessed but a single meager skill, Beast Aura, which paled in comparison to the skills of other professions at level 3. Completing the first transition quest was now the most crucial task ahead. 2 hours later, at the outer edge of Novice Village number 9527, the teleportation array shimmered with blue light, and Jiang Han's form vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself before a towering city. Ding! You have arrived in a new area, Windleaf City. At last, he had arrived. Jiang Han looked up at the towering walls, their grayish-blue hue merging with the horizon, evoking a sense of weightiness. Occasionally, cold crows swept overhead, imparting a feeling of desolation. The reality mirrored this sentiment. While the main city boasted resources infinitely surpassing those of the novice village, the dangers also escalated exponentially. Here, anomalous creatures would sporadically emerge, launching indiscriminate attacks on nearby beings. Whether NPC or player, anyone struck down by these creatures would vanish entirely from the world, with no hope of resurrection. Players lamented the game's difficulty. Yet upon reaching the main city, they would soon realize that the novice village was a veritable paradise in comparison. Even as a reborn player, Jiang Han dared not harbor any dismissive thoughts. After summoning his companion, Little Grey, he felt a sense of reassurance and continued onward toward Windleaf City. Who goes there? Please present your identification. As soon as he arrived beside the city gate, the guards stationed there bellowed a command. This was the summons. Jiang Han had just taken out the summoning token to present it when he noticed the guard's expression shift to one of solemnity as he bowed and respectfully said, "Ah. It is the esteemed hero. Please, enter." Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly composed himself, casting a glance at the valorous badge adorning his chest. It appeared that beyond its formidable attributes, this epic item also conferred certain advantages of status. This realization opened up a broader realm of possibilities for him. Pondering, Jiang Han made his way towards the class transfer plaza upon entering the main city. The plaza was vast, teeming with hundreds of NPCs. However, given the number of players Windleaf City could accommodate, the presence of so many NPCs seemed but a drop in the ocean. Jiang Han distinctly recalled that in his previous life, he had spent a full 3 days merely waiting in line. Aside from being forcibly ejected from the game due to reaching the time limit, he had remained in the transfer plaza, too wary to stray. Otherwise, the opportunistic resellers would swiftly demonstrate what it meant to be usurped. Yet now, the transfer plaza appeared eerily vacant, with not a soul in sight for hundreds of meters. Clearly, arriving early and late were two entirely different experiences. Jiang Han couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of being among the early players. The lack of a queue was undoubtedly one. This would save a considerable amount of time. 3 days might seem trivial, but at the game's onset, it was undoubtedly crucial. Advantages accumulate little by little. Soon, Jiang Han found himself before an elderly NPC with silver hair. There were numerous NPCs responsible for the Beast Master class transfer. Yet he had chosen to walk several hundred meters to seek out this particular elder. The reason was simple: among these NPCs, the one named Guter was the highest level and strongest mentor available. More importantly, it was from Guter that one could acquire the hidden class of Beast Master, Beast Whisperer. However, not just anyone was deemed worthy. "Esteemed mentor, I wish to undergo a class transfer," Jiang Han stated as he approached Guter, who was currently seated on a wooden chair, drowsily teetering on the verge of sleep. Even when called upon, he showed little inclination to respond. "Esteemed mentor." Jiang Han had mentally prepared himself and patiently called out several times. How bothersome. Like a persistent fly, you just want to stop buzzing. If you want to transfer, find someone else, don't come bothering me. Scram, or don't blame this old man for losing his temper. At last, Guter reacted. Though he still did not lift his head, displaying his impatience. Jiang Han remained calm and composed, slowly articulating, "I wish to become a beast whisperer, others cannot achieve this." Beast whisperer? Gyuter scoffed dismissively. Do you think just anyone can transfer? If you wish to change classes, prove your worth first. Bring me 100 wolf eyes from those magical wolves outside the city, and then we shall talk. Gyuter issued you the task eyes of the demon wolf. You are to venture outside the city and slay 100 elite monsters, the Gale demon wolves, and collect their eyes to present before Gyuter. Indeed. Upon hearing the system notification chime, Jiang Han felt a stir within. The information he had gleaned from his past life aligned closely with this, indicating that he had triggered the Beast Whisperer class transition quest. However, the difficulty of this task was exceedingly high, and the process was protracted. It would likely take several days to complete. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Han decisively declined. Gyuter scoffed, "Humph. What a useless wretch, incapable of even this simple task. Begone and do not disturb my slumber." Jiang Han chuckled softly, "You misunderstand me. I merely believe that slaying the demon wolves is rather too facile and does not adequately demonstrate my abilities, that is all." With that, he removed the valor emblem from his chest and presented it before Gyuter. "I believe this emblem should suffice to clarify my worth." Gyuter initially intended to retort with scorn, but upon seeing the deep purple emblem before him, astonishment washed over his face. In the next moment, he abruptly lifted his gaze, disbelief etched across his features. The valor emblem? Chapter 24, The Beast Whisperer, Unworthy of You. Indeed. Jiang Han nodded with a smile. If you possess this item, you are indeed qualified to transition to a Beast Whisperer. Gyuter's expression became solemn. As someone who had experienced this firsthand, he understood the significance of the Badge of Valor. Achieving such a feat at level 10 is nothing short of astonishing. If even someone of this caliber cannot qualify to become a Beast Whisperer, then who can? Gyuter hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Could you disclose how many individuals were in your clearing team?" Jiang Han replied nonchalantly, "One." "One?" Gyuter gasped. Inadvertently contributing to global warming. He was momentarily taken aback, instinctively feeling that the young man before him, whose features remained obscured, was fabricating a story. However, upon reflection, he realized that someone capable of such accomplishments would not resort to such transparent deceit. After all, the list of those who passed the ascension trial is officially documented. While ordinary individuals might not have access, it posed little challenge for someone of Gyuter's standing. "You mean to say that you single-handedly, accompanied by your beast, conquered the abyss-level ascension trial?" Gyuter reiterated for confirmation. Jiang Han corrected him, "To be precise, it is not the hell-level dungeon, but rather the abyss level." Abyss? Gyuter was taken aback, then fell into deep contemplation. Though his experience suggested that someone who could present the Badge of Valor was unlikely to be a mere braggart, he couldn't shake the feeling that this claim was rather extravagant. Without further ado, Gyuter contacted an old friend within the trial temple to verify the authenticity of the information. Jiang Han patiently awaited, observing the elder's expression gradually transform into one of incredulous delight. Moments later, Gyuter's smile blossomed like a flourishing chrysanthemum. "Ah, indeed. From the very first glance at you, my young friend, I knew you were extraordinary, a true gem among men, truly remarkable." Jiang Han's lips twitched slightly. "The first glance? Did you not just say that the incompetent are unworthy of becoming Beast Whisperers? How swiftly you have changed your tune. Why do all these NPCs exhibit such capriciousness? In my previous life, I had not realized there were so many masters of disguise." Nevertheless, while he found it amusing to critique, Jiang Han was also acutely aware that despite his previous life being relatively successful, his accomplishments paled in comparison to those of these NPCs, and thus, he was not deserving of special treatment. This lifetime, however, was a different matter. "Given this, may I now transition to a Beast Whisperer?" "Certainly. But I have a small request," Gyuter replied with a smile, appearing entirely different from the irritable old man he had been moments ago. "Feel free to ask, Master." "As long as it is within my capability, I shall consider it," Jiang Han stated. Gyuter pondered carefully, then cautiously began, "Since my childhood, I have harbored a dream. When I was still in Beast Whisperer kindergarten, my mother told me that one day, your destined beast would arrive riding on a rainbow." "Stop." Jiang Han interrupted, his lips twitching. The old man was becoming increasingly absurd. Master, please, if you have something to say, just say it plainly without beating around the bush. Gutor rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with eagerness. Oh, it was nothing much. He simply wished to behold the form of a beast that could successfully navigate the abyssal trials. Furthermore, only by understanding the type of beast one possessed could a more effective career path be charted. A trivial matter. Jiang Han smiled faintly, snapped his fingers, and summoned Little Gray. Upon seeing Little Gray, Gutor's eyes widened in astonishment, his speech faltering. A divine beast? Or perhaps a dragon hatchling? Indeed. Jiang Han beckoned to Little Gray, but alas, the little creature, proud as it was, seemed indifferent, preoccupied with grooming itself like a small dog. Good heavens! Gutor clutched his heart, overwhelmed with excitement, his elderly face flushed crimson. He resembled a common swindler encountered on the streets, leading Jiang Han to suspect that the old man might faint at any moment. A divine beast. By all that is holy. This was, without a doubt, the dream companion of his life. Gutor paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. Divine. Dragon. Each of these terms represented the pinnacle of every beastmaster's aspirations. Having traversed the world for many years, Gutor had achieved considerable acclaim and possessed formidable prowess. However, even he had seldom encountered dragon beasts, let alone a divine one, which existed solely in the realm of legend. Yet today, such a creature had suddenly appeared before him, vibrant and full of life. How could he possibly remain composed? Master, are you all right? Jiang Han inquired, noticing Gutor's demeanor, which suggested he might be on the brink of a breakdown. Within the entire Windleaf City, the only information he possessed regarding the hidden professions of beastmasters was from this old man. If something were to go awry, would his aspirations of becoming a beast speaker be dashed? Calm down, let me collect myself, Gutor said after a prolonged moment of pacing, striving to stabilize his emotions. With a serious expression, he addressed Jiang Han, young friend Yihan, you may not be able to transition to a beast speaker today. Why? Jiang Han asked, taken aback. Although the profession of beast speaker was indeed powerful, I must be candid, when facing ordinary beasts, even a king-level beast could be managed, but against a mythical beast. Gutor glanced at Little Gray, took a deep breath, and said, that would likely prove quite challenging. Jiang Han's expression grew peculiar. Are you suggesting that the beast speaker profession is unworthy of Little Gray? Indeed, that is a fair interpretation, Gutor replied with a wry smile. He had never imagined that the profession he had long been proud of would one day be described with the term unworthy. However, considering the individual before him possessed a mythical beast, Gutor found solace in the reality. Then, in your esteemed opinion, what profession would be more suitable for me to transition into? Jiang Han pressed eagerly, fully aware that this could very well trigger a deeper hidden quest, one of greater intensity than that of a beast speaker. To be honest, I am not entirely certain. For even in this land, mythical beasts are seldom witnessed by mortal eyes. However, Gutor stroked his beard thoughtfully, and with a shift in his tone, he continued. I have an old friend who is the royal chief beastmaster. He is well-versed and knowledgeable, he should be able to provide you with the answers you seek. Here is a letter of introduction. Should you have the chance to meet him, you may inquire about the relevant information. As he spoke, Gutor produced a white letter from his hand and handed it to Jiang Han. Ding! You have triggered a hidden career quest, the Whisper of the Dragon. Proceed to the Imperial City to find the Royal Chief Beastmaster. Indeed, the hidden quest has been activated. Chapter 25, Mrs. Riley's commission as Jiang Han departed from the professional plaza, a myriad of emotions surged within him. He had not anticipated that, after such tumultuous efforts, he would fail to successfully change his profession. Nonetheless, he had garnered significant rewards, unlocking a hidden occupational quest he had never before encountered. It is worth noting that the Beast Whisperer was recognized in his previous life as the pinnacle of beast tamers, ranking among the most formidable professions. Yet, even so, in the estimation of Gutor, this vocation was deemed unworthy of possessing a mythic-level beast. Thus, the completion of the Whispers of the Dragon quest held great promise for unlocking a profession of even greater strength. Although the journey would be considerably prolonged, Jiang Han remained unconcerned. At this stage, merely the awe-inspiring attributes of Little Grey were sufficient to conquer any dungeon. While a profession change would undoubtedly elevate Little Grey's attributes further, it was not an immediate priority. Simply put, it was adequate. A mythic-level beast possesses such grandeur that even without a profession change, it remains incomparable to the efforts of other players. Subsequently, Jiang Han made his way to the Lord's mansion. Since a profession change would not be accomplished in the near term, he resolved to seize the opportunity to complete other pressing matters. For him, the most significant concern at present was expenditure. After all, every expenditure of 1 million gold coins would permanently enhance an attribute point. However, despite his wealth, Jiang Han was not prone to frivolous spending. He approached it with discernment. Equipment, for instance, was a given. The gear in the main city was a notch above that found in novice villages. Yet, as Jiang Han's combat prowess did not rely solely on his own capabilities, the urgency for such equipment diminished until he completed his profession change and unlocked attribute sharing. Currently, his focus lay on real estate. Yes, real estate. In the second world of Doomsday, the freedom afforded to players bore little distinction from that in Blue Star. Players could likewise purchase properties from NPCs by expending gold coins. The value of real estate was undeniably on par with that of top-tier equipment. The most apparent advantage was that, upon acquiring a legitimate residence and receiving official acknowledgement, a player's daily game time could extend to 12 hours. This meant that a player with a residence enjoyed a remarkable 4 additional hours of gameplay each day compared to those without any assets. The cumulative benefits of this advantage were self-evident. However, the cost of housing in Doomsday was exorbitantly high, even a modest 2 or 3 square meter dwelling, barely accommodating a small bed, would demand an expenditure of over 1 million gold coins. Such expenses were not within the reach of the average individual. Moreover, it was crucial to note that mere wealth would not suffice to acquire real estate. Certain conditions must also be met. First, one must accumulate a sufficient amount of reputation points. These could be obtained through common means, such as defeating formidable bosses or completing specific quests from NPCs. Nevertheless, the reputation required for purchasing property was alarmingly high, and there were no readily available methods to achieve this in a short time. Second, one must obtain citizenship within the city. Much like reality, Doomsday maintained a well-structured residency system. As an external player, Jiang Han possessed the privilege of freely entering and exiting the city, yet that was the extent of his rights. In terms of identity, one is nothing more than a vagrant, scarcely better than a beggar. To put it bluntly, if one were to provoke an NPC and attract a report, the guards would unceremoniously expel them from the city. Thus, when confronting NPCs, even a level 100 expert must engage with a commoner in polite discourse. Given this circumstance, it is evident that, at least with regard to decorum, players in Doomsday are undoubtedly compliant. They refrain from indiscriminately spitting on the streets, embodying the very essence of moral exemplars. Even if they fall prey to an NPC's deceit, they can only lament their misfortune, swallowing their pride along with their shattered teeth. Their status is hardly an improvement over that of cotton pickers of yore. However, should one attain citizenship, the transformation is profound. One stands taller, speaks louder, and even dares to spit in the faces of fellow players on the bustling avenues. Of course, the path to obtaining citizenship is fraught with challenges, requiring the accumulation of considerable prestige. Even at the pinnacle of level 100, only a scant few players manage to secure this coveted status. Yet, since Jiang Han had devised a plan, he undoubtedly possessed the means to succeed. 10 minutes later, Jiang Han arrived outside the Lord's manor, merely strolling about. Before long, a graceful figure entered his line of sight. She was a beautiful matron clad in a pale purple gown, her demeanor dignified and elegant. Though she had aged, her allure remained intact, clearly hinting at a stunning beauty in her youth. Even now, her charm was undeniable, captivating the hearts of many rogues. This lady, Mrs. Riley, was the widow of the former Lord, Duke Guter, a woman of great wealth and elevated status. Duke Guter had passed away over 20 years ago, with grass now towering 3 meters over his grave. In simple terms, Mrs. Riley was a wealthy and attractive widow, a prize many would covet. Indeed, the reality was such. While Doomsday could be merciless, there existed those brazen enough to pursue her. From Jiang Han's understanding, many audacious rogue players in the past had attempted to win Mrs. Riley's favor, hoping to indulge in the comforts of the Duchess's lifestyle. Unfortunately, none succeeded. Most met their grim fate at the hands of guards. Dismembered and unceremoniously cast out of the city, forever barred from entering Windleaf City again. In such a harsh environment, losing the protection of the main city. Their plight was undoubtedly dire. The phrase "the word for lust carries a blade" rings true. Nevertheless, some had managed to glean benefits from this situation. Mrs. Riley was known to trigger a hidden quest. Observing his impressive charm value of 68, Jiang Han confidently approached her. "Halt! Who goes there?" A tall female knight instantly blocked Jiang Han's path. Ignoring the guard, he smiled and said, "Esteemed Mrs. Riley, why does your countenance always seem shrouded in sorrow? Have you encountered a dilemma? Might I offer my assistance?" "Oh." Lady Riley surveyed Jiang Han from head to toe and softly spoke, "Indeed, I have lost a personal item." "Young man. If you could retrieve it, I would be eternally grateful. Pray tell, beautiful lady, what is this item?" Jiang Han inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Lady Riley replied. "It is a flower, a most exquisite one. Ding. You have received Lady Riley's request, please bring her the beautiful flower." The system notification sounded, triggering the quest. "Understood. Beautiful lady. I shall return with the flower for you," Jiang Han replied with a faint smile before turning to depart. This was the very purpose of his journey, to fulfill the hidden quest of Lady Riley. It was also a crucial step in acquiring property early in the game, thereby extending the duration of his adventure. Chapter 26, I Want Them All. The task known as Madame Riley's Commission is not particularly secretive. In a previous life, after several individuals had been entrusted with it without success, Madame Riley resorted to offering a substantial reward, publicly announcing the task in the commission board. Anyone could undertake this task, and failure bore no penalties. Thus, virtually every player in Maple Leaf City had this peculiar task listed in their quest logs. Regrettably, the clues provided were exceedingly scant. Despite the multitude of players, none succeeded in locating the elusive flower. Ultimately, it was Madame Riley herself who retrieved that exquisite blossom. According to Jiang Han's understanding, this beautiful flower was, in fact, situated within a shop in Windleaf City. Soon, guided by his recollections, Jiang Han arrived at a modest item shop in the southern part of the city. The establishment was not large, resembling a quaint breakfast stall, with a few NPCs perusing the merchandise. The shopkeeper, an elderly gentleman clad in a white robe and sporting a small mustache, was named Wayne. With his elongated eyes, Wayne appeared shrewd, giving off an immediate impression of a cunning merchant. "Oh, what might this distant guest wish to purchase?" Upon noticing Jiang Han, Wayne's eyes brightened, and he hurried to greet him. Jiang Han casually surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "I have heard there are gift boxes for sale in this shop?" "Indeed, indeed. May I ask which type you require?" Wayne rubbed his hands together eagerly. The moment someone inquired about gift boxes, he could hardly contain his excitement. This was surely a significant customer. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Han replied, "I want them all." "All of them?" Wayne hesitated momentarily, scrutinizing the young man before him. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Jiang Han affirmed with a nod. Wayne frowned slightly, fully aware that the gift boxes in his shop were rather pricey. The most expensive one was priced at 10,000 gold coins, and to be frank, it had not sold for several years. After all, everyone understood that while the gift boxes appeared lavish, they contained little of value, primarily serving to swindle unsuspecting outsiders. Naturally, Wayne felt delighted at the prospect of a sale, yet he couldn't help but ponder whether he had encountered a true naïf or someone merely seeking amusement. Noticing the expression on Wayne's face, Jiang Han discerned the old man's thoughts. He promptly waved his hand, revealing a gleaming handful of gold coins. "Rest assured, I have more than enough money." "Excellent. Please hold on a moment." Wayne's face broke into a radiant smile, exemplifying the adage of seeing money as the ultimate motivator. A row of gift boxes instantly appeared before Jiang Han's eyes, 4 in total, each differing in size and design. Their prices were set at 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000 gold coins, respectively. How exorbitant, Jiang Han couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, finally grasping why, in his previous life, no player in Windleaf City had managed to find Madame Riley's flower. The prices of these gift boxes were truly astonishing. Moreover, the most crucial factor was that Wayne's shop was notoriously known for its unscrupulous dealings. In the early stages of the game, several affluent players fell victim to deception. Subsequently, no player dared to set foot in that dubious establishment again, making it highly improbable for anyone to purchase such hollow gift boxes. The flower that Lady Riley desired was concealed within one of those boxes. Were it not for her tireless efforts and sacrifices in search of this flower, Jiang Han might have doubted whether this quest was merely a ruse concocted by Lady Riley and Wayne. All of them, which one do you want? Wayne's eager gaze was fixed on Jiang Han, fearful that the young man might reconsider. With an expression of calm indifference, Jiang Han replied, I want them all. All of them? Wayne's grin stretched from ear to ear. 4 gift boxes amounted to 20,000 gold coins, and he began to explain before Jiang Han impatiently interrupted. What I mean is, I want every gift box in your shop. What did you say? Wayne was taken aback, his aged face wrinkling in disbelief, questioning if he had misheard. I said, I want all the gift boxes in your store, Jiang Han repeated with serene composure. Ah? What on earth? The words resonated powerfully, and it wasn't just Wayne who was astonished, even the few hired patrons he had brought in at great expense gasped in shock, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Where did this fortune come from? Although Wayne's shop was modest, it was filled with gift boxes, roughly estimating over 100. Even at the lowest price, it would require at least 200,000 gold coins. This was the bare minimum. Is there a problem? Jiang Han cast a cool glance at the astonished individuals. And no. Wayne, overwhelmed, waved his hands in excitement, his speech becoming incoherent. My goodness! My son has succeeded. Selling all the gift boxes at once, I've never encountered such a thing in my life. There were a total of 20 unique gift boxes, 15 premium ones, 40 advanced boxes, and 65 ordinary ones. Given the customer's earnestness, the total would be 500,000 gold coins. That's acceptable, Jiang Han, uninterested in prolonging the negotiation, promptly paid the sum. To him, this amount was inconsequential. Wow! Wayne's heart raced at the sudden influx of 500,000 gold coins, feeling as if he were living in a dream. Behold, this is what it means to be wealthy. Spending 500,000 gold coins without a blink. At that moment, Wayne perceived the enigmatic figure before him as extraordinarily charismatic and strikingly handsome. Shall we pack the gift boxes for you to take away? Or would you prefer to open them now? Wayne inquired cheerfully. Open them now, Jiang Han stated. All right. You all come help, and there will be rewards. Wayne immediately called out. Upon hearing that they could open boxes and receive payment, the others rushed forward, eagerly vying to unveil the contents. Before long. Dear guest, all the gift boxes have been opened as per your request. Amidst the scattered remnants of gift boxes, Wayne stood before Jiang Han, his aged countenance betraying a hint of embarrassment. The total worth amounted to a staggering 500,000 gold coins, comprising over 100 gift boxes. Yet, the outcome yielded nothing but a collection of worthless trinkets and 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Such a dismal rate of return would surely leave even the most seasoned veteran astounded. Despite Jiang Han's lack of expectations, he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Even in a world rife with unscrupulous merchants, Wayne was indeed a paragon among them. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as he had never anticipated unearthing anything of value from these gift boxes. He disregarded the 2 bronze pieces without a second glance, instead directing his attention to an item that had gone unnoticed by others. Beautiful flower. Description: this is a remarkably beautiful flower, though its purpose remains unknown. Chapter 27, The Favor of Lady Riley. Such an unremarkable item cost a staggering 500,000 gold coins. It is essential to understand that in the world of the apocalypse, the drop rate is exceedingly low. An ordinary craftsperson, dedicating themselves to their trade daily for a month, might earn around a mere 1,000 gold coins. After deducting material costs and equipment maintenance expenses, the maximum profit barely reaches a few hundred coins. 500,000 gold coins? This is a sum that many would never amass in a lifetime. Is it expensive? Undoubtedly. But worth every penny. Jiang Han understood well the immense advantage this beautiful flower could bestow upon him. With this thought in mind, he did not linger and promptly exited the shop. Truly deserving of my admiration, even his departing silhouette is strikingly handsome. As he watched the tall figure fade into the distance, Wayne was filled with emotion. Indeed. Although he is a mere vagabond, his generosity is astounding. Without a doubt, this young man will carve out a place for himself in Windleaf City. From the moment I laid eyes upon him, I sensed his exceptional nature. Alas, if only his status were higher, he would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Enough of that, let us go celebrate. The group, captivated by Jiang Han's financial prowess, exchanged words of admiration. Such a scene, however, would be utterly impossible to witness among other vagabonds. It can only be said that wealth indeed grants one the power to act freely. Meanwhile, in the Duke's residence, within a lavish chamber, fragrant incense wafted through the air. Draped casually in a purple bathrobe, Lady Riley sat at the edge of her bed, attended to by a maid who respectfully tended to her damp hair. Clearly, this enchanting duchess had just emerged from her bath. The sight of a beauty post-bath is naturally exquisite, her every frown and smile radiating an even greater allure. Unfortunately, the highborn Lady Riley currently wore a frown of concern. Alice, do you believe that someone will truly be able to retrieve that flower for me? Of course, my lady, with such charm, your luck cannot be lacking. Alice replied softly. Is that so? Lady Riley sighed gently. In truth, it had been quite some time since she lost this significant item. The noble elite of the city had expended considerable effort on her behalf, yet regrettably, their pursuits had yielded nothing. If more time passed without success, Lady Riley would even have to contemplate the expense of posting a quest on the task board. My lady! My lady! Suddenly, a rapid knock echoed on the door, accompanied by an anxious female voice. Lady Riley furrowed her brow. What is it? Mona, why the commotion? How many times have I instructed you to maintain grace and composure? Regardless of the circumstances? I apologize, my lady, I will improve, but indeed, there is good news, came the maid's contrite response from outside the door. Lady Riley maintained her demeanor. If there is something to discuss, please state it directly. Mona replied respectfully, it is this. My lady, a young man has arrived at the estate, claiming to have found that beautiful flower. What? Lady Riley suddenly rose, her exquisite visage brimming with unmistakable astonishment and delight. The purple robe she wore slipped from her shoulders due to the abruptness of her movement, revealing her graceful form, particularly the alluring curves beneath her alabaster neck, which left the maid beside her momentarily dizzy with admiration. It must be acknowledged that, even as a woman, she often found herself in awe of the lady's beauty. Are you certain the news is authentic? In the next moment, Lady Riley realized her lapse in composure, inhaling deeply to regain her tranquility. Indeed. It was delivered by a young man? Absolutely, my lady, and I beheld the flower in his possession. Mona paused momentarily before continuing, you must have encountered him. He is the young man we met outside the Duke's estate. That individual? Lady Riley was momentarily taken aback. It had been scarcely half an hour since her encounter with Jiang Han, and she certainly remembered him. Yet, in such a brief span, having just entrusted the task, he had already procured the flower? Could such fortuity truly exist? Or was it possible that the young man had already located the flower and was simply well prepared? Please entertain him, I shall require a moment, Lady Riley instructed as she allowed Alice to assist her in dressing. Yes, my lady, Mona replied respectfully before withdrawing. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Han once again found himself in the courtyard, face to face with Lady Riley. However, in contrast to their previous meeting, she had evidently undergone meticulous grooming, radiating charm and allure. Have you truly found the item I requested? Upon their initial exchange, Lady Riley spoke with palpable urgency. It is indeed genuine, my lady, Jiang Han replied with a subtle smile as he retrieved the beautiful flower from his inventory. It was truly. Gazing upon the vibrant blossom, Lady Riley momentarily lost herself in reverie. She could hardly fathom that the very object of her distress had so unexpectedly materialized before her. Turning to Jiang Han, she remarked nonchalantly, "So, young man, what reward do you seek? Monetary compensation? Or perhaps rare artifacts?" Jiang Han felt a stirring in his heart, after all his efforts. This was the moment he had awaited. With a gentle smile, he replied, "My lady, I harbor no interest in money or artifacts." "Oh?" Lady Riley regarded him with a hint of surprise, a flicker of admiration glinting in her eyes. She had often entrusted tasks to others. Yet this was the first time someone sought neither riches nor rare items. "Then what reward do you desire?" Lady Riley inquired with a smile. "Do not tell me you wish for nothing, that would be rather disingenuous." "Certainly not, my lady," Jiang Han shook his head. "My request is quite simple. I merely wish for your assistance in becoming a citizen of Windleaf City." "So effortlessly simple?" Lady Riley expressed her astonishment. As a duchess's widow of high esteem, granting citizenship to anyone was an exceedingly trivial matter for her. "Indeed," Jiang Han affirmed with a nod, "I seek nothing beyond that." "That is no issue at all." Madame Riley cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Han. However, she found the offered remuneration rather simplistic. "I shall inquire once more, are you certain you do not require any additional compensation?" "You may take your time to contemplate this, there is no need for haste." "No. I do not require it," Jiang Han replied, shaking his head, for his utmost priority at present was to obtain citizenship. "Very well then, I shall grant your wish." Although Madame Riley was quite curious, she chose not to press further, respecting Jiang Han's steadfastness. Nevertheless, she silently developed a sense of fondness for the seemingly amiable young man. Individuals who seek neither fame nor fortune are indeed a rarity. Ding! Due to your noble conduct and exceptional charm, Madame Riley's favorability towards you has increased by 20 points. Upon hearing the sudden notification from the system, Jiang Han couldn't help but be puzzled, as several question marks appeared above his head. The notion of exceptional charm was comprehensible, but what on earth was this noble conduct? Chapter 28, Lady Riley. Oh no, is this directed at me? Upon reflection, it does seem reasonable. After all, for players, citizenship is invaluable, yet for an NPC of Lady Riley's stature, it is hardly significant. At this moment, Lady Riley inquired with curiosity, "May I ask why you are so eager to attain citizenship? What are your intentions?" After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Han decided to be candid. "I plan to acquire some properties in Windleaf City and settle down." "Ah, I see," Lady Riley nodded, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Desiring stability rather than wandering is a prudent choice. What properties do you intend to purchase? Perhaps I could be of assistance." "That would be splendid," Jiang Han replied, raising an eyebrow in pleasant surprise. Although citizens are permitted to purchase real estate, there are numerous restrictions. However, if a duchess is willing to offer her help, that changes everything. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Han stated, "I intend to acquire properties on the western side of the city, as many as possible. Especially on the central commercial street." "The central commercial street?" Lady Riley responded, momentarily taken aback, her expression peculiar. "Are you certain?" "Yes," Jiang Han affirmed, fully aware of why Lady Riley was so astonished. Windleaf City comprises 4 major districts, each with vastly differing levels of development. The Eastern District, overseen by the current lord, is the most prosperous. The Northern and Southern Districts, controlled by other nobles, are also quite developed. In stark contrast, the Western District is significantly underdeveloped, with scant foot traffic and vacant storefronts. The central commercial street is particularly notorious. Establishing a business there is almost guaranteed to result in losses. Even the unscrupulous merchants find no profit. Apart from its relative tranquility, it offers little else of value. Moreover, due to the sparse population, the number of guards stationed there is minimal, raising concerns about safety. One could say the Western District holds almost no commercial value. Whoever invests there is bound to regret it, as even at bargain prices, properties fail to sell. Nevertheless, the situation in the end is ever-changing. Soon, Windleaf City will face an unprecedented assault from bizarre creatures, the likes of which have never been seen before. amidst the onslaught of these formidable entities. Not only will numerous players perish, but Winleaf City will also suffer catastrophic losses, including the death of the current lord and the destruction of much of its infrastructure. However, the Western District, due to its low population density, will attract comparatively few of these bizarre creatures, resulting in minimal damage and substantial preservation of its buildings. It will become the only area in Winleaf City to retain a variety of functional establishments. Unsurprisingly, the Western District will emerge as the new center of Winleaf City, its commercial value becoming undeniable. For both NPCs and players, it will transform into the most desirable destination. The disparity between before and after will be nothing short of tenfold. Unfamiliarity may have been excusable, yet now that he was aware of the circumstances, Jiang Han's choice to venture into another district was nothing short of folly, nearly casting money into the void. It may appear as a loss at present, but in due time, it would undoubtedly incite envy. To be frank, had it been any other district, acquiring substantial real estate as a citizen might pose some challenges. However, in the West District, the process is rather straightforward. Lady Riley furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, "Nonetheless, this simplicity stems from the West District's property being akin to a hot potato. It is entirely understandable that you, as a newcomer, remain unaware of this fact. In light of the considerable assistance you have provided me, I shall offer you a word of caution: do not fall into a trap simply because the prices seem alluring. The most worthwhile investment at present lies in the East District. It is not too late for you to reconsider. Although I am but a woman, my words carry weight, and I can certainly facilitate your settlement in the East District without issue." Jiang Han shook his head and replied, "There is no need, my lady. I am already well aware of the circumstances in the West District." "Then why proceed with such a plan?" Lady Riley questioned, puzzled. "Indeed," Jiang Han smiled. "My motives are driven by different reasons. To me, this is a gift." "A gift?" Lady Riley was taken aback. "Yes, a gift bestowed by fate," Jiang Han affirmed. Since he had the opportunity for rebirth, he intended to seize the tides that this presented. Such a substantial loophole, was it not a divine gift? "Do you truly comprehend the implications of your actions, young man?" Lady Riley bit her lip, regarding Jiang Han with a complex expression. "I am quite aware," Jiang Han responded, though he found her probing a bit perplexing. Nevertheless, given her esteemed position, he felt it prudent to maintain decorum and respond patiently. "Very well, then. When do you plan to transact?" Lady Riley took a deep breath, pressing a hand against her chest in an effort to steady her emotions. "I hope you are not jesting. Ensure you have ample funds prepared. The sooner, the better. Ideally, we could transact right away." Jiang Han smiled. "As for the funds, my lady need not worry, I have long since made preparations." "Mona," Lady Riley turned to the nearby maid and said, "I trust you understand?" "Understood, my lady," Mona replied respectfully. "There is a considerable amount of information to organize regarding the West District, but we can complete the transaction within 2 hours. As for the citizenship, that can be arranged without difficulty." "Thank you," Jiang Han remarked, raising an eyebrow, impressed by the efficiency of the Duke's household. Initially, he anticipated that such matters would require several days. 2 hours hence, you shall return," Lady Riley stated calmly, though her beautiful eyes revealed a growing complexity of emotions. Jiang Han noted this but paid little heed, suspecting that the Duchess viewed him as quite the fool. However, it mattered little. If everyone were to perceive the West District as favorable, it would complicate matters considerably. With an exceedingly joyful heart, Jiang Han departed from the Duke's residence. Meanwhile, upon realizing his absence, Lady Riley remained motionless in the courtyard, her enchanting gaze fixed upon the direction he had vanished. Biting her crimson lips, she mused with a complicated expression, "Alice, do you think he was jesting?" Alice shook her head and replied, "Certainly not, my lady. Your beauty naturally captivates the hearts of men." "Then, it must be mere coincidence?" Lady Riley inquired further. "Not at all," Alice asserted confidently. "He has swiftly procured flowers for you, and now he is willing to invest heavily in acquiring numerous properties in the West District. Undoubtedly, he seeks to alleviate your burdens. Moreover, he mentioned that this was a specially prepared gift. This man is undoubtedly drawn to you by your charm, prompting him to seek you out." "Specifically for me?" Lady Riley's mind involuntarily conjured the image of that tall figure. Contemplating the significance of the beautiful flower and all that the young man had done, she suddenly felt a whirlwind of emotions. One occurrence may be a coincidence, but could two simultaneous events still be mere chance? Ding! Lady Riley's affection for you has increased by 20. Meanwhile, as Jiang Han strolled down the street, a notification sound suddenly resonated in his ears. Jiang Han? What on earth is happening? Can one's favorability increase simply from a leisurely stroll? Chapter 29, The Dragon Phoenix Empire, First-Class Citizens? Is it due to charm? Jiang Han pondered deeply. Although charm affects everyone, its allure is notably stronger towards the opposite sex. After all, completing Lady Riley's task so swiftly warrants an increase in favorability. Nevertheless, he brushed it aside, considering it a fortunate occurrence. Jiang Han, accompanied by Little Gray, ventured into the wilderness to level up. Unbeknownst to him, Lady Riley's favor was not as straightforward as it appeared. The item known as the beautiful flower held a unique significance for her. Furthermore, Jiang Han's unintentional intention to purchase the West District under her jurisdiction led Lady Riley to misinterpret him as a fervent admirer. 2 hours later. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 11. Ding! Your beast, Little Gray, has also attained level 11. As the system notifications chimed, a beam of white light enveloped Little Gray. What a slow progression! Observing the enhancement of Little Gray's attributes, Jiang Han couldn't help but sigh. After defeating the Wanderer, he had ascended to level 10. With the experience bar hovering at 60. Yet, it took a full 2 hours to accumulate the remaining 40 of experience. Considering he had a transaction to conduct with Lady Riley later, Jiang Han refrained from delving deeper into the wilderness, opting instead to train at the city's edge where monsters were significantly fewer. However, Little Gray's adversaries were no less than level 15 creatures. And given Little Gray's attributes, encounters with ordinary monsters resulted in almost instantaneous victories. Nevertheless, this still consumed an inordinate amount of time. If it were any other player, even a relentless battle lasting a day and night would yield insufficient experience. Indeed, every 10 levels represents a hurdle. The required experience increases dramatically. Based on Jiang Han's recollections, an ordinary player would typically require about a week to advance from level 1 to level 10. Yet, the leap from level 10 to level 20 could take an entire month. This was under optimal conditions. A single untimely death would extend the duration even further. Top-tier players might complete this in a shorter span, yet the disparity would not be excessively vast. After all, those who could pass the leveling trials generally possessed a certain level of combat skill and awareness. Glancing at the time, Jiang Han realized he was nearing his appointment with Lady Riley, so he returned Little Gray to the beast space and entered Windleaf City. Soon, Jiang Han arrived at the Duke's residence. At this moment, Lady Riley and 2 maids awaited him in the courtyard, while Mona held a substantial stack of documents. I hope I am not late, Jiang Han thought, somewhat surprised that Lady Riley, given her status, arrived early, indicating her seriousness regarding this transaction. No. I merely took the opportunity to bask in the sunlight, Lady Riley replied, pressing her crimson lips together to clarify. That is reassuring. Jiang Han still sensed something amiss but could not articulate it, so he chose to dismiss the thought. Mona approached, unfurling the land deed upon the stone table. My Lord Jihan, I have compiled the property distribution map for the western district of the city. You may deliberate on which properties you wish to acquire. Thank you. Jiang Han replied with a smile, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the deed. The central commercial street, and here, this location. This one is quite appealing as well. Soon, guided by the recollections in his mind, Jiang Han selected the buildings that had remained intact following the invasion. Aside from a few scattered shops, nearly the entirety of the commercial street's available properties had been encompassed. Such a vast selection. His confident demeanor rendered Lady Riley momentarily speechless. Those aware of his intentions understood he was selecting properties, while the uninformed might have mistaken his actions for choosing skewers at a roadside stall. He was acquiring a substantial area, even though the real estate in the Western District was the most affordable in the entire Windleaf City. It did not imply it was within the means of an average individual. Yet here stood Jiang Han, unblinking, as if his financial resources were indeed formidable. My lady. I do not believe Lord Jiang Han is jesting. He seems entirely serious, Alice whispered in astonishment, covering her mouth as she spoke to Lady Riley. Is that so? Lady Riley's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Jiang Han, a hint of intrigue evident as she considered the man before her, whom she found rather inscrutable. Mona. Lady Riley suddenly called out. Mona immediately understood and interjected, My Lord Jiang Han, in order to purchase property in the city, you must formally obtain citizenship. All other procedures have been completed, we are now merely awaiting this final step. Jiang Han's expression remained calm. Please proceed. Mona smiled and replied, It is quite simple. I merely need to see your true visage for the purpose of identity registration. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Han removed the concealment from his face. His reluctance to reveal his true identity stemmed from a desire to avoid recognition by other players, as it could lead to complications in reality. However, he harbored no such concerns regarding NPCs. With the disguise removed, Jiang Han's countenance was unveiled to those present. The game Apocalypse lacked a character customization system, meaning players' appearances were a direct replication of their real-life selves. Jiang Han's looks were certainly noteworthy, with sharp features and an extraordinary presence. He was only a hair's breadth less appealing than the esteemed readers. Even in school, despite his previous infatuation with Liu Ruyan, Jiang Han had garnered numerous admirers. After all, a young man of considerable height and striking appearance, coupled with a privileged background, was the epitome of an ideal romantic partner. Only someone with an unconventional mindset like Liu Ruyan's could fail to recognize Jiang Han's merits. Ding! Due to your exceptional charm, Alice's affection for you has increased by 20. Ding! Due to your exceptional charm, Mona's affection for you has increased by 20. Ding! Due to your exceptional charm, Lady Riley's affection for you has increased by 20. Instantly, 3 system notification chimes echoed in Jiang Han's ears. Alas, my cursed charm. Jiang Han's lips curled slightly in a smirk, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Yet, he understood well that appearance was merely an introduction. The true impact lay in other facets. After all, in his previous life, he had interacted with NPCs, yet he had never witnessed a sudden surge in affection. Is it all right now? Noticing that Mona seemed momentarily dazed, Jiang Han couldn't help but prompt her. Oh, yes, it's ready. Mona snapped back to reality, unusually flustered. And then produced a silver-white certificate, handing it to Jiang Han. Jiang Han accepted the certificate, intrigued, and inquired, Once the information is recorded, I shall be a citizen of Windleaf City? Indeed, Mona nodded. At that moment, Lady Riley interjected. She parted her lips and stated, to clarify. You are not merely a citizen of Windleaf City, but a citizen of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, a first-class citizen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was not the only one taken aback. Both Mona and Alice looked at Lady Riley in disbelief, fully aware of the weight that the term first-class citizen carried. Chapter 30, System Announcement. Jiang Han once again opens the rankings. Moreover, it is not merely the status of a first-class citizen of Fiancée City. It is that of a citizen of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. This signifies that once Jiang Han acquires this identity, it will be recognized throughout the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire, including the imperial capital. Consequently, settling down in any major city will become remarkably effortless, and the acquisition of property will be a trivial matter. This elevated status far surpasses his current standing. Such privileges are not even afforded to the majority of NPCs from the Apocalypse realm. Take, for instance, some of the generals in Fiancée City. They command great authority within the city, leading numerous formidable subordinates. However, if they were to venture into other major cities, their status would be no different from that of an ordinary citizen. The reason is simple, they have only gained the recognition of Fiancée City, not that of the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire. Naturally, these individuals usually possess considerable strength, making them quite popular wherever they choose to go, but that is a separate matter. At this moment, Jiang Han, a mere vagrant, is suddenly poised to transform into a first-class citizen of the Empire. This unexpected turn of events leaves him somewhat taken aback. More crucially, in any empire, only members of the royal family can bestow such privileges. Even powerful feudal lords like the Lord of Fengye City lack such authority. This implies that Lady Rayleigh is, in fact, a member of the royal family? No wonder. At this moment, Jiang Han experiences an epiphany. Finally understanding why a duke's widow could establish herself in Fengye City for so many years without anyone daring to challenge her. She truly possesses connections that reach the heavens. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han gazes at Lady Rayleigh and inquires, "May I ask, are you related to the royal family?" Lady Rayleigh, resting her chin in her hand, languidly replies, "Why? Can I not have ties to royalty?" "No, I am merely surprised," Jiang Han chuckles, realizing the truth. "Well, it is just a title. It is not worth making a fuss over." Lady Rayleigh responds coolly, "Furthermore, do not call me lady, I am not particularly fond of that title." Jiang Han is momentarily taken aback, "Then I should." Lady Rayleigh chuckles softly, "You can simply call me Sophia. You have assisted me greatly. So there is no need for such formality." Jiang Han, not wishing to be overly pretentious, nods, "Then, Sophia, can I take it to mean that we are friends now?" "Friends?" Lady Rayleigh, or rather, Sophia, contemplates for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. "You may consider it so." Ding! You have gained Sophia's friendship. The notification chimes. Jiang Han raises an eyebrow slightly. The friendship of a royal family member is not insignificant to anyone. The task Lady Rayleigh's commission is indeed immensely worthwhile. Meanwhile, Alice and Mona discreetly distance themselves. They have been by Sophia's side for quite some time, yet they have never witnessed her display such a smile towards any man. Although it is unlikely that Sophia, with her temperament, would genuinely engage in a melodramatic tale of love at first sight, at the very least, she does not disdain the chill of the night. This is quite remarkable. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving the astonishment and admiration reflected in the other's eyes. Jiang Han, unaware of their thoughts, pondered for a moment before addressing Sophia. "By the way, Sophia, there is a question I wish to discuss." "Speak," she replied. "Since you are a member of the royal family, do you happen to know the royal chief beast master?" "You mean Uncle Stir?" Sophia looked at Jiang Han with some surprise. "How do you know him?" "To be frank, I wish to inquire about the professional tasks related to beast tamers." Jiang Han admitted with a wry smile. "I am already at level 11 and have yet to receive a class change task. The tutor in the city, Guter, advised me to seek out Lord Stir. Guter sent you?" Sophia's eyes widened with astonishment. She felt that the secrets of this striking young man were multiplying. "As even a beast speaker could not satisfy your ambitions." Jiang Han scratched his nose. "I suppose so." Sophia nodded lightly, "Understood. I will contact Uncle Stir. As soon as I have news, I will reach out to you. However, Uncle Stir has a rather peculiar temperament. So it would be best if you could provide something that piques his interest." Jiang Han pulled aside the covering on his chest, revealing the emblem of valor. "Surely this should suffice?" In an instant, Sophia's gaze became somewhat dazed. "If it is the emblem of valor, then certainly." She took a deep breath, momentarily at a loss for words. To purchase a substantial portion of the West District, coupled with the emblem of valor, Jiang Han's unexpected revelation left her feeling somewhat incredulous. "I will give you a response by tomorrow at the latest," Sophia promised, her eyes fixed on the emblem. "Thank you," Jiang Han replied, his expression brightening. Without a doubt, this was another significant gain. The Imperial City is far removed from Windleaf City, and low-level players are not permitted to travel there. Relying solely on his own efforts to find Stir would have taken an eternity. However, with Sophia's assistance, the seemingly unattainable task appeared to become much more manageable. Indeed, having connections proves to be invaluable. Jiang Han, in that moment, envisioned a formidable hidden class beckoning him. It truly is fortuitous when one's slumber is accompanied by a pillow. What was merely a task had unexpectedly yielded rewards beyond his anticipation: the status of a first-class citizen, real estate in the West District, and the initiation of a hidden class quest. The ease of it all left Jiang Han feeling somewhat incredulous. "Are there any other questions?" Sophia inquired. "None. Just expedite the transaction for the West District properties," Jiang Han replied, demonstrating his understanding of knowing when to be satisfied. "That's simple, just coordinate with Mona," Sophia said with a slight smile. Mona, perceptive as ever, approached Jiang Han with the deed in hand. After a brief review, they swiftly finalized the terms of the transaction. There are a total of 340 residences and 184 shops, amounting to a grand total of 120 million gold coins. Is it truly 100 million? Upon hearing Mona's quotation, Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. Was the price unsuitable? Mona cautiously glanced at Jiang Han, assuring him that this was the fairest price available. No, not expensive at all, not in the slightest. Before Mona could finish her thought, she witnessed Jiang Han beaming as he signed the contract. Thus, a transaction exceeding 100 million gold coins was completed effortlessly. For Jiang Han, though this sum was considerable, he felt no regret whatsoever. The price was astonishingly affordable. It is worth noting that in his previous life, the starting price for purchasing a single residence, the size of a mere outhouse, was a staggering 1 million gold coins. The prices for shops were even more outrageous, seldom falling below 8 digits. Now, with over 300 residences and nearly 200 shops, the value was immeasurable. One could only declare this a tremendous profit. At the very moment Jiang Han received the land deed, players throughout the Great Xia Kingdom were greeted by two system announcements. Ding! Congratulations to the Great Xia player Nicole for obtaining first-class citizen status in the Dragon Phoenix Empire. The reputation leaderboard has been activated, allowing players from the Great Xia Kingdom to view it. Ding! Congratulations to the Great Xia player Nicole for successfully acquiring real estate. The housing system for the Great Xia region has been initiated, granting all players an additional hour of gameplay each day. Chapter 31, Upgrading Me. Is that a favor to you? What is this? First-class citizens? Property system? Is this game really that realistic? The total gaming duration for players across the Great Xia Kingdom has increased by an hour. How remarkable! What on earth is this first-class citizen nonsense? What class of citizen are we, then? Third class, perhaps? Not quite. Just a few days ago, an NPC berated me, claiming I was even inferior to beasts. Utterly pathetic. How absurd. Enduring such humiliation in reality was one thing, but now even in the game? What is the developer thinking? Enough with the curses. Where did this dog of a developer come from? They haven't even clarified the origins of this game. Undoubtedly. The two system announcements stirred a tremendous uproar throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. In contrast to the shock when the level leaderboard was unveiled, this time, the majority of players were simply incredulous. Here we are, toiling endlessly, battling slimes and scheming against unscrupulous NPCs, truly mired in hardship. Yet, you waltz in as a first-class citizen and even purchase property? How can the disparity between individuals be so vast? I genuinely believe that Jiang Han must be cheating. Leveling up so swiftly to level 11 is one thing, but now this. When did our Great Xia begin to produce such talents? But who cares? In any case, it is a positive development. Now the players of the Great Xia Kingdom enjoy an additional hour of gameplay daily, a significant advantage. If there were ever a national war segment, those foolish foreigners would be left in tears. It makes sense, huh? So, in this light, Jiang Han's contributions appear quite substantial. Many players also shifted their focus to the additional hour of gameplay. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could recognize that this could potentially be a monumental advantage for the Great Xia Kingdom. However, there were also dissenting voices. It cannot be as mystical as you say. From what I gather, the game indeed features a housing system, likely categorized by national regions. Right now, it's merely that Jiang Han, with his high level, has unlocked the main city. Players from other nations will eventually catch up and unlock their own housing. This so-called advantage is probably fleeting, lasting only 2 or 3 days. After all, it is improbable for the game to be so unbalanced. Surely only one region has gained an additional hour of gameplay? Experienced players maintained a level-headed perspective, analyzing the situation calmly. Indeed, this possibility seems quite plausible. It may not be as exaggerated as it appears. Once this analysis was presented, many players nodded in agreement. Based on their years of gaming experience, it indeed seemed reasonable. However, what unfolds next remains uncertain. Is it due to unforeseen circumstances? Or is it related to the timing of unlocking properties? Even Jiang Han found himself somewhat astonished. Lost in contemplation. In his previous life, it was a long time before the first player qualified to purchase property made their appearance. The player in question is not situated in the Great Xia and has not activated the collective game buff. For now, this remains a singular instance. Nevertheless, on the whole, this can indeed be regarded as a fortunate occurrence. All players in the Great Xia will enjoy an additional hour of gameplay, which will undoubtedly enhance their strength in the future. This will provide them with greater confidence when facing the impending anomalies. Jiang Han did not dwell on it further. To be honest, he was not noble enough to espouse grand notions of national dedication. Especially considering the cautionary tale of Liu Ruyan, he remained thoroughly vigilant towards others. However, Jiang Han was not inherently a cold-hearted individual. Since it posed no detriment to himself, he decided to let it be. Meanwhile, in the 9527 novice village, in a certain peripheral area outside the city, the astonishing news reached him. Nightcold had remarkably reached level 11 and had even attained first-class citizenship. How impressive! This first achiever was truly deserving of the title. As the announcement echoed in his ears, Zhou Tao waved his wooden stick, his eyes brimming with envy. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. Even the often haughty Liu Ruyan did not dissent this time, instead nodding in acknowledgement. Since their entry into the game, she and Zhou Tao had been diligently researching and leveling up. They had presumed that within just one day, someone would reach level 10, indicating the game should be relatively simple. However, upon venturing outside the city, reality delivered a harsh blow to her expectations. Together, she and Zhou Tao struggled against even the lowest-tier slimes, being forced to flee in disarray. Were it not for Zhou Tao's extensive preparation? Having scoured the forum for knowledge prior to entering the game and employing clever tactics to escape, they might have perished at the hands of a mere level 1 slime. As for the other monsters, they were even more terrifying. Subsequently, under Zhou Tao's suggestion, the duo managed to join an experienced team, leveraging Liu Ruyan's striking appearance. And they barely scraped their way to level 2. Yet, in light of the continuous setbacks, even the prideful Liu Ruyan had to concede that the game's difficulty was indeed quite formidable. Now, that is a true expert. If only we could team up with the esteemed Nightcold, our levels would surely soar. Zhou Tao exclaimed with fervor. Having heard that Nightcold also hailed from the 9527 novice village, suggesting they might cross paths. Indeed, if we had such a skilled player leading us, we might already be at levels 4 or 5, rather than languishing at our current state, Liu Ruyan agreed, nodding in earnest. Casting a disdainful glance at the front where a bald warrior valiantly battled, lamenting how slow the leveling seemed. Oh? Is that the tone of someone who looks down upon our team? The nearby archer girl could no longer contain her disdain, sneering, if you hold such lofty aspirations, why not seek out that esteemed Nightcold? Our modest little shrine cannot accommodate such a grand Buddha. Zhou Tao's expression faltered momentarily as he forced a smile and said, My dear, you have misunderstood. My friend did not mean it that way, I apologize. Humph. Clearly, having done nothing at all, simply crossing her arms led to her leveling up, yet she remains unsatisfied? The archer girl scoffed, as if she truly believed herself to be a princess. Surely, she understands the implications. Zhou Tao managed an awkward smile but dared not retort. Indeed, both he and Liu Ruyan possessed little understanding of the game. Their inclusion in the team relied solely on the latter's charm. If one were to discuss it, it was indeed as if they had merely stood still and advanced in levels. Humph, if you wish to leave, then so be it. Do you truly think I care? However, Liu Ruyan was not pleased. With her arms crossed and a disdainful gaze directed at the archer girl, she declared, Let me make it clear. It is indeed your honor to have me join your team. My monthly allowance exceeds 200,000 if I wanted to find someone to level up with. Do you think I would struggle? It would merely require a modest expenditure. Chapter 32, Liu Ruyan. If Jiang Han were here, he would never allow this. The girl known as Little Raindrop, a skilled archer, flushed with indignation, nearly on the verge of tears, exclaimed, How can you be so ungrateful? We kindly offered to help you level up, and you respond with such an attitude? What attitude? Liu Ruyan replied nonchalantly. You claim to be helping me level up? Don't be absurd. The pace of my progress is slower than a snail compared to Jiang Han. Then go seek out Jiang Han and see if he deigns to assist you, Little Raindrop retorted, her chest heaving with frustration, feeling utterly powerless. Throughout her life, she had never encountered someone so exasperating. Jiang Han was indeed formidable, but what connection did that have with you? Shrimp-headed girl. Ha! Of course, he would. Liu Ruyan said with a faint smile. After all, I am not like you. Once Jiang Han sees me, he will undoubtedly wish to assist me in leveling up. What's the matter? Are you envious? But then again, it is understandable, since my arrival, which of the boys in your team would still pay you any attention? You. Little Raindrop clenched her bow tightly, seething with anger, yet feeling a pang of disappointment. Although reluctant to admit it, this seemingly rude girl was indeed quite pure and adorable in appearance, otherwise, her brother wouldn't have been so utterly captivated. The moment the other girl greeted him, he nearly lost his senses. Not to mention leveling up, even if tasked with digging a hole, he would likely leap at the opportunity. It can only be said that in today's society, there is no shortage of sycophants. Out of words, are we? How terribly lowly. You. Little Raindrop, being a young girl, had never encountered such a callous individual and was left in tears. What's wrong? Little Raindrop, why are you crying? At that moment, several warriors battling nearby sensed something amiss. The leader, a burly man named Big Raindrop, finished off the slime before swiftly approaching. Brother, she's bullying me. Little Raindrop immediately found solace, burying her face in Big Raindrop's embrace, weeping like a rain-soaked flower. What happened? Don't cry. Big Raindrop looked at Liu Ruyan with a perplexed expression. This girl appeared so innocent and did not seem like one who would bully others. Is there some misunderstanding? We were kindly helping her level up, and she said. Little Raindrop sobbed as she recounted the entire affair. After hearing the details, Big Raindrop's expression darkened. He cast a cold gaze at Liu Ruyan and demanded, how do you explain this? Explain? Liu Ruyan scoffed, showing no remorse. Who do you think you are for me to owe you an explanation? It's merely a fact. Now I present you with two choices, either your sister offers me a heartfelt apology, and we can consider this matter settled, or you may expel her. And I shall pretend nothing occurred, begrudgingly allowing you the chance to continue assisting me in leveling up. Give me a chance? Looking at Liu Ruyan, who appeared to bestow a condescending mercy, Big Raindrop opened his mouth, speechless for a long moment. All that echoed in his mind were two words, utterly bewildered. He exchanged a glance with Little Rain, bewildered beneath the perplexed tree and the equally baffled fruit. As he wondered which psychiatric institution had unleashed such a specimen upon the world. How could someone be so utterly shameless? Even the prospect of leveling up with him felt like a reluctant burden. Who do you think you are? Have you made your decision? Liu Ruyan remained composed, exuding an air of confidence, entirely oblivious to any impropriety. After all, her tactics had always proven effective against Jiang Han. You'd best return whence you came. You delusional fool, and spare me your madness. With someone like you, I wouldn't even bother prescribing medication. The torrential rain, now emboldened, unleashed a barrage of colorful expletives. How dare you, you! After all, as a seasoned player of various online games, he was no stranger to verbal skirmishes. His insults flowed seamlessly, devoid of repetition. Indeed, he admitted that the reason he had agreed to accompany such burdensome companions was due to Liu Ruyan's striking appearance. He had even indulged in fanciful thoughts of deepening their connection through gaming, hoping to end his long-standing singlehood. However, this did not imply that he lacked principles. Being called a simp by his teammates was trivial, and Liu Ruyan's indifference was to be expected from someone so beautiful. But to insult his family, that was unacceptable. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the submissive Rain would unleash such vitriol towards her. Anger coursed through her, causing her to tremble as she gritted her teeth. Fine. Make your choice, but do not regret it. Damn you. Rain continued to hurl insults, gesturing wildly with both hands and rhythmically moving his legs, exuding an aura of mockery. Is that so, Rain? I will ensure you pay for this. Liu Ruyan could no longer tolerate it. Casting him a venomous glance, she chose to leave the team, turning away. Zhou Tao. Let us go. Ah, wait. Zhou Tao stood frozen in disbelief. Liu Ruyan's actions had caught even him off guard. Damn it. After finally securing a powerful ally, you just throw it away? But upon witnessing the murderous glare from both Rain and Little Rain, Zhou Tao gritted his teeth and decided to follow Liu Ruyan. He understood well that their opportunity to level up was not due to his own merits but rather Liu Ruyan's beauty. With her departing, staying behind would jeopardize his standing. My goodness, what is happening? Zhou Tao caught up with Liu Ruyan, his face etched with worry. How are we supposed to level up now? Who cares if we don't level up? It's just a game. Liu Ruyan replied, feeling aggrieved. Besides, he insulted me so harshly, and you still defend him? Are you truly my good friend? Alright, my fault, but consider it from another perspective, it is only natural for Little Rain to feel upset upon hearing such words. Zhou Tao remarked with an expression of exasperation. Therefore, I have already provided him with an opportunity, as long as he apologizes to Little Rain, I would forgive him. Who would have thought he would become increasingly presumptuous? Liu Ruyan lamented, how dare he act in such a manner? Zhou Tao, looking speechless, inquired. So you believe this is offering Little Rain a way out? Is it not? Liu Ruyan asserted, as if it were self-evident. Zhou Tao hesitated for a moment and replied, that is actually not the case. Previously, Jiang Han would coax me in such a way. Liu Ruyan bit her lip. Feeling wronged, stated, whenever I am upset, if I give him a way out, he would gladly accept it. Had he been the one to lead me in leveling up just now, if I had suggested kicking someone out of the team, he would not have batted an eye. Zhou Tao pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. It does seem to be the case. Goodness. When I suggested you reach out to Jiang Han for leveling up, you dismissed it, claiming to be exceptionally skilled. Now that you find yourself in a predicament, facing disdain from others, you suddenly remember the merits of others. How petty. Chapter 33, How dare he? However, such words were naturally beyond his capacity to utter. After all, over the past 2 years, he had reaped considerable benefits from Liu Ruyan by playing the role of the pitiful one. He knew exactly how to navigate this situation. Zhou Tao remarked, thus, Jiang Han has indeed treated you quite well. The reason he hasn't contacted you this time, I suspect, is due to some unforeseen circumstance. Alternatively, perhaps you said something that provoked him. Given your magnanimity, it would be best not to hold a grudge against him. Liu Ruyan snorted coldly, remaining silent. Zhou Tao hesitated for a moment before continuing, and to speak frankly, the game Apocalypse is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity, yet you are well aware of its formidable challenges. Neither of us has much experience with games, and my own frail constitution makes it even more difficult for us to level up. We might even fall prey to wild monsters. Liu Ruyan scoffed at this notion, asserting that it was hardly a challenge, one merely needed to find others to form a team. That may be true, Zhou Tao conceded, with your striking beauty, many would be eager to team up with you, but one must question the caliber of those individuals. He cautioned, take that previous team for instance, despite their fervent efforts, it took them the better part of a day to gain merely 1 level. How exhausting. However, if Jiang Han were to lead the 2 of us, it would be a different story. I've heard from the chubby kid in our class that Jiang Han has always enjoyed gaming and possesses commendable skills. More importantly, he is willing to invest in you. Even if his skills are lacking, he would certainly hire a professional team to assist us in leveling up if you simply asked. Wouldn't you agree? Liu Ruyan shook her head, retorting, it sounds as if you believe I engage with him solely for monetary gain. Isn't that the case? Zhou Tao mused inwardly. Recalling how every time she reached out to Jiang Han, it invariably involved finances, whether it was for gifts or for treating friends to dinner at his expense. Nevertheless, Zhou Tao smiled and said, while others may not understand you, I certainly do. You are merely considering Jiang Han's feelings. Of course, Liu Ruyan replied with a smile. Indeed. It would be wonderful if Jiang Han possessed even half your understanding. Ha, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, I shan't comment further on that. Zhou Tao grinned with satisfaction. However, to be fair, despite Jiang Han's many shortcomings, he has treated you quite well. It has been quite a while since he last contacted you. He must be feeling quite miserable. Looking beyond the surface, given your kindness, you should certainly take his feelings into account, right? Liu Ruyan appeared slightly moved, yet hesitant. So, according to you, I should take the initiative to reach out to him? Absolutely. Zhou Tao beamed, having achieved his objective. If you don't contact that poor fool, how will the funds for the game materialize? How will I benefit from this? It wouldn't be worth my while to have endured this lengthy conversation in vain. Well, fine then. Liu Ruyan pondered for a moment. In truth, after enduring several days of Cold War with Jiang Han, she had found her own life rather challenging as well. In the past, each day upon awakening, I was greeted by Jiang Han's tender inquiries and attentiveness. Whatever I desired to eat or do, I needed not voice my wishes, Jiang Han would seamlessly fulfill them. However, these past few days, such treatment has vanished entirely. Dining out now requires careful consideration, unlike before when no matter the expense, there was always someone to cover the costs. That was the essence of living. Yet, out of pride and self-respect, compounded by the belief that Jiang Han would eventually come around, Liu Ruyan could not lower herself. But after being harshly reprimanded by the downpour today, she suddenly realized that Jiang Han was not as inept as she had imagined. Moreover, Zhou Tao's earnest counsel provided her with a way forward. This was indeed the right course. Zhou Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, as long as Liu Ruyan was willing to reach out to Jiang Han, regardless of what had transpired, even if the sky were to rain meteorites, Jiang Han would undoubtedly rush to her side. After all, it had always been this way, had it not? I'll log off for now and contact you later, Liu Ruyan remarked, turning to head towards safety as she prepared to exit the game. Zhou Tao said nothing, yet he felt a surge of encouragement. Soon, Liu Ruyan logged out of the game and sat on the edge of her bed, retrieving the new phone Jiang Han had recently gifted her. Indeed, Jiang Han had treated me quite well. Although his method of showering me with gifts was rather vulgar, Zhou Tao made a valid point. After all, he had little to offer beyond his wealth. I should indeed grant him another chance. Gazing at the latest model of the expensive smartphone in her hand, Liu Ruyan felt a momentary daze. Her fingers then flew across the screen. Jiang Han, I am playing a game called Doomsday. Hurry and purchase equipment to help Zhou Tao and me level up. If you can elevate me to the leaderboard this time, I might consider being your girlfriend. How does that sound? Aren't you touched? Hee. In no time, a message was crafted in the dialog box. Liu Ruyan even added a cute emoji, sending it off with confidence. In her mind, having reached this point, Jiang Han would surely be moved beyond measure. With a calm press of the power button, she set her phone down, certain that upon reading her message, he would be overwhelmed with emotion and rush to find her. However, after several minutes of silence, her phone remained utterly still. It seems Jiang Han is truly preoccupied with something this time. Is he unwell? Or is it something else? Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows, deep in thought. After all, it was uncharacteristic of Jiang Han not to respond to such an important message. Yet, rather than worry, a sense of vindication began to blossom within her. It was only to be expected. How could that bothersome individual refrain from reaching out for so long unless he was genuinely facing a predicament? In light of this, I shall forgive you. For it was not intentional. Liu Ruyan smiled triumphantly, evidently pleased that her allure remained intact. She picked up her phone, intending to make an exception and inquire about Jiang Han's situation, as a modest token of reward for him. However, the moment she activated the screen, her entire demeanor froze in shock. Her previously confident expression morphed into one of disbelief, then fury. For appended to the message she had sent was a glaring red exclamation mark. That wretched Jiang Han, how dare he delete her contact information? He deleted it. How could he possibly have the audacity? A moment later, within a lavishly rented room in an upscale neighborhood, a sharp, discordant explosion of sound shattered the silence. Jiang Han. From this day forth, I sever all ties with you. If you possess any true grit, do not come crawling back to me like a dog. Even if you were to kneel, I shall never forgive you. Absolutely not. Chapter 34, Before the Frigid Tyrant, He is Nothing. After a full 10 minutes, Liu Ruoyan's chest rose and fell irregularly, her emotions still in tumult. Despite her meticulous calculations, she had never anticipated such an outcome. She could not fathom what had compelled Jiang Han to commit such an audacious act. Had he forgotten who had sought information from all quarters? Who had dined with numerous individuals, and had reluctantly provided her contact details? Had he forgotten the elation he exhibited like a child upon receiving her number? Had he forgotten the promise he made to respond within 3 minutes? How dare you, how dare you! Liu Ruyan's fingers turned pale from the pressure of her grip on the phone, her body trembling uncontrollably. Just a month prior, Jiang Han had been utterly obedient to her, unable to be dismissed. And now, in the blink of an eye, he had suddenly grown resolute? Very well. Liu Ruyan scoffed coldly. Did he truly believe he had gained some prowess? Was it merely a handful of money that led him to think I valued his trifles? I had thought that by enduring such humiliation and accepting your gifts and money, I was sparing you from embarrassment before others, acting in your best interest. Now it seems that some individuals take my kindness for granted, pushing their luck. Excellent, daring to challenge Liu Ruyan's limits. Let us see who truly cannot do without whom. This time, I sincerely hope you are steadfast in your resolve. Do not orbit around me any longer, or I shall find it bothersome. Liu Ruyan flung her phone onto the bed. Jiang Han, I hope you maintain your bravado and do not come to apologize midway. Ding ding. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone vibrated. A message had arrived. Judging by the frequency, it was not just one, and the sender seemed rather impatient. Liu Ruyan raised an eyebrow, her anger swiftly transforming into amusement and mockery. Oh, could it be that in just 2 or 3 minutes? He could not contain himself and came to apologize? Ha! I told you, how could such a spineless person dare to act in such a manner? Regret has set in. Hasn't he it? Let me tell you, unless you kneel at my doorstep for 3 days and nights, I shall not forgive you. With an air of haughty determination, Liu Ruyan picked up her phone, eager to see how Jiang Han intended to apologize. Ha ha ha. Ruyan, you must see this photo I just found, it's hilarious. Doesn't it look just like Jiang Han cautiously approaching to apologize every time you're angry? Now that you've taken the initiative to contact him, he'll surely be delighted. Send him the image and watch his reaction. It will undoubtedly be amusing. Can't stop laughing. 2333. Clown. GIF. Indeed, there was a message, but it was not from Jiang Han, it was from Zhou Tao. The messages were filled with mirth, particularly the last one, which was accompanied by a gif of a clown pressing its nose and rolling its eyes. It was quite silly. Liu Ruyan, as she finished reading the message, the smile that had graced Liu Ruyan's lips abruptly vanished, lingering on her face like a frozen mask. Zhou Tao's original intention was to amuse himself at Jiang Han's expense, a scenario that had transpired on multiple occasions. In the past, whenever Jiang Han inadvertently upset Liu Ruyan, or when she found herself inexplicably enraged, even without any fault on Jiang Han's part, he would promptly extend an apology. It was during these moments that Zhou Tao would secretly revel in the situation. Presenting this message now seemed harmless, yet this time, Liu Ruyan not only received no apology but was also directly blocked from contacting him. The image now appeared somewhat ironic. With a sullen expression, Liu Ruyan glared at the screen where a clown pinched its nose, a surge of anger rising within her. For reasons unknown, she felt as though the clown on the screen was a deliberate mockery from Zhou Tao aimed at her. Ruyan? What's wrong? You haven't replied for so long, is there an issue with Jiang Han? The prolonged silence had alerted Zhou Tao, prompting him to inquire hastily. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath, attempting to calm her emotions. How could that be? I just messaged him, and he responded enthusiastically, saying he wants to level us up together. Preparations are already underway. What a joke! There was no way she could admit that she had already been blocked. That would be far too humiliating. I told you so, ha ha ha. You truly are remarkable, it's no wonder Jiang Han can't resist you, Ruyan, the unrivaled beauty. Zhou Tao immediately took on the role of a devoted flatterer, showering her with compliments. Reading these messages lifted Liu Ruyan's spirits considerably, and she soon sent another message. However, I didn't agree. Zhou Tao, ah? This was followed by an expression of bewilderment. Liu Ruyan, filled with indignation, replied, Stop it. I thought about it, and I just can't tolerate Jiang Han hovering around me like that. He is nothing but a useless piece of flotsam. But how are we supposed to level up together? Zhou Tao was utterly perplexed. This was not how he had envisioned things unfolding. Director, did you perhaps mix up the scripts? Liu Ruyan quickly responded, Isn't it simple? The top-ranked Jiang Han is also a big shot from our novice village 9527. Such talent is promising. I have faith in him. We can simply let him guide us in leveling up. Does he know you? No. Do you know him? Not at all. Why are you asking so many questions? Do you doubt me? No misunderstandings, I mean no offense. I'm just curious. Since neither of you knows each other, how can the esteemed Jiang Han help us level up? Ha! With my looks, my name Liu Ruyan. And my charm, isn't that enough? In a cramped little rental room, Zhou Tao held his phone, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Goodness gracious. This lady truly seems to have elevated herself to celestial heights. Zhou Tao took a deep breath, voicing his doubts. That's sufficient, of course. But we haven't even left the novice village yet, so we can't meet the esteemed Jiang Han. It matters not, I can seek others to guide me. For I am never short of companions to assist me in leveling up. Should you find it bothersome, feel free to seek others. I am indifferent. After being subjected to such inquiries from Zhou Tao, Liu Ruyan felt a sense of humiliation and was somewhat irked. Please, I only intend to assist you. Consider it my unsolicited advice. Indeed, given your charm, it is a loss for Jiang Han if he misses the opportunity to guide us in our advancement. Night Han shall be Night Han, Ruyan, I shall stick by you as your most steadfast ally. Zhou Tao was well aware of his own worth. Although he could not deceive the oblivious Jiang Han, he believed that with Liu Ruyan's influence, he could at least gain some levels. Thus, he hastily apologized and lavished her with flattery, taking a jab at Jiang Han. Clearly, Liu Ruyan relished this flattery. As if the fault lay not with her but with the entire world. She became somewhat intoxicated by Zhou Tao's praise and even began to believe it herself. With unwavering determination, she declared, rest assured, compared to the number one on the leaderboard, Jiang Han is nothing at all. In the end, he will only have regrets. But enough of that, I shall take my leave for a bath. After sending the message, Liu Ruyan did not glance back at the chat. Instead, with gritted teeth, she opened the Apocalypse Forum, beginning her search for all information regarding Night Han. Her intention to have Night Han assist her in leveling up was not mere bravado. She genuinely believed that with her beauty and talent, it would be a simple endeavor. So, Jiang Han, you have blocked me, have you? Do you think yourself formidable? Attempting to employ such a tactic of feigned withdrawal to coerce me into submission? I assure you, it will not work. Once I establish contact with the esteemed Night Han and ascend the ranks, I will ensure that you regret this decision for all eternity. Jiang Han, you possess only a trifling amount of wealth, yet your vision is so limited that you fail to realize how insignificant you are in the presence of true power. Let me make it clear, I shall not be burdened by your trivial emotions. I will thrive 100-fold, 1,000-fold better than before. With a flicker of determination in her eyes, Liu Ruyan resolved to reach out to Night Han, aiming to carve her own path on the leaderboard. She was determined to make Jiang Han aware of just how trivial his pride was in the presence of true greatness. Chapter 35. How on earth do you possess so many dark gold items at level 11? On the other side, Jiang Han was blissfully unaware that his simple act of purchasing some real estate and opening the leaderboard had inexplicably captured the attention of Liu Ruyan. It must be said that this woman's mind appeared somewhat eccentric. After confirming the land deed, Jiang Han departed from the Duke's mansion. Not in haste to head towards the western part of the city. Though the shops were now in his possession, they remained vacant. And aside from the residential property providing an additional 4 hours of gameplay, they bore little distinction from barren land. After all, the bustling activity resided in the other districts. And generally, few NPCs were inclined to settle there. Of course, if one were willing to pay a premium, that would be a different matter altogether. However, such expenditures were unnecessary. The current desolation was merely temporary. Once the Bazaar invasion occurred, the Western District would inevitably flourish. Placing the initiative firmly in the hands of Jiang Han, who would possess the majority of the commercial area. There was no need to rush at this moment. Soon, Jiang Han arrived at the eastern region of the city. As the most prosperous area of Windleaf City, the moment he stepped into the eastern district, he felt an unmistakable change in atmosphere. Although there were no other players present at that time, numerous NPCs wandered the streets. Various enhancement merchants, weapon sellers, and an array of professions were abundantly visible, including patrolling guards at levels 50 or 60. The vibrancy was evident, yet remarkably orderly. Finding the crowd overwhelming, Jiang Han casually sought out a relatively quiet identification shop. "Is there something you need?" The shopkeeper glanced up at Jiang Han, his demeanor neither warm nor cold. To him, a mere level 11 youth was unlikely to bring in significant business. Nevertheless, a small profit was still better than none. The proprietor lazily rose, stifling a yawn. "Are you here for crafting or identification?" "Identification," replied Jiang Han. The shopkeeper hesitated momentarily, then cautioned, "Our shop only identifies equipment starting from the silver tier. For bronze items, it would be more suitable to go outside the city." "What about dark gold? Can you identify that?" Jiang Han surveyed the surroundings. Noting that the shop was even more dilapidated than he had anticipated, lacking even an apprentice, which made him question the proprietor's expertise. Just like players, NPCs exhibited a wide range of skill levels. Dark gold tier equipment was exceedingly rare, and if the shopkeeper was inexperienced, the success rate for identification would surely be low. "Dark gold tier?" The shopkeeper was taken aback. "Why do you ask? Could it be that you, oh my?" Before he could finish his sentence, his expression froze, eyes widening in astonishment. This was due to Jiang Han casually revealing a delicately crafted pendant in his hand. Dark Knight Pendant, accessory, grade, dark gold. Effect, not yet identified. Good heavens! You truly possess one. The identification shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement. Resembling a man who had been solitary for centuries encountering a beautiful woman in the nude, he was utterly captivated. "Rest assured, my good sir, our establishment is indeed capable of identifying dark gold items. Furthermore, considering the significance of the dark gold equipment, I shall personally oversee the process to ensure absolute success." The identification boss immediately pounded his chest with a resounding thud, solemnly vowing his assurance. "What is the success rate?" Jiang Han casually inquired. "Over 80%. I am a master appraiser of the highest caliber, with skills that are unimpeachable." 80% is acceptable, Jiang Han nodded, recognizing that this level merely places him among the mid-tier of NPCs. The truly elite NPCs can guarantee a 100% success rate even for the identification of epic-grade equipment. However, such individuals are seldom found in identification shops. They are often hidden masters. Jiang Han was aware of a few locations of these appraisers, yet they were all too distant from Fengye City to warrant the time expenditure. After all, even if identification fails for dark gold grade equipment, there would be no loss of attributes, merely a slight increase in expenditure and the necessity for additional attempts. Fortunately, Jiang Han had an abundance of gold and was more than willing to spend it to save time. The identification fee was 100 gold coins, with the stipulation that should an identification fail, no refunds would be issued. "You see." The identification boss rubbed his hands together, his expression tense. It was one thing to produce rare equipment, but whether one could afford the identification fee was an entirely different matter. 100 gold coins was indeed a significant burden for someone at level 11. "No problem, proceed with the identification," Jiang Han replied. "I have several dark gold pieces to identify as well." Jiang Han casually produced several dark gold items obtained from the Abyss trials and placed them before the appraiser. "Wow! So many dark gold items?" 7 pieces of dark gold equipment sparkled brilliantly, illuminating the entire identification shop and nearly dazzling the boss's titanium alloy eyes. In all his years, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Who would have thought that a level 11 player would casually present 7 pieces of dark gold gear, as if discarding cabbages? Had he looted the lair of a dragon? The identification boss's mind buzzed with disbelief, pondering how it was possible for a level 11 individual to be so formidable. "Boss, are you going to identify them or not?" "If not, I'll be on my way," Jiang Han frowned. I will. The moment he heard the generous patron was about to leave, the boss became anxious. "Please, don't rush, I will certainly identify them." He extended his hands, directly commencing the identification process. Ding! A flash of white light illuminated the room, and fortune favored him as the identification succeeded. Dark Knight Pendant, LV10, grade, dark gold, spirit 40, strength 40, reduces dark attribute damage by 20, this is quite good. Jiang Han declared as he donned the Dark Knight Pendant. A level 10 pendant, its base attribute increase nearly rivaled that of a level 20 golden piece, making it sufficient for use over an extended period. Such extraordinary equipment, and you deem it merely good? The corners of the identification boss's mouth twitched slightly. Had the youth of today truly become so exceptional? He recalled his own days of traversing the land, clad in bronze gear until the next tier, with silver equipment being a rare treasure. Indeed, it seemed that the newcomers were well versed in the art. Nevertheless, despite his musings, the identification boss's hands did not falter in their task. A brilliant flash of white light illuminated the scene, revealing 7 pieces of dark gold equipment, with only a single failure to show for it. Regrettably, the remaining items did not suit Jiang Han, and thus he chose not to don them. Jiang Han glanced at his fundamental attributes: player Nightcold, class God of Wealth, unique, Beast Master, level 11, 1 at 20, basic stats health, 990, mana, 2640. Hunger, 100, core attributes strength, 142, constitution, 99, spirit, 264, agility, 110, special attributes luck, 65, charisma, 68. One word encapsulated it all: impressive. With a spirit value of 264. It implied that with the mere acquisition of any spellcasting skill scroll, even a rudimentary water ball spell, he could effortlessly unleash damage exceeding 300. For the average player, an attack-oriented class at level 11, adhering to the conventional distribution of 2 strength, 2 constitution, and 1 agility, would typically boast a health pool just over 600. 2 water balls would send them weeping home to their mothers. What was even more daunting was that, in comparison to his attributes, Jiang Han was merely a supporting character next to Xiao Wei. After reaching level 11, the little creature's 4 primary attributes had already surged past 4 digits. With a single breath of dragon fire, regardless of the adversary, be it a fearsome demon or a mythical beast, 5,000 points of true damage would leave even the sturdiest tank reeling. Chapter 36, The Final Cataclysm. With a sense of triumph, Zhou Tao relinquished 800 gold coins. And Jiang Han, in the gaze of the envious shopkeeper, tucked away the remaining dark gold equipment as he exited the appraisal shop. The time ahead was dedicated to leveling up while awaiting news from Sophia. In the misty valley, a dense fog enveloped the landscape for miles, reducing visibility to mere meters. Occasional roars from beasts echoed through the air, sending shivers down one's spine. However, the area was largely unpopulated. Renowned as the most efficient leveling ground outside of Windleaf City, the Misty Valley also posed significant dangers. In a past life, only the most elite teams dared to venture here. Typically, a small party of 5 would engage in combat, supported by dozens of others providing supplies and distractions, ensuring a modicum of safety. Yet, even with such precautions, top-tier players frequently met their demise in these treacherous lands. Now, Jiang Han stood alone in this perilous place. Given the attributes of his companion, Little Grey, he felt little pressure even when facing monsters of level 30. However, in terms of experience gained, the difference between slaying monsters 10 levels above and those 20 levels higher was negligible. The Misty Valley, predominantly inhabited by level 20 monsters, was perfectly suited for his current leveling needs. Roar! Roar! Indeed, no sooner had he set foot in the Misty Valley than a pack of pitch-black hyenas fixated on him. Grey Hyena, level 21, attributes, level difference too great to view, description, hyenas contaminated by grey mist, inherently vicious, they have become even more bloodthirsty, attacking all foreign creatures within sight, with a particular fondness for intimate violations. Warning, protect your posterior. How repulsive, Jiang Han thought with disdain. The reason the Misty Valley instilled fear in countless players was largely due to the grey hyenas. When facing other monsters, a careless defeat might only result in a swift respawn, albeit with considerable losses, at least the pain was minimal. But if a grey hyena set its sights on you, well, one could expect to endure a most excruciating experience. Many players who had suffered such an encounter described it as feeling like a miniature blender had been inserted where it ought not be. The discomfort was notorious. Rumor had it that after midnight, some rather lively individuals could often be seen wandering in this area. Little Gray. As a representative of the new generation of rebellious youths, Jiang Han prided himself on his virtuous pedigree and had no penchant for masochism. He commanded Little Gray to strike. Howl. Little Gray let out a fierce roar and charged into the pack of hyenas. 998, 5000, 997, you have successfully slain a gray hyena. Experience 240, you have successfully slain a gray hyena. Experience 235, a flurry of ominous numbers cascaded before him. Despite the gray hyenas being formidable adversaries with high attack power and substantial health exceeding 4 digits, they paled in comparison to Little Gray's terrifying stats. With a single claw strike, the health gauge plummeted, and with 2 strikes, one would be consigned to oblivion. Those fortunate enough to be engulfed by a dragon's breath would scarcely emit a sound, instantly reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, Jiang Han's experience bar began to ascend. A truly effortless endeavor. His primary task was merely to find a safe vantage point from which to observe, occasionally remaining vigilant for any lurking dangers. For someone as seasoned in gaming as he, this was exceedingly simple. Such is the essence of a well-lived life, Jiang Han mused. Reflecting upon his previous life as a beleaguered knight, enduring relentless assaults, the contrast was stark. Time flowed steadily. Ding! Congratulations, your level has successfully risen to LV12. Ding! Your beast companion Little Gray has leveled up to LV12. Compared to the previous encounters with low-level monsters outside the city, this latest endeavor yielded an unparalleled efficiency in monster farming. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Han achieved level 12. This efficiency, if fully unleashed, could allow for a minimum of 2 levels gained in a single day. Today had been somewhat unfortunate, devoid of any encounters with bosses. Should he factor in the efficiency of boss farming, the acquisition of experience would ascend to an entirely new echelon. Reaching level 20 was merely a matter of days. Jiang Han glanced at the multitude of corpses and items scattered around, too apathetic to collect them. Despite his considerable luck, which had produced a fair share of equipment, including several silver-grade items, they held little value to him given his current attributes. To him, they were akin to worthless scrap, burdensome and occupying precious inventory space. Nevertheless, after several hours of monster hunting, he did manage to obtain a skill scroll. Beginner Scroll Fireball Description. Upon shattering this scroll, you will grasp the intricacies of the fireball spell. It was mediocre at best. To be candid, it was of little practical use. However, foundational skills like these had no restrictions. As long as one possessed sufficient scrolls, one could learn as many as desired. The skill mechanism in Doomsday differed markedly from other games, emphasizing numerous intricate details. Particularly for skills that were not lock-on, low proficiency made it easy for monsters to evade. This accounted for why, in the early stages, certain monsters, despite relatively low attributes, could still relentlessly pursue players. With a limited mana pool, missing even a single skill could be detrimental. The same applied to archers and melee fighters, as monsters could evade even basic attacks. Thus, while acquiring skills was one matter, the ability to effectively utilize them post-acquisition was another. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. Nevertheless, even if it was merely a fireball, it was inconsequential. At least it would afford a semblance of prestige. After all, Jiang Han need not engage directly in combat. With a swift motion, he crushed the scroll in one hand. And simultaneously, a new entry appeared in his skill bar, Fireball. Fireball spell, proficiency level 0, conjures a fireball using magical energy. Inflicting 150 of the target's mental value as magical damage, casting time, 1 second, cost, 50 mana, cooldown, 5 seconds, Jiang Han glanced at a distant grey hyena. After a second of incantation, a fireball gently descended upon the grey hyena's head. 321, clearly, under the constraints of level suppression, the damage was significantly reduced, resulting in an output far lower than anticipated. Comparatively, the output was disheartening against that of Little Gray. Nevertheless, Jiang Han thought, since he had nothing better to do, he might as well practice his skills. Indifferent, he idly cast spells nearby. Night fell. At precisely 11 p.m., Jiang Han had entered the game at 10 a.m. And despite his current daily playtime of 13 hours, he had reached his limit. Regrettably, he had yet to attain level 13. Observing the experience bar just beyond halfway, he exited the game, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. However, it was just as well, he could snack a bit and resume later. Jiang Han had no intention of sleeping. For him, playing Doomsday was a form of relaxation. Research indicated that playing for 2 hours was akin to having slept for 1 hour. Thus, most players spent their nights immersed in Doomsday, catching up on sleep during the day to attend to other matters. Jiang Han's 13 hours of gameplay roughly equated to 6.5 hours of sleep, enabling him to function continuously for 24 hours if needed. The more he played, the more invigorated he felt. At present, he harbored not a trace of sleepiness. Moreover, and more importantly, once midnight passed, it would mark the beginning of the third day in Doomsday, heralding the public beta. At that time, Doomsday would gradually manifest across various nations in the form of national maps. The first to be impacted would be the Great Xia nation. Within Great Xia, all individuals aged 16 and above would be forcibly swept into this perilous game. The world was on the cusp of a monumental transformation. An hour swiftly elapsed. Jiang Han casually discarded his gaming equipment into the trash bin and lay on his bed, silently awaiting the moment when the second hand would reach its zenith. Ding! Welcome, brave warrior of another world. In the next instant, the world spun wildly. The previously dim vision brightened, and Jiang Han found himself once again in the Misty Valley. For those who had participated in the closed beta, aside from the elimination of the need for gaming equipment to connect to the game, everything else remained unchanged. One would reappear in the same region they had left. However, players who had never entered the game before were transported to different novice villages. Where am I? Am I dreaming? A game? Wasn't I just skewering meat? Where is my skewer? Oh my goodness, have I crossed over? Ah, indeed, I am the chosen one. A grand gift awaits. Aside from the few players still battling within the game, a staggering 99% of the population looked utterly bewildered. Suddenly finding oneself in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by familiar faces, it is impossible for any rational individual to remain composed. Particularly in this era, where nightlife flourishes. Many have yet to retire for the night, some are engrossed in films, others savoring skewers, while others indulge in the exuberance of nightclubs, all engaged in their pursuits of procreation. A myriad of characters, each unique in their endeavors. Fortunately, once the apocalypse officially descends, players remain unaffected by the external world, their physical forms untouched and untouchable. During this period, within the vast boundaries of the Great Xia, everything seems to be frozen in time, as though the clock has stopped. Normalcy will only resume the following day. Otherwise, at the very moment of entering the game, many couples engrossed in peculiar games would find themselves in dire circumstances. After all, no one can hold their breath for 8 hours, let alone those still navigating various modes of transport. In the novice village of 9527, Liu Ruyan stood in the town, utterly bewildered. I wasn't even playing a game, how did I end up in the apocalypse? The sudden influx of players in the novice village was perplexing, and these faces seemed eerily familiar, as if they hailed from the same neighborhood. Ruyan! Ruyan! Are you there? At that moment, Zhou Tao sent a message. Oh my goodness! This is so bizarre. I was just out having a midnight snack with Wang Wan and the others. And suddenly I'm in the game. The craziest part is, I just ran into Wang Wan and the gang in the novice village. What? Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Being pulled into the game while enjoying barbecue, surely this cannot be a dream? Oh my gosh. Though I don't know what is happening, I have a hunch that, just as I suspected, this game called Apocalypse is indeed a catalyst for changing the world. Absolutely incredible. Now everyone is drawn into the game, and we are beta testers. We hold a significant advantage. This is the capital of Ascendance. Moreover, I've noticed that the game lacks a logout function. It's as if everyone is being locked in here. What do you think? It was a wise decision to enter the game, wasn't it? You don't want to miss out. And now it's clear that my foresight is unparalleled. This is what it means to have vision. Who in our class can compare to me? Zhou Tao continued to chatter, his excitement and pride woven into every word. Liu Ruyan, on the other hand, was so astonished that she could scarcely find her voice. Although Zhou Tao had previously mentioned the incident at the hospital, she had never taken it to heart. She had never imagined that a game could truly influence reality. And the absence of a logout function? Does this imply that one's strength within the game is tantamount to their status in life? Heavens! The very thought of this possibility sent her heart racing. She opened the leaderboard, her gaze fixated on the singular name atop it, her eyes brimming with yearning and aspiration. Jiang Han, if only she could find Jiang Han. As long as you guide me in my pursuit of advancement, I am certain I can transform my wretched existence and rise above others with relentless determination. It seems as though the wheels of fate are beginning to turn. Chapter 37, Who exactly is Jiang Han? Even Zhou Tao has sensed the peculiarities of the apocalypse. There are many who possess more information channels than he does. Although the unfolding events have caught everyone off guard, this world is not devoid of intelligent minds. Half an hour later, under the leadership of these elites, a wealth of information was collected, and the current situation was generally clarified. Firstly, all individuals aged 16 and above within the borders of the Great Xia Empire, regardless of gender or age, have been forcibly logged into the apocalypse. Secondly, the game's exit interface has completely vanished, rendering players unable to withdraw at will. Thirdly, the locations of players correspond to their real-world positions. The closer the distance, the nearer the spawn point, with each novice village linked to a specific area. Fourthly, during the character creation phase, appearance and gender cannot be altered, and all possess identical basic attributes. Fifthly, real-life disabilities do not impact game data. Even comatose individuals who have lain unconscious for years have been drawn into the game. There are numerous key pieces of information, amounting to hundreds of points. And the list continues to grow. Through the extensive dissemination of knowledge by various beta testers, almost everyone has reached a consensus in the game. It is best to avoid death. Beyond this, the most pressing matter remains finding a method to exit the game and return to reality. However, even those beta players with some gaming experience find themselves at a loss. And what of Jiang Han? Is he not the top player on the leaderboard? Has anyone inquired if he knows the way out? Indeed, there are over 1 million players participating in the beta. How is it that he alone has leveled up so swiftly? Does he possess some secret knowledge? His progress seems almost supernatural. Could he be a game master? Ah! Could it truly be that remarkable? Naturally, nearly everyone's gaze has turned toward Jiang Han. There is no alternative. On the expansive leaderboard, there exists but one individual. The name Jiang Han shines with an extraordinary brilliance. This is precisely why Jiang Han has chosen to conceal his identity. A tall tree attracts the wind. To dominate in a game capable of transforming the world. Claiming that no one in real life has set their sights on him would be more fantastical than the apocalypse itself. In Novice Village number 001. Beneath a pavilion in the city, it is undeniably quieter here compared to the surrounding bustle, exuding an air of solemnity. This tranquility is due to the presence of several middle-aged men seated within the pavilion, all of whom are true titans of the Great Xia Empire. The guards stationed around the pavilion are equally seasoned elites, each a master of combat. At this moment, a sharp-eyed young man with a buzz cut is reporting. As of now, we still have not discovered any method to exit the game. According to Dr. Chen's deductions, we can either wait until the daily gaming duration concludes, at which point we might be ejected from the game, or... The buzzcut youth hesitates briefly. It is possible we may be permanently trapped inside. The situation has escalated to such a grave extent. After hearing the report from the young man with a buzz cut, the stoic military leader furrowed his brow slightly. In fact, since yesterday, this game, suspected of causing organ failure in players, had already captured the military's attention. As a high-ranking military figure, he was naturally deeply concerned about this issue and had formulated multiple contingency plans overnight. However, the unfolding of events had been utterly unforeseen. So, what of Jiang Han? The top-ranked player, do we have any news? The leader inquired. The young man replied, sparse information is available. What we know is that in the novice village of 9527, shortly after the server launch, 2 players claim to have seen someone accompanied by formidable NPCs leveling up. Who is suspected to be Jiang Han? However, their specific appearance and identity remain unknown. The leader pressed further, "Have we pursued this lead?" "Yes," the young man nodded, confirming that 9527 is indeed the novice village for players from Jiangcheng. "Over the past couple of days, we have gathered information from Jiangcheng and filtered it, focusing particularly on individuals whose names contain Yorhan. However, the population of Jiangcheng is vast, and the clues are exceedingly scant, requiring time to sift through." "So enigmatic." As if deliberately on guard against something, the leader mused. "Is it possible to establish contact with Jiang Han?" "Unfortunately not," the young man shook his head. "He has reached level 12 and is no longer in the novice village. Currently, no one can exit." The leader expressed surprise. "What of Chen Kuang? Is he also unreachable?" Chen Kuang, known as the Blade of Fury in reality, is a celebrated warrior. Even the military leader held profound admiration for his prowess. His skills and capabilities are unparalleled, making him one of the finest in the entire Great Xia nation. As for the Blade of Fury, the young man sighed with a wry smile. He has only reached level 4 so far. How is it that he has only attained level 4 after entering the game yesterday? The leader inquired. Was he delayed by other matters? No, the young man shook his head in denial. He has been leveling up with his team, but the intensity of the game, Doomsday, is indeed quite formidable. The leveling speed of the Blade of Fury is already among the elite. The average player can only manage to level up by 2 levels in a day. The leader fell into silence for a moment before waving his hand, indicating he understood. "You may leave now. Report any developments immediately." "Understood." The young man saluted and departed from the pavilion. Indeed, Jiangcheng harbors such remarkable individuals. Jiang Han is undoubtedly extraordinary. The leader sighed softly, though he appeared composed on the surface, only he knew the extent of his astonishment. He was acutely aware of Chen Kuang's capabilities. To think that such a person, leading an elite team selected from the vast populace of the Great Xia, could achieve a leveling speed that is less than half of Jiang Han's, it's simply unfathomable. Is this truly a game? Unmoved as a mountain, he narrowed his eyes, the decades of military experience imparting wisdom. From this day forth, the global landscape shall irrevocably transform. Yet, this profound realization is not confined to a solitary magnate. In the political and business realms of the Great Xia, numerous notable figures, both familiar and obscured, are engulfed by a fervent curiosity regarding the true identity of Jiang Han. They are employing every conceivable means to investigate him. Alas! In this domain known as the Doomsday, even those with extensive influence and connections in reality find it impossible to unearth Jiang Han. However, as the inquiry deepens, the astonishment among the masses intensifies. The starkest revelation lies in the fact that, currently, the highest level players in various novice villages have barely reached level 8. This achievement is solely attributable to the hour of gameplay bonus bestowed by Jiang Han, allowing them to struggle to attain this status, leaving them a staggering 4 levels behind him. Chapter 38. Do you understand the intricacies of wealth? Especially in the context of the ascension trials. The genuine disparity, it seems, may extend across several levels. Any player with a modicum of intelligence can grasp the formidable nature of such a vast chasm between them and the top-tier players. Who, then? Is this night cold? Wind Leaf City. The uproar caused by the public beta was anticipated by Jiang Han. However, since he was not situated in the novice village, he was spared from many unnecessary troubles. With little Gray by his side, he immersed himself in the experience-gaining frenzy within the Misty Valley. Night Cold, come to the Duke's Manor, there is news regarding your inquiries. Just as he was relishing the rapid surge of experience, a message from Sophia arrived. So soon? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, a flicker of joy igniting within him. After all, it pertained to a hidden class of greater strength than the Beast Whisperer. He promptly summoned Little Gray and made his way towards the Duke's Manor. Before long, he encountered Sophia at their usual spot. You've arrived? Sophia, adorned in an elegant purple gown, exuded sophistication while accentuating her figure exquisitely. Her meticulously applied makeup highlighted her allure. Even though Jiang Han had resolutely locked his heart away, achieving a state of indifference towards women, he couldn't help but steal a few glances. One must concede that Sophia was indeed a rare beauty. having been deemed the most enchanting NPC by many in his former life. Though the Prime Minister had passed, the legacy of the Wei clan lingered deeply within the hearts of the people. Yet, in contrast to her captivating charm, Jiang Han found himself more intrigued by her uncle. A hidden class, who wouldn't he be captivated by its allure? I have come. Jiang Han stepped forward. As for the news from Chief Steer, do not rush. Uncle Steer is currently traveling and cannot be reached. I shall convey the message on his behalf, Sophia replied with a gentle smile. The method to unlock the hidden class is not particularly difficult, it lies within Windleaf City. Within Windleaf City? Jiang Han was taken aback, followed by an overwhelming joy. I thought such an extraordinary quest would lead me to the ends of the earth. Yet you tell me the treasure lies beneath the crooked tree in my own backyard? Indeed, Sophia affirmed gracefully. However, it may prove somewhat challenging. Jiang Han composed himself, his amusement tempered. Sophia hesitated briefly before gesturing towards the northern part of the city. According to Uncle Steer, atop the Dragon Mountain outside the city resides an extraordinarily powerful dragon, and beneath its lair lies a labyrinth. Deep within this maze, everything you desire awaits. Jiang Han paused. You mean the cave labyrinth? How do you know? Sophia raised an eyebrow, her surprise nearly overflowing. This labyrinth was something even Steer was vague about, its name eluding him. Nevertheless, Sophia had spent a considerable amount of time in Windleaf City and, out of boredom, had indulged in listening to various peculiar tales to pass the time. By a stroke of serendipity, I learned of a labyrinthine cave nestled within the Dragon Mountain range. How does Nightcold know, you may ask? Well, I have a penchant for uncovering peculiar tales, and it was purely by chance that I stumbled upon this knowledge. Jiang Han spoke vaguely, he could hardly reveal, sister. I am a reborn soul, and I have traversed this cave before. Such a confession would undoubtedly lead Sophia to deem him deranged. Indeed. Jiang Han had visited this labyrinth before, intimately so. He recalled the route with remarkable clarity, akin to returning to one's hometown. For in his past life, he had procured a hidden class scroll for Liu Ruyan from within this very cave. However, that hidden class pertained to a priest, not a beast master. Could there be an undisclosed secret entwined within? A coincidence? Sophia cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Han, sensing an increasing air of mystery surrounding the young man before her. O Divine One, have you truly heard my prayers and sent forth such a flawless man for me? Suddenly, an unexpected notification startled Jiang Han. Ding. Sophia's affection for you has increased by 20. How could completing a hidden class task yield an increase in affection? Is a charisma score of 68 truly so formidable? Gazing at Sophia's beaming smile, Jiang Han found himself lost in contemplation. Frankly, the rise in affection unsettled him. Nevertheless, he decided it was not a matter of concern. He shifted his focus back to the task at hand. Sophia, are you certain that the chief steward spoke of this labyrinth? Not another? Absolutely, she affirmed with confidence. There exists only this one maze within the Dragon Mountain range, and it is guarded by a dragon. A dragon? Jiang Han furrowed his brow. That could not be right. During his previous visit, while the cave was perilous and he had narrowly escaped, there had only been a singular level 80 aberrant, demonic boss. Where was the dragon? Perhaps the timeline had shifted. Prior to my arrival, someone may have already taken the treasures from the cave. Consequently, the dragon could have departed or been slain, allowing the aberrant boss to occupy the cavern. As for the hidden scroll I acquired, could it have been another artifact? After much reflection, this seemed the sole explanation. Yet, many details remained inconsistent. Beyond this, Jiang Han was at a loss regarding other circumstances. However, in the ever-shifting realm of the apocalypse, it mattered little. As long as the task was accepted, he could devise further strategies later. Ding! The steward has sent a message. Proceed to the unknown labyrinth and retrieve the items within. As expected, the whispers of the dragon quest was promptly updated. Grateful for her assistance, Jiang Han ensured he had not overlooked anything before preparing to depart. Are you truly heading to the cave labyrinth? Sophia inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity. Indeed, Jiang Han nodded affirmatively. Yet this is an area of level 80. where even the elite of the city face certain death. You are merely. Sophia's beautiful eyes brimmed with concern. Perhaps it is wiser not to act recklessly. No worries, I have a plan, Jiang Han replied, unfazed as he produced the communication token bestowed upon him by Mel's. Is it not merely a dragon? I have pilfered dragon eggs before, traversing a labyrinth should pose no challenge. Besides, I remember the details of that cavern vividly. The danger is not even remotely comparable to that of confronting the radiant dragon, I assure you. Leveling up does not require Mel's intervention. However, I am quite familiar with the art of looting. As long as the funds are sufficient, even a dragon can be subdued. Coincidentally, Jiang Han lacks nothing at present except for money. If he invests another 100 million, the hidden profession will be his, wouldn't it? In this world, there is no task that cannot be accomplished with 100 million. If there is, then let us acquire another. Chapter 39, The Limited Allure of Gold Coins? Effortlessly controlling a godly powerhouse. The token of the Supreme Hall? Sophia, with her discerning eye, immediately recognized the object in Jiang Han's hand, a purple token. Its rank was notably high, requiring at least a warrior of level 100 to possess it. Sophia pondered as she observed Jiang Han. No wonder he exuded such confidence, he indeed had a formidable backing. Yet, how could a mere level 12 individual qualify to acquire such an item? Even for someone of royal lineage like Sophia, the tokens of the Supreme Hall were exceedingly rare. This faction held an extraordinarily elevated status across the entire continent. Indeed, the Supreme Hall did not belong to the Dragon Phoenix Empire, nor to any other empire. However, it was unequivocally formidable, its foundation rivaling that of any empire. A considerable number believed that the Supreme Hall was the preeminent power on the continent, continuously producing godly beings. Of course, whether this assertion held truth was indeterminate, nonetheless. The very existence of such a belief was sufficient to illustrate the Supreme Hall's formidable nature. Even Sophia, as a member of royalty, lacked extensive knowledge regarding the Supreme Hall. For this faction was shrouded in mystery, let alone possessing such a rare token. The purple token flickered twice, and then the jovial voice of Mel's reached them, night cold. What brings you to contact me this time? Jiang Han replied with a smile, Master, I have another business proposition. Are you interested? Oh. Mel's tone elevated, clearly intrigued. Do elaborate. It involves dragons. Jiang Han recounted the situation succinctly. Another dragon? Upon hearing Jiang Han's account, Mel's fell into a brief silence, then weakly remarked. Where on earth did you gather so much information about dragons? Do you have a vendetta against the dragon clan? Not at all, it's merely coincidental. Jiang Han shook his head in denial. How peculiar, first you steal dragon eggs, and now you intend to raid their lair. That seems rather fortuitous, Mel's murmured. Indeed. It is a coincidence, I did not wish for this, Jiang Han chuckled bitterly, finding the situation oddly perplexing. Dragons were a rarity on the continent. And in just 3 short days, he was about to explore 2 dragon lairs consecutively. Such occurrences were likely to be rare over centuries. Moreover, dragons were synonymous with brutality and power, and most individuals would dare not provoke them. Sophia, merely listening to their dialogue, was already utterly astonished. Her delicate fingers instinctively covering her rosy lips. Stealing dragon eggs? Invading dragon lairs? Such matters are simply beyond belief. I shan't go, I have yet to recover. Mel's contemplated before ultimately refraining from agreeing. Jiang Han remarked nonchalantly, as before, upon completion, the remuneration will be 200 million. 200 million. Mel's voice was evidently wavering. Goodness, my dear brother, please don't put it this way. This money seems almost too good to be true. One might wonder who could withstand such an offer. However, after much contemplation, Mel's ultimately declined. To be honest, night cold, the terms are indeed enticing. But having just battled the sacred judgment dragon, I find myself in a weakened state, it would be too perilous. Allow me a month to recuperate, and after that, I shall accompany you to explore the Dragon Mountain range. There is no need for such an exorbitant price, 100 million gold coins would suffice. A month. Jiang Han furrowed his brow, as he was unwilling to wait such a lengthy period. If you agree, then so be it. If not, there is little I can do. Mel's felt a profound ache in his heart. 200 million. I could even increase it to 300 million. Jiang Han's tone was resolute, to be candid. 300 million gold coins was not insignificant to him, yet it was worth it. I. Mel's composure began to fray. His mind consumed by the gleaming gold coins. Such a lofty sum could easily recruit a formidable army. I truly find myself powerless. Yet. Mel still gritted his teeth and refused. Such an immense fortune was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation, but it was not enough to risk his life. The potential gains were indeed substantial, yet the risks were equally formidable. Is that so? Jiang Han sighed softly, realizing that Mel's situation was indeed dire. Not swayed by mere money. However, he had other means at his disposal. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Han proposed. What if I could provide information about the Holy Spirit Spring? In the next instant, Mel's trembling voice echoed, the Holy Spirit Spring? How do you know of this? Even from a distance, Jiang Han could sense Mel's increasingly heavy breaths. Indeed, this artifact held a lethal allure for beings of divine caliber. You need not inquire further. Suffice it to say, I am aware of the location of the Holy Spirit Spring, Jiang Han replied with composure. Where is it? Mel's pressed eagerly. Jiang Han merely smiled subtly, withholding his words. After a brief silence, Mel's voice grew somber, night-cold. If you can genuinely provide information about the Holy Spirit Spring, I would stake my life to help you retrieve treasures from the Dragon Mountain range. However, the question remains, how can you prove this? Jiang Han calmly uttered 4 words, the Lost Land. This time, Mel's pondered in silence for a considerable time, seemingly weighing his options. Jiang Han, unhurried, trusted that Mel's experience would lead him to comprehend the profound significance of those 4 words. Eventually, after a few minutes, Mel sighed heavily. Do you know the specific coordinates? I cannot provide that, but I do know the general area and direction, Jiang Han replied with a smile. If that is all there is, then the value of this information diminishes. Mel's contemplated for a moment, adding 100 million gold coins to the deal. I would stake my life to accompany you to the Dragon Mountain range. It is settled. Jiang Han exhaled deeply. In truth, he was aware of the locations of 3 Holy Spirit springs. The one in the Lost Land was nearly dried up, yet it would suffice for Mel's. Very well. When shall we embark? Mel's also appeared considerably more relaxed. Both parties felt they had gained significantly from this transaction. Now, Jiang Han stated. Now. Mel's hesitated, wondering if that might be a tad too hasty. Should we perhaps wait a bit longer? I cannot afford to wait at all, otherwise, the deal is off. And I shall seek others, Jiang Han asserted with unwavering determination. This. Mel's pondered for a moment. All right, fine. It is indeed astonishing that a supreme being of the Apex Hall could be so easily swayed by a mere level 12 novice. Such a tale would be incredulous to even the most skeptical. Yet, the reality was that the fountain of Holy Spirit was of utmost importance. As for forceful acquisition, that was entirely outside Mel's realm of consideration. This is also a rare merit of NPCs. As long as players do not provoke them, they shall remain unharmed, serving as a protective mechanism. Chapter 40, The Value of Yihan is Soaring. After confirming the meeting place, Jiang Han cheerfully ended the call. All set. Yihan, you truly exceed my expectations. Sophia's eyes sparkled with admiration, her appreciation for him unmasked, though she was unaware of the identity of the individual involved. It was evident that anyone qualified to issue such a token from the Supreme Hall held considerable power and status, likely rivaling even her uncle Site. The fact that someone of such strength not only knew Yihan but could be engaged by him was remarkable. While his substantial wealth played a role, it must be noted that wealth itself is a form of prowess. Power and affluence are undoubtedly the most dazzling adornments of a man. Sophia clutched her heart, feeling lightheaded. In merely 2 days, she found herself irresistibly drawn to this young man. His appearance, wealth, and cunning were all exceptional. The only thing lacking was his somewhat lower rank and insufficient strength. However, Sophia firmly believed that, given time, this individual would undoubtedly become a prominent figure on the continent. Ding! Sophia's affinity for you increased by 10, a notification subtly echoed in Jiang Han's ears. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Magician. We need a magician, our team is one short. Experienced players, let us annihilate the slimes. Is there a healer among us? The various novice villages buzzed with excitement. After a brief period of confusion, many players resolved to venture out of the city, as quitting the game was not an option. And idleness was not appealing. However, under the advisement of the beta testers, most chose to form teams for their explorations. Yet, a few overconfident individuals, believing themselves to be highly skilled, opted for solo play and were swiftly punished by the goblins, ruthlessly returned to the respawn point. The world of Doomsday was abuzz with activity. With such a multitude of players, it was inevitable that a few would display foolishness. This particular group lacked any sense of reverence, dismissing everything with disdain. Regardless of the kind warnings from beta players or the repeated emphasis from the officials, they remained obstinate in their recklessness. The notion of avoiding death at the hands of monsters? Or facing severe consequences? They scoffed at such warnings, viewing them as mere child's play. You genuinely believe this? I see it as a grand conspiracy, a trick devised by capitalists. They only deceive you, the gullible masses. They cannot fool me. Wang Chang was one such individual. Despite lacking education and wealth, he survived through petty theft. He seldom visited the police station, yet harbored a delusional confidence, convinced he was the only one aware of the truth while others were misled. Wang Chang, use your brain, stop attributing everything to the capitalists. Do they possess such capabilities? Indeed, had his head been caught in a door? Others kindly advised him against taking risks. Enough already! It is evident that individuals lacking vision are doomed to remain in the depths of society. Yet, he remained unfazed, scoffing audibly as he swaggered out of the city. I shall demonstrate to you all that this is merely a trivial game. How could it possibly result in death? Wang Chang confidently strode out of the city, only to be struck down by a goblin, reappearing at the resurrection point. See? What could possibly happen? It's all nonsense. Wang Chang observed his intact limbs with pride. Was this not sheer absurdity? Ah, but they say that dying incurs a loss of attributes, and after multiple deaths, one might face organ failure. You have only perished once. Someone retorted. Fine, stubborn as you are, I shall embrace death a few more times, Wang Chang scoffed, determined to test the limits. Soon enough, he found himself at the resurrection point again, and once more, he emerged unscathed. His audacity grew, as he resolutely sought to prove this conspiracy single-handedly. Wang Chang, your complexion seems pallid, perhaps it would be wise to cease these attempts before calamity befalls you. By the fourth death. It was evident to any discerning observer that Wang Chang was unwell, his entire being exhibiting alarming frailty. Oh, it's nothing, he replied nonchalantly. In truth, Wang Chang too felt his body protesting, yet he dismissed it with a wave, attributing it to the disorientation of being transported back after dying, akin to the dizziness of motion sickness. With that, he continued his reckless pursuit of death. However, this time, Wang Chang did not return. Within a span of 6 months, if one reaches 5 deaths, they would be obliterated entirely. Wang Chang met his demise 5 times in a single day, thus affirming the inevitability of that fate. Though he perished, he undeniably elucidated the nature of the game, contributing in some capacity. This truly can lead to death. How terrifying it is for a living person to vanish without a trace in a game. The players guarding the resurrection point turned pale with fear. Despite warnings from beta testers and the officials about the dangers of dying carelessly, witnessing Wang Chang's demise was an entirely different experience. What should we do? I just witnessed Wang Chang's death outside the city and died once myself. I hope I one team meet the same fate. I, too, have perished twice, no less. This is disastrous. No, do not leave the city. Under no circumstances. While the majority remained unharmed, a small fraction disregarded the warnings, paying an excruciating price for their folly. Though the world is predominantly inhabited by normal individuals, those like Wang Chang exist in considerable numbers within the vast population of the Great Xia Nation. Various novice villages soon reported players with excessive death counts who never returned. The news spread swiftly, instilling fear in those training outside, prompting them to rush back to safety. Even most beta testers began to feel a psychological burden, hesitant to continue. At this juncture, the uninformed masses, oblivious until now, finally grasped the magnitude of the impending upheaval. This is no fairy tale realm, it is a hellish nightmare. A monster of unfathomable strength lurks within a nightmarish hell. How is it possible for Jiang Han to ascend to level 12 in just 2 days? Is he truly human? Perhaps, yet it is so grotesque that I can scarcely fathom it. Even a level 1 slime presents a formidable challenge. This is utterly incredible. Amidst this terror, some have begun to grasp the chilling reality of the player at the top of the leaderboard. To put it somewhat inelegantly, there exists a vast chasm between different realms. Upon entering the game, many admired Jiang Han's rapid ascent to level 12, but with their limited understanding, they could not fully comprehend its implications. Now, however, the perspective has shifted. After grasping the essence of doomsday, viewing Jiang Han's level evokes a profound sense of dread. The peril of death looms as he levels up with the ease of mundane tasks, sending shivers down one's spine. Most significantly, everyone, including players like Quangren from the closed beta, suddenly realizes the gravity of the situation. If all players truly become trapped within the game, unable to return to reality, what does Jiang Han's daily contribution of an additional hour of benefit for the players of the Great Xia Kingdom truly signify? Indeed, with the public launch of Doomsday, Jiang Han's identity and actions have begun to gain unprecedented significance. Chapter 41, Departure. The dark cave maze of the Dragon Mountain Range. The verdant hills and lush bamboo, shrouded in mist, create a serene atmosphere. Occasionally, a gentle breeze stirs the leaves, producing a soft rustling sound that enhances the tranquility of the scene. Enormous birds occasionally swoop through the mountains, accompanied by the distant roars of wild beasts. The sight before one's eyes is breathtaking, resembling a beautifully unfurled painting, pleasing to behold. However, anyone with even a slight understanding of the Dragon Mountain Range knows the lurking dangers beneath this seemingly peaceful exterior. The lowest level monsters that inhabit the base of the mountains are at least level 60. As one ascends, the threats multiply, including formidable, even demonized, bosses. This is precisely why this sprawling mountain range, stretching over 1,000 miles, remains so sparsely populated. Any rational individual would strive to avoid such perilous terrain. Suddenly, a sharp rushing sound breaks the stillness. 2 figures, enveloped in a soft white glow, dart swiftly through the mountains. Their speed so remarkable that even demonized bosses could only watch in astonishment. The allure of the Holy Spirit Spring is undeniably immense. Even a godlike powerhouse such as Mers could not resist its temptation, and after receiving a promise from Jiang Han, he hastened towards Windleaf City. Once their pact was solidified, they set forth directly to the Dragon Mountain Range. With a god-level sorcerer like Mers leading the way, they traversed from Maple Leaf City to the mountainside in just half an hour. Indeed, power is paramount. Observing the undulating mountains rush beneath him, Jiang Han couldn't help but reflect. In his previous life, he had cast aside everything else for an entire year to reach the summit. Only after ensuring that nothing was overlooked did he dare to act. The journey to the peak took 3 arduous months, fraught with countless life and death crises. Before he could seize that hidden class scroll from beneath the watchful eyes of an 80-level bizarre demonized boss, the trials and tribulations he endured were known only to him. As for Liu Ruyan, the scrollless user, she remained blissfully ignorant of the struggles behind the scenes, taking everything for granted. How foolish. Jiang Han chuckled to himself. The wild wind tousled his hair, and he gradually stifled his smile, his gaze devoid of joy or sorrow. Walking once more along this familiar path, the fervent and sincere youth he once was had long since perished in some forgotten corner. That fellow. Mers glanced at Jiang Han. Although obscured, he couldn't decipher the latter's expression. Yet, he felt inexplicably that the person beside him had undergone a profound transformation. The calmness emanating from such a young individual seemed somewhat incongruous. Why does this young man give me the impression of having lived for centuries like an ancient creature? Mers murmured to himself, filled with puzzlement. Moments passed, and soon they reached the mountain's pinnacle. Before them lay the highest point of the Dragon Mountain Range. But where was the maze? With a gentle wave of his hand, Mels suspended their bodies effortlessly in midair. Strangely, Despite the presence of a swarm of level 80 monsters surrounding them, none seemed to notice their existence. Just beyond the steep slope to their side lay the entrance to the labyrinth. Jiang Han recognized it instantly, the memory of that harrowing experience etched vividly in his mind. "Very well," Mel's remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Han before altering their direction with another wave of his hand. However, this time, their pace was considerably slower compared to their previous reckless abandon. Although Mel's was a being of divine strength, one must not forget that a fifth-tier dragon lurked above the Dragon Mountains. It was prudent to exercise caution. Mel's guided Jiang Han forward with utmost care, striving to minimize any noise. Fortunately, perhaps due to the expansive nature of the Dragon Mountains compared to the confines of the dragon's lair, or perhaps because the dragon dwelling here lacked the keen senses of the radiant dragon, they approached the labyrinth entrance undetected. Before them lay a grand hexagram magic circle, approximately 2 meters in diameter. "What a splendid teleportation array," Mel's mused, visibly astonished. Even though his knowledge of teleportation arrays was limited, he could still discern the extraordinary nature of this magic formation. Regrettably, it appeared to be in an unactivated state, seemingly incomplete. Crouching down, Mel's lightly traced the array with his fingers. Generally, an activated magic circle would exhibit some residual magical energy in its surroundings. Yet, the patterns before him were dim, resembling the haphazard strokes of a childless paintbrush, devoid of vitality. "Are you certain this array can be activated?" Mel's queried, his voice tinged with skepticism. "Let it be known, my proficiency in formations is rather lacking. I possess no means to assist." "There's no need for concern," Jiang Han replied with a faint smile, gently piercing his fingertip to let a drop of blood fall upon the intricate patterns of the magic circle. With a resonant hum, crimson light surged forth, revealing a striking blood-red magic array. Mel's eyes widened in disbelief. "You truly can activate it? And the method is so straightforward? How did you come to know the activation method?" He could not help but inquire. Jiang Han merely smiled in silence, patiently awaiting the labyrinth's unveiling. "This is quite extraordinary," Mel's muttered. The more he interacted with Jiang Han, the more enigmatic the young man appeared, akin to a seer with knowledge of all things. With a thunderous rumble, the magic circle fully activated, the red light receding. Mel's could distinctly sense the surrounding magical aura intensifying. His expression grew serious as he glanced towards the highest peak of the mountains. Dragons despised magic, and their perception of it was notably acute. Although the magical aura was not overwhelmingly powerful, it could still attract the dragon's attention. "Let us proceed," Jiang Han declared, displaying little concern as he stepped into the magic circle with a calm demeanor. To him, the threat posed by the dragon was far less daunting than the monstrous boss lurking within the labyrinth. Regardless of whom one faces head-on, it ultimately leads to demise. At least perishing at the hands of a dragon allows for resurrection, albeit with a potential loss of attributes. "You remain composed." Observing Jiang Han's nonchalant silhouette, Mers couldn't help but feel a sense of irritation. "Blast it, I am undeniably the supreme powerhouse. Why do I feel like a mere subordinate? Is there no understanding of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young?" Nevertheless, despite his grumblings, Mers dared not linger and promptly caught up. In a flash of brilliance, their figures vanished from sight. When they reappeared, darkness enveloped them. "Alert! You have entered a highly perilous zone. Alert! You have entered the dark cave labyrinth. The maze has but a single exit. Please locate it within the designated time, or you shall be eternally trapped within. Notice, this labyrinth has been claimed by malevolent creatures, proceed with caution." Countdown, 180 minutes, Chapter 42. Are you truly a prophet? An eerie realm? Just 3 hours? Mers's expression changed dramatically. Despite his extensive experience, he found the current circumstances quite daunting. The bizarre creatures posed a terrifying threat not only to players but also to NPCs, proving to be a significant headache. Many tactics and spells that were effective against other species fell short against these peculiar beings. It could be said that, at the same level, dealing with a bizarre mutated boss was even more challenging than contending with other frenzied bosses, especially in a time-sensitive labyrinth. Given the frenzied nature of these strange entities, they proved to be exceptionally troublesome. Truth be told, as a divine-level powerhouse, even facing a 5th-tier Holy Judgment Dragon posed no threat to Mirza's survival, affirming his formidable strength. Even a level 100 King Boss would struggle to vanquish him. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he now had to confront not only the boss but also secure the targeted item and locate the exit. The multifaceted pressure escalated the difficulty immensely. Indeed, there was something amiss. The time limit had been drastically shortened. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, when he ventured into the abyssal labyrinth, there was also a time constraint, but it was 3 days, not 3 hours. Otherwise, even if Jiang Han prepared for a decade, escaping would have been a formidable task. That was beyond the capability of any player. Did one not notice that even Mirza felt an immense burden? Nonetheless, although surprised, Jiang Han maintained his composure. If it took him 3 days to escape in his previous life, it would be futile to take the same duration now. That would render his rebirth meaningless. With a second chance at life, even a fool could surpass their previous performance. Moreover, Jiang Han had never been a dimwit. In fact, his understanding of the game ranked among the elite. Otherwise, even with a 3-day limit, would he genuinely believe that any random player could accomplish it? Knight Han, I must caution you, this mission's peril may very well exceed that of confronting a 5th-tier dragon. Are you certain you still desire those items? Mirza pondered for a moment before speaking. Jiang Han smiled slightly. Are you afraid? Afraid? Mirza was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. What jest is this? I am a divine-level powerhouse, an elder of the Supreme Hall, and a top-tier sorcerer. Would I fear a mere eerie labyrinth? Well, to be honest, there is a slight tinge of concern. But isn't life about maintaining one's dignity? Besides, if a level 12 NPC isn't intimidated, should I be? Does a divine-level powerhouse lack pride? He chuckled heartily. I see your youth. It would be a pity if an accident were to befall you. If I were to express fear, these bizarre creatures wouldn't even qualify. Now, let us proceed. Jiang Han maintained an unflinching demeanor, instructing without further elaboration, just follow me. With that, he strode towards a corner with a decisive grace, leaving Mirza momentarily stunned by his abruptness. After a brief pause, Mirza stared at Jiang Han's retreating figure, at a loss for words. Seriously, my friend? Do you truly regard me as your servant? What do you mean by no further questions? Am I the one with divine prowess? Or are you? If anyone else dared to be so brazen, Mirza would not hesitate to cast a fireball to teach them a lesson about humility. Nevertheless, he resolved to endure this indignity, for he sought the information about the fountain of the Holy Spirit. After all, the reward alone amounted to an astounding 100 million. Alas, in these times, it is the wealthy who reign supreme. With a sigh, Mirza followed suit. Master, do you possess the skill of concealment? Just as he trailed behind Jiang Han, he heard the latter casually inquire. What nonsense is this? Mirza fumed, his anger palpable. The art of concealment was beneath him. Such a question felt almost insulting. As long as it can obscure both my presence and aura, the more advanced, the better, Jiang Han replied calmly. A trivial matter. Mirza snapped his fingers. Ding! You have acquired the shadow step buff, melding with the darkness. Instantly, Jiang Han noticed his own form becoming ethereal, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. Indeed, as expected of a divine being, this effect is remarkable. Of course, one should consider who I am, Mirza retorted with a proud smile. Finally hearing a semblance of sense from this youth. Now, what are your plans? Your level is low, and you may not perceive the dangers ahead. Allow me to caution you, there are peculiar creatures just around the corner. Do not venture forth to your demise. Otherwise, my information about the fountain of the Holy Spirit will be lost. Jiang Han pondered momentarily, inquiring, there are a total of 5 peculiar entities, 3 level 60 crawlers, 1 level 60 elite boss, and 1 level 80 ordinary creature? Mirza's smile instantly froze, and after a moment of shock, he stammered, how did you know that? It seemed he was correct. Jiang Han nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, the distribution of these peculiar beings appeared unchanged from his previous life. Wait. You know this as well? Mirza was even more bewildered. Are you truly a seer? That assessment isn't entirely incorrect, Jiang Han replied with a smile. I do possess some knowledge, albeit limited. Mers fell silent, regarding Jiang Han with an expression of utmost peculiarity. It was exceedingly strange. He was entirely convinced that someone of Jiang Han's level could not discern the information of monsters from such a distance. Even at level 80, it would be a challenge. Could it be that he had been here before? Yet that did not align either, for even within the same region, the movements of creatures were random. The time difference may only be a few minutes, yet the variety and numbers of monsters may shift. Moments later, Mel slowly inquired, "What else do you know?" Jiang Han shrugged, "Nothing more." Mel snorted dismissively, "I don't believe you." Jiang Han chuckled softly, offering no further response. When dealing with these NPCs, one must weave a tapestry of truth and deception, neither revealing too much nor concealing everything. As for how he determined the specific details of the monsters, it was rather simple rules. The distinction between the enigmatic maze and an ordinary one lies not only in the presence of bizarre creatures but also in the behavioral patterns and refresh rates of these creatures, which must adhere to a certain logic. The intricacies of these rules can be quite complex and vary greatly. Some maze regulations may elude even the most dedicated scholars for a lifetime. Why was Jiang Han able to escape from the gaze of an 80-level corrupted boss? It was, of course, because he had grasped the rules of the maze. If it were merely a matter of strength, his 80-level attributes would have been no match, even for a divine being. Chapter 43, Do Not Call Me Master, You Are the Master. In Jiang Han's mind, an impeccably perfect route remained vivid. Following his recollection, he strode purposefully towards the peculiar direction, his steps firm and devoid of any sign of trepidation. In contrast, Mers trailed cautiously behind him, every sense alert and on guard. Soon, they arrived at a corner. "Master, pay attention to my steps and movements, it is of utmost importance," Jiang Han cautioned, his demeanor serious, aware that any misstep might provoke the lurking monstrosities. "Me?" Mers pointed to himself, hesitant to voice his thoughts. "Are you instructing me? What level are you? And what level am I? I have traversed more mazes in my lifetime than you have traveled roads." How presumptuous! Even with Mers's typically amiable nature. A flicker of anger surged within him, reminiscent of a film director being scrutinized by a financier utterly devoid of artistic insight. "Indeed, your wealth is undeniable. But that does not grant you the right to dictate matters of expertise." Mers inhaled deeply, striving to temper his emotions. He felt it necessary to clarify certain matters with Jiang Han to avoid potential mishaps, for this was an uncanny maze, not a place for recklessness. However, that thought quickly dissipated as he noticed Jiang Han drawing ever closer to the 5 bizarre creatures, nearly close enough for their faces to touch. Yet, these grotesque beings remained oblivious, akin to the deaf and blind. Mers was astonished. The magic he had poised at his fingertips was forcibly restrained. He understood the effects of Shadow Veil, while it could effectively conceal one's form and deceive many lesser monsters. He doubted he could achieve such a feat against this caliber of strangeness at such proximity. Yet, Jiang Han had accomplished it, in a manner beyond comprehension. Before long, with exquisite control over his position, Jiang Han successfully traversed this essential path. Observing the composure and grace of his silhouette, Mers couldn't help but chuckle at his own folly. It was the jester who had been revealed as the fool. Moments ago, he had arrogantly criticized others for their recklessness, only to find himself in such a precarious situation. "Master? You witnessed that, did you not?" Jiang Han, noticing Mers's immobility, whispered a coded message. "Do not call me master, you are the master." Mers was utterly in awe. Humbled beyond measure. "I am unworthy." Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the elder's peculiar demeanor. "No, I merely inquired if you observed the previous movements." "It should have been unproblematic, right?" "Well, I was somewhat distracted, contemplating other matters," Mers coughed lightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Admitting he had failed to grasp such a humiliating moment was an impossibility one he would never concede in his lifetime. "Allow me to demonstrate once more, master, please observe closely." Jiang Han said no more and retraced his steps along the original route. This time, Mels observed with exceptional seriousness, leaving no room for oversight. "How is it?" Jiang Han quickly returned to Mel's side and inquired. I comprehend it, Mel's replied, for he was indeed a being of divine caliber, possessing unparalleled combat experience and insight. With unwavering focus, he grasped the intricacies at play. However, the more he understood, the stronger his astonishment became. A seemingly simple route had perfectly ensnared the blind spots of several bizarre creatures. Yet, he still found it perplexing, even with the blind spots accounted for. It should not have been feasible to remain undetected. After all, were these strange beings so easy to deceive? That's good, Jiang Han affirmed. But before Mels could pose further questions, he nodded and moved once more. After a moment of contemplation, Mels decided to follow. Navigating the route, which had evidently undergone countless calculations, the duo proceeded smoothly without arousing any suspicion. How on earth did you accomplish this? Mels could not suppress his curiosity and asked. Jiang Han replied with a smile, it's quite simple, this group of peculiar creatures are blind, just ensure they don't hear any noise. Mels was taken aback. Does that statement even adhere to logic? What do you mean by not letting a bunch of blind creatures hear noise? Jiang Han offered no explanation and continued onward. Leaving Mels in a state of frustration, wishing he could capture Jiang Han, bind him to a chair, and subject him to a 3-day interrogation with a small whip. The secrets this young man possessed were utterly tantalizing. As they delved deeper, Mel's astonishment only multiplied, leaving him utterly astounded. The labyrinth earned its name due to its intricate and convoluted terrain. Even in the absence of monsters, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to locate an exit. Having traversed various lands for many years, Mels had developed unique strategies for navigating mazes. Yet, this journey revealed the futility of those methods. Every fork in the path and every hidden danger lurking in the shadows was deftly avoided. The tranquility was almost infuriating. Even when faced with monsters that could not be circumvented, Jiang Han had a way to pass through with ease. After 2 hours, a pale light appeared before them. Is this the exit? Mel's pupils reflected the white glow, his aged face displaying sheer bewilderment. This hardly resembled navigating a labyrinth. One might mistakenly believe they were simply enjoying a spring outing. Had he not been devoid of any tools, he might have even considered roasting a skewer in celebration. It was akin to a young cow performing splits atop a steamer, truly remarkable. Nearby lay the area where the boss resided. And it was here that Mel's expertise would be required. Jiang Han, however, remained unperturbed, narrowing his eyes towards the side and ahead. There lay their ultimate objective. Yet, no matter how extraordinary their strategies, it was impossible to completely evade the gaze of the bizarre boss within. At his current level, escaping from such a formidable foe was beyond his capabilities. Leave it to me, you may proceed with your endeavors. Mels, brimming with confidence, declared that once the labyrinth's exit was located, he had nothing to fear from the marketplace. A mere boss is hardly a concern, if need be. Retreat is always an option. Very well. Zhang Mu nodded, preparing to set forth. Yet, hold on. Let me cast a few buffs first. However, before he could take a step, Mels reached out with a single hand, instantly transforming into a formidable figure. Subsequently, an incantation resonated throughout the labyrinth, lingering in the air. Radiant light began to emanate from both of them. Ding! You have received the blessing of the God of Life, your life attributes are doubled. Ding! You have received the blessing of the God of Agility, your agility attributes are doubled. Ding! Jiang Han. A master is indeed a master, as steadfast as ever prudent. Chapter 44, The Stone of Cooling, Encountering the Cataclysmic Artifact Again. Much like the previous venture into the Dragon's Lair, after applying several enhancement buffs, Mers finally withdrew with satisfaction. Burdened with an array of buffs, the two stepped into the boss zone. The cavern was a void of eerie silence, where howling winds pierced through the air, chilling to the bone. At the center of the cave lay a colossal beast. Labyrinth Guardian, Shadow Beast, Eerie, Rank, Unknown, Level, Unknown, Description, Unknown, Attributes, Unknown, the disparity in levels was vast. Apart from its name, all other details remained shrouded in mystery. Indeed, a significant difference was evident. Jiang Han exhaled a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. The creature he faced in his previous life was not this shadow beast. However, the location of the treasure remained unchanged, still nestled behind the boss. What should we do? Mers turned to Jiang Han, instinctively seeking his counsel. Can you discern any information about this creature? Jiang Han inquired. A level 100 frenzied eerie boss, rather mundane. Mers responded calmly, clearly not on par with the previous Holy Judgment Dragon. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Han declared, prior to acquiring the artifact, I possess a method to avoid alerting this boss. Once I have secured the item, Master, you may take action, but ensure my safety above all. No problem, Mers nodded. I have just granted you an absolute defense, it should withstand a blow from this boss without incident. Is that so? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing his status screen. Among the plethora of buffs, he indeed found the absolute defense enhancement. With so many buffs applied, he had overlooked it. Another means of protection, Jiang Han felt considerably more at ease. While he had confidence in his abilities, additional safeguards were paramount when confronting such a bizarre creature. With preparations complete, Jiang Han commenced his approach. In comparison to the prior monsters, the shadow beast clearly belonged to an entirely different echelon. Despite his wealth of experience, he dared not let his guard down. For this was his first encounter with the shadow beast. A short distance took him a full 10 minutes to traverse. Fortunately, he had not roused the creature. That could be deemed a success. Gazing at the golden treasure chest now within arm's reach, Jiang Han's eyes ignited with fervor. The hidden class scroll was nearly his. As he extended his hand, the moment he made contact with the chest, a crisp sound echoed, and the chest, which had likely existed for ages, slowly creaked open. The winds intensified, and the massive beast rose, resembling a mountain of flesh. The howling winds in the cavern were, in fact, the creature's breath. With its slitted pupils fixed on Jiang Han, the shadow beast's gaze was frigid. Boom! Yet, before it could make a move, the ever-prepared Mers raised his hand. Unleashing a spell. A robust bolt of lightning crashed down from above, forcing the shadow beast back to the ground. With the formidable Mels taking action, Jiang Han felt little pressure, yet he swiftly rummaged through the treasure chest. Inside, he discovered two items, a piece of parchment and a golden gemstone. The contents of the chest were indeed unique. In his previous life, he had only acquired a hidden class scroll. However, the current parchment and golden gemstone were entirely unfamiliar to him. Could this truly be the key to unlocking a hidden class? Regardless, considering they were guarded by a level 100 boss, they must possess considerable value. Although puzzled, Jiang Han composed himself and examined the parchment. Parchment appears to have some sort of purpose. Unfortunately, he gleaned no substantial information. He then turned his attention to the golden gemstone. Cooldown stone, grade, Heaven's Destruction, cooldown power, active skill. The cooldown stone possesses immense power, capable of disregarding grade, and resetting the cooldown time of other items. Cooldown, 3 days. Holy smokes! Jiang Han instinctively blurted out a curse. Another item of Heaven's Destruction grade. Although it did not enhance attributes, its accompanying effect was astonishingly formidable. The ability to reset the cooldown of other items, regardless of their grade, was unprecedented. Did this mean that even the skill from the brutal chapter could be reset? He decided to give it a try. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Han activated cooldown power, designating the brutal chapter as the target. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he quickly opened the panel for the brutal chapter. In the next moment, his breath caught in his throat. The skill, Brutal Extermination, which had a remaining cooldown of 9 days, was now reset to 0. Effective. This was utterly absurd. A grin crept across Jiang Han's face as he chuckled. Originally, the cooldown for Brutal Extermination was 10 days, but with the cooldown stone, it had been reduced to 3. For the time being, the cooldown stone served as an auxiliary item for the brutal chapter. This journey proved worthwhile. Jiang Han felt elated, regardless of whether the parchment held any value. The worth of the cooldown stone justified his efforts. If he could vanquish this peculiar boss, the rewards would be even greater. He watched the shadow beast's health plummet under Mel's relentless bombardment, feeling a surge of eagerness. Yet, he only entertained the thought momentarily. This time, his arrangement with Mel's was not through the Supreme Hall, hence they were not in a formal employer-employee relationship and were not part of the same team. To intervene now would be akin to stealing the boss. Such a reprehensible act would provide Mel's with ample reason to retaliate, potentially leading to enmity and loss of attributes. Jiang Han was keenly aware of the stakes involved. He quietly retreated to the exit, awaiting Mel's to dispatch this enigmatic boss. After all, he alone could not contend with the monsters of the Dragon Mountain range. Unless he wished to perish and return to the city, that would be a different matter altogether. Boom! Boom! Indeed, as a master of divine sorcery, Mel's power is undeniably formidable. A level 100 bizarre demonic boss stands no chance against him, its health rapidly depleting. When it comes to strength, one must still rely on divine NPCs, Jiang Han mused while observing the spectacle. In his previous life, there were numerous elite players. Yet he had never heard of anyone single-handedly defeating a level 100 bizarre demonic boss. He speculated that perhaps the player who had raised the abyssal dragon could achieve such a feat, but that individual remained enigmatic, with no recorded victories. Within a mere 20 minutes, the boss was likely to be vanquished, Jiang Han silently calculated. Just in time to complete the kill before the labyrinth sealed shut. Indeed. Reality aligned with his expectations. Under Mel's relentless bombardment, the Shadow Beast's health plummeted, resembling a one-sided massacre. However, neither of them anticipated what was to come. As the creature's health dipped below 8%, an unexpected transformation occurred. The Shadow Beast suddenly let out a deafening roar, its bellow shaking the very foundations of the labyrinth. It is a common understanding that when a boss's health reaches a critical threshold, it enters a state of frenzy, an occurrence that did not surprise the two. The issue arose when, amidst the Shadow Beast's roar, an unmistakable, resounding dragon's cry echoed from the heavens above. Simultaneously, even Jiang Han could distinctly sense an immensely powerful entity swiftly approaching the labyrinth's vicinity. Clearly, the mighty dragon perched atop the mountain had been stirred. Chapter 45, the first kill of a level 100 boss. The global players were stunned. Is Jiang Han truly human? Damn! Mel's expression darkened. The massive dragon approaching from outside exuded a formidable aura that sent shivers down his spine, likely rivaling that of the radiant dragon within the lair. Previously, he had barely managed to cope by resorting to forbidden arts. With such a short interval, he could not invoke those dark powers once more. We must leave. Without hesitation, Mel's decisively abandoned the Shadow Beast and rushed towards Jiang Han. Though it was a pity, there was no alternative. If they confronted that dragon head-on, coupled with the level 100 frenzied boss before them, anyone would surely fall. Greed was unwarranted. Mel's felt a pang of anguish, though level 100 demonic bosses were numerous. They rarely fled, making this one a rare find. After encountering such a beast in the maze, utilizing numerous items and scrolls, and being on the verge of defeating it, this unforeseen circumstance was a bitter loss. Ultimately, however, life held greater importance. Would they truly forsake this demonic boss? Jiang Han also felt a tinge of regret as the boss's health dwindled to a mere 5%, on the brink of annihilation. There was no choice. That dragon outside was absurdly powerful, and if they were intercepted, escape was uncertain. Mel's waved his hand, activating the teleportation array to the exit. A flash of white light illuminated the space as the array powered up. Congratulations, you have found the exit of the maze. Infuse your magical energy to activate the teleportation. Mel's knelt, placing one hand on the array, his immense magical energy surging forth. Activation countdown, 60. 59. The system's notification echoed in his ears, reminiscent of a death knell. A minute to activate, damn it. Mel's cursed under his breath, his aged visage reflecting an unprecedented urgency. He infused magical energy as swiftly as he could, but the dragon outside was swifter still. In contrast, Jiang Han remained calm and unhurried, even harboring a hint of excitement. This dragon's arrival was splendid. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. Master, let me confirm once more. You are indeed disregarding the Shadow Beast, correct? Kid, do not concern yourself with such matters. Mel's voice was low. Their primary worry now was whether the massive creature outside would slow down. Otherwise, they might indeed meet their end here. As for the Shadow Beast, one should pray it remained oblivious to their escape. If it intervened, trouble would surely ensue. Roar! As if to validate Mel's words, the Shadow Beast suddenly let out a furious roar, its colossal form barreling towards the exit. Mel's expression shifted dramatically, and he raised a hand to conjure a defensive barrier. "Master, have you spoken words of power?" Jiang Han was at a loss for words, fearing that which he had dreaded. Mels took a deep breath and cautioned. "There is no other choice, I will do my best to hold it off. If it breaches the barrier, continue to infuse your magical energy, while I confront the shadow beast." Though a mere level 12 novice, the magical energy he could provide was almost negligible. However, at this moment, he found himself devoid of better alternatives. Even the smallest of mosquitoes can be considered flesh, perhaps sometimes. The difference between escaping death and succumbing lies in just a second or two. Jiang Han beamed with a radiant smile, proclaiming, "No need, I have a solution." "You have a method?" Mers was taken aback. With a swift motion of one hand, Jiang Han summoned the brutal chapter into existence. Not merely a method. It was an exceedingly effective one. As the ominous beast drew ever closer, a grin stretched across Jiang Han's face, nearly reaching his ears. It wasn't even the new year yet, and already such a grand gift was bestowed upon him. How could one feel deserving of such fortune? With a roar, the enormous body of the ominous beast, diving at high speed, cast a shadow over the two of them. Mirza's expression darkened to the utmost, prepared to cease channeling his magical power and repel the beast. But the very next moment, a crimson light locked onto the beast's form and gently descended. The damage, slightly disconcerting, was negligible for a foe of such caliber, akin to the sting of a mere mosquito. Yet, the crux lay not in the damage itself, but in the subsequent emergence of colossal, pitch-black numbers. In an instant, the beast's remaining health was obliterated, and its colossal body crashed to the ground. Brutal execution. With the target's health plummeting below 20, the instant kill effect was forcibly triggered. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain the level 100 aberrant, demonic boss, the ominous beast. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to LV 13, ding! Congratulations, your summoned beast, Xiao Wei, has leveled up to LV 13, ding! Congratulations, your level has risen. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 20. Ding! Congratulations, your summoned beast, Xiao Wei, has leveled up to LV 20, ding! Your level has reached its cap, further advancement is currently unattainable. A dizzying array of notifications cascaded before Jiang Han, while his experience bar surged at an astonishing pace, propelling him directly to level 20. Even Xiao Wei ascended to level 20 alongside him. Achieving the slaying of a demonic boss across an astounding 88 levels is likely unparalleled throughout the continent. The rewards were equally tremendous. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the ascension trials, Jiang Han estimated that this single feat could have propelled him up by 10 levels or more. Mers, standing beside him, stared in disbelief at the luminous aura enveloping the young man. What was happening? What had he just witnessed? A level 100, aberrant, demonic boss capable of reigning supreme within the Dragon Phoenix Empire had been vanquished by a mere level 12 novice? Was there no law? Was there no order? Meanwhile, ding! World announcement, the player Night Cold from the Great Xia Kingdom has successfully defeated the level 100 enigmatic, demonized BOS Shadow Beast. Achieving the first kill of this level 100 boss, earning 1000 reputation points and 100 attribute points. Additionally, the Great Xia Kingdom's Warzone score increases by 1. This is a formal announcement. Beep. World announcement, the player Night Cold from the Great Xia Kingdom has successfully defeated the level 100 enigmatic, demonized BOS Shadow Beast. Achieving the first kill of this demonized boss, earning 500 reputation points and 50 attribute points. The Great Xia Kingdom's Warzone score increases by 1. This is a formal announcement. Beep. 2 messages suddenly erupted in the ears of every player, broadcast 3 times before finally ceasing. Silence enveloped every novice village, a hushed stillness reminiscent of death. All remained mute, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they absorbed the weight of these announcements. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a chill that could not dispel the heat radiating from their bodies. After a brief moment, a cacophonous uproar erupted among the players of the world of Doomsday, akin to tossing a prized delicacy into a pile of dung, igniting an astonishing clamor. Damn it! Here we are, countless players, men and women, young and old, easily numbering in the hundreds of millions, trembling in the novice village, cowering from slimes and goblins. Too fearful to even venture outside. And you, without a care, have just slain a level 100 boss? Could you possibly be any more outrageous? Chapter 46, Sensation. Jiang Han's Ascendancy. Goodness. 100-level boss first kill, can this truly be accomplished by a mere human? It is utterly absurd. This is beyond comprehension. Are we truly engaged in the same game? I suspect that there must be some flaw within the game, or perhaps Jiang Han is not even a player at all. Something must be amiss. Typically, I do not harbor feelings of admiration for others, but at this moment, I can only express my profound reverence. I bow to Father Jiang Han. By all that is holy, if the public does not forsake me, I would gladly adopt him as my righteous father. What the hell? You all seem to have discarded your dignity. Do you not have fathers of your own? Why must you seek to recognize others as your father? And what is the meaning of trying to usurp my own father? This incident has sent ripples throughout the gaming community of the Great Xia Nation, igniting fervent discussions as everyone's attention shifts to this matter. Many of the remarks are nothing short of extraordinary. However, such claims are not mere speculation. Having witnessed the terrifying capabilities of the monsters and the peculiarities of Doomsday, the vast majority have come to the realization that the world has irrevocably changed. In this context, if kneeling and calling someone father could secure the favor of the player at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, the line of supplicants would stretch around the globe multiple times. Incredible! Jiang Han has soared to level 20. The chasm in levels is not just significant, it is positively staggering. How on earth did he achieve this? Does he possess knowledge of some hidden bug? Might he share it with us? The likelihood seems substantial, otherwise, how could a level 12 player exhibit such outrageous prowess? Soon, individuals began to notice shifts in the level rankings. Although only Jiang Han remained on the leaderboard, his level had surged to 20. Many began to analyze the situation rationally, arriving at the conclusion that Jiang Han likely exploited some form of cheat or game flaw to achieve such an astonishing feat no matter how much they analyzed. They could not conceive of any other explanation. A rapid ascent to level 12 could perhaps be justified by exceptional skill or unique class attributes. However, crossing 88 levels to defeat a 100-level boss defies any explanation rooted in normal gameplay progression. It is simply implausible to believe that there is not some underlying mystery. Furthermore, what exactly is this battle zone? It appears to be quite advantageous for our Great Xia Nation, having granted us 2 additional points. Could this not signify a further advantage? After all, the prior world announcement directly granted us an hour of gameplay time. This should similarly benefit us. Ha! Having a big shot to lead the way is exhilarating. Who cares if they are cheating? As long as it yields benefits, that is all that matters. We can delve deeper into the matter once someone leaves the novice village. Meanwhile, the focus of the internal testers has coalesced around the battle zone. It is evident that competition in this game, aside from battling monsters, hinges significantly on territorial divisions, which seem to be of paramount importance. In comparison to other nations, the presence of Nightcold seems to have endowed the Great Xia Kingdom with a significant advantage from the outset, placing it far ahead. Ah! A twisted melon. Surely it must be a twisted melon. These shameless players from Great Xia must have employed unethical means, otherwise, how could it be that only they are ensnared in the game worldwide? Indeed, as you rightly pointed out, Nishikawa Ganshankun, the Great Xia Kingdom has even left planes suspended in mid-air, undoubtedly subjected to punishment. I, Nishikawa Tenka-san, support your assertion. It must be so. These detestable people from Great Xia. Not only Great Xia, but players from other nations were equally captivated by the global announcement. Even news outlets in the real world began to report on it. Although tonight the apocalypse only descends upon Great Xia, players from other countries can still freely enter and exit the game and interact with the players from Great Xia. Naturally, the bizarre events occurring in the Great Xia Kingdom have become widely known. It can be said that, at this moment, nearly 7 billion people worldwide are discussing apocalypse, which has already incited widespread panic. As this explosive news broke, it instantly drew immense attention. This is indeed an astonishing occurrence. prior to this, no one could have imagined that amidst such a globally captivating supernatural event, an individual could divert attention. The player Night Cold from Great Xia achieved an astonishing feat in the game Apocalypse. Does this imply that Great Xia knows something? Who exactly is Night Cold? Is there a connection between this player from Great Xia and the mastermind behind Apocalypse? From firmly occupying the top of the leaderboard to slaying level 100 bosses. Does Night Cold truly possess knowledge of something? Media from the Stick country claims Night Cold is one of our compatriots, indeed. Media from the third country, it is simply unbelievable that such a person has emerged in Great Xia, a nation we have thoroughly surpassed. News regarding Night Cold swiftly dominated every social media platform. The focus of attention increasingly shifted towards investigating whether it is possible to exploit cheats or game glitches within Apocalypse. Could it be inferred that someone has already uncovered certain truths? Should the essence of this supernatural phenomenon be grasped, it would wield the power to dominate all. Regardless of the nation, the higher-ups could no longer remain idle and ordered efforts to uncover all information related to Night Cold. Regrettably, Jiang Han had long been prepared, never revealing any personal information. Even the funds he used were drawn from numerous scattered accounts. Apocalypse merely identifies individual wealth and deducts accordingly. The sources and destinations of funds are beyond the reach of reality's scrutiny. Of course, there are many clever individuals in this world. And even in the face of supernatural phenomena, they will invariably uncover traces. However, by that time, Jiang Han will have likely grown to an unimaginable level. Unafraid of any challenge. The narrative rewinds to the moment just after defeating the boss. Level 100 boss, exhilarating. Jiang Han could naturally anticipate the immense stir that would ensue upon the world announcement. After all, in his previous life, the first enigmatic boss's demise at the hands of players sparked global discourse. At that time, players had already reached level 30. And the creature they vanquished was merely an elite boss. Now, however, to have defeated a level 100 demonic boss at merely level 12, it was evident that countless insidious individuals would be turning their gaze upon him. Yet, he remained unfazed. Let them come, he would slay them one by one. Thunderous roars echoed. Before he could revel in his triumph for long, a tremendous noise erupted from outside the cave. The formidable dragon had, after all, arrived at the entrance before the teleportation array could be fully activated. This was disastrous. Mel's expression shifted drastically. He lacked the composure to inquire how Jiang Han had dispatched the shadow beast. What lay ahead was a creature far more powerful than the shadow beast. The shadow of death was already descending. Chapter 47, A Desperate Situation. Do you comprehend what it means to encounter a mythical creature? The most perilous aspect is that the infusion of magical energy has coincidentally reached a critical juncture. Even if one were to halt now, the operation of the teleportation array would not cease. As the countdown concluded, the array emitted a soft, milky light, engulfing the two individuals entirely. Jiang Han cast a regretful glance at the items beneath the shadow of the Yin Spirit Beast. The defeat of the Yin Spirit Beast was indeed an unexpected turn of events, and given its immense size, the equipment drop was far from reach. Even if he rushed to collect it immediately, he would still be too late. Nevertheless, the experience gained from rising 8 levels was a fortuitous reward. The two figures vanished within the cavern. With a thunderous roar, the entire dark labyrinth collapsed as they departed. A torrent of chaotic void surged forth, forming a colossal whirlpool that obliterated the labyrinth along with its bizarre creatures and equipment. Silence enveloped the scene, as if nothing had ever transpired. When they reappeared, Jiang Han was struck by a blinding crimson light, as if the entire world had been painted in shades of red. Above them loomed a magnificent dragon, exceeding 100 meters in length, its icy gaze surveying them from above. The dragon's forbidden spell was only halfway charged. Mel's pupils constricted sharply, and every hair on his body stood on end. He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of power that a forbidden spell, requiring incantation even from a 5th-tier dragon, could unleash. It was likely that everything in the vicinity would be reduced to mere dust. To withstand such a force and remain intact would be nothing short of miraculous. Even if he were to transform into his muscular form once more, it would yield little more than a robust corpse. Moreover, the flames were so intense that they formed a vast prison, isolating the surroundings from the outside world. Escape was impossible. Strange syllables escaped Mel's lips as, in desperation, he could only struggle in vain. A defensive forbidden spell might offer a glimmer of hope for survival. Boom! The mountains fractured, and magma surged. It felt as though an earthquake had struck. Everything around began to tremble violently, as searing magma burst forth from the ground, soaring skyward. It transformed into immense pillars of fiery red light, a sight of breathtaking grandeur. The scorching heat even caused Jiang Han's health to plummet. At this rate, within half a minute, his vitality would dwindle to nothing. This was merely a consequence of the environmental upheaval triggered by the forbidden spell. Jiang Han lifted his gaze to the enormous crimson dragon above. Holy Judgment, Fiery Dragon, level, unknown, attributes, unknown. Indeed, it was yet another Holy Judgment dragon. Shall we? Jiang Han called softly, and Shall we leaped forth from the beast taming space. Even the elemental upheaval was insurmountable, should Mel's forbidden spell successfully manifest. It would likely still falter against the might of this fiery dragon. At that moment, even the slightest residual force could reduce him to ashes. Although the fire dragon is not an aberration, and even if it succumbs to a forbidden spell, there remains a chance of resurrection. However, passivity has never been Jiang Han's style, even when faced with a fifth-tier dragon. Master, is there a way to send my beast before the fire dragon? Little Gray dashed towards the fire dragon, and Jiang Han turned to glance at Mel's. What do you intend to do? Mel's furrowed his brows. Jiang Han smiled. I wish to see if I can interrupt the forbidden spell. Mel's fell silent for a mere second before he retracted the forbidden spell he had cast. If anyone else had uttered such words, he would have deemed them mad. What a jest! To think one could simply interrupt a forbidden spell being chanted by a holy judgment dragon. Not to mention the dragon's absurdly high magical resistance. Even its sheer physical strength would allow it to endure a forbidden spell. After all, even a godlike being like Mel's could do nothing but prepare a defensive skill for a last-ditch effort. Yet, in the presence of this youth, Mel's was willing to give it a try, for he had witnessed too many miracles that day. Moreover, he cast his gaze upon the young dragon racing ahead. This little creature was no ordinary being. How shall we proceed? He inquired calmly, already relinquishing the reins of life and death to Jiang Han. It seemed absurd. Yet it was indeed the case. By forsaking the forbidden spell, even one as formidable as Mel's would inevitably perish beneath the fire dragon's oppressive aura. Not too difficult, find a way to get it within 20 meters of the fire dragon, Jiang Han stated gravely. Agreed. Mel's nodded, raising his hand to summon a small teleportation circle beneath Little Gray's feet. Trapped within the fiery realm, he could not escape as he had previously with rare artifacts. However, this limited range of movement was still feasible. In a flash, Little Gray vanished from sight. Moments later, this young dragon, having only recently reached level 20, burst into the fiery domain created by the fire dragon. The scene was nothing short of astonishing. As the apex of the food chain in the apocalypse, the dragon's aura was immensely powerful. Other creatures would not only falter in direct confrontation but would even kneel in submission, trembling in fear if they ventured too close. Yet, Little Gray remained unaffected, facing the fire dragon without an ounce of trepidation. In fact, it seemed eager to leap forward and confront it. World-shaking dragon might. Awah! Jiang Han and Little Gray shared a profound connection, requiring no words to understand one another. Little Gray raised its petite head and let out a roar towards the heavens. Though its form was diminutive, it was undeniably a mythic creature, the sovereign of dragons. The oppressive force emanating from the depths of its soul spread instantaneously. Within this realm, any creature would find itself compelled to bow before its might, including the fire dragon. The awe-inspiring effect of the world-shaking dragons might render this colossal creature nearly akin to a deity, into a state of stupor for a fleeting one. 5 seconds. In that instant, the elemental tumult ceased, the lava extinguished, and the fiery realm crumbled into chaos. The massive form of the fire dragon, having lost all control, began to descend slowly towards the ground. Consequently, the dragon's arcane incantation, which had reached its climax, was abruptly interrupted. Unbelievable! Mers gasped in astonishment, nearly pulling out his own beard in disbelief. A mere creature, no taller than half a meter. stood before the fire dragon, hardly more significant than an ant, yet had managed to unleash a roar that brought the great beast to its knees. The sheer spectacle left him utterly speechless. Truly, it would have been a pity if the golden-voiced one had not been sought as a spokesperson. Even more astonishing, Little Grey was not yet satisfied. With a swift exhalation, it unleashed another breath of dragonfire in pursuit. Dragon fangs, a 5-second forceful dispelling of magic. Return! Jiang Han swiftly commanded. Although Little Grey possessed a high rank, the vast disparity in levels was undeniable. For the moment, it had taken advantage of two extraordinary skills to catch the dragon off guard. Should it continue to act recklessly, it would soon face annihilation at the hands of the fire dragon once it regained its senses. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Having achieved a divine level, Mers was no fool. Without needing Jiang Han to utter a word, he raised his hand and swiftly summoned Little Grey back. Well done. Jiang Han affectionately patted Little Grey's plump head before returning it to the beast's face. With a resounding thud, seizing the opportunity presented by the brief disappearance of the fiery realm, Mers placed a hand on Jiang Han's shoulder and crushed the teleportation scroll. In a flash of brilliance, the two vanished, escaping the Dragon Mountain range. Chapter 48, Friendship from the Divine NPC, Preparing for a Job Change. No! This is impossible. It was only at this moment that the Inferno Dragon comprehended the events that had just transpired. It fixed its gaze intently on the direction in which the two had departed, its enormous vertical pupils filled with astonishment. A mere roar had interrupted my forbidden spell and momentarily rendered me unconscious. Furthermore, with a resounding crash, its colossal claws cleaved through the surrounding boulders as if they were mere tofu. The Inferno Dragon lowered its head to inspect its own claw. Even now, it remained unable to wield magic, suppressed to the point of having lost its temper. Yet, a dragon is inherently a nemesis to magic. And as the supreme holy judgment dragon, it occupied the pinnacle of existence. It had always been the one to strip other beings of their magical powers. Such an experience had never occurred for it before. However, neither the forced disorientation nor the suppression were the most astonishing aspects for the Inferno Dragon. Instead, it could distinctly sense the formidable aura and bloodline emanating from the young beast, which bore an undeniable familiarity. A kinship of the same lineage. Without a doubt, that young creature was also a dragon. The pressure that even I could not withstand. Could it be that the legends are indeed true? The Inferno Dragon murmured softly, pondering whether the supreme beings not belonging to this plane would ultimately bring hope for its destruction. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind howled as the Inferno Dragon unfurled its wings and ascended slowly into the sky. It cast a lingering glance at the distant Windley city before departing from the mountainous region it had inhabited for over a millennium. Certain matters needed confirmation. In the distance, a magical array suddenly illuminated, and two figures appeared in an instant. They had indeed returned alive. Mels took a deep breath of fresh air. Nearly overwhelmed with emotion, teetering on the edge of tears. It had been a close call. His life had nearly been forfeited in that Dragon Mountain range. Jiang Han, comparatively calmer, felt a slight thrill within, for even he had not anticipated that such a formidable being could be so intimidated by Xiao Hui, rendered utterly helpless. It was truly extraordinary. Typically, boss creatures possess various despair-inducing enhancements and attributes resisting control. Yet, how vast is the realm of Doomsday? With billions of global players and the addition of local NPCs, such a colossal number inevitably gives rise to a few exceptional beings. Some skills from hidden classes can indeed achieve cross-level control over boss entities, disregarding their resistance effects. However, none had ever managed to surpass this many levels. Unheard of and unseen. One can only conclude that mythic-level beings possess an astounding strength that justifies their illustrious title. Finally, Mels composed himself, looking at Jiang Han with a countenance of profound complexity. To be honest, he had an abundance of questions he yearned to pose. After all, the events that unfolded today were nothing short of extraordinary, for he was a divine-level sorcerer, a being so powerful that even the royal family held him in high regard. Today, I was unexpectedly led by a level 12. Oh no, it should now be level 20, a novice. Had it not been for the sight of my still formidable attributes, Mels might have doubted his own sanity for a moment. Eventually, Mel's let out a deep sigh, burying all his worries within. Jiang Han could roughly surmise the old man's thoughts, yet chose not to elucidate. After all, the items were in hand. He let the old man ponder on his own. With a smile, Jiang Han inquired about the location of the Holy Spirit Spring and the 100 million gold coins, asking when the master required them. Mel sighed, his expression complex, stating that the sooner he could learn the location of the Holy Spirit Spring, the better. As for the 100 million gold coins, he felt unworthy to accept them. Were it not for your beast, I might not have survived. That statement is erroneous, Jiang Han countered, shaking his head. Since this was a pre-arranged transaction, it should proceed as agreed. Moreover, without the master, I would not have reached the Dragon Mountain and vanquished that peculiar boss. You are far too humble, Mel's remarked, astonished, while a wave of admiration surged within him. It is rare to encounter a junior with such capability, remaining unpretentious and adhering to the spirit of the agreement. I merely speak the truth, Jiang Han replied with a faint smile. This was not mere modesty. Based solely on his current level, he would struggle to ascend the mountain, let alone handle the subsequent challenges. The pre-established goal was to obtain the maze's item, and with that objective achieved, there was no need for reluctance. Of course, Jiang Han was not inclined to undertake such actions merely for the sake of reputation or virtue. A deeper reason lay in the fact that, in comparison to the 100 million gold coins, he valued Mel's friendship far more. A divine-level sorcerer is a rare treasure, and there would be many future opportunities to utilize such a bond. Furthermore, spending 100 million gold coins could yield an additional 100 attribute points. In summary, one might argue that you stand to gain significantly, yet I shall never incur a loss. Then, I shall graciously accept, Mel's replied without pretense, nodding in agreement. Ding! You have gained Mel's friendship. The system notification chimed the next moment. Jiang Han's lips curled into a slight smile, indeed. The two swiftly completed the transaction. Mel's did not linger, promptly escorting Jiang Han back to Windleaf City before hastily returning to the Supreme Hall. It was evident that his yearning for the Holy Spirit Spring ran deep. Next, it was time to seek out Sophia. Jiang Han gazed up at the towering castle, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor. After toiling away all day at the risk of being slain by the peculiar, was it not for this very moment? A hidden class. Soon, Jiang Han arrived at the Duke's mansion. You truly obtained the item from the maze, Sophia exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment upon seeing the parchment. In the presence of this continually surprising youth, her shock seemed to have become the norm, adding much vibrancy to her monotonous life. Now, how shall we unlock the hidden class? Jiang Han showed no intention of pleasantries and directly voiced his confusion. This parchment did not seem to be a class change scroll. Indeed, it was not. Sophia pondered for a moment, her lips parting slightly. According to Uncle Stir, the items within the labyrinth do not inherently possess the ability to facilitate a class change. What does that mean? Jiang Han furrowed his brow. Potential. Sophia murmured, this parchment can activate your inherent potential, thereby unlocking a profession uniquely tailored to you. Activate potential? Quite an intriguing notion. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether this implied that the profession acquired through the parchment would be a formidable one crafted specifically for him. That interpretation is valid, Sophia nodded, though she hesitated before adding, however, whether it ultimately proves to be powerful is uncertain. Without giving Jiang Han the opportunity to inquire further, Sophia turned and walked toward the door. Follow me, I shall guide you in your class change. As he observed Sophia's enchanting silhouette retreating, Jiang Han's gaze flickered, lost in thought. This peculiar progression of tasks was something he had never encountered even in his past life. Was this class change through the parchment a boon or a bane? For a moment, he found himself at a loss. Oh well, why dwell on such thoughts? However, Jiang Han did not contemplate for long before he followed her. Hesitation was not in his nature. The outcome, whether favorable or not, would reveal itself through personal experience. After all, with the god of wealth as his secondary profession, even the worst scenario could hardly be dire. Chapter 49, Steer, is this lad even human? Soon, Sophia led Jiang Han into a dimly lit chamber, where darkness enveloped everything. Sophia bent down to ignite a candle, the flickering flame casting a soft glow in the room. As the candlelight illuminated the space, a figure resembling a middle-aged man gradually emerged above the flame. Jiang Han turned to Sophia, inquiring, "Who is this?" "Young man." "I am the steer you seek," the elegantly robed gentleman replied with a slight smile and a hearty voice, before Sophia had a chance to speak. "So it is Lord Steer." Jiang Han nodded in acknowledgement, his heart fluttering with surprise. "Another god-tier NPC. According to Sophia, you have acquired the parchment?" Steer inquired. "Indeed." Jiang Han replied, retrieving the parchment from his inventory and presenting it to Steer. "Truly remarkable." Steer caressed the parchment, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his eyes. "Are all you visitors from other realms this formidable? You even managed to bring back this parchment from the Dragon Mountain range. I had thought such methods of class advancement had long vanished from this world." Jiang Han felt a stir of curiosity. Was it indeed possible for others to have advanced in such a manner? Of course, Steer affirmed with a smile. "I was one of them. Though the parchment I used was of a lesser grade than yours. Moreover, this is likely the last of its kind in the world." Understanding dawned on Jiang Han. No wonder he had never heard of it in his previous life, such a rarity was on the brink of extinction. "Now, let's set aside idle talk. My ethereal form cannot endure much longer. Allow me to assist you in your class advancement." A gentle radiance coalesced in Steer's hands as he swiftly inscribed a series of characters onto the parchment. "Sophia, step away from Jiang Han," Steer commanded, prompting Sophia to retreat to the door. The parchment erupted in brilliant light, spiraling down to rest at Jiang Han's feet. An overwhelming expanse of white light obscured his vision, and he felt his body become remarkably lighter. Simultaneously, Steer's voice echoed in his ears, "Do not panic, do not resist. The parchment will awaken the deepest source of your power. This will take some time, simply follow the guidance of your heart." Jiang Han closed his eyes, standing still. Around him, 5 translucent crystal orbs began to float gently. "It is done." Steer's thoughts shifted as he stepped back to stand beside Sophia, both observing the transformation side by side. "Uncle Steer, is this the legendary supreme class advancement?" Sophia inquired with curiosity, as even she had only heard of it in whispers. "Indeed, this may very well be the last of its kind," Steer replied, his tone tinged with nostalgia, reminiscing about his youthful days, a time that would never return. "I have heard that supreme class advancements vary in quality, is that true?" Sophia asked. "Certainly." Steer explained that each individual's potential varies, leading to differing levels of professional intensity. "Have you noticed the 5 crystal orbs beside him? They symbolize potential." "Symbolize potential?" "Indeed, those crystal orbs do not exist in reality, rather. They are a manifestation of the soul's power of the individual undergoing the job transition. The stronger the soul's energy, the greater the intensity of the job transition." "In other words, the strength of a profession can be gauged by quantity?" "One might say so." "Then, Uncle Steer, how many crystal orbs did you activate during your job transition?" A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Sophia's beautiful eyes. Steer replied with a proud smile, 3. "Only 3?" Sophia was somewhat taken aback. She was well aware of the prowess of those around her. Steer was the chief beast master of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, a figure of utmost distinction across the continent. Yet even someone of such caliber had only activated 3 crystal orbs? He chuckled, "Do not underestimate 3. That is the pinnacle of human capability." Steer explained with great pride, "The significance of the latter 2 orbs is minimal. I have perused ancient texts, and only the deities revered by ancient races could access such realms." "Does that mean Uncle Steer has already reached the zenith of humanity?" Sophia pondered thoughtfully. "In terms of strength, I do not wish to boast, but regarding potential, I am undeniably worthy," Steer remarked with a calm demeanor. It was not mere self-aggrandizement. As the most exceptional genius of the continent in a century, he had the right to make such claims. "What about Yi Han?" Sophia glanced at Jiang Han, who at that moment had already begun to activate the first crystal orb, which was transforming into a light blue hue. "Is it possible for him to activate a 3rd orb?" "Well, that's hard to say," Steer mused. "However, given that he has obtained the badge of valor, I believe the probability remains quite high. Truly impressive, Jiang Han. A smile crept onto Sophia's lips, her eyes sparkling with delight. Observing his niece's reaction, Styr felt a twinge of frustration. What is this? I, as the uncle, have genuinely activated 3 crystal orbs, yet she shows no sign of acknowledgement. This lad has merely a mere possibility, yet she beams with joy? Will we still be able to enjoy ourselves in the future? Nonetheless. He refrained from commenting further and turned his attention to Jiang Han. The first crystal orb beside Jiang Han had now fully transformed into blue. Indeed. The infusion was successful at such a rapid pace. Jiang Han's potential is extraordinary. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand left Styr in awe. Sophia pressed her lips together, saying little more, yet the brilliance in her gaze intensified. Time passed swiftly. Soon, the second crystal orb illuminated. However, there were still no signs of cessation. After a while, the third crystal orb also began to shine with blue light. The 3 crystal orbs glowed brilliantly, casting a blue hue throughout the room. He truly accomplished it. Sophia was filled with excitement. Remarkable. Even the experienced Styr could not suppress a smile. Now, they awaited the activation of his profession, as another talent was about to be added to the Dragon Phoenix Empire. How much longer will it take? Sophia inquired. As the crystal orbs began to spin, it signified that they were approaching completion, and soon. Mid-sentence, Styr's smile abruptly vanished. His expression transforming as if he had encountered a specter, his eyes wide with disbelief. The 4th and 5th crystal orbs had illuminated simultaneously. This. Sophia's rosy lips parted slightly, her face a picture of bewilderment as she gazed at Styr. Was it not said that humans could not activate the remaining 2 crystal orbs? Styr appeared utterly confounded. Don't ask me. I have no idea. The crystal orbs had indeed begun to rotate. He was certain that his vision had not yet failed him to the extent that he could not discern this fact, which indicated that the soul power had been completely absorbed and the ritual had concluded. Yet, why had the infusion process restarted? It felt as though they were retracing their steps. Moreover, and of paramount importance, even the crystal orbs, rumored to be activated solely by ancient deities, had been filled. Styr's face contorted in confusion, a profound sense of bewilderment enveloping him. In all his years, he had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. Or could it be that this young man was not human? Chapter 50, Sophia Jiang Han. Overflowed. Overflowed. Let me clarify, Styr had no intention of cursing. However, at this moment, he could think of no other explanation. It was simply absurd. Uncle Styr? Noticing Styr's silence, Sophia's curiosity intensified, adopting an inquisitive demeanor that suggested she would not relent easily. Styr maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze unfocused as he appeared aloof. Please, dear sister, I implore you, refrain from further questioning. If I were aware of the reason, would I be in such a state of astonishment? It turns out even Uncle Styr was in the dark. Receiving no response, Sophia smiled faintly and ceased her inquiries. Who said that? Styr felt a tinge of irritation. Although this did indeed touch upon his area of ignorance, as the royal chief beastmaster, did his words lack credibility? I don't know, can't I fabricate a tale? I was merely reminiscing about ancient texts. Based on my deductions, the reason Jiang Han could activate all the crystal orbs might be overflowed? Styr was about to weave a narrative when he noticed Sophia's beautiful eyes widen in shock, her usual regal demeanor completely unraveling. Overflowed? Turning his head, Styr was met with the sight of the azure light, which represented the soul power of the transferee, spilling forth from the crystal orb. It was so dense it had begun to liquefy, gradually spreading across the floor. Good grief! Styr's mind buzzed as if struck by a heavy blow. Is this even permissible by law? You have surpassed human limits, activating all 5 crystal orbs, and now it's overflowing? We are both men, why is your capacity so vast? The room fell into a profound silence. Both Styr and Sophia were enveloped in a state of shock, their faces emblazoned with a singular thought, I am not Li Jie. Fortunately, the soul power from Jiang Han ceased to overflow. The transmutation ceremony had finally reached its conclusion. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the Beastmaster transmutation task, Whisper of the Dragon. Ding! You have successfully transitioned to the unique hidden class Dragon Speaker. Ding! Due to the infusion of mysterious power, your class level has increased. Ding! Class level cap reached, no further enhancement possible. Ding! Due to the infusion of mysterious power, you have surpassed the class level cap and successfully transitioned to the unique divine hidden class Beast God Controller. A cascade of system notifications echoed, leaving Jiang Han utterly astounded. There was indeed a cap on class levels? And he had inadvertently surpassed this limit? How extraordinary! Eagerly, Jiang Han opened his class panel. Class, Beast God Controller, Innate Talent, Divine Power, LV1. You have initially acquired a divine physique, standing tall and firm. All final growth attributes 100. Innate Talent, Source of Magic, LV1. As a Beast God Controller, you have begun to merge with divine power. Spirit value 100. Strength value 100, Destined Talent, Divine Beast Master Set, LV1. You have initially acquired the power of a deity, gaining knowledge of all things, and obtaining the crafting blueprint for the Beast Goddess Claw. Destined Talent, Beast God Aura, LV1. As the Master of the Beast God, your summoned beasts have been blessed with divine power. Beast Attributes 30, Destined Talent, Beast God Control, LV1. Your mastery over summoned beasts has reached its pinnacle, granting all your summoned beasts a 30 bonus to their final attributes. Upon reviewing his class talents, Jiang Han was utterly astonished. Before his class change, he had entertained the notion that a hidden class surpassing the Beast Whisperer in strength would undoubtedly be extraordinary. However, he could never have anticipated such an exaggerated extent. It was truly extraordinary. For a moment, the only words Jiang Han could find to describe the Beast Godmaster were those two: incredible. Some of the talents even provided ultimate bonuses, which are known to be the highest priority attributes, surpassing percentage attributes. Take the Divine Power talent as an example. Jiang Han had just completed the Abyss level promotion trial, and his growth attribute bonus was already at 100%. This means that for every level he ascended, he would gain 20 attribute points. Moreover, the calculation for the ultimate bonus occurs after the percentage calculations. This implies that Jiang Han was now receiving a staggering 40 points for each level he gained. This represented an extraordinarily explosive figure. Furthermore, as he continued to pass promotion trials, this number would only increase. As for the other talents, the glaring numerical values left Jiang Han feeling dizzy. A 100 increase in both strength and spirit is an exaggeration beyond any epic equipment set. Moreover, the enhancements brought forth by the Beast Godmaster extend beyond mere numerical values. More importantly, it involves attribute sharing with summoned beasts and enhancements to the beasts themselves. This is the true essence of a Beast Master. In contrast, a typical Beast Master only provides a 5 attribute boost to their beasts, while the Beast Goddess power escalates to an astounding 30. With Little Grey's current level 20 attributes, this translated to an increase of over 400 in basic attributes. When combined with Jiang Han's own attributes, the enhancement was even greater. The boost was monumental. Jiang Han took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, and then opened his attribute panel. Player Nightcold, Class God of Wealth, Unique, Beast Godmaster, Unique, Level 20, 0, 0, 0, Base Status Health, 990, Magic, 15640, Hunger, 100, Base Attribute Strength, 367, Constitution, 99. Spirit, 1564, Agility, 110, Special Attributes Luck, 65, Charm, 68. Indeed, under the remarkable enhancements of the Beast Godmaster, combined with all his upgrade points allocated to Spirit, Jiang Han's spirit value had surpassed the 4-digit threshold, reaching an impressive 1564. Selecting this attribute and venturing once more into the level 10 advancement dungeon. There is no need for Little Grey to take action. A single fireball spell is sufficient to deplete half of the boss's health. Indeed, while the power of the Beast God is remarkable, it is largely devoid of combat skills. Coupled with the boss's damage reduction, the inflicted damage pales in comparison to that of Little Grey. This is an inherent flaw of beast tamers, a phenomenon that even transcendent classes cannot escape. Nevertheless, Jiang Han is utterly content. Weakness is a relative term. Would any ordinary player dare to challenge him? One fireball, and they would find themselves at a significant health deficit. With such combat prowess emanating from a beast tamer, what more could one desire? Turning his attention to the Sai of the Beast God, Jiang Han recalls that beyond the substantial attribute bonuses, the Beast God controller is equipped with a set of crafting blueprints. Although the attributes remain unknown, given the strength of the other talents, the Sai of the Beast God is unlikely to be lacking. Opening his inventory, he discovers a blueprint quietly resting in an empty slot. Blueprint for crafting the Claw of the Beast God, growth type, rarity, epic, Chapter 51, Epic Equipment Blueprint. Claw of the Beast God, an equipment that can grow and begins at the epic level? Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had faced numerous bosses yet had yet to acquire a single piece of epic gear. The rarity of Beast Master equipment surpassed that of player equipment. Only obtainable through forging. It was no small feat to find an epic blueprint, let alone a silver level one. Additionally, the materials required for forging and the need for a suitable blacksmith posed their own challenges. Nevertheless, there was now a glimmer of hope, although the materials were scarce. Possessing the blueprint offered a pathway forward. Jiang Han noted the few rare materials needed for crafting and closed his inventory. Undoubtedly, crafting the Claw of the Beast God would significantly enhance Xiao Hui's prowess. With normal bodily functions, the future looked promising. Feeling invigorated, Jiang Han approached the door. It was only at this moment that Steer and Sophia regained their composure, their expressions a mix of complexity. Steer, burdened with questions, found himself unable to voice them before his form began to waver. He was merely a fleeting apparition, a remnant left to assist Jiang Han in his class transition. And he had reached his limit. With a look of unwillingness, he completely faded away. Night Cold, you are truly astonishing, Sophia exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart, her eyes brimming with excitement. The feat accomplished by this young man was something even the Royal Chief Beast Master had failed to achieve. Jiang Han pondered for a moment and asked, is there anything special about awakening a hidden class? While he did not fully grasp what had transpired, the expressions of the two indicated that the entire process was rather extraordinary. Of course, if Steer is to be believed. You have already stepped into the realm of the divine, Sophia replied, brimming with enthusiasm. The realm of the divine? Jiang Han furrowed his brow. Is that so? Soon after, Sophia succinctly recounted the entire process. 3 crystal spheres represent the limit of humanity? Yet my soul's power cannot even sustain 5 crystal spheres? Jiang Han fell into deep contemplation. Could this be related to his rebirth? An ordinary person's soul power is singular, but in his case, it had seemingly doubled. Therefore, where the original limit was 3 crystal spheres, it would now require 6 to contain his essence. Although this speculation was somewhat simplistic, Jiang Han instinctively felt a connection between the two phenomena. Never mind, I'll inquire with Steer once I reach the royal city, he thought, shaking his head to dispel the notion. There was no use dwelling on these thoughts now, they would only serve to amplify his worries. With his class transition now complete, his immediate focus shifted to the level 20 promotion trial. As for whether to forge the Claw of the Beast God first, after careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it. On one hand, the materials were exceedingly rare, on the other, given the preciousness of the blueprint, numerous blacksmiths would undoubtedly seek to learn from it. Although selling to the blacksmith's shop would undoubtedly yield a handsome price, Jiang Han found himself not particularly in need of gold coins. The blueprints could wait until he was ready to develop the shop, serving as a means to recruit formidable blacksmith NPCs. Upon departing from the Duke's residence, Jiang Han made his way directly to the trial grounds. Meanwhile, the 9-hour time limit had finally elapsed. All players in the Great Xia Kingdom, except for Jiang Han, were forcibly ejected from the game. Various modes of transportation that had been momentarily halted sprang back to life, and an array of devices resumed their operations. Reality seemed to fall back into its regular rhythm, rendering the preceding events akin to a mere dream. However, those who had perished multiple times within the game had indeed lost all signs of life and reality. The bus driver, factory workers, high-ranking officials, and wealthy merchants, among them were several individuals occupying crucial positions. Consequently, during that same time frame, the Great Xia Kingdom experienced an untold number of incidents. Even as they departed from the game, they were met with fresh casualties. Undoubtedly, amidst the sorrow, the game Doomsday became the focal point of everyone's attention. As society began to function once more, the media and the internet fervently debated the matter. A segment of seasoned players overshadowed former celebrities and politicians in terms of public interest. Naturally, Jiang Han was the most discussed figure. However, beyond him, other skilled players began to emerge as well. Good news, the second-ranked level 10 player has also appeared in our Great Xia Kingdom, known as Tiger God, who has previously led guilds to victory in 3 different online games. Tiger God is impressive, but I've received word that Remnant Blade has also reached level 9. Just a step away from level 10. Mingxin and Sushin are also nearing completion. By tomorrow, they are expected to reach level 10. At which point they can enter the main city. We eagerly anticipate the efforts of these experts to see if they can narrow the gap with Yihan. The game has only just begun. Aside from Jiang Han, the progress of other top-tier players was relatively similar. With an additional hour of gameplay for the players of the Great Xia Kingdom, they naturally distanced themselves from the experts of other nations. By the next morning, the leaderboard would likely be filled with names from the Great Xia Kingdom. Meanwhile, in a shadowy forest, a searing dragon breath descended from the sky, crashing violently against the obstructing white skeleton. 12650, the substantial damage instantly melted this level 20 creature. Nickname Little Grey, type Celestial Giant Dragon, mythical, level 20 0. 00, status health, 39, 900, mana, 47, 080, base attribute strength, 1995, constitution, 1914, spirit, 2354, agility, 1918. This was Little Grey's level 20 attributes, as a mythical beast. Its power was indisputable. Coupled with the enhancements from the Beast God Controller, Little Grey's attributes became even more extraordinary. The 4 dimensions hover around the threshold of 2000. While both life and mana values have escalated to such terrifying levels that they can rival those of a formidable boss. Considering the frequency with which players summon their beasts, the strength derived from such statistics far transcends the mere numerical representation. This ordinary level 20 creature is scarcely distinguishable from an ant by the roadside. One could easily crush it without a second thought. How bothersome. Jiang Han gazed at the endless expanse of the forest, a wave of frustration washing over him. It seemed that, for him at present, the greatest inconvenience was not the ascension trials themselves, but rather the daunting journey ahead. He could only ponder the intentions of the NPCs in Doomsday. Perhaps, for reasons of safety, the locations of the trial halls were increasingly remote. It took a considerable amount of time to traverse from the novice village to the level 10 trial hall. Now, the level 20 trial hall was a far more exaggerated distance away, with over an hour passed without a glimpse of it. This was under the fortunate circumstance that Jiang Han had chosen a route with minimal monsters. For other players, it was likely they would squander at least an entire day. As levels increased, so too did the time expenditure. By the time Jiang Han arrived at his destination, the day's gaming hours were nearing their end. And attempting to tackle the Abyss trial at this point was evidently an unwise choice. After some contemplation, he opted to log off. Chapter 52, Liu Ruyan? Keep your distance. As soon as I exited the game, my phone began to buzz incessantly. I casually opened it, only to find that most of the messages were from our class group chat. Lu Lin, Zhou Tao, thanks to you. If Yuan Ti promptly reminded me not to leave the novice village, I would have surely perished at the hands of monsters. Wang Jun, indeed. I even informed my family. I just read the news, and many people have died in Doomsday. It terrified me. Lili, yes, thanks to Zhou Tao. It seems our class has suffered no casualties this time. I heard that Wang Ming from the neighboring class died in the game. Zhou Tao, it's no big deal. Having participated in the internal testing with Ruyan, I simply possess a bit more knowledge than you all. By the way, has anyone seen Jiang Han recently? I haven't spotted him in ages. He hasn't attended school for several weeks. And teacher Wang said he hasn't taken any leave. Lili, I haven't seen him either. Is something wrong? Given how perilous Doomsday is, he hasn't been around at all. Wang Jun, could it be? Lili, impossible. Jiang Han, please say something. Wang Jun, Jiang Han, Lu Lin, Jiang Han was taken aback that the conversation had turned to him. Given the tone, it seemed they all thought he was caught in Doomsday. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to respond in the group. Jiang Han, I'm fine. Thank you all for your concern. Currently, Doomsday has just concluded its first day. Although it has caused significant upheaval, order has not entirely collapsed. The authorities will certainly compile a list of individuals affected. If he remains silent for too long, his classmates might genuinely believe he had met an unfortunate fate and report his name. If that were to happen, it would attract unwanted attention from the officials, leading to potential trouble. Other matters were of little consequence. He preferred not to cultivate an air of mystery regarding this. Well, for now. However, Jiang Han did not anticipate that, just as he began to show his presence, someone would speak up. Liu Ruyan, you're fine? If you're fine, why didn't you respond to my messages? Did you block me? Jiang Han, Liu Ruyan, are you out of your mind? Lu Lin? Wang Jun. The group chat was instantly flooded with question marks, even prompting students who typically refrained from speaking to chime in. One could easily imagine the astonished faces behind each mobile screen. Goodness! The fact that Liu Ruyan, who usually disregarded Jiang Han, had initiated a conversation was already surprising. Yet, Jiang Han's subsequent remark was even more shocking. With their homeroom teacher still present, he dared to be so audacious in the class group. In the realm of banter, I would dare to call you the strongest. Homeroom teacher, Luang, Jiang Han, please watch your language. Additionally, you've been absent from school for 2 weeks without responding to any messages. Are you planning to abandon your studies? I know your family is wealthy. But if you continue to act so recklessly, you will ruin your future, do you understand? Class teacher, Luang, Jiang Han. Please come to my office on Monday to clarify these matters, or I will proceed with expulsion. Jiang Han, oh. After sending this message, Jiang Han exited the class group. His objective had been achieved, and there was no need to linger. As for expulsion, it was of no consequence. What a joke. School? With the apocalypse looming, why would he attend a conventional school? After Jiang Han left the group, a profound silence enveloped the chat. The mere utterance of "oh" inflicted considerable harm. Its brilliance and sharpness left Lu Wan questioning his own existence, his anger reaching its peak. After years of teaching, he had never encountered such audacity in a student. Regardless of wealth, being uneducated rendered one useless. As for Liu Ruyan, she was utterly bewildered. She had assumed that with the class teacher backing her, Jiang Han would exhibit a more amiable demeanor. She never expected such a response. Could it be that he truly did not care for me at all? For reasons unknown, Liu Ruyan began to feel anxious. Jiang Han paid no heed to the reactions of others. In a sweep, he deleted bothersome messages and unnecessary contacts, then opened the forum for Doomsday. Undoubtedly, the website's traffic had surged exponentially compared to just a couple of days prior. After bookmarking some potentially useful random information, a few posts caught Jiang Han's attention. The Tiger God has reached level 10. Boldly declaring his intention to challenge the Abyss-level Ascension trial solo. The Su God and the Ming God also stated that after reaching level 10, they would attempt the Abyss-level Ascension trial. They intend to challenge the Abyss-level trial right from the start? Jiang Han's gaze flickered slightly. He was well acquainted with the ID of Tiger God, the first player in the Great Xia Kingdom to reach level 10 in his previous life. However, this time, as a pioneering player, he had maintained utmost vigilance, opting for the nightmare difficulty. Although he ultimately failed, there was still room for error. But if it were Abyss difficulty, did my success in the Abyss-level trial lead them to erroneous conclusions, making them believe that they could conquer the Abyss trial with mere individual prowess? Jiang Han pondered. This was understandable. Players revered as gods were undoubtedly top-tier, prideful individuals. In their eyes, they were no less capable than anyone else. If others could achieve it, why could they not? Scrolling further down, it became evident that many elite players shared this mindset, all aspiring towards the Abyss trial. It seemed that my swift completion of the trial had, to some extent, led many to underestimate the challenges of Doomsday. Setting his phone down, Jiang Han sighed. Unless unexpected circumstances arose, this renowned Tiger God was likely to perish in the Abyss trial. For a top-tier player, such an outcome was indeed lamentable. Nevertheless, Jiang Han held no intention of offering counsel. They were all adults now, one must bear the consequences of their own choices. He has not yet reached the point of compassionate selflessness where he would expose his identity for the sake of a stranger. As night falls and the clock strikes midnight, Jiang Han closes his eyes, his body gradually becoming ethereal as he once again enters the game. Before him stands a magnificent hall. Esteemed hero, do you wish to undertake the ascension trial? With the badge of valor in hand, he is certainly not treated with the same disdain as before by the guards. Instead, upon catching sight of Jiang Han, the guards display utmost respect, their service commendable and akin to a 5-star experience. Jiang Han successfully initiates the solo trial as a virtual panel materializes before him. Normal, hard, nightmare, purgatory, abyss, he reaches out and selects abyss. Amidst the admiring gazes of the onlookers, a brilliant white light envelopes Jiang Han, and his figure vanishes from sight. Meanwhile, in the novice village number 6666, a robust man clad in gleaming golden leather armor, with a square jaw, confidently addresses the guard in charge of initiating level 10 trials. Above his head shines an ID, the Tiger Unleashed. Chapter 53, Dare to Challenge the Abyss Trial? Death. The Abyss Trial? The armored guardian in silver was taken aback for a moment, then scrutinized the figure of the Tiger Unleashed from its cage. The equipment appears quite impressive. Are you a visitor from another realm? Indeed, nodded the Tiger Unleashed. I see. The silver-armored guardian pondered for a moment and spoke in a deep tone. You must be aware of the challenges that lie ahead, correct? I am well aware, replied the Tiger Unleashed with a radiant smile. I have always relished challenges. Should I perish, I shall have no regrets. Excellent. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in the guardian's eyes. In that case, I shall refrain from further discourse. Where are your companions? I stand alone, without allies. The Tiger Unleashed maintained a tranquil demeanor, exuding an innate confidence. Understood. With a wave of his hand, the guardian conjured a virtual panel before the Tiger Unleashed, who took a deep breath and selected the abyss difficulty. In a flash of white light, he vanished from sight. TSK, these visitors from other realms are indeed extraordinary. I wonder if this one can conquer the abyss level trial, mused the silver-armored guardian. My heavens, how times have changed. Once, even the nightmare level trials were regarded as formidable beasts. Only the strongest dared to challenge them. Now, it appears that everyone is eager to face the abyss trials, and alone at that. Who could argue otherwise? Sighed another guardian. News of individuals passing the abyss trials had already spread across various halls. With such illustrious precedents, they held high hopes for the Tiger Unleashed. Just then, several figures hastily approached and halted before the grand hall. Are you all here to attempt the trial? The silver-armored guardian called out. No. We are merely here to observe and enjoy the spectacle before we embark ourselves, the leader of the group chuckled, waving a hand dismissively. The silver-armored guardian acknowledged with an O and ceased further conversation. The group casually found a spot to sit on the ground. At this moment, if any other players were present, they would surely exclaim in astonishment. Each of these players boasted a level of 10, and their IDs were well known, having stirred up considerable waves in various online games. The leading two among them were peak figures, akin to the Tiger Unleashed. Mingming Ruyue and Susufu. Known among players as Minggod and Sugod as top-tier players, the Abyss-level trials were naturally within their consideration. However, compared to the Tiger Unleashed, they approached with a degree more caution. After all, the game Doomsday is extraordinary, capable of influencing life and death in reality. With a reckless individual like the Tiger Unleashed testing the waters, they had no qualms about observing for a while. I wonder if the Tiger can pass this Abyss trial. The difficulty of Doomsday seems to be on an entirely different scale compared to other games, Mingming Ruyue yawned and casually inquired. Susufu pondered for a moment and replied. To be honest, I am not very optimistic about him. Oh? Mingming Ruyue raised an eyebrow. You have always acknowledged his strength, why the sudden lack of confidence? Susufu shook her head and remained silent. Mingming Ruyue chuckled. I believe you are simply too anxious. Doomsday is indeed an extraordinary game, capable of influencing life and death. However, since Jiang Han has successfully navigated the abyssal trials, I am convinced that Meng Hu is no less capable. Has he not surmounted challenges in the past when he lagged behind? he always managed to catch up. Moreover, if even Meng Hu cannot pass this trial, then what hope do others have? Perhaps, Su Su Fufu smiled lightly, choosing not to engage in the debate. Observing her disinterest, Mingming Ruyu refrained from pressing the matter further. Each was lost in their thoughts, quietly awaiting the outcome. As they sat in silence, Meng Hu had entered the trial grounds. The terrain of the ascension trials was randomly generated and, unlike the dense forest encountered by Jiang Han, Meng Hu found himself in a vast desert. This allowed him to immediately spot the monstrous creature ahead. Desert Brutal Bear, Eerie, Level 10, Health, 5000, Mana, 5000, Strength, 300. Constitution, 500, Agility, 300, Spirit, 500, Passive, Unknown, Skills, Unknown, Description, an enigmatic creature from the abyss, possessing the power to obliterate everything. Beware. Once it sets its sights on you, the scythe of death will come swinging. These attributes. Meng Hu's pupils constricted sharply. The stats of the Desert Brutal Bear clearly exceeded his expectations. A staggering 5000 health was one thing, after all, he had encountered such resilient bosses in other games before. Yet, coupled with 300 strength and 300 agility, was this not pushing the envelope a bit too far? Meng Hu glanced at his own attributes. As an absolute top-tier expert, he had not opted for the conventional stat allocation of ordinary players. Instead, he sought the extreme and had channeled all his points into strength. Consequently, his base constitution stood at a mere 10 points. Even with the assistance of fellow guild members in donning luxurious equipment, 2 pieces of golden gear and the rest silver, his constitution was only bolstered to 50 points. Augmented by other bonuses and attributes, his health precariously capped at 560. In simpler terms, he could not withstand even 2 strikes from the Desert Brutal Bear. Moreover, what was this bizarre creature? He had never encountered anything like it before. Furrowing his brow, Meng Hu felt an unsettling sense of uncertainty creeping in. Roar! The Desert Brutal Bear, having detected his presence, charged at him with a ferocious roar. It was alarmingly swift. With 300 agility and no cover in sight, Meng Hu knew he could hardly evade the bear's assault through movement alone. He had no choice but to brace for impact. 236, even in a blocking stance. The damage mitigation was substantial, yet he still lost nearly half his health from a single basic attack. As the fierce tiger emerged from its lair, a shiver coursed through his entire being. Yet, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he seized an opportunity amidst the desert bear's onslaught. Arc Moon Slash. The blade transformed into a perfect arc, accurately descending upon the head of the desert bear. Subsequently, an astonishing damage indicator gradually floated upwards. In that fleeting moment, he questioned whether he had indulged excessively in mushrooms, experiencing a hallucination. As a player specializing in extreme enhancements, bolstered by his equipment, his strength soared to an impressive 150. Coupled with the Arc Moon Slash, his explosive power undoubtedly exceeded 200. This was the very source of his confidence in challenging the abyssal trial. However, to his dismay, the strike yielded no damage whatsoever. Am I even capable of defeating a mere clam? The critical hit failed to breach the bear's defenses, while he himself was left vulnerable. Was this creature truly conquerable by mortals? A wave of despair washed over him as he struggled to comprehend how Night Cold had triumphed over such a grotesque being. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. Yet, the desert bear spared him no time for reflection or regret. With a howling wind, another paw came crashing down. This time, it was evident that a skill was employed. Bang! 420, the fierce tiger met his demise. Chapter 54, once again. A world announcement. Did Night Cold just break through the abyss trial? Hangzhou. The Tiger Might Studio. As one of the premier gaming studios in the Great Xia region, under the leadership of the formidable Tiger Unleashed, the studio flourishes. Within the studio, there are indeed hundreds of staff members. At this moment, dozens of individuals are bustling about in the expansive villa. The reason is quite straightforward. Currently, Tiger Unleashed is assaulting the Abyss-level Ascension trial. Naturally, the operational team of the studio is vigorously promoting this event online. As the second player in the entire world to reach level 10, the attention on Tiger Unleashed is palpable, with over 100 million players closely monitoring his every move. Indeed, the boss's decision this time is exceptionally wise. Regardless of whether the assault is successful or not, we will garner significant attention. The potential gains from this are substantial, a young man in a suit remarked, leaning back on the sofa, his face alight with joy as he observed the soaring statistics. Certainly, if he succeeds, I am confident we can manage it well enough to elevate the boss's reputation beyond that of Nightcold. Another chimed in. Well, it all hinges on you then. I have complete faith in the boss's abilities. A mere abyss trial is nothing, he is bound to soar. The suited youth laughed heartily, filled with optimism for the future. However, the conversation shifted abruptly. Boss? One of the men, who had been smiling, suddenly wore an expression of terror, as if he had glimpsed something he should not have. Donzi, what's wrong? The young man in the suit, bewildered, followed his gaze. The next moment, he sprang up from the sofa, his face etched with horror. In a corner of the studio, Tiger Unleashed, who had seemingly entered the game through sleep, had inexplicably returned to reality. 3 enormous claw marks had appeared across his chest, blood gushing forth profusely, the metallic scent quickly saturating the villa. Boss! What happened to you? Call an ambulance. Hurry! To be slain by a bizarre creature signifies that Tiger Unleashed has been eradicated in the real world as well. This top-tier player, renowned across various online games, ultimately paid a grievous price for his confidence. Meanwhile, Mingming, Ruaya, and the others remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding tragedy. Simultaneously, within the 20-level abyss trial, this place is a vast chasm, where howling winds rage and debris flies. Boom! Scorching dragon breath cascaded from the heavens, crashing down upon the rock giant at the valley's base. 12350, a staggering amount of damage instantly appeared. A petite, agile gray figure darted through the chaos, leaving a trail of claw marks upon the rock giant's surface. In comparison to the towering behemoth that stood nearly 10 meters high, Little Gray's current physique rendered it indistinguishable from a mere fly. Yet, this seemingly soft and adorable figure, which appeared as though it had yet to wean, inflicted such damage that the rocky giant writhed in agony. With a swift motion, a claw descended upon the giant's head, obliterating the formidable guardian of the abyssal trial, whose strength rivaled that of a level 20 demonic boss, completely depleting its health. The body, composed of stone, erupted violently, shattering into massive boulders that tumbled to the ground. Well done, Little Gray, Jiang Han encouraged with a smile. With a triumphant flap of its wings, Little Gray landed beside him, lifting its small head with an air of pride. Of course, it seemed to assert, it was a noble dragon, after all. And this lumbering giant was no match for it. Jiang Han intended to pat Little Gray's head, but the little creature tossed its head dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. He could only retract his hand in resignation. Nonetheless, the strength displayed was indeed formidable. The rocky giant boasted a base health of 20,000. Although it paled in comparison to the Wanderer, it was still a boss of royal caliber. For a level 20 character, such health was substantial. Remarkably, this bizarre demonic boss succumbed to Little Gray's might in less than 3 seconds, disintegrating under a breath of dragonfire and a few well-placed attacks, departing this world without a trace of defiance. Farming these equivalent-level demonic bosses was considerably swifter than hunting lesser foes. Unsurprisingly, the rocky giant dropped 2 pieces of dark gold equipment: Rock Giant's Greatsword, two-handed sword, grade, dark gold, effect, not yet identified, and Rock Shatterer, mace, grade, dark gold. Effect, not yet identified. Not bad at all, the drop rates here are unparalleled compared to other regions' bosses, Jiang Han mused, collecting the 2 items and merrily advancing towards the next unfortunate victim, rather, the next enigmatic boss. Little Gray's roars echoed throughout the vast chasm. As anticipated, the subsequent bosses, while exhibiting a heightened intensity compared to the rocky giant, boasted health levels far more terrifying than the previous Wanderers. Yet, before the relentless output of Little Gray, they merely prolonged the inevitable. The notion of engaging in arduous battles for hard-won victories was entirely absent. Jiang Han trailed behind the little creature, tasked with collecting the spoils and salvaging equipment from defeated foes. Along the way, he paused to capture picturesque scenery, lounging for a moment to savor the experience. In essence, it was a delightful endeavor. Those aware of the challenge ahead understood they were there to conquer the ascension trials, while those unaware might assume they were on a leisurely vacation. The time spent walking, it seemed, was exponentially greater than that dedicated to battling. Under this highly efficient slaughter, 4 demonic bosses fell in succession. After half an hour, they finally beheld the ultimate boss. The Abyss Watcher, King, level 20, health 200, 000, strength 3000, constitution 20. 000, agility 2000, spirit 3000, talent unknown, skills unknown, from the abyss to the abyss. Once again, it is a king-level boss. However, unlike the Wanderer, this Watcher is less extreme, leaning more towards a tank-like role. Its attributes are well balanced across the board, with both magical and physical damage surpassing that of the Wanderer by a notable margin. Its health has reached a terrifying 200,000. Yet, the difficulty this time has not increased compared to the last, in fact, it has diminished. This is not only due to Xiao Hui's growth but also because Jiang Han has gained a divine class profession. Such a tank-type boss is merely a punching bag. Let the slaughter commence. With Jiang Han's command, Xiao Hui fearlessly charged towards the Watcher. Outside the trial temple in the 6666 newbie village, Ming Ming and a few others sat idly outside the grand hall. It seems that the difficulty of the Abyss trial is indeed significant. Half an hour has passed, and the tiger has yet to emerge, indicating he may have encountered trouble. Su Su and Fu Fu glanced at the time, pondering. After all, it is the highest difficulty. It is understandable. Let's wait 5 more minutes, and if there is no news, I shall venture into the Abyss trial myself, Ming Ming declared. Time is precious. We cannot simply wait for him, as conquering this trial might take a good half of the day. This is true. Su Su and Fu Fu wholeheartedly agreed, recalling their past experiences of taking an extensive amount of time to defeat a boss. The ordeal was a tremendous strain both physically and mentally. It seems this Abyss trial is no simple feat. Ding. Suddenly, an urgent notification sounded in Ming Ming's ear. Who sent a message so hastily? Is your little girlfriend urging you for your share? Su Su and Fu Fu teased playfully. Get lost. It's someone from our guild, there may be something important. Ming Ming retorted with a chuckle before responding to the message. Soon after, Su Su and Fu Fu noticed his face paled visibly, devoid of any color. What's wrong? Su Su and Fu Fu urgently inquired. Ming Ming's voice turned grave. The tiger has died in the Abyss trial. Failed? Su Su and Fu Fu frowned, realizing the trial was indeed difficult, but such an exaggerated reaction seemed unwarranted. No, I mean, the tiger has died in real life. Ming Ming's expression darkened. Impossible? Su Su and Fu Fu sprang to her feet, her complexion changing drastically. Are you implying that the tiger died in reality because of failing the trial? Yes. Ming Ming nodded solemnly, and furthermore, the members of our studio mentioned that he died half an hour ago, as if attacked by some creature, eviscerated. He was rushed to the hospital, but they could not save him. If that is indeed the case, it implies that he had merely just entered the Abyss trial and perished within its depths. Su Su and Fu Fu exchanged incredulous gazes. How could such a thing occur? They were well aware of the prowess of the fierce tiger, a truly elite individual. Yet, even someone of his caliber suffered such a devastating defeat in the Abyss trial? How did Jiang Han manage to pass the Abyss trial? The disparity is simply too vast. A sense of dismay washed over Su Su and Fu Fu. Recalling their earlier desire to challenge the Abyss trial filled them with trepidation. I am uncertain, but it is certain that at our current level, attempting it would be tantamount to courting death. Ming Ming paused, then speculated. Moreover, I believe this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. Given the fierce tiger's abilities, it is improbable that anyone could have led him astray to such an extent. Yi Han's success in the Abyss trial perhaps stemmed from exploiting certain loopholes. It would be exceedingly difficult to replicate such a miracle. Su Su and Fu Fu offered a wry smile. Who knows? It is entirely possible that he is simply too formidable, operating on a different level altogether. Although this possibility is slim, it is imperative to uncover the reasons behind the fierce tiger's demise. Ming Ming took a deep breath. I shall withdraw for now, I will not attempt this trial. Feel free to do as you wish. I no longer dare to take the risk, Su Su and Fu Fu replied, shaking their heads. Following such an incident, who would still be bold enough to gamble with their lives? The two of them reached a silent agreement to depart. Just then, the system's crisp mechanical voice echoed unexpectedly. Ding! System announcement, player Jiang Han of the Daxia Kingdom has successfully passed the level 20 Abyss trial, becoming the first ever to do so. Reward, epic item, Stone of Valor. Daxia Kingdom Battle Points 1. This is a formal announcement. Su Su and Fu Fu. Ming Ming. Chapter 55, Generous Rewards. Epic Enhancement Items. The announcement echoed in their ears, lingering incessantly. The two exchanged perplexed glances, utterly bewildered, uncertain of how to respond. As top-tier players, they had weathered numerous storms. Typically, such news would elicit astonishment and skepticism, yet they would never be rendered so despondent. However, with the recent demise of the fierce tiger, they were convinced that this trial was insurmountable. Yet, in the very next moment, reality delivered a resounding shock. The level 20 Abyss trial had been conquered. Ming Ruyan let out a long sigh, her gaze filled with complexity, pondering the nature of such strength and understanding. Terrifying. Su Fu Fu sighed bitterly, exclaiming how utterly frightening it was. This individual was akin to a player from an entirely different dimension. Ming Ruyan lamented, it appears that our future exploration plans cannot be modeled after him, otherwise, we might not even comprehend how we met our demise. The fierce tiger was somewhat impulsive. Indeed. Su Fu Fu nodded gravely. Though their camaraderie with the fierce tiger was not particularly close, there was a mutual respect. The death of a top-tier expert in the Abyss trial served as a stark warning. While they were unsure of how Jiang Han accomplished this feat, it was undeniable that, not only in level but also in strength, Jiang Han was in a league of his own. Because coincidences could explain one or two instances. But when so many coincidences converge upon a single individual, it signifies absolute prowess. I'll take my leave, the subsequent advancement plans require adjustments. Ming Ruyan declared before making her way to a safe zone. Su Fu Fu remained silent. In an era where virtual gaming had reached unprecedented heights, game studios had established a comprehensive industrial chain. Every studio would craft a meticulous exploration plan for top players, encompassing levels, skill choices, and even daily monster farming routes and locations. This meticulous planning was why players like Ming Ruyan were so far ahead of others. Skill was one aspect. A complete strategy was another. However, following the tragic demise of the fierce tiger, Su Fu Fu was convinced that any prior plans devised by any studio had now become worthless. For their reference point was Jiang Han. A shift had occurred. After a prolonged silence, Su Fu Fu sighed heavily and also headed towards the safe zone. Simultaneously, news of the fierce tiger's failure and subsequent death during the Abyss trial spread rapidly. Thanks to the substantial investment in promotion by the studio and the inherent excitement surrounding Doomsday, within mere minutes, millions were aware of the news. A headline surged to the second spot on trending: Fierce Tiger fails Abyss trial, dies despite hospital rescue efforts. What the heck? What the heck? Even a powerhouse like the Tiger God could not conquer the Abyss trial? Was the difficulty level truly that outrageous? Not only was it impossible to succeed, but it barely even lasted a minute. The crux of the matter is, how did the Tiger God perish in the hospital? Does it mean that failing the ascension trial results in death within? This seems exceedingly harsh, does it not? Indeed, if that is the case, aside from Jiang Han, who would dare to undertake the ascension trial? What is the point of continuing? It is utterly cruel. This game is clearly not designed for human play. Are there any formidable players who have attempted other difficulty levels? Is there anyone who can reach out to Jiang Han and inquire about the situation? Who is Jiang Han? It should be Yi God. He is the sole true deity of the apocalypse. Discussions flowed incessantly, akin to surging tides. Undoubtedly, the focal point of these conversations revolved around the ascension trial itself. Although the vast majority of players have yet to reach even level 3, it is inevitable that levels will eventually rise. The subsequent challenge of passing the ascension trial looms large. Are we to presume that everyone will be stuck at level 10? An atmosphere of anxiety pervaded, particularly among the top players who had just achieved level 10, all of whom hesitated to enter the ascension trial, awaiting someone to step forward and share their experience. Unfortunately, Apocalypse lacks an official presence and remains shrouded in mystery. The answers to these questions will not simply present themselves. They must be discovered through exploration. Meanwhile, in the trial grounds of level 20, as Jiang Han watched the Guardian's body gradually dissipate, he found himself lost in contemplation. Much like the Wanderer, this king-level boss yielded no equipment. All that remained was a shard reflecting a brilliant light. Upon picking it up, he examined it closely. Abyss Stone Shard 2, grade unknown, unidentifiable. Indeed, it was yet another shard of the Abyss Stone. What on earth could this be? Jiang Han frowned as he gazed at the two shards nestled in the corner of his inventory. After defeating the Wanderer, he had obtained Shard 1. Now, the Guardian had dropped Shard 2. Therefore, will the subsequent drops from the Abyss Trials also be Shard 3, Shard 4? This appears to be a quest chain that commenced at level 10. What remains uncertain is whether it pertains to equipment, items, or skills. Jiang Han pondered. And a sense of anticipation arose within him. To traverse so many levels and to challenge the Abyss-level trials multiple times, surely this must yield a reward of a catastrophic great item or equipment, one would think. Perhaps even the legendary Holy Breaker great item is not out of the question. Regrettably, to achieve this, it would be a long time coming. Nonetheless, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, one must trust that the boat will naturally reach the bridge. Jiang Han stowed the item away and departed the trial grounds with Little Gray. With a flash of white light, a tall figure materialized in the great hall. At this moment, numerous guards had long awaited his arrival. Upon spotting Jiang Han, they swiftly encircled him. Indeed, I said that if one dares to challenge the Abyss-level trial, Lord Yihan would surely prevail. You all did not believe me, haha. You owe me a drink tonight. Who among you doubted? It is not merely your audacity in conversing with yourself. Would you accept a grand drink from me this evening? Oh, such a delightful proposition exists? A few guards exchanged enthusiastic words, their excitement palpable. Their gazes toward Jiang Han were imbued with a newfound admiration. The fervor of their enthusiasm left Jiang Han feeling somewhat unsettled, as the intense scrutiny of these imposing gentlemen was indeed disconcerting. Clearing his throat, Jiang Han gently reminded them. Esteemed gentlemen, I have successfully passed the trial. Is there not something owed to me? Oh, indeed. Please, allow me a moment. The foremost golden-armored guard hastily retrieved a small jade stone from an ornate box nearby and placed it into Jiang Han's hands. Stone of Valor, grade, epic, description, possesses extraordinary power, capable of enhancing the emblem of valor. Chapter 56, Reinforcement. Legendary Badge. To his surprise, Jiang Han discovered that it was a reinforcement item. Initially, he had assumed it functioned similarly to the Stone of Heavenly Destruction. However, it turned out to be an exclusive enhancement for the Badge of Valor. Nevertheless, it was a welcome find. After stowing away the Badge of Valor, Jiang Han exited the trial hall. Unfortunately, in the realm of Doomsday, although players could log out freely in the wilderness, they could not teleport at will. They were obliged to traverse the distance on foot. Thankfully, with the level cap now lifted, he could once again gain experience, allowing him to level up along the way. Thus, he journeyed forth, slaying foes as he went. 2 hours later, Jiang Han arrived back at Windleaf City. Upon entering the city gates, he made a beeline for the forge he had visited previously. Ah! A distinguished guest returns. The shopkeeper, reclining lazily, sprang to life at the sight of Jiang Han, hastily rubbing his hands together with a grin. Are you here to craft equipment or to appraise? I wish to appraise a few items and enhance a badge. Jiang Han replied, retrieving several dark gold pieces from his inventory that he had acquired during the trials. My goodness! Even with prior preparation? The shopkeeper was astonished as Jiang Han produced an astonishing 8 dark gold items as if they were mere cabbages. What market do you frequent? Who else could possibly unearth such a bounty of dark gold equipment? The last time you came to appraise so many dark gold pieces, and now, so soon after, you bring in yet another trove. Where did you acquire these? The shopkeeper, despite knowing some matters were best left unasked, could not resist inquiring further. I wish to know. Perhaps I could procure a few myself. Oh, I happened to slay a few demonic bosses in the ascension trials and was fortunate enough to obtain them. Jiang Han replied nonchalantly. The shopkeeper, taken aback, fell silent and began the appraisal with utmost seriousness. Ding! 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 Perhaps due to his nervousness, the shopkeeper's success rate for appraisals dipped slightly this time. Out of the 8 dark gold pieces, he conducted a total of 11 appraisals. However, it was of little consequence, merely 100 gold coins. Among them, 2 pieces stood out as particularly suitable, a dark gold ring and a dark gold cloak. Desert robe, LV 20, grade, dark gold, mentality 20, vitality 100, damage reduction 3, desert ring, LV 20, grade, dark gold, strength 60, critical hit rate 5, critical damage 5, the desert robe, as its attributes suggested, was undoubtedly tailored for magic classes. As for the desert ring, it was more suited for physical classes, boasting exceptional attributes. Nevertheless, under the passive effects of the brutal chapter, the enhancements to critical hits and critical damage provided a substantial boon for Jiang Han. While the strength boost left something to be desired, it was still advantageous. However, it is also possible to share the effects of Beast Goddess Reigns with Little Grey, which is acceptable. Equipping both items results in another surge of attributes. Furthermore, there is this. Immediately after, Jiang Han took out the Badge of Valor and the Stone of Valor. What is the success rate for enhancement? At that moment, the shopkeeper's gaze visibly ignited with fervor, reaching a point of sheer madness. An epic badge and its corresponding enhancement materials? Indeed, what are the chances of successful enhancement? Jiang Han inquired. 100%. It is undoubtedly 100%. The shopkeeper was nearly drooling, overwhelmed with excitement. He truly did not anticipate that in his lifetime he would have the opportunity to witness such a caliber of items. Initially, he believed that dark gold grade equipment was the pinnacle. Unexpectedly, the young man presented items of monumental significance. Am I dreaming? 100%? Jiang Han paused, somewhat skeptical, as dark gold level items had only an 80% chance. Could the epic grade truly be 100%? The shopkeeper hastily clarified, esteemed guest, you are unaware. For items of this grade, as long as there are corresponding enhancement materials, failure is impossible, provided one possesses at least a level 1 forging skill. I see. Jiang Han understood. In his previous life, he had encountered such specialized enhancement materials, but the highest he had seen was silver grade. Epic grade. It was likely that no player in the world had ever encountered such items. What about the appraisal fee? No need, no need. The shopkeeper was beside himself with excitement. Items of this level greatly aid the forger's skill, and the process is straightforward, leading to many eager to appraise them. Is that so? Jiang Han stroked his chin, pondering whether he could obtain some gold coins from others if he took these items to them. Well. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly saying, theoretically, yes. Understood. Jiang Han stored the 2 items away. Hey, wait. The shopkeeper immediately panicked, saying, esteemed guest, if you appraise here, I will waive the appraisal fees for your other equipment entirely. Jiang Han turned a deaf ear and continued walking. Damn it. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and shouted, future appraisal fees will also be completely waived. Now that's more like it. Jiang Han turned with a bright smile, not wanting to force you, right? Not at all, not at all. The shopkeeper forced a smile, yet internally he felt a piercing pain. This was indeed a significant investment. Nevertheless, he was merely one step away from advancing his appraisal skill to the next level. This transaction was not entirely a loss. Of course. This was his personal belief. Many years later, someone once asked the renowned divine forger Dar what he regretted the most in his life. The elderly man, well past 70, was so moved that tears streamed down his face as he recalled the transaction made in Windleaf City. What the hell? That heartless capitalist treats people merely as beasts of burden for production. I have likely lost at least 5 years of my life. Very well, let us commence. Jiang Han retrieved the emblem of valor and the stone of valor. Excellent, I assure you, esteemed guest, you shall not be disappointed. Dar licked his lips, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Ding! Soon, a golden radiance illuminated the surroundings, signaling the success of the enhancement. Emblem of Valor, Legendary Level, Description, a testament of a hero, attainable only through trials of infernal difficulty, this represents the utmost honor of the Empire. After enhancement with the Stone of Valor, it has grown even more formidable. Base attributes 50, all attribute resistance 5, charisma 3, valor's might, passive triggers when health drops below 30, increasing strength by 10 and spirit by 10. Lasting for 5 minutes. A legendary badge. Chapter 57, Ascending 2 levels in a day, firmly securing the top spot. It turns out to be a legendary badge. In my lifetime, this is truly worthwhile. Darl was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. As a forger, encountering such a level of artifact in his lifetime was a rare privilege, especially since he personally authenticated it. In that moment, he felt that his recent decision was nothing short of impeccable. He had directly advanced in rank. Even Jiang Han was taken aback. He had anticipated an enhancement in the attributes of the Badge of Valor, but he did not expect such a monumental increase. Simultaneously, this was the first legendary item he had ever encountered. Up to now, it seemed he had only yet to come across the fabled saintly severance-level artifacts, marking a significant achievement for him. Adorning the Badge of Valor, Jiang Han glanced at his attribute panel. Player Nightcold, Class God of Wealth, Unique. Beast God Controller, Unique, Level 20, 10, 00, Base Stats Health, 2500, Mana, 16690, Hunger, 100, Basic Attributes Strength, 556, Constitution, 250, Spirit, 1669. Agility, 165, Advanced Attributes Critical Hit, 25, Critical Damage, 215, Damage Reduction, 3, Resistance to Other Attributes, 5, Dark Attribute Resistance, 10, Special Attributes Luck, 65. Charm, 68, with 2 dark gold level pieces of equipment, combined with a legendary badge, his attributes had received a tremendous boost across the board. Particularly, his health had more than doubled. Frankly speaking, even without Little Grey in the fray, his current panel outshone that of other players by a considerable margin. A casual fireball spell could easily exceed 2000 damage, and in the event of a critical hit, that number could soar to 4000. Of course, this was under ideal circumstances. When factoring in the enemy's damage reductions and various buffs, the damage would be somewhat lower, but still astonishing nonetheless. After departing from the forge, Jiang Han made his way directly to the Misty Valley. Initially, according to his original plan, upon reaching level 20, there were indeed several hidden quests available in the vicinity. However, for Jiang Han at this moment, the rewards from these quests had become rather inconsequential. Even if fortune smiled upon him, the best reward he could hope for would merely be dark gold level equipment. Given the substantial amount of time required for each quest, such returns were evidently not worth the investment. It was far more prudent to focus on leveling up. The mist swirled around him. A breath of dragon fire flashed briefly, striking fiercely against a pitch-black rat-like creature of half his height. 12355, with such significant damage, this level 30 ferocious beast was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Whoa! Little Grey cheered joyfully. For him, this leveling process felt more like playing a game. Jiang Han, with a leisurely demeanor, strolled with his hands behind his back, occasionally unleashing a fireball spell, thoroughly enjoying himself. Speaking of which, in the few days since entering the game, it seemed he had yet to genuinely engage in leveling up. Time passed, filled with relentless pursuits and intricate challenges. To be precise, the hours dedicated to leveling amounted to merely a handful. Yet, despite this, he remained perched atop the leaderboard. It is noteworthy that other players devoted a staggering 8 hours each day to their quests for experience. The disparity in efficiency was nothing short of astronomical. Boom! 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 Under the overwhelming onslaught of the lone player and his dragon, the entire level 30 region of Mist Valley descended into chaos. Monsters perished or fled. Even the formidable bosses that usually reigned supreme here were reduced to frightened disarray. Unfortunately, ordinary monsters had a chance to escape, given their sheer numbers, but the colossal, lucrative boss monsters were not to be spared by Jiang Han. 4 hours later, a scorching breath of fire erupted. Little Gray flapped its wings, its tiny claws carving arcs through the air. 12300-2654-2339. A series of horrifying damage figures floated above the massive, blood-red serpent. The immense burst of damage obliterated the health bar of this level 30 mutated boss, leaving it unable to rise again. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully slain the level 30 mutated boss, King of the Mist Serpents. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV21. Ding! Congratulations! Your beast, Little Gray, has leveled up to LV21. He had leveled up. Jiang Han grinned, collecting several items dropped by the boss. Fortune smiled upon him. He had acquired a piece of golden grade equipment and a secondary skill book for physical classes. However, more than these treasures, Jiang Han was far more concerned with the experience yielded by the boss itself. The experience gained from defeating a mutated boss at a higher level was extraordinarily substantial. Thus, compared to his time on the road back to town, the efficiency of leveling in Mist Valley saw remarkable enhancement. In just 4 hours, he had amassed a staggering 90% of the experience bar. It is essential to remember that in his previous life, Jiang Han required an average of 4 days to gain a single level at the 20 level mark. That was already considered an impressive achievement. Even the most elite players, under the guidance of professional teams, could only manage to level up once every 2 to 3 days. And now, an astonishing 90% of the experience in just 4 hours. Coupled with his daily playtime of a solid 13 hours, even accounting for the time spent hunting bosses, he could easily gain 2 levels each day. This rate of advancement was at least 6 times greater than that of other top players. Within 5 days, he could ascend to level 30. Continuing onward, he allocated all 30 attribute points from his level up to his spirit. Jiang Han exhaled a deep breath, then set off with Little Gray to hunt for more wild bosses. Time flowed swiftly, and soon, another 4 hours had elapsed. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully slain the level 30 mutated boss, Earthshatter Rock Tiger. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV22. Ding! Congratulations! Your beast Little Gray has ascended to level 22. With yet another mutated boss vanquished, its level has once again risen to 22. Casting a glance at the time, it was just right, his gaming duration was approaching its limit. Little Gray, it's time to go. With that, Jiang Han swiftly departed from the Misty Valley. In the realm of Doomsday, unless situated in certain special zones, players could log off at any moment as long as they were in a state of freedom. Theoretically, even amidst monsters, as long as one was not targeted, one could instantly execute a logout. Yet, any rational individual would never make such a foolish decision. The uncertainty of what one might encounter upon logging back in is too great. Should one happen to cross paths with a boss and be struck down without a chance to protest, it would be a grave misfortune indeed. In fact, many players, caught up in the excitement of leveling, have failed to manage their time wisely, leading to abrupt ejections from the game mid-battle. Upon logging back in, they have found themselves besieged by monsters and met their demise. Logging off in a safe zone remains the most prudent course of action. However, the distance from the Misty Valley to the nearest safe zone was considerable, thus, Jiang Han sought a relatively secure location to log off. Chapter 58, Has the Mogul of City Z set his sights on Yihan? As per custom, I perused the trending topics on the forum. Player Tiger Unleashed perished. Just how terrifying is the Abyss level trial? What lies ahead for ordinary players? Unsurprisingly, the news of Tiger Unleashed, who had boldly declared his intention to challenge the Abyss trial, met his demise, was the first to catch my eye. Jiang Han had anticipated this outcome, and his heart remained unperturbed. He lacked even the desire to delve deeper, allowing his fingers to glide further down the screen. Yihan's level has once again shifted, soaring 2 levels in a single day, currently still perched atop the leaderboard. Who can thwart him? Level 22 is as effortless as eating and drinking, good heavens! Is it true that the higher the level, the easier it becomes to advance? Is there a master who can shed light on this? Following the Dasha kingdom, the United States has also succumbed to the grip of the apocalypse. Experts speculate that this supernatural phenomenon of a game will gradually sweep across the globe. Upon sleeping, one enters the game. The apocalypse has become an issue humanity must confront. What lies ahead? The subsequent messages merely continued to discuss new developments regarding the apocalypse and the rapid progression of Jiang Han. Clearly, as the gap between him and other players widened, Jiang Han's influence continued to ascend. Yet, as the protagonist, he felt little intrigue. Instead, a particular message below piqued his interest. Player Qingfeng Suizhu leads a team to conquer the difficult level ascension trial. Appearing live to clarify that dying in the trial does not directly impact reality? The answer awaits in the livestream. Qingfeng Suizhu? Jiang Han furrowed his brow. This ID seemed unfamiliar. After scouring his memory, he was certain that there was no such figure among the top-tier champions of the Dasha in his previous life. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Han clicked into the livestream. At that moment, within the livestream, a beautiful female host was interviewing a youthful man of striking appearance, Qingfeng Suizhu. As the first to successfully navigate the difficult level ascension trial, and the first player to pass after Jiang Han, what are your thoughts now? Honestly, I have no profound insights to share. I can only say I was fortunate. Moreover, I must correct a misconception. I did not pass the trial alone but rather led my team to a fortunate victory, Qingfeng Suizhu humbly replied with a smile. Ah. I see, the host nodded. However, I noted your choice of words. You mentioned fortunate and by chance. Does this imply that the difficult level ascension trial posed a significant challenge for you? Qingfeng Suizhu's expression turned serious. Not just for me, but for all players, it is indeed a formidable challenge. To speak candidly, across the entirety of the Dasha kingdom, I may not measure up to the likes of the god of Su and the god of Tiger, but my skill is undoubtedly among the elite. The other members of my team are of similar caliber, yet despite this, we still faced casualties while conquering the difficult trial. I do not exaggerate the facts. I hope all players, while undertaking challenges, thoroughly assess their own abilities. The difficulty of the game Doomsday is certainly not as simple as it appears. The host could not suppress his astonishment. Has the team suffered casualties? In reality, rest assured. Qingfeng Suizhu smiled lightly. In real life, they are unharmed, though their in-game attributes have indeed diminished significantly. I see, the host finally relaxed. Qingfeng Suizhu continued, additionally, we have engaged in extensive discussions with the NPCs of the trial hall. Although we did not receive a definitive answer, we ultimately gleaned some information. If I am not mistaken, only by failing the abyss-level trial will one face death in reality, other difficulties, while imposing severe penalties with losses in items, equipment, and attributes, still grant the opportunity for a second attempt. This is precisely why I agreed to this interview. I must caution everyone not to recklessly attempt the abyss-level trials. Qingfeng Suizhu took a deep breath and stated solemnly, that is an ordeal beyond human capability. The limits of players lie at the nightmare level. This is invaluable information. Thank you for your selfless sharing. A glimmer of admiration flashed in the host's eyes. However, I have also learned that Jiang Han is likewise a player from our great Xiao nation, and he has remarkably completed the abyss-level trial not once, but twice. As a fellow top-tier player, what are your thoughts on this? Fellow top-tier? Qingfeng Suizhu chuckled self-deprecatingly, do not flatter me. I am not so arrogant as to consider myself on that level. We are not even in the same dimension, there is no basis for comparison. Is that so? The host was somewhat taken aback by such a high appraisal. My understanding of the game is not particularly profound, and I believe most people share this sentiment. Could you elucidate for us using more accessible terms? Qingfeng Suizhu pondered for a moment and articulated slowly, to put it simply, the combined strength of the other players on the leaderboard may not even match his prowess. Quite intriguing. Meanwhile, in Z City, within an elegantly arranged courtyard, a handsome young man gazed with keen interest at the interview displayed on the large screen. A playful smile gracing his lips. If even the combined might of others on the leaderboard cannot rival him, such a person, if they could be of service to me, I believe I would command absolute authority in the world of Doomsday. Fubo, the young master has a command? A spirited middle-aged man replied respectfully. Utilize all available resources to gather information on Jiang Han, ideally, locate him in reality. If that proves impossible, ascertain his whereabouts within the game. Is he not in the novice village 9527? Inform the governor of Jiangcheng to ensure his subordinates closely monitor any news regarding Jiang Han. It would be best if I could meet him face to face. The handsome young man remarked languidly, my judgment is sound, the influence of doomsday is immense. And such talent must be firmly in my grasp. If all goes according to plan, he shall become the sharpest blade in my arsenal, wielding such influence that it could effortlessly sweep away all obstacles in my ascent. However, Mr. Fu hesitated momentarily. The family head had specifically instructed that no one is to interfere with this player's affairs, as the authorities have made special arrangements. Moreover, you recklessly entered Doomsday the very next day after the closed beta, and if the family head were to discover this matter, I fear. The handsome youth narrowed his eyes, a flicker of danger passing through them. Understood. Mr. Fu immediately bowed his head, refraining from further comments, and silently withdrew. Doomsday. The handsome youth slowly paced to the window, gazing at the ancient sycamore tree that had stood for a century in the courtyard, his expression leisurely, finding it truly intriguing. As for why he remained so confident and proud in the face of the top player, who had achieved a staggering lead in Doomsday, the reason is quite simple. Even amidst the elite of City Z, his family still stands at the pinnacle. No matter how effortlessly the Knight Cold manipulates the virtual realm, one ultimately resides in reality, does one not? At this moment, Jiang Han was blissfully unaware that a seemingly innocuous interview could ignite such flames upon him. This is the foremost reason he strives to conceal his identity. A towering tree attracts the wind. Before the abilities in Doomsday can cast their reflection upon reality, these high-ranking individuals, accustomed to their positions, still cling to their past notions, arrogantly believing they can still control everything. In truth, top experts like Su Su, Fu Fu, and Ming Ming, whether out of necessity or choice, regardless of the reason, they have all accepted the overtures of various factions. Jiang Han, as the unparalleled leader in rankings, will inevitably provoke some who cannot suppress their impulses, revealing their fangs towards him. This is no mere coincidence, but rather an inevitability born from the clash of old and new orders. Chapter 59, They have arrived. After browsing through the posts for a while, Jiang Han realized that there was nothing of value to be found. However, this was hardly surprising. With the fourth day just concluded, 99% of the global players had yet to reach level 3, remaining predominantly in the novice village. The news of the ferocious tiger's demise had spread across the world, inciting widespread panic. This significantly hindered the progress of numerous elite players. At this rate, it would likely take another week before the player count in the main city would begin to swell. With a casual flick, Jiang Han turned off his phone screen and began to strategize his next steps. At present, the paramount objective was to level up. For a beast tamer, reaching level 30 was a crucial milestone. It unlocked beast cultivation and added an additional slot for beasts. This would directly enhance both quantity and quality. Other considerations could wait. For now, elevating his level to 30 was the priority. Given the current efficiency, it would take no more than a few days. Coincidentally, expenses had been somewhat extravagant lately, so it was prudent to save some coins to recuperate. As night fell on the fifth day, a small, gray figure darted through the valley, howling incessantly. The once quiet gray mist valley erupted with activity once more, as the monsters of the level 30 area faced their impending dread. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased to LV 24, ding! Your beast Little Gray has leveled up to LV 24. As the day came to a close, Little Gray continued its role as a relentless reaper of bosses, ensuring that none could escape its dragon claws. The rate of experience gain remained impressively efficient, bringing Jiang Han to level 24. What the heck? How did my level soar like this? I must have surpassed the second place by more than double. This is utterly ridiculous. Meanwhile, players who had been vigilantly monitoring the leaderboard were equally astonished. Initially, they had presumed that without the bonus from slaying level 100 bosses, coupled with the increasing difficulty of leveling up, others would surely close the gap. To their disbelief, not only had the gap not narrowed, it had widened. Outside Winleaf City, in the area of level 10 monsters, Qingfeng Sueju observed the changes on the leaderboard with a wry smile. As the leader of the first team to pass the advancement trial in the entire game, second only to Jiang Han, he considered his gaming skills commendable. In truth, leveraging the advantage of being the first out of the novice village, the 5 members of his team had diligently trained, maintaining positions from 2nd to 6th on the leaderboard. Though this fleeting brilliance was a remarkable achievement, it paled in comparison to the first place. Qingfeng Suizhu glanced at his experience bar, LV10, 53. After 9 arduous hours of effort, he had only managed to progress halfway. Compared to the average advancement of 3 levels per day during the novice village phase, the current challenge is on an entirely different scale. It is difficult to fathom the degree of intensity required at the 20th level to maintain a pace of 2 levels per day. As I have reiterated, our adversary has never been the likes of Jiang Han. To achieve such a level, you, my leader, have already demonstrated remarkable excellence. The other members of the team noticed the despondency of Qingfeng Suizhu and offered gentle words of comfort. After all, there is always someone above and someone below. Striving for 2nd place is commendable. Moreover, we still have the advantage of holding positions 3 through 6. Indeed, Qingfeng Suizhu managed a relieved smile, adopting a more balanced mindset. With such a figure among us, others may well vie for 2nd place. Before leaving the village, I regarded this individual as a towering skyscraper, necessitating one to look up. After departing the village, I realized he resembled a distant star, beyond reach. The more one delves into the depths of the apocalypse, the more one can comprehend the boundless and terrifying presence it embodies. As various players engaged in spirited discussions, evening descended upon number 9527 Novice Village, where the dragon's lair lay. 2 colossal figures lay prostrate, one radiating a golden brilliance, the other ablaze in fiery red. Yet, what united them was the overwhelming draconic majesty that shone like the sun. The radiant judgment, the luminous dragon. The radiant judgment, the flame dragon. These 2 mighty dragons, having not encountered each other for over a millennium, were now gathered for a peculiar reason. It has been several days since that egg was lost. And you continue to slumber undisturbed in this shadowy corner? The powerful timbre reverberated within the cavern, the flame dragon's immense eyes flickering with a fiery glow, reminiscent of flowing lava. Scott, you must understand that as the oracle of our kin, you bear the weight of our fate, survival and annihilation hinge upon a single thought. The luminous dragon remained unfazed, its voice causing stones to tremble and fall. Fear not, Astar, have you not sensed the repugnant aura emanating from that human? Are you implying a nauseating deity? A deep disdain flickered in the flame dragon's eyes. Indeed, the luminous dragon replied, I am not as foolish as you presume, this is a choice of destiny. Thus, the so-called destiny is to place hope in a humble insect? The luminous dragon snorted disdainfully, for even with divine power, an insect remains an insect, pitifully frail. The luminous dragon raised its claw slightly, and what if this divine power were to be doubled? Doubled? A glimmer of astonishment crossed the flame dragon's eyes, followed by an uproarious laugh that nearly caused the cavern to collapse and the earth to tremble. Ha 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 ha. Scott, you are regressing. Even a deity cannot sustain a double portion of divine power. How could a mere insect possibly possess such capability? Astar, do you not realize whom you are addressing? The luminous dragon rose, expelling a searing breath. I am the oracle, capable of perceiving souls and seeing further than you could ever imagine. Your doubts are intolerable. The celestial fire dragon remained silent. In terms of strength, it considered itself on par with any of its kin. However, in the realm of understanding the essence of the soul, even one as proud as it must concede that the individual before it, Scott, truly surpassed all others. Was this decision made in haste? You ought to consult us, the celestial fire dragon intoned gravely. There is no time left, Astar, the radiant dragon sighed. In my dreams, I beheld darkness transcending time and space, consuming all in its path. Our homeland has been utterly buried. Now, we must take action, otherwise, even our last glimmer of hope will be extinguished. The celestial fire dragon's gaze turned weighty, realizing the situation had escalated to such dire straits. It was worse than imagined. The radiant dragon whispered, they have already arrived. Chapter 60. Is this a violation of divine law? The lair lay in profound silence, save for the heavy, tempestuous breaths of the dragon, sweeping away the sand and gravel. After a lengthy pause, I have come to understand. The voice of the fire dragon resonated deeply. Despite its pride as a member of the draconic lineage and its disdain for humanity, in the face of those enigmatic beings capable of annihilating all, nothing else mattered. Perfectly. Since you have arrived, accompany me in the search for him. The radiant dragon Scott declared. Who? That human. What do you intend to do? I seek to pave the way for the final dawn. Scott's gaze flickered. Now, only you can assist me. Is it truly worth it for a mere human? Asked her. Realizing something, quietly inquired. It is not for him, yet fate has made its choice, and I must have faith. Scott replied nonchalantly, though he felt immeasurably weak at that moment. What of Hodnir? It is more compatible with you than I, Aster pressed further. It is just us now. Scott sighed heavily. Aster, it is just us. Aster remained silent, a dimness shadowing its eyes, aware of the implications of Scott's words. The once illustrious lineage of holy judgment had dwindled to just the two of them. After a moment, Aster raised its dragon head. I shall accompany you. I will help you find him in the human city. Once more, I am the prophet of the dragon race, and I possess knowledge of all. Scott's eyes were filled with disdain. Do you truly believe I lack a contingency plan to pursue this? However, Scott suddenly changed his tone. This immensely proud draconic prophet revealed a softness in the face of its last kin. Thank you, Aster. Thunderous roars echoed as the wind howled. The two dragons flapped their wings, gradually ascending into the sky, intertwined in gold and crimson, casting a brilliant array of colors across the heavens. These two colossal figures, faster than the wind, gradually vanished into the horizon until they were no more. They flowed with the purest blood of the dragon race. They were the last remnants of the holy judgment in the world. Regrettably, the location of the dragon's lair was not accessible to novice players. Otherwise, the scene before them would undoubtedly evoke awe and astonishment in countless onlookers. 3 more days passed. Haha, this is absolutely exhilarating. Finally at level 12, I wonder how the gang at Bright Moon Studio will catch up to me now. Outside Windleaf City, a robust knight player laughed heartily towards the sky. If any other players from the Great Xia Kingdom were present, they would instantly recognize this knight as a member of the team that conquered the challenging dungeon. Level 8 Gale. Known colloquially as Brother Gale, thanks to the notoriety gained from the completion of the difficult trial, Brother Gale is now one of the most renowned knights in the Great Xia Kingdom. And he is also the highest level knight at level 12. Well done, Gale. Your display of disdain was truly remarkable. Without it, we might not have been able to conquer this elite boss. Qingfeng Tsueju stepped forward, filled with admiration. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment gesture. And I never expected it to yield results. Level 8 Gale scratched his head, bemused that the monsters in this game could comprehend international hand signals. It was indeed peculiar. Regardless, at least your 5th place is secured for today. Let us celebrate with a drink once we log off. Qingfeng Tsueju chuckled. It was already the 8th day since the game's launch, and the 5th day of the public beta. Although many players had reached higher levels, a significant number still struggled with the ascension trials due to insufficient skills. However, the elite players had already made their way into the main city, and the competition for the leaderboard had intensified. The top players began to exert their efforts, and even Qingfeng Tsueju found himself slipping from 2nd to 4th place. For Gale to ascend to level 12 and hold on to 5th position was indeed a stroke of luck. Alright, let us head to the safe zone and tally our spoils. It seems the boss hunt yields far greater rewards than mere monster slaying. Level 8 Gale mused, though the risks were considerably higher. Qingfeng Tsueju replied. Our skills still have a gap, a little risk is necessary. In any case, we glean some insights. Let us reflect on our experience and continue to strive tomorrow. Let us go. Let us go. The team members, filled with excitement, clenched their fists as the 5 of them made their way towards Windleaf City. Suddenly, Gale, who was leading the way, halted abruptly, his voice sharp with astonishment. A dragon. A dragon? What dragon? Qingfeng Tsueju was perplexed. Why was he so agitated? Sounding as if he had lost his mind? When did we enter the palace? Instinctively, he looked up, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, matching Gale's tone as he became the 2nd in the team to enter the palace. Could it truly be that there are dragons? You two must be joking. I cannot believe this. The third member exclaimed. What the heck, two enormous dragons. The fourth member added. Incredible. The eunuchs team has arrived. The five stood frozen, at a loss for words. On the horizon, two colossal figures soared through the sky, drawing nearer. Their proud stances and unique appearances unmistakably signified that these creatures were the most formidable beings in the land, dragons. What is happening? How could such a high-level boss appear in this area? Are they here to raid the city? Qingfeng Suizhu felt utterly bewildered, even from a distance. The overwhelming presence left him breathless. Oh no! We can't log off, this is disastrous. Level 8 Gale attempted to log out but to no avail. What should we do? It seems they are coming for us. We are doomed, we cannot afford to lose our attributes or equipment. Is my first encounter destined to end here? I never imagined it would involve a dragon. Oh no, two dragons. Forget it, there's no escaping now. Let destruction come, for I am weary. A few individuals were thrown into turmoil, despite being masters on the leaderboard. They found themselves at a loss in the face of this situation. What a jest, that is a dragon. Surely, there must be some other underlying truth. Only Qingfeng Suizhu remained composed, speaking solemnly. The emergence of a boss of this caliber should have no bearing on us players. We are not yet worthy of attracting such a creature's attention. Even Jiang Han, that anomaly, has only reached level 30. Making it improbable that he could capture the dragon's gaze. Why are you all in a panic? Perhaps it is targeting an NPC. Stay calm, everything will be fine. Indeed, upon hearing this, the crowd found some solace, their expressions visibly easing. Just then, while they were conversing, the sound of rushing wind filled the air as two massive dragons soared overhead. As expected, all was well. Ha, I told you so. Qingfeng Suizhu smiled lightly, feeling assured. According to the NPC's words, we, as mere Kalami, are no more significant than a pile of refuse in the eyes of the dragon. Why does it seem like you're rather proud of that, boss? Level 8 Gale scratched his head. Qingfeng Suizhu dismissed the comment. Refuse is refuse. But as long as we survive, that is what matters. Just remember, at this stage, the players' levels are not holy crap. Boss, look over there. It seems a player has caught the dragon's attention. Is he a major Kalami? Qingfeng Suizhu was articulating his thoughts when level 8 Gale's exclamation interrupted him. He stared in bewilderment towards the indicated direction and indeed saw two dragons, each over 100 meters in length, land just outside Windleaf City. At the center of their landing spot appeared to be a player? Immediately, level 8 Gale's loud voice rang out again. Holy crap! That Major Kalami has been seized by the dragon. I can't believe it. It flew away. Is it a kidnapping? Can we report this? Does Yaoling handle such matters? Do dragons even understand the law? Qingfeng Suizhu? What unfortunate soul is this? To be targeted by a dragon at this stage and even taken captive. Is this a violation of the celestial decree? Chapter 61, bestowed with a transformation. The wind howled, and the scene before him shifted rapidly. The bewilderment was not confined to Qingfeng Suizhu and the others. In truth, Jiang Han's inner turmoil was no less profound than theirs. Today, having ascended to level 30, he had returned to the city in high spirits, ready to strategize for the upcoming ascension trials. Yet, in an instant, he found himself seized by two colossal dragons. The audacity of these brutes to ambush him was astonishing. Casting a glance at the two dragons, he recognized them as old acquaintances. Jiang Han had a vague understanding of why he had been targeted. One had lost an egg, while the other had been struck down by the little gray creature from the sky. Unquestionably, this was an act of vengeance. His life felt like walking on thin ice. Jiang Han looked up at the dragon of heavenly fire that had whisked him away, pondering momentarily. Do you smoke, my friend? Unsurprisingly, there was no reply. Well, it was merely a jest. He had not expected it to bear any fruit. As for his level of concern, it was surprisingly minimal. Indeed. With his current attributes at level 30, even with the little gray creature beside him, he was akin to an ant in the presence of these two fifth-tier dragons. However, it must be noted that these creatures were not bizarre entities. In the worst-case scenario, he could simply respawn back in the city. What could they do? You need not screech at me. Do you think I fear you, fifth-tier dragon? Just as Jiang Han was being carried away from Fiancée City by the two dragons, a tempest was brewing on the Apocalypse Forum. Extra! Extra! A colossal dragon boss has been sighted outside Fiancée City, and a hapless player has been abducted. Shocking! The esteemed Qingfeng Suizhu reveals that the unfortunate player is suspected to be Night God. What does it mean to be taken by a dragon? Average players speculate. While the elite express their astonishment, those at the top of the leaderboard have their say. Unsurprisingly, news of the appearance of two top-tier bosses far surpassing the current stage spread rapidly through the main city. The identity of the fortunate player carried off by the dragon became the focal point of fervent discussion on the forum. At this stage, 95% of players remained in the novice village, and the number of players in Fiancée City was relatively sparse. Furthermore, the top experts were quite familiar with one another. And after some verification, the identity of the mysterious player became apparent. Particularly, according to the conjectures of Qingfeng Suizhu and others. That player had been heading towards the high-level area upon returning to the city, an area populated by monsters at least level 15 or higher. Who else but Night God could possess such prowess at this time? Wow! What does this mean? Is Night God already dealing with dragons? No wonder his level is so high, he has dragons training him. What a way to level up! I'm envious. If I could have such treatment, I might also be level 30 by now. The truth is revealed upstairs. Who knew leveling up could be so simple? Simple, you say? Is it not simple? With dragons training me, I could do it too. Ah, what a remarkable display of logic you possess. Becoming a billionaire seems merely contingent upon wealth. Why have you not achieved such status yourself? The players engage in ceaseless discourse. Many feeling they have unraveled the truth behind Jiang Han's astonishing rate of advancement. However, a small faction remains steadfast in their rationality. Qingfeng Suizhu posits, from what we've observed, those two colossal dragons do not appear particularly amicable. I suspect the Night God may have been forcibly taken by them. Mingming Ruyue interjects, is that so? Yet, given his current progression, he has already managed to interact with entities of such magnitude? Susufufu responds, it is indeed somewhat outrageous, regardless of the truth. Capturing the attention of a dragon is an impressive feat in itself. Mingming Ruyue remarks, quite the absurdity. With Qingfeng Suizhu's testimony now corroborating the news of the Night God being taken by the dragon boss, the speculation has solidified significantly. The discussions continue unabated. Meanwhile, the fierce gale that had been assaulting his face finally subsided, revealing an extraordinary realm before Jiang Han's eyes. Before him stood a magnificent hall. Its walls constructed from translucent gems, while the floor gleamed as if laid with gold. At the hall's center loomed a colossal statue of an immensely majestic dragon, invoking a sense of reverence. The opulence of the hall's architecture and materials can be summed up in two words: extravagant. Even Jiang Han, who possessed a wealth in the tens of millions of gold coins, gazed upon it with envy. He harbored no doubt that should he manage to seize this grand hall, its total worth would not fall below 10 billion. You, a mere insect, do you not fear? Just as Jiang Han pondered how to extract some benefits from this encounter, a resounding voice echoed from above Aster's formidable tone. Fear is futile. Jiang Han remained unfazed. Having faced death once, even in the presence of peril, he felt no disarray. At least not enough to lose his composure. After all, it hadn't yet reached that dire point. Indeed, he displayed a certain audacity, more intriguing than the other insects. Aster laughed heartily. Those insects, when confronted with me, can barely articulate their thoughts. If one were truly cowardly, how could they infiltrate my lair and steal dragon eggs? The radiant dragon, Scott, chimed in, affirming Aster's words. Did he not, insect? Jiang Han awkwardly scratched his head. How embarrassing. He had pilfered from another only to be caught by the very owner, feeling quite sheepish. In such a moment, silence seemed the most prudent response. Human, there is no need for anxiety, we harbor no malice, otherwise, you would not have survived this long, Scott stated. Those two who brought me here, what were their intentions? Jiang Han pondered, perplexed. Indeed, with the strength of two fifth-tier dragons, He would be brought to his knees without a doubt, even if Mers were present. You are to be granted a fortuitous opportunity. Aster scoffed, exhaling a plume of searing breath, truly a fortunate insect. Grant me a fortuitous opportunity? Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, feeling rather bewildered. He soon fell into a deep contemplation. Let me gather my thoughts. If I recall correctly, these two should harbor a grudge against me. So why are they now offering me benefits? Has the development of the celestial trap reached such a level that even the dragon clan is involved? This was the first time Jiang Han felt so lost since his rebirth. It is worth noting that the last time he experienced such confusion was during a previous encounter. However, he quickly recognized the crux of the matter. Is it because of the egg I took? Humans, you are quite astute, Scott remarked, acknowledging the connection indeed existed. As expected. Jiang Han voiced the question that had been lodged in his heart, so that egg is not your offspring? Indeed it is not. Scott replied, lightly nodding his dragon head, the wind generated resonating throughout the grand hall, his deep voice echoing within. Strictly speaking, it does not belong to any individual. Rather, it represents the last hope of our kind. Chapter 62, The Infusion of Dragon Goddess Power. Such an astonishing revelation. The astonishment within Jiang Han was boundless. He had indeed speculated that Xiao Hui, as a colossal dragon, possessed a rather unique essence. After all, he had never heard of any dragon resembling a playful puppy in its youth, adorned with fluffy fur. The matter of affection seemed to stem from this peculiar trait. The last hope of the dragon race sounded quite formidable. Jiang Han pondered for a moment. Would that egg, when it matured, transform into a fifth-tier dragon? Xiao Hui? Scott's voice resonated once more. Was that the name you bestowed upon it? How utterly unappealing. Indeed, Astar nodded in agreement, it aligns perfectly with the tastes of reptiles. Jiang Han, I concede, the naming was somewhat perfunctory. However, that does not appear to be the crux of the matter, does it? Human. Remember this. Scott raised his majestic dragon head, pride shimmering in his eyes. He should not possess a name, nor should he be entitled to one. He shall be the supreme being of our kind, transcending us and surpassing the fifth tier. Thus, stow away your arrogant disdain, such a thing is an affront to him. Understood. Jiang Han nodded gravely, yet internally, he remained indifferent. I acknowledge my fault, yet I shall not amend it. Moreover, the name Xiao Hui is rather delightful. Considering the dragon in question seems quite satisfied, not uttering a word during the naming. Very well, let us cease this idle chatter. We do not engage in conversation with reptiles, and there is no need for you to comprehend further. Boom! In the next moment, Scott swung his dragon claw. An overwhelming force cascaded forth, akin to a golden waterfall engulfing Jiang Han. Under this immense power, he had no room for resistance. His being swept along the golden tide towards the colossal dragon statue at the heart of the hall. Moments later, tranquility returned to the chamber. Yet this serenity lasted only a brief few seconds. Suddenly, the magnificent statue, towering over 200 meters, illuminated its eyes with a brilliance reminiscent of purple gemstones. Scott and Astar roared in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. In the name of the dragon god! In the name of the dragon god! Fiery red and golden hues erupted together, transforming into a vast ocean that enveloped the entirety of the hall. This emanated from the deepest and most potent source of the holy judgment dragoness power. Bestowal, the blessing of the dragon lineage. Boom! Jiang Han's mind was engulfed in chaos. At that moment, he felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if bathed in the gentle embrace of sunlight. Only the system's voice, whispering in his ears, reminded him that he remained within the realm of the game. Ding! You are receiving the infusion of the dragon goddess power. Ding! Your beast, Xiao Hui, is receiving the infusion of the dragon goddess power. Indeed. Warmth has been bestowed upon me. Jiang Han grinned widely. This dragon is rather amiable. Upon scrutinizing his surroundings, he was met with a kaleidoscope of colors. As if he had consumed too many mushrooms, the world twisting and turning in an ethereal dance. Where am I? Jiang Han surveyed his surroundings with curiosity, honestly finding this experience rather enchanting. However, as he spun around, he felt a slight dizziness. Yet, he paid little heed to it. closing his eyes and patiently awaiting what was to come, his heart brimming with anticipation. During his class transition, it was due to some mysterious force that he had received an infusion, enabling his career advancement. Although he was uncertain how the power of the dragon god compared to that enigmatic force, he felt confident it could not be inferior. After all, it was the dragon god. As time slipped by, he eventually opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented void within him. In his perception, several hours must have elapsed. The infusion was still ongoing. More crucially, having reached level 30, he realized that his gaming time had already surpassed the halfway mark, leaving him with merely 6 hours. Would there be complications if the infusion did not conclude within that time frame? In this state, he was incapable of executing any actions, let alone checking the time. He found himself utterly blind to his surroundings. For a moment, Jiang Han felt indecisive. Nevertheless, since he had not been ejected yet, it indicated there was still time. There was no point in fretting, he might as well relax. With a long sigh, Jiang Han calmed his mind, closed his eyes once more, and continued to wait. Unbeknownst to him, the external world had already reached 5 p.m., well over 13 hours since midnight. By normal standards, he should have been forcibly expelled from the world of doomsday. Yet, in reality, his form remained ethereal, even radiating a hint of golden light. Unfortunately, this scene was destined to go unseen. As day turned to night, he found himself wondering why the infusion had yet to conclude. Was this duration not somewhat excessive? Ah! How tedious it was! In the mysterious space, a clear male voice reverberated endlessly. Although the subjective perception of time is often inaccurate, Jiang Han's intuition informed him that it had certainly been more than 6 hours since he had been cast into this space by the two colossal dragons. What on earth was this place? Could it even bypass the system's judgment, allowing him to remain in the game world indefinitely? Having vented his frustrations, Jiang Han was compelled to ponder this question. It was essential to note that even in such a unique setting as a rank advancement trial, once the gaming time reached its limit, players would invariably be expelled from the game, with the trial deemed a failure. This held true for other locations as well. Jiang Han had never heard of anyone being able to linger indefinitely in any particular area. Even tasks that required several days or even months to complete mandated that players log off once their daily gaming time expired. This was precisely why large-scale missions were deemed exceedingly perilous. The repeated cycles of online and offline presence pose a significant challenge for players in managing their time. However, this enigmatic realm successfully circumvents the imposition of compulsory disconnections. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that it creates a sensory illusion, leading individuals to perceive the passage of time as prolonged, when in reality it is not. Regardless of the nature of this phenomenon, it undeniably attests to the uniqueness of this place. Moreover, the feeling of being confined to a small area, devoid of any activity, is truly tormenting. It is akin to being trapped within a coffin, suffocating and oppressive. I sincerely hope that the ultimate outcome does not let me down. Jiang Han exhaled a long, heavy breath, forcefully suppressing the agitation brewing within him. This particular wait feels unprecedentedly protracted. Chapter 63, The Blessing of the Dragon God on the 11th day of the game. Reports indicate that the Great Xia Kingdom continues to dominate, with the top 100 positions in the level leaderboard firmly in their grasp. A new wave of excitement arises as the second position on the leaderboard has once again changed hands. The masterful assassin, cloaked in finery, has surged to level 14, supplanting Ning Ming Ru Yu and widening the gap. Night Cold remains atop the leaderboard, yet his level has stagnated for 3 consecutive days. Has a new deity fallen? Ever since being taken by the colossal dragon, Night Cold has lingered at level 30 for over 3 days. What secrets lie behind this prolonged stillness? The fervor surrounding Doomsday continues to escalate at an astonishing pace. Undoubtedly, this game, capable of impacting reality, has infiltrated the entirety of human society, emerging as the unequivocal second world. Television stations, live broadcasts, and media outlets have all dedicated special segments to its phenomenon. In recent days, the most discussed topic remains the enigma of Night Cold, as his leading level has remained unchanged for 3 days, an unyielding 30 seemingly nailed to its position. Are there any great masters who can shed light on the current situation? What has transpired with the Night God? Speculation abounds, as this enigmatic figure has always been elusive. Yet based on his previous progression, it is likely that unforeseen circumstances have arisen. Could it be that he has been captured by the dragon? Is there something particularly thrilling unfolding? Might Night God have struck a clandestine deal with the dragon, allowing him to level up, and now the time for repayment has come? One cannot help but ponder the situation. Could he have employed some extraordinary means to claim the first position, and now that his methods have been unveiled, he faces consequences? I have a friend who is privy to some inside information. Night Cold is done for. Don't expect him to return in 3 days, perhaps not even in 30. Your friend knows the inside scoop? Who is this friend of yours? Even top-tier players like Ming Ryu are in the dark, yet your friend is somehow enlightened? Come on, you won't understand, your perspective is too narrow. Do you not realize that true masters dwell among the common folk? And as for being a top player, his level has fallen so far behind, it's laughable. If you're so impressive, why don't you rise to the occasion? How amusing. I never claimed I could. I merely spoke of my friend. Can't one even critique a refrigerator that no longer cools? Opinions vary widely. Some offer rational analysis, others seek amusement. While many revel in misfortune, numerous self-proclaimed know-it-alls also claim to understand the truth. Yet, the specifics remain unknown to all. The players on the leaderboard are the ones most affected by this situation, though reluctant to admit it. The apparent fall of Night Cold feels akin to a mountain being lifted from their shoulders, granting them a moment to breathe and gaze upon the breathtaking vista of the world as number one. Meanwhile, in a mysterious realm, Jiang Han sits in complete stillness, akin to a venerable monk in deep meditation. Having traversed the precipice of life and death, he initially languished in a state of ennui before spiraling into existential doubt. However, he endeavored to recalibrate his mindset, seeking tranquility amidst turmoil. Presently, he has attained the fortitude to disregard the haunting surroundings. Let it be as it may, he is weary. Suddenly, a melodious notification chimed in. Congratulations! You have received the Dragon God's blessing, rendering you even more formidable. Another notification followed. Congratulations! Your beast companion, Little Grey, has also received the Dragon God's blessing and has grown stronger. At that moment, Jiang Han abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance illuminating his gaze. In the next breath, the environment around him transformed rapidly. When his vision regained clarity, he found himself in a desolate expanse. It seemed he had been unceremoniously cast into the wilderness. Observing his surroundings, he noted the eerie silence. The 2 fifth-tier dragons had vanished without a trace. A level 40 area, perhaps? Drawing upon his memories, Jiang Han quickly deduced his location. To be candid, it was a tad distant from Windleaf City. Once assured that the environment posed no threat, he eagerly accessed his attributes panel. The Blessing of the Dragon God. Player Night Cold, Class God of Wealth, Unique. Beast Master, Unique, Level 30, 0, 0, 0, Basic Stats Health, 2500, Mana, 22990, Hunger, 100, Basic Attributes Strength, 556, Constitution, 250, Spirit, 2299, Agility, 165, Advanced Attributes Critical Rate, 25. Critical Damage, 205, Damage Reduction, 3, All Attributes Resistance, 5, Dark Attribute Resistance, 10, Special Attributes Luck, 65, Charisma, 68, it appeared there was little difference. Could the enhancements lie within his class? The basic attributes showed no improvement compared to before. Jiang Han pondered for a moment before opening his class panel. Class, God of Wealth, Innate Talent, Wealth Flowing In, LV1. Innate Talent, Penny Pincher, LV1. Innate Talent, Boundless Blessings, LV1. Innate Talent, Irresistible Charisma, LV1. Innate Talent, Power of the God of Wealth, LV1. Innate Skill, Active, Money Shield, LV1 is the God of Wealth. Money is your fortress. Upon activating this skill, you gain a shield value equivalent to one of your gold on hand. This skill has no cooldown or time limit. The shield can absorb real damage, special damage, attribute damage, and is immune to shield break, execution, and instant death effects. Note, after taking damage, an equivalent amount of gold will proportionally vanish. Nothing much seems to have changed. Wait a moment. Did I just acquire something new? Jiang Han's gaze shifted upwards to the money shield, then back down to his staggering balance of 1.81 billion gold coins. He couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. Every 100 gold coins can be transformed into a unit of shield, which implies that with the current amount of gold, upon activating the monetary shield, he would possess an astonishing 18 million in shields. Goodness! This skill! For a moment, Jiang Han even questioned whether he was misreading the numbers. 18 million shields. And it comes without any time constraints or cooldowns? Incredible! It's time to soar. Chapter 64, Incense for the Dragon God. A sinister smile crept across Jiang Han's lips, reminiscent of a madman. In the realm of doomsday, which type of skill commands the highest price? Undoubtedly, it is the life-preserving skills. Such skills are often valued at several times, if not dozens of times, more than others. For while powerful attacks and high attributes may seem enticing, the chances of acquiring them are infinitesimal. Yet, one only possesses a single life. The margin for error is, indeed, the fundamental essence of this game. At this early stage of the game, before the invasion of bizarre creatures, countless players have already met their demise in the real world. Once the invasion occurs, the phrase "a sea of corpses" would scarcely be an exaggeration. These strange beings are truly terrifying, brimming with unpredictability and randomness. Even if one treads cautiously, with utmost vigilance, and has never erred, there may come a day when an aberrant boss, far surpassing one's level, appears from the shadows and launches a frenzied assault. In a past life, many top-tier players met their end in such a manner. It is fair to assert that, at times, luck in Doomsday holds greater significance than mere skill. Some individuals, despite their formidable abilities, may find their time cut short by misfortune, while others of modest prowess endure until the very end. Who can truly articulate the nature of life? Yet now, with the skill, money shield, at his disposal, Jiang Han can mitigate unforeseen risks to their lowest possible threshold. Had he possessed this skill earlier, he would have navigated the 10th level trial with far greater ease. Jiang Han reflected on this wistfully. When confronting the Wanderers, the appearance of smooth sailing belied the reality that his survival hinged upon his impeccable positioning and timing in skill execution. The risk of failure always loomed. Even when facing higher-tier bosses, the threat remained. However, at this moment, Jiang Han simply wished to declare, "Come, strike my head." A shield that ignores shield breaking, slashing, and instant death attributes, boasting a staggering value of 18 million, what does such a number signify? Most might find the concept elusive, but those in the elite class would undoubtedly comprehend. In 2 words, we describe it: formidable. No, it suffices to say it is exceptionally impressive. False meat shields, tank classes, with robust physiques, often adorned with an array of dubious quality trinkets. True meat shields, rich. Of course, aside from its inherently outrageous mechanics, the money shield skill comes with a hefty price. One shield point costs 100 gold coins. For the average individual, even with the money shield, one cannot harness its full potential. Yet, should it be accompanied by wealth abundance, how might one respond? There is no need for contemplation, simply activate the skill. Although it is an active skill, Jiang Han resolved to employ money shield as a passive ability, leaving it activated. His guiding principle has always been to conserve when possible and expend when necessary. If he were to hesitate over a few gold coins, only to be swiftly eliminated by an unforeseen event, he would find no solace for his lamentations. Moreover, despite the seemingly brief passage of time, several 100 million has already been expended. Yet, Jiang Han remains utterly unconcerned about this issue, setting aside the returns that may arise from such expenditure. The numerous properties in Windleaf City will see their value soar exponentially once the mysterious first calamity descends. At that juncture, whether he chooses to employ others for business ventures or opts to sell his establishments, the profits will be substantial. Not to mention, he possesses the extraordinary skill known as fortune abundant. For Jiang Han, the matter of earning wealth is not one of capability, but rather of desire. At the very least, should he choose to bide his time in any random location, within less than 3 months, his gold coins would surely double. However, such a course of action would be rather foolish. While gold coins are indeed valuable, to forego opportunities for enhancing one's strength merely to save money would be a fundamental misstep. Ultimately, strength is paramount. Furthermore, until he becomes a deity of wealth, Spending must be approached with caution. To remain hesitant even after attaining such status would render his transformation futile. With a sense of satisfaction, Jiang Han gazed at the impressive shield value that had appeared in his status panel. He continued to explore further. Class, Beast God Controller, Innate Talent, Divine Power, LV1. Innate Talent, Source of Magic, LV1. Innate Talent, Divine Beast Equipment Set, LV1. Innate Talent, Beast God Aura, LV1. Innate Talent, Mastery of Beasts, LV1. Innate Talent, Infinite Beast Control, LV1 as a Beast God Controller. You have comprehended the essence of Beast Mastery. Your capacity for beast control is unlimited. Jiang Han. The number of beasts is unlimited? Surely, I am not mistaken. His gaze lingered on infinite beast control, unable to tear himself away for quite some time. He had initially thought that the strength of the money shield was already astonishingly excessive, but to discover the subsequent infinite beast control was even more remarkable. In Apocalypse, why is it said that the upper limit of beast masters is the highest, while their lower limit is also the most daunting? Aside from the inherent strength disparities among the beasts themselves, another factor lies in the stringent requirements for unlocking additional beast control spaces. Take Jiang Han as an example. He currently possesses only one beast control space. To unlock a second, he must first reach level 30 and then ensure his mental value surpasses 1500. Moreover, this is not only applicable to him, but all beast masters face the same stringent criteria. The conditions are extraordinarily harsh. It is worth noting that even with Jiang Han's ability to allocate points without reservation and the unique opportunities available to him, his mental value barely exceeds 2200. For others, attaining a mental value of 1500 by level 30 is nothing short of a fantasy. Furthermore, the requirements for unlocking additional beast control spaces become even more outrageous. Consequently, although it is possible to possess multiple beasts, the vast majority of beast masters, including NPCs, have only one. The exceptions are invariably the affluent and powerful individuals, such as Stir. As a member of the royal family, endowed with both wealth and innate talent, one possesses the eligibility to nurture multiple mythical beasts. Yet, even so, he has only 3 core beasts. And now, Jiang Han has shattered all constraints. The only consideration that remains is the resources allocated to his beasts. However, let us not forget, what is his secondary profession? The god of wealth. This is astonishing. In this moment, Jiang Han seems able to hear the rapid thumping of his heart. Is it truly possible to play this way? O Dragon God, from this day forth, I shall follow your lead. You shall engage in battles while I indulge in the pleasures of life. Jiang Han is overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. In truth, he does not worship deities. Yet now, he resolves to choose an auspicious day to offer incense to the Dragon God. Truly remarkable. Chapter 65, Shall We Evolves Again? The mythical beast's potential begins to emerge calmly. After a considerable duration, Jiang Han finally patted his face, allowing his emotions to settle. The 2 skills bestowed by the Dragon Goddess blessing were nothing short of extraordinary. If the money shield provided him with a stable safeguard, then infinite beast mastery presented an unparalleled ceiling of potential. However, both shared a commonality: they were costly. Activating the money shield required funds to mitigate damage. And nurturing beasts also demanded considerable financial resources. Why did everything seem to revolve around money? Upon reflection, even with a staggering fortune of 1.8 billion, Jiang Han couldn't help but feel a pang of financial strain. The money shield was manageable, serving primarily to preserve opportunities during critical moments, with little daily expenditure. Yet, infinite beast mastery was an insatiable abyss. No amount of gold could suffice for its demands. There was no need for haste. Xiao Wei was already sufficiently powerful. For the time being, there was no necessity to cultivate a multitude of beasts. The current priority lay in leveraging his informational advantage to seek out pivotal artifacts and items. Once resources accumulated, combined with the benefits from the God of Wealth's powers, he could then focus on cultivating additional beasts. At the very least, apart from essential expenditures, he needed to amass his gold to 100 billion before commencing any substantial spending on training. Jiang Han contemplated earnestly. At this stage, Given that anomalies had yet to invade, the pressure of the game was relatively light. The combat prowess of individual pets held greater importance. Even if cultivation was necessary, it should prioritize those with the highest value. Truth be told, while infinite beast mastery was indeed formidable, its current utility was limited. However, the mere possibility it offered was enough to inspire hope. Just imagine the spectacle of nurturing a vast array of top-tier beasts. Furthermore, with the skill of God of Wealth's power-enhancing attributes through expenditure, Jiang Han's own growth was nothing short of astonishing. When this enhancement was transferred to the beasts, he resembled a deeply rooted vine, continuously supplying vitality upward. Yet, the expenses. Who would have imagined that the illustrious God of Wealth would experience a day of financial shortage? Jiang Han couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. It could only be said that it was not that the God of Wealth was insufficiently powerful, but rather that infinite beast mastery was exceedingly potent. Ah! And then there was Xiao Hui. Suddenly, he recalled the reason he was able to accept the dragon goddess blessing was due to the little one's contribution. Given that both skills were so remarkable, it stood to reason that the little creature, embodying the hopes of the dragon clan, would not fall short. Roar! A sudden, adorable roar pierced the air. Before Jiang Han could fully react, a small figure emerged from the beast space, proudly perched with its head held high. Jiang Han? If memory serves, he had not yet activated the beast space. How did this little one manage to appear? Moreover, it seemed to have grown a tad? Its fur gleamed brilliantly. Judging by that little expression, it was undoubtedly feeling quite impressive. Jiang Han glanced at Xiao Hui and called, "Come here, Xiao Hui." Roar! Little Gray swiftly turned its head aside, casting a haughty glance elsewhere. Ah, as indifferent as ever. Never mind. Jiang Han felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him and directly opened Little Gray's data panel. This ungrateful creature. Nickname Little Gray, type Celestial Dragon, mythical level 30,000, status health, 202500, mana, 208470, base attribute strength, 7066, constitution, 6975, spirit, 7589. Agility, 6949, talent absolute suppression. As a mythical level beast, the Celestial Dragon possesses an inherent suppression over lower tier beings, becoming even stronger by bearing the fortune of the Dragon Clan. Inflicts 30 more damage to mythical beings and 50 more to those below mythical level. Receives 50 reduction in damage from all sources. Dragon Clan Sovereign. As the supreme existence of the Dragon Clan, the Celestial Dragon has received the blessing of the Dragon God, making it the undeniable leader. Inherently suppresses Dragon-type beings, inflicting 100 more damage and receiving 50 less damage from them. Mythical Bloodline. As a mythical level beast, the Celestial Dragon possesses an extraordinarily robust physique. Gains an all-attribute bonus upon leveling up. Health recovery, 501 of health per second. Mana recovery, 501 of mana per second. Health bonus 200, mana bonus 200. Skills Earthshaking Dragon Might, a group intimidation skill. The Celestial Dragon emits a thunderous roar that causes the world to tremble. All hostile beings within a 50-meter radius, regardless of rank or type, are forced into a dazed state for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Cost, 5 of mana. Dragon Sovereign's Breath, a single target skill. The Celestial Dragon exhales searing flames that burn everything, inflicting 500 of strength. Spirit is true damage to the targeted enemy, which cannot be evaded. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Cost, 2 of mana. Dragon Sovereign's Fangs. Dragons are the nemesis of magic. As the ruler of the Dragon Clan, the Celestial Dragon silences all spells. Inflicts 500 of strength. Spirit is magical damage to the 5 nearest enemy units, forcibly rendering them incapable of using magic for 10 seconds. Cost, 10 of mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Dragon Sovereign's Fury, the only talent skill. The Celestial Dragon enters a state of extreme rage, determined to obliterate everything. Inflicting 10,000 strength constitution, indiscriminate true damage to all beings within a 500-meter radius. Cooldown, 30 days. After using this skill, attributes permanently decrease by 5. And the Celestial Dragon falls into slumber for 5 days. Dragon God's Power. The Celestial Dragon has received the blessing of the Dragon God, granting 100 to all attributes. Jiang Han. As expected, it was time for the familiar shock. Even though he was mentally prepared, after reviewing Little Gray's panel, Jiang Han still found himself momentarily at a loss. An all-encompassing enhancement. The increase in base attributes, skills, and even suppression over other beings, these amplifications are nothing short of extraordinary. The intensity, in comparison to before, has reached an entirely different echelon. With a staggering health of 200,000 and an exaggerated array of attributes, it utterly overwhelms a multitude of bosses purely based on its stats. One must understand that due to the resurrection mechanism after death, the foundational values of the beasts nurtured by players are comparatively diminished in contrast to their wild counterparts. The additional strength manifests primarily in skills and the beast cultivation feature, which only becomes available at level 30. This is precisely why Little Gray, despite being a mythic creature, exhibits inferior attributes to a king-level boss at level 20. The little one, up to this point, still possesses base attributes. However, after undergoing cultivation, its strength in all aspects will naturally be enhanced, though the extent of its growth ultimately hinges on the nurturing process. But what of the present? Just the base attributes alone are already fearsome to this extent. When it comes to actual combat, how long can a level 20 king boss endure against Little Gray? Chapter 66, A Forceful Return. Is it not akin to childless play to vanquish a king-level boss at this moment? Observing the seemingly indifferent Little Gray, Jiang Han could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Initially, he presumed that with the substantial attribute enhancements bestowed by the Beast God Controller, along with an array of formidable equipment, he would at least be able to ride on the coattails of Little Gray's prowess. However, it soon became evident that such optimism was misguided. Even a fifth-tier dragon, a creature of such esteem, was undeniably formidable. Beyond its endearing appearance, all its attributes were exceptionally high. Yet, one could argue that such a charming appearance might serve as an advantage, capable of bewildering foes. No wonder the little creature emerged with an air of pride, as if it had been eagerly awaiting this moment. To be frank, the prowess of the little creature was impressive. Jiang Han, putting away his interface, sincerely praised, "Little Gray, I shall rely on you from now on." "Oh, whoa!" Little Gray let out a triumphant cry, granting Jiang Han a rare glance of acknowledgement. "Of course. Let us embark on the Abyss trial," Jiang Han declared, brimming with enthusiasm. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness Little Gray's combat capabilities. 2 hours later, Jiang Han arrived at the level 30 trial hall. "Esteemed Lord Nightcold, may I inquire if you wish to undertake the Abyss level trial once again?" Before he could even respond, the hall's guardian approached with a respectful demeanor, admiration evident in his gaze as he regarded the gallant badge adorning Jiang Han's chest. This badge was exceedingly rare, and few could recognize it. Yet, as guardians of the temple, they were intimately familiar with it, allowing them to pinpoint Jiang Han's identity without hesitation. Indeed, Jiang Han affirmed with a nod. "Please wait a moment." The guardian wasted no time and promptly initiated the trial. After selecting the Abyss difficulty as usual, Jiang Han vanished from his original location. The icy wind howled. Before him lay a vast expanse of white, the earth cloaked in a silvery shroud, the biting cold penetrating to the bone. Boom! Boom! Not far off, a humanoid creature adorned with white fur roamed back and forth. Each step reverberated through the ground, massive paws leaving a trail of prints in the snow. As anticipated, it was yet another mutated, frenzied boss. Swish! Before Jiang Han could utter a word, Little Gray darted forth like an arrow released from a bow. The diminutive figure traced a fleeting shadow in the air, followed by a torrent of fierce dragon breath descending from above. From an initial size akin to a fist, the golden aura expanded exponentially, ultimately striking the snowman boss with tremendous force. Dragon Emperor's breath. -100138, ding. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the white fluff mutated snowman. Ding. Congratulations! You have obtained. The system notification rang out instantaneously. Jiang Han, did it fall in an instant? I barely had time to scrutinize the boss's attributes. How could it be this efficient? Alas, Little Gray returned with a somewhat dejected demeanor, hanging its small head. It wasn't fun, the giant was hardly a challenge. And yet, here you are, indulging in it. Jiang Han's lips curled slightly. He shared a profound connection with Xiao Wei, allowing him to intuit the little creature's thoughts. However, this singular skill had led to the demise of the boss, rendering the experience remarkably akin to mere play. In fact, it was far less exhilarating than playing in the mud. What? Xiao Wei cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Han, recalling that this was how they had always approached their challenges, playing with abandon. There were still 4 formidable foes awaiting their engagement. Jiang Han had little to say. If it weren't for the fact that even petting this little companion required considerable effort, he would have relished the opportunity to ruffle Xiao Hui's head playfully. Where else could he find such an adorably powerful ally? The only flaw was that this rebellious creature occasionally disregarded instructions. Together, they charged forward with unyielding momentum, as if breaking through all obstacles. Despite the gradual increase in the trial's difficulty, their efficiency in defeating the boss surpassed that of the previous 2 ascension trials. One could only conclude that Xiao Hui's rate of growth was astonishingly rapid. He had already reached the point where he could eliminate even a corrupted boss with a single skill, much like dispatching mere minions. Boom! Boom! Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully slain the Snowfang beast. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Icefield nine-tailed fox. Congratulations! With no semblance of difficulty, the 4 corrupted bosses fell one after another, offering no chance for resistance. Finally, the ultimate boss revealed its true form. Seeker of the Abyss, Monarch, level 30, health 400, 000, strength 6000, vitality 40, 000, agility 6000, mentality 5000, talent unknown, skills unknown, from the Abyss. To the Abyss. Seeker. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it was yet another boss from the Abyss series. As with the previous encounters, the information did not emphasize that this was an aberrant creature, but Jiang Han was utterly convinced that should the Seeker deliver a fatal blow, the consequences would extend into reality. What? Without needing Jiang Han's instruction, Xiao Wei dashed forward. In truth, there was no need for Jiang Han to direct him. Given Xiao Hui's current attributes, the Seeker was destined to be crushed. A monarch-level boss? It was merely that. Within less than a minute, as the Seeker fell, a global announcement resonated. Ding! System announcement: player Night Cold from the Great Xia Nation has passed the Abyss-level Ascension trial, becoming the first hero in history to conquer the level 30 Abyss trial, earning the epic item, Heroic Radiance Stone, and granting one to the Great Xia Nation's battle zone points. This is hereby proclaimed. Ding! System announcement. Instantly, players around the world erupted in excitement once more. No way! No way! I told you, Night God has been silent for days, surely concocting a grand move. Yet you did not believe it. As expected. Our deity of the Great Xia Nation, tremble before us, mortals. How is it possible that this person could return after being captured by a dragon? The advantage of the Great Xia Nation has expanded further. Impossible. The gaze of all parties instantaneously converged upon the pinnacle of the leaderboard. The fervor within the forum surged to unprecedented heights, for after a brief disappearance, the man who reigned supreme over the apocalypse emerged with a world announcement, declaring his formidable return. Meanwhile, outside Windleaf City, a young man, clad in equipment of no lesser quality than silver grade, chuckled at the resounding announcement. He turned to his companions gathered around him, a playful glint in his eyes as he remarked, "Let us return to the city. I wish to personally meet this intriguing individual. Only once I have him under my command will the true excitement of this game commence." Beside him, an assassin player, with a complex expression, nodded in understanding. Should other players catch a glimpse of this assassin's ID, they would undoubtedly be left in astonishment. A fleeting shadow, one of the top assassins of the Great Xia Kingdom, now ranked among the top 30 experts, showed deference to a youth of lesser level. Clearly, the identity of this striking young man was anything but ordinary. Chapter 67, it's confirmed, truly the Great Night Cold. Level 30 Abyss Trial. The roars and clashes ceased, enveloping the entire snow-white world in a profound silence, with only the gentle descent of snowflakes gracing the atmosphere. Jiang Han, with a single hand gesture, caused the milky white glow on the ground to vanish. Fragment of the Abyss Stone Remnant 3, Great Unknown, Unidentifiable. Indeed, as anticipated, the sole item dropped by the Seeker was yet another fragment of the Abyss Stone, marking the third piece acquired. Exhaling softly, Jiang Han departed from the trial grounds with Xiao Wei. Soon, he emerged. Remarkably swift. It couldn't have taken more than an hour, could it? To surpass the Abyss trial with such ease, truly deserving of the title as the most exceptional hero in history. This prowess surpassed even the rumors. Observing the youthful figure that materialized within the Grand Hall, several guards engaged in hushed discussions, their eyes brimming with admiration and astonishment. Accustomed to the intensity of their stares, Jiang Han approached the foremost guard, inquiring about the rewards for his accomplishment. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. The guard, without any dissent, briskly moved aside and retrieved a piece of warm jade from an ornate wooden box, presenting it to Jiang Han. Heroic Glimmer Stone, Grade, Epic, Description, a rare material infused with the radiant power of the heroic stone, capable of further enhancing the heroic emblem, exclusively available to mighty heroes. Once more, it was a dedicated enhancement item for the heroic emblem. Another opportunity for elevation. Jiang Han felt a sense of satisfaction with this reward. The heroic emblem, already elevated to a legendary item, boasted formidable attributes, and now it could be further enhanced. May you have a safe journey. With the respectful gazes of numerous guards following him, Jiang Han exited the Grand Hall. Upon leaving the trial hall, Jiang Han made his way directly to Windleaf City, to Dal's Forge. In stark contrast to the previously desolate scene, the place was now bustling with activity. Although only a select few had earned the right to enter the main city thus far, given the vast population of the Great Xia Kingdom, even the rarest of talents could amount to tens of thousands. Within the span of just 2 days, a significant influx of players had surged into Windleaf City, bringing considerable business to various shops. Even outside Dal's once quiet forge, a lengthy queue had formed. After all, compared to larger establishments, the prices here for crafting and appraising were considerably more affordable, a pure volume-driven type of trade. Jiang Han, with no intention of wasting time, bypassed the queue and proceeded directly to the forging station. His brazen act of cutting in line undoubtedly provoked discontent among the onlookers. What a lack of decorum! However, none dared to voice their grievances. After spending so many days navigating the world of Doomsday, they had all endured their share of misfortune. They understood well that players bold enough to disregard the unspoken rules and cut in line would swiftly be dealt with by NPCs. Should it escalate? The guards would swiftly intervene, making them acutely aware of the consequences of their actions. At this moment, the sound of the hammer echoed sharply, sparks flying in every direction. "Boss, I need to authenticate my gear," Jiang Han spoke softly. "Get in line and stop bothering me." Dal, overwhelmed with work, barely lifted his head, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Wait, why does that voice sound so familiar? Realizing something was amiss, Dal abruptly halted his actions and looked up, only to see that familiar figure. It's you, esteemed guest. My apologies, I've been so busy I hardly noticed. Dal's smile resembled that of a weathered chrysanthemum as he hurriedly apologized. You wish to authenticate your gear, correct? Listening to their exchange, the other players were left with a series of question marks hovering above their heads. This was not right. According to the original plot, this interloper should have been met with hostility and ousted. What's wrong with you, boss? You're treating us like mere bystanders. Yet you greet this line cutter as if he were your long-lost father? Jiang Han nodded with a playful smile. With that attitude, I thought you might be having second thoughts. No. Del rushed to take the hero's badge and the heroic gem, insisting that it would be free as promised. He was a man of his word. Free, you say? The players waiting in line exchanged bewildered glances at Jiang Han, wondering who this individual was that could compel such deference from a normally arrogant NPC. We are all commoners, why should this be the case? Suddenly, someone had an epiphany. In Doomsday, there indeed existed a player who was not a commoner. Could it be? The player with the ID dinner time little turtle cautiously looked toward Jiang Han and inquired, "Excuse me, are you the esteemed Knight Han?" Jiang Han glanced at him but offered no reply. The lack of denial alone sent waves of excitement through several players. Over the past few days, Doomsday had thoroughly infiltrated real life, its influence growing ever more substantial. As the undisputed number one in the game, Jiang Han's impact was nothing short of terrifying, naturally garnering a vast following. Among them were a small faction of so-called Jiang Han fans who would eagerly lash out at anyone daring to impersonate him. Moreover, with various governments closely monitoring Jiang Han's every move, no one would dare to impersonate him at this critical juncture. They would be quick to disassociate themselves. The absence of an immediate response spoke volumes. What? Is this person really Jiang Han? Good heavens! It seems plausible, this NPC is treating him with the utmost respect. I can think of no one else capable of such reverence besides Jiang Han himself. Currently, he stands alone as the foremost citizen. A single stone cast into the water stirred up countless ripples. Although there is yet to be conclusive evidence, the mere possibility has stirred the team into a frenzy. Without a care for the etiquette of queuing, they craned their necks to witness the spectacle. Suddenly, a burst of golden light resonated, signaling the successful enhancement of the Emblem of Valor. Emblem of Valor, legendary grade, description, a testament to the brave. Bestowed only upon those who have triumphed in the trials of the Inferno, representing the Empire's utmost glory. After 2 enhancements, it has grown even more formidable. Base attributes 100, all attributes resistance 5, charm 3, valiant strength, passive triggers when health falls below 30. Increasing strength by 10 and spirit by 10, what a pity. Gazing at the attributes of the Emblem of Valor, Darrell marveled yet felt a tinge of regret, still only at the legendary grade. The crowd gasped in astonishment, legendary grade equipment? It is confirmed, the figure before them, whose features remain obscured, is none other than the esteemed Knight Cold. Chapter 68, The Living Legend Behold. Is this truly legendary equipment? It dazzles my eyes. No wonder it can pass the abyssal trials, such formidable gear is utterly extraordinary. Within the forge, a cacophony of excitement ensues. Although the enhanced attributes of the equipment can only be perceived by the player and NPCs, merely possessing a legendary item ignites boundless imagination among onlookers. It has been 11 days since the game launched, yet amidst this multitude of players, the yield from 8 hours of monster hunting each day is exceedingly rare. For an ordinary player to possess a single piece of silver tier equipment is already quite an achievement, placing them among the elite. Should they acquire golden tier gear, they would undoubtedly rise to the status of a true powerhouse. As for dark gold tier equipment, the players in this forge had never even laid eyes on such rarities. Those who manage to enter the main city at this juncture are undoubtedly skilled. Legendary? That was a thought too extravagant to entertain. Where does one procure a pillow of such opulence for dreaming? Yet today, they witnessed a piece of equipment of that caliber. And moreover, a highly coveted badge type. Truly, the esteemed Knight Cold is deserving of admiration. Knight Cold, may I add you as a friend? I am your devoted fan for a decade. Where did you acquire such gear? Could you possibly share? Of course, I will pay. Name your price. Oh, mighty one. Could you take me along? My sister is incredibly beautiful, a true campus goddess. I could introduce you. Oh, great one. I am your long-lost brother-in-law. My sister wore black stockings today. I can send you a picture if you add me. If that doesn't appeal, I could wear them too. The forge buzzed with increased fervor as voices clamored to engage with Knight Cold, eager to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for dignity, what does that matter compared to the benefits of clinging to this powerful ally? Surely, one wouldn't forfeit wealth for the sake of pride. Jiang Han, however, disregarded the fervent admiration of others, nonchalantly retrieving several pieces of dark gold equipment he had just obtained from the abyssal trials and placing them before Darrell. Please appraise these as well. Absolutely, no problem at all, Darrell replied, patting his chest. But wait, these dark gold items came from the trials? Jiang Han nodded affirmatively. Darrell shook his head in amazement. Look at what it means to stock up. Meanwhile, he busied himself with the appraisal spell. Ding! Ding! With each melodious chime, another piece of dark gold equipment was successfully identified. After appraising the Badge of Valor, Darrell's skill level increased significantly, achieving a 100 success rate for identifying dark gold gear. Goodness! All exquisite equipment. My heart can hardly bear it. The scene left the other players in the shop awestruck, their eyes wide with desire. Esteemed one. It seems you have an abundance of equipment that may be of no use to you. Have you considered parting with any? A curious individual inquired. Unable to resist the temptation. This time, Jiang Han responded, casting a nonchalant glance at the person. I am open to selling. But you may not possess the means to afford them. Ah, come now, esteemed one, that feels a bit presumptuous, the individual retorted, raising an eyebrow, sensing an opportunity. My father owns 3 publicly traded companies, money is not an issue. I will only accept transactions in in-game gold, Jiang Han replied coolly. He had no intention of revealing his identity, and thus, offline transactions were out of the question. Furthermore, despite having invested $2 billion into the game, he had retained a considerable amount, and funds were not currently a concern. In-game gold, the affluent youth frowned slightly. That is feasible. Though I may need some time to gather enough. Let us discuss it later. Besides, these items are for level 30, you cannot utilize them yet, Jiang Han remarked indifferently. Other classes' equipment was also of no use to him, and he had no plans to establish a guild. Selling them held little significance. Indeed. The wealthy young man sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. The disparity was too vast, even if the equipment were given to him. He could not make use of it. It merely underscored the stark differences between individuals. Meanwhile, news spread rapidly through the realm. Goodness! The illustrious Nightcold has appeared in Windleaf City, showcasing all dark gold equipment. Everyone, come forth and pay homage. Is the news credible, Iron? Last time. They claimed Nightcold was present, only for me to find a fraud, which nearly caused me to have a stroke from rage. More genuine than gold. Look at these images taken on site at an appraisal shop east of the city. The coordinates are. Oh. I'm on my way back to the city right now. The announcement of Nightcold's appearance spread like wildfire, invigorating many players, particularly those in Windleaf City, who flocked towards the town at the slightest opportunity. Just as I anticipated, Nightcold has chosen to return to the city. Within a tavern, a dashing young man, treating the elite assassin Fleeting Shadow as his personal guard, smiled confidently, exuding an air of superiority. He rose, his demeanor relaxed. Let us go, the location is not far from here. After today, our guild shall welcome a true master. The others silently followed in his wake. Once Jiang Han had completed the appraisal of all his equipment, he prepared to make his way to the Duke's residence. Level 30 marked the moment for his second-class advancement. Only after completing this transition would the Beast Master profession unlock the ability to cultivate beasts. For a Beast Master, the significance of this second advancement far surpassed that of other professions. However, being a hidden class, Jiang Han was uncertain if the typical NPC methods for advancement would apply. He would need to consult Stir for clarity. As he glanced around, he noted an increasing number of players arriving, evoking a sensation akin to that of a superstar performing at a concert. However, he paid little heed to it. After all, it did not affect him in any significant way, he simply chose to ignore it. In truth, although it sounded rather foolish to travel such a distance merely to observe the top of the leaderboard, these players were far from foolish. In other games, such behavior might be excusable, but this was doomsday. With such a vast disparity in strength, daring to provoke others could lead to enduring grudges. Should they encounter each other in the wild, there would only be one inevitable outcome: death. There was no alternative. They could not remain in the main city indefinitely, could they? Even if they could indeed survive that way, being unable to venture out to level up would render their efforts nearly futile. Thus, while they enjoyed the spectacle, they all understood the limits and dared not overstep their bounds. Nonetheless, in this world, there are always those who consider themselves exceptional, or rather, conceited. Just as Jiang Han had not ventured far, a group of about 10 individuals suddenly obstructed his path. Chapter 69, But I do not appreciate your pretentiousness. Good heavens! Are there truly individuals so blind? Daring to obstruct the path of the esteemed Nightcold, do they not wish to continue in this game? Utterly absurd. Shouldn't this lead to a thorough annihilation upon exiting the city? What kind of foolishness is this? The others were left dumbfounded. Though they boasted of wanting to single-handedly defeat Night Cold, it was merely idle chatter for amusement. To their astonishment, a few brave souls dared to approach. Ah, Jin. Are you serious? The crowd expressed their shock at such a clearly foolish act, and began contacting the psychiatric hospital. How were these individuals even released? Wait. That fleeting figure is also a renowned player. Moreover, the young man beside him is a prominent figure in reality. Yet soon, some recognized the identities of a few individuals. Astonished. I am familiar with the fleeting figure, but a reality big shot? What nonsense is this? Someone nearby inquired further, adding that even if they combined forces, they could not possibly rival Night God, which was undoubtedly true. However, the crux of the matter is, Night God excels solely in the game, while others possess significant stature in reality. So impressive? What caliber are we discussing? The utmost elite, yet I cannot divulge further, lest I face censorship. In any case, if this were ancient times, we common folk would bow several times upon encountering such individuals, understanding their significance. Truly, that is remarkable. After hearing about the backgrounds of these people, the discussions gradually quieted. The reason was simple. The two parties confronting each other comprised one group of gaming elites and another of real-world magnates. Neither side was someone they could afford to provoke. A careless remark could lead to dire consequences. Words can be perilous. Tread carefully. Meanwhile, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Han squinted, a glint of sharpness flashing in his gaze. Do not misunderstand. A clear voice rang out, and the individuals blocking the way stepped aside, allowing a strikingly handsome young man to approach with measured steps. We harbor no ill intentions toward you. Does this appear to be a benign encounter? Jiang Han's expression remained calm, yet his tone grew noticeably colder. There is no choice, your air of mystery compels me to take unconventional measures. I beg your forgiveness. The handsome youth smiled faintly. In truth, I have come to propose a transaction. A transaction? Jiang Han frowned. Dark gold equipment? One could say that. The handsome youth replied with a subtle smile. Trust me, I can offer terms that you cannot refuse. Jiang Han retorted mockingly. If you can produce hundreds of billions of gold coins to purchase these dark gold items, then indeed, I would find it impossible to decline. Hundreds of billions of gold? The handsome youth was momentarily taken aback, then a smirk appeared on his lips. It seems your perspective is still confined within the realms of the game. To be honest, I am somewhat disappointed. Jiang Han. How is it that a simple outing leads to encountering someone with such grand aspirations? Can anyone relate? Jiang Han cast a faint glance around, rapidly sifting through his memories of the young man before him. A blank slate. It appeared that this individual was not a prominent player in his recollection. However, the appearance of the person beside him was quite familiar to Jiang Han. Flickering like a passing shadow, he recognized him as one of the top assassins from his previous life. Yet, this fleeting figure had always been proud and solitary, unwilling to align with any faction. Now, however, he was trailing alongside this young man. It was not difficult to surmise the latter's identity. Perhaps he was a scion of some powerful family, come to the game to wield his influence. The handsome youth continued, to be honest, when I first saw you outpacing others by such a margin, I believed you were someone of great potential, destined for remarkable achievements. But it appears you have yet to realize the immense benefits that your ability to command in this game can bring you in reality. Jiang Han remained silent. Ah! But the opportunity still lies within your grasp, the dashing youth smiled slightly. You possess dominion in the game, and I, in reality, have some resources. If we join forces, everything you desire could be yours. I shan't say much more, I am not one to make grand promises. Whether it be wealth, status, or women, just say the word, and I can provide it for you. He emphasized, even today. I'm not interested, Jiang Han sighed softly. He had considered the possibility of encountering such a person. Yet when imagination morphed into reality, the impact was still somewhat overwhelming. He had never felt this speechless, even when seized by a dragon. And about Liu Ru? Never mind. The handsome youth discerned Jiang Han's resistance. I see you are quite averse to this. Do you think me arrogant, to the point of discomfort?
Jiang Han nodded in agreement, realizing that the youth was not entirely foolish. Perhaps, the youth shrugged nonchalantly.
I once attempted humility, people praised my politeness. But what was the use? Such humility is utterly meaningless. What I speak are merely truths. The world is filled with mediocrity, unable to accept reality. From the moment I was born, I was destined not to be humble. It serves no purpose and brings me nothing. The handsome youth suddenly seemed contemplative. When did I come to this realization?
Perhaps in my teenage years, when I saw a sweet-looking actress on television, and upon casually mentioning it,
she came to me beaming with delight.
So, let us set aside our prejudices and have a conversation.
The youth smiled.
Though I know many harbor disdain for me, I am not as loathsome as they perceive.
At least, those around me say so. The people who work for me are doing quite well, all they need to do is heed my commands. It is a fair exchange, is it not? You,
on the other hand, seem quite aware. Jiang Han was somewhat taken aback. This individual was not as inept as he appeared.
He might be a bit brash.
Yet he undoubtedly possessed considerable assets. Regrettably, in a short while, the gaming prowess would be reflected in reality, leading to a complete collapse of order. These assets were merely castles in the air.
Now, make your choice. I look forward to your joining, the dashing youth said with a smile.
Jiang Han pondered for a moment and, with a serious expression, replied, "Your decision to seek collaboration with my uncle demonstrates your recognition of his strength, which pleases him greatly."
It is good that you understand.
A glimmer of excitement flashed in the youth's eyes, interpreting Jiang Han's words as agreement.
And he conveniently overlooked the somewhat disrespectful manner of address. However, before a smile could grace his lips, Jiang Han's voice resonated once more, "Yet, your pretentious demeanor is not to my liking. Therefore, I shall send you to the resurrection point to contemplate your actions." Chapter 70, Eradicating the Roots. Spring breeze brings life. A handsome young man's fair visage darkened in an instant. Are you truly going to strike against me? Jiang Han let out a scoff. What? Did you not consider this possibility before coming here?
It matters not, death is but a fleeting affair. The young man with the striking appearance chuckled coldly. Yet you must ponder the repercussions. Some individuals are not to be trifled with.
In the blink of an eye, he initially bore a demeanor akin to yours. But what of the conclusion? Now you witness, he is still dutifully serving me, is he not? My methods are far more formidable than you can fathom. Before he could finish his menacing proclamation, a flicker of flame reflected in his pupils, rapidly expanding. Boom!
A fireball spell obliterated his health entirely. The handsome youth had no time to react. His form dissolved into radiant fragments, leaving behind a scatter of equipment and gold.
Jiang Han smirked, fool. Ah! Did he truly act?
One fireball spell was all it took to end him.
What a formidable presence! The onlookers were left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend that Yi Han would act with such decisiveness.
He offered no semblance of mercy. This is the main city, where slaughter is explicitly forbidden.
Does he not fear expulsion?
Or perhaps, the esteemed one has a plan in place.
Surely, there must be a resolution.
Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the authorities have recently enacted new laws forbidding player-on-player violence in Doomsday.
To kill within the game equates to committing a crime.
A game that can impact reality is something no nation can ignore. In recent days, various countries have issued decrees prohibiting in-game killings.
Otherwise, real-world penalties would ensue.
Yet, this Yi Han brazenly disregarded all such regulations. And the target of his assault held an astonishingly prominent identity. One can only say his audacity is unparalleled. This individual must not be crossed.
He is terrifying.
A veritable madman. Neither the constraints of the game nor reality seem to bind him. In that moment, a chill swept over the crowd. As they gazed upon the tall figure, obscured in shadow, their expressions were tinged with a profound mixture of reverence and dread.
If even the titans of reality are struck down at his whim, what chance do they possess? Jiang Han turned his gaze towards the group of over a dozen players accompanying the handsome youth, his demeanor indifferent. And you? Will you also take action? In a flash, he gripped the dagger in his hand. He was acutely aware that he was no match for the individual before him. Even alongside the others, they were destined only for suffering. However, the ability to win is one matter,
while the decision to engage is another. The other players harbored a similar mindset. Whether by choice or circumstance, they found themselves ensnared. Yet, no matter the reasoning, having pledged allegiance to the handsome youth, they were fated to be participants, not mere observers.
They had crossed a line.
In a flash, with gritted teeth, the character activated the stealth skill and surged towards Jiang Han. Quite polite, Jiang Han mused, softly calling.
Xiao Hui. Awa.
Xiao Hui leaped from the beast's space.
Earth-shattering dragon might forced all adversaries within a 50-meter radius into a state of dizziness for 3 seconds.
In an instant, over a dozen players stood frozen, unable to move. Even the stealthy figure was compelled to reveal itself.
Next came the moment of reckoning. Kai Su. No.
In a flash, the clever bald head, big bull. Xiao Hui swept through like a gust of wind,
swatting players down as if they were mere flies, leaving them shattered.
10566, 10532, 10465.
A casual attack could inflict damage exceeding 5 digits. Sufficient to obliterate players whose health lingered in the low hundreds multiple times over. What, over 10,000 damage? What sorcery is this?
The onlooking players were dumbfounded. The previous fireball spell that dealt over 3,000 damage had already astonished them. Now, with Xiao Hui's arrival, the impact was overwhelming.
Soon, the lesser foes were eradicated. Who dares to fight here? Such audacity! I see you have chosen the path to death. Heavy footsteps echoed as a patrol team clad in iron armor approached. The team leader wore a grim expression, seething with rage.
In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how dare someone commit murder in public?
Clearly, they do not regard me. When Tai Lai of the Thunder Hand. Let me see what is going on here.
It is I. Jiang Han turned calmly, his expression as tranquil as a still pond.
To kill and remain so composed, what audacity,
The patrol leader suddenly paused.
A first-class citizen? Moreover, the mask covering his face seemed somewhat familiar.
He glanced at the positions of the other fallen players, noticing no bodies, only equipment and items.
Ah, it appears they are simply vagrants.
Then there is no issue.
The patrol leader forced a smile, exceedingly cordial, and said, though it may be presumptuous, might I ask, esteemed sir, what transpired just now? I would like to have an account.
Jiang Han replied nonchalantly, nothing much, just a few threats were made against me, and I dealt with them accordingly.
Oh, esteemed sir. You are truly diligent.
The patrol leader exclaimed with admiration.
To take action against those who dare offend a citizen, regardless of your status, what a noble spirit. I express my respect to you. However,
the patrol leader's demeanor turned serious. The security of the city is our responsibility, and should such an incident occur again, please allow us to intervene, lest your hands be sullied.
Jiang Han regarded the patrol leader with surprise, understanding.
Very well, I shall not trouble you further. The patrol leader respectfully bowed and swiftly led his team away.
As they ran, the deputy, puzzled, remarked, Chief, why do you appear so hesitant? You seem devoid of any resolve. After all, you are the pride of our patrol team.
Although being a first-class citizen affords a certain stature.
There are many of them in this city, and I have never seen you so accommodating before.
The patrol leader bellowed, damn it, a first-class biscuit.
How many times must I reiterate that as patrollers, we must pay attention to the details? The nuances. Did you not notice the demeanor and disguise of that individual?
He is the young man that Lady Riley has been searching for. I hear she has been frantic in her efforts to locate him these past few days.
Do you believe someone like him is comparable to other first-class citizens? Once we report this information, we will be on the path to success, do you understand? Realization dawned on the deputy, so that's it. No wonder you're the chief.
The patrol leader replied, indeed.
Otherwise, why would I be the leader while you remain the deputy?
And for the umpteenth time, do not call me chief, refer to me as captain.
Understood, chief. You damn.
The patrol team departed. Jiang Han was not idle either, making his way directly out of the eastern part of the city. As for his destination, that was,
of course, the resurrection point.
A certain illustrious figure once proclaimed, if you do not eradicate the roots when cutting the grass, it will spring back with the spring breeze.
Chapter 71, Resurrection Point? Block the kill.
From the very beginning, Jiang Han had no intention of sparing the young man of considerable stature. He understood all too well how far such individuals would go in pursuit of their ambitions, often resorting to madness. The fleeting nature of life served as a poignant illustration. A proud and exceptional assassin, forced to lower himself and act as a guardian for others, surely there must be some hidden agenda at play, a notion too implausible to dismiss. Yet, the specifics of the situation remained unclear to Jiang Han, and he found himself lacking interest in the details. One thing was abundantly clear: mercy towards one's adversaries is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. In his previous life, he had suffered greatly due to this misguided sense of kindness and compassion, a mistake he was determined not to repeat. Despite the concealment of his identity, the convergence of the game with reality loomed ever closer. However, he could not guarantee that no one would uncover his true identity before that time arrived. Any potential threat to his existence must be extinguished in its infancy. Of course, should this young man fall, the forces backing him would undoubtedly become more frantic. But what of it? Having resolved to act, it was best to crush him utterly, eliminating any possibility of resurgence. Did he truly believe that halting his actions now would lead his opponent to set aside their grievances? Such notions would only deceive the naive. Outside the forge, a profound silence enveloped the scene as onlooking players gazed at the scattered equipment and items, falling into a hushed reverie. Even though the gear was of notable quality, including several pieces of golden rank, no one dared to claim them. The reason was straightforward: they lacked the confidence to confront the formidable figures of reality. To entertain any ulterior motives now would only lead to dire consequences once the dust settled. Not everyone possessed the audacity of Jiang Han, who acted without restraint. Within the Duke's residence, in a room adorned with elegant opulence, the air was thick with the fragrant tendrils of expensive incense, offering a delightful aroma. Yet the occupant of the room felt no hint of emotion. Sophia leaned against the window, her silhouette accentuated by a purple silk nightgown that elegantly draped her exquisite form. The straps hung carelessly, exposing her delicate shoulders, amplifying her allure. She absently toyed with her slender fingers, painted with red lacquer, a sign of her growing agitation. Ever since the real estate in the West District had been sold, she had been covertly monitoring Jiang Han, relying on a network of informants both inside and outside the city to provide updates. However, the flow of information had abruptly ceased a few days prior. Subsequent inquiries revealed the alarming news that Jiang Han had been captured by a dragon. Sophia was acutely aware of the terror that dragons instilled, which only heightened her concern. She sought various avenues for information, even attempting to contact the Supreme Hall to inquire whether Mels had any news of Jiang Han. Regrettably, her efforts yielded no results. Oh heavens, are you mocking me? After all these years, I believed luck had finally graced me, only to find. Sophia sighed softly, her brow etched with an inescapable sorrow. My lady! My lady! At that moment, Mona's voice echoed from outside the door. What is it, Mona? Sophia replied with a tone devoid of interest, her mind clouded by the weight of her worries. Mona exclaimed, "We have news about Lord Jiang Han." In the next moment, a vivid brilliance illuminated the beautiful eyes of Sophia. At the fourth resurrection point, blinding light flickered repeatedly as players revived one after another. Have you all been defeated as well? The handsome youth, known as Mei Xiao, wore an increasingly grim expression as he observed the crowd emerging from the resurrection point. Apologies. Mei Xiao, he is exceptionally formidable, we were no match for him, a fleeting figure sighed and explained. Together, we still fell short. Useless. A bunch of worthless wretches. Mei Xiao snarled through gritted teeth, astonished that someone dared to act against him so brazenly. Did they not realize that in reality, crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant? Silence enveloped the group, with no one daring to respond. After a prolonged pause, Mei Xiao forcefully subdued his emotions, his gaze flickering with intensity. I suppose I have overreacted. He is indeed level 30 in the game, so it is not surprising that you were unable to defeat him. This was within my expectations. However, perhaps it is this very high caliber that has bred in him the delusion of being my equal, blinded to his own limitations. Soon enough, I shall make him understand how foolish it is to offend Mei Jibua. Does Mei Xiao have any instructions? The fleeting figure inquired. Mei Jibua contemplated, doesn't your night assassin skill possess a stealth ability?
The fourth resurrection point is conveniently close to the East District, you could reach there in minutes. Go and see if you can recover any losses before Jiang Han finishes collecting his gear.
Jiang Han has a pet that can dispel my stealth.
I fear it may not be feasible, the fleeting figure replied, shaking his head.
That is your concern, I only care about the outcome, Mei Jibo remarked coolly. After a moment of silence, the fleeting figure's expression darkened.
Understood.
With that, he activated his stealth ability. You need not go, I did not take the equipment. But it seems he may not require it any longer.
At that moment, a deep voice resonated. Mei Jibo's countenance changed dramatically as he looked up to see Jiang Han hastily approaching.
Subsequently, a fireball plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon him.
3215, barely resurrected. Mei Jibo vanished once more.
The crowd's expression shifted in disbelief. They had not anticipated that even at the resurrection point, Jiang Han would dare to strike.
The alert level here was dozens of times higher than in the main city. Not even NPCs would risk combat in this place, hailed as an absolute sanctuary.
This madman truly disregarded everything.
I advise you not to move, otherwise, it won't just be him who meets his demise. Jiang Han scanned the crowd, shrugging. Killing one is the same as killing many, I am indifferent.
Upon hearing this, over 10 players, including the fleeting figure, were visibly tense and remained utterly still.
They demonstrated a semblance of awareness.
Jiang Han smiled faintly, acknowledging that grievances have their origins and debts have their rightful owners. While he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he was certainly no indiscriminate killer.
However, should anyone dare to make a move against him? That would be an entirely different matter. Jiang Han. What do you mean? Do you intend to slay me once more at the resurrection point? After a moment,
a radiant light enveloped the area, and Mei Jibo revived once again, his countenance dark and markedly pallid. Having faced death twice consecutively, his attributes had diminished by 40% of their maximum value. Should he perish 3 more times, he would be irrevocably lost?
Jiang Han grinned. Allow me to correct you, it is 4 times.
Mei Jibo's expression shifted, and he retorted sternly, I advise you to tread carefully, do not push matters to the extreme. Trust me, should anything happen to me, it would not only be you who suffers, but also those around you, your family, friends, and loved ones, all would pay the price. Even on the brink of death, he remained defiant. Jiang Han raised his hand, casting another fireball spell.
3267, Mei Jibo's health bar emptied once more. This threat holds no weight over me.
Observing the dissipating white light, Jiang Han chuckled nonchalantly. He was now entirely alone, with no one else connected to him. If retribution were to be sought, it could only fall upon those treacherous relatives vying for corporate power and interests, as well as Liu Ruyan. If vengeance were to be exacted, it would have to be upon their heads.
Wait a moment. Is there such an opportunity? Chapter 72, a warning by example. The players gasped, Nightcold is too ruthless. In that moment, Jiang Han found it somewhat ironic. What was evidently a threat appeared to him as a different extreme altogether. Faced with imminent death, his mind was still preoccupied with the notion of having others do his bidding. How remarkably composed he was. Jiang Han felt an inexplicable reluctance to eliminate Mei Jibo. How absurd. Once again, a brilliant light enveloped the surroundings. Mei Jibo resurrected for the second time. Fully aware that 2 more deaths would lead to his demise in the real world as well. His demeanor had noticeably shifted. The arrogance had dissipated, and the haughtiness vanished. He spoke in a subdued tone, I admit my earlier missteps. I apologize. If you cease your actions now, I am willing to offer compensation, anything. Boom. 3289, before he could finish his plea for mercy, Jiang Han unleashed another fireball. He had no interest in idle chatter. This was the final act. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers, including Ishan Jiji, trembled with fear and astonishment. They understood all too well that while Mei Jibo might be arrogant and unlikable, his background was extraordinarily formidable. To see such a person openly slain would unleash a storm of terrifying consequences. Simultaneously, they were baffled. Why did Nightcold appear so unconcerned? Was there truly nothing in this world that instilled fear in him? Yet, no matter their musings, the outcome remained unchanged. Soon, Mei Jibo resurrected for the 4th time. Nightcold.
You shall die. You shall perish. Your entire family will accompany me to the grave. You wretched commoner, how dare you defy my will? I was born among the clouds, while you, a lowly creature, should be trampled in the mud. On what grounds? On what grounds do you dare to slay me? Do you even know who I am? Perhaps realizing that Jiang Han showed no mercy, Meijibwa descended into madness. His face pale yet eyes ablaze with fury as he screamed in a frenzied outburst. His previous pride and arrogance had evaporated. He did not wish to die. He truly did not want to perish. He was still so young, with a boundless future that these lowly peasants could scarcely fathom. He should have been elevated, gazing down upon the world from above. How could he have fallen to such a fate? Meijibwa was genuinely terrified. He made frantic attempts to log off, nearly losing his sanity, but in the heat of battle, such an act was impossible and required time. Boom! Yet, no matter how furious or resentful he became, it could not alter his fate. His lineage, the pride he took in his noble status, and his family background could not shield him from the most fundamental and rudimentary of skills. The fireball descended, inflicting damage far beyond his health points. Death count, 5. Meijibwa was irrevocably logged off. This time, he would never again be seen at the resurrection point. Meanwhile, in a meticulously arranged courtyard, hurried footsteps approached. The elderly servant Fu Bo, with his white hair in disarray, strode swiftly down the corridor, his aged face etched with anxiety and unease. Moments ago, a player captured the confrontation between Jiang Han and Meijibwa, uploading the footage to the forum, igniting fervent discussions. On one hand, players marveled at the undeniable prowess of the top-ranked player. On the other hand, many speculated about the audacity of Meijibwa in the face of Jiang Han, questioning what foundation he possessed. Ultimately, this incident significantly impacted the higher-ups, even causing ripples within the Mei family. Fu Bo had come to await Meijibwa's logout, intending to halt this reckless behavior and meet with the elders at home. As Fu Bo pushed open the door, he prepared himself for a lengthy wait. However, in the next moment, disbelief washed over his face. On the bed to the side of the room, Meijibwa lay with his eyes closed, his complexion alarmingly pale. This posture bore an unsettling resemblance to players who had faced repeated deaths, perishing in reality as well. Young master! Young master! Fu Bo's heart shattered as he rushed forward, placing his hand beneath Meijibwa's nose. There was no breath. It's over. It's finished. Fu Bo collapsed heavily to the ground, even his seasoned spirit faltering in that instant. Regaining his composure, he stumbled outside. After a long while, a heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the courtyard. Jibwa! My Jibwa! How could you be gone? My son! Whoever did this, Mei Yo Diao, will make their entire family pay. Within the game, the resurrection point buzzed with activity. He truly killed him, blocking the resurrection point and securing 5 kills. How ruthless! Not granting even a sliver of opportunity. It's terrifying to think that the resurrection point is no longer safe. Offending Jiang Han could cost one their life. Does this mean that in the future, if he wishes to eliminate someone, that person is doomed? It seemed, indeed, that way. Players, arriving late to witness the spectacle behind Jiang Han, were left in stunned silence. Although they had not witnessed the entire ordeal, the absence of the striking youth at the resurrection point confirmed his demise in reality. Even as mere bystanders, they felt an icy chill creeping up from their feet. An unspoken thought arose collectively in their minds: no matter whom one offends, one must never provoke Jiang Han. For in Doomsday, he is akin to a deity. Jiang Han surveyed the reactions of the crowd, nodding slightly in satisfaction. This was one of the reasons he acted with such decisiveness, to set an example. Otherwise, everyone would believe they could toy with him, seeking trouble and wasting time. After this incident, few would dare to disturb the peace. Jiang Han, as a first-class citizen of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, why do you violate the rules of Fengye City and incite conflict here? The attention at the resurrection point was not solely from players. A high-ranking NPC arrived. His expression grim, he was the law enforcer of Fengye City. Only NPCs of this stature possessed the authority to judge a first-class citizen.
Otherwise, how could it have dragged on until now? The guards responsible for patrolling this area lack enforcement authority and could only report any anomalies they observed at the first opportunity. The law enforcer, clad in a black robe, spoke coldly, considering that you have only taken the life of a mere vagrant and that this is your first offense against the code. You may be spared the death penalty, however, you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. I hereby decree that you are to be banished for life from the Eastern District and may not return. Indeed, Jiang Han felt a stir within him. But he was not surprised. The existence of resurrection points is the cornerstone of every main city, and their significance is far beyond that of ordinary regions. Even as a first-class citizen, one must face punishment for openly committing murder here. Nevertheless, since Jiang Han was aware of this yet chose to act, it was evident that he had a solution in mind. With a smile, he began to speak, "Esteemed law enforcer, the reason." But at that moment, a voice filled with boundless imagination unexpectedly interrupted, "Esteemed law enforcer, the life taken by Knight Han was merely that of a vagrant who dared to offend his dignity. Both in sentiment and reason, this action was justifiable. Is such punishment not excessively unreasonable?" Chapter 73, Born a Human, I apologize at the sound of the voice. The crowd turned to see a woman gracefully approaching, flanked by her guards. Clad in a fiery red gown, she exuded a mesmerizing beauty that was both captivating and radiant. Unlike her usual composed demeanor, at this moment, Sophia appeared transformed, noble and haughty, reminiscent of a queen surveying her subjects. Her gaze was piercing, imbued with an unspoken air of aristocracy, as the sharp click of her stiletto heels echoed against the ground, resonating in the hearts of all present. The magistrate removed his hat and placed it over his heart, bowing respectfully, "Madam, Magistrate Iter extends his greetings to you." "There is no need for such formalities," Sophia replied, casually lifting her delicate hand and speaking with an air of indifference. "Lord Jihan is my dear friend, and I wish for him to be treated justly." "What do you think, Lord Iter?" Iter hesitated for a moment before nodding, acknowledging, "You are correct, madam, I acted too hastily without understanding the full context of the situation. According to the laws of Windleaf City, indeed, a commoner who offends a first-class citizen should face the death penalty. However, regarding actions taken near the resurrection point, no citizen is permitted to engage in violence, otherwise, they shall face severe punishment under this law, which I failed to mention." What a jest! Perhaps some magistrates were unaware of the identity of the person before them. Yet, as a seasoned figure in Windleaf City for over a decade, Iter understood all too well that, apart from the city lord, the one person not to be offended was Lady Riley. For she represented the esteemed royal family. Moreover, when this so-called duchess had married into the family, the late Duke Gut's grave had been overgrown with grass for several meters. Consequently, the royal family had seamlessly appointed the current city lord to take control of this territory, which had once held a semblance of autonomy. It was evident that Lady Riley's status was unique. Had she possessed ambitions for power, remaining in the impoverished West District would not have sufficed, otherwise, the current power dynamics in Windleaf City might have been quite different. Did one not see how even the city lord treated others with utmost respect? The position of the magistrate was indeed high, yet to behave boisterously in front of such a person was rather misplaced. "You are quite astute," Lady Riley remarked coolly. "Now, is there anything else that requires your attention?" "No, madam." "I shall take my leave," Iter replied, recognizing the moment, bowing once more before turning to depart. Damn it! Had I known I would encounter such a situation, I would never have rushed here, even at the cost of my life. I was hoping to secure a few small achievements, nearly jeopardizing myself in the process. Sweat poured down my back, indeed. After swiftly dismissing the esteemed magistrate with a few words, Sophia turned her gaze to Jiang Han, softening her expression. "Yi Han, are you unhurt?" Jiang Han shook his head. "I am fine, this trivial matter poses no threat to me." "However, thank you, Sophia." "It was but a small effort," Sophia smiled gently, then with concern continued. "But what I meant was, did those dragons harm you when they captured you?" "Fortune has smiled upon misfortune, which can be considered a form of gain," Jiang Han remarked with a smile. "That is good," Sophia sighed with relief, as the heavy burden that had weighed on her heart finally lifted. "However, how did you come to be here?" Jiang Han inquired with curiosity. To be honest, Sophia's unexpected presence genuinely surprised him. Sophia replied, After you were captured by the dragon and vanished for so many days, I could not find any news of you. Mona mentioned you were here, and I felt concerned. So I decided to come and check on you.
Thank you, Jiang Han said, his expression somewhat peculiar.
Considering the time since his rebirth,
it seemed as though no one had cared for him in over a decade.
Even when facing two fifth-tier dragons with unwavering composure,
he found himself at a loss for how to respond in this moment.
Sophia, sensing the ambiguity in her words, smiled lightly and clarified, "We are friends, are we not?" "Indeed," Jiang Han nodded. "If someone comes rushing at the first hint of your whereabouts, how could they not be considered a friend? Now that I see you are safe and sound, I can finally breathe easy.
However, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not linger."
Sophia,
aware that prolonging the conversation might betray her subtle feelings, hastily conjured an excuse and turned to leave.
"By the way," she paused, turning back to say, "since we are friends, you must come to my residence one day, you are always welcome." "Of course," Jiang Han replied, dismissing it as mere pleasantries. After all,
engaging in battles with minor bosses to level up seemed far more relaxing than sitting down for tea.
Sophia, radiant with a beaming smile, turned and departed briskly,
leaving the onlookers with an elegant silhouette. The gentle breeze stirred a few strands of hair from her temples, causing them to dance lightly with the hem of her skirt. Yet, the slight trembling of her fingertips betrayed her nervousness. Externally calm, she had little experience with emotions, and her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. Jiang Han paid little mind to this brief encounter and also took his leave, looking at the backs of the two as they walked away. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. A group of spectators stood in stunned disbelief. They just left like that? In such a critical location as the resurrection point? They brazenly eliminated a player with a formidable background and simply walked away? Not even a hint of punishment. Is this reasonable? Absurd. Truly outrageous. When the enforcer appeared, I thought Knight Han would finally face consequences, but alas, he remains too young. It seems I have come to realize that in this game, Night God can act with impunity, slicing through anyone he pleases. From now on, I shall steer clear of him. Sighing, someone lamented, "How unfortunate for that young lord to meet such an untimely end without reason. Xia Baoqing, why did you provoke Li Yulong?" Moments later, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as discussions erupted among them. Everyone is lamenting the terror of Jiang Han. He is indeed a harbinger of doom, cross him, and you shall perish. However, on another note, who was that enchanting NPC in the crimson gown? She is breathtaking, truly the goddess of my dreams. I too have noticed her, exuding an exquisite charm, a paragon of beauty, and it seems even the enforcer is nearly petrified. Her status must be quite elevated. Tonight, I have material for dreams. Ah, to possess both wealth and beauty, if only I could wed such an exquisite lady. I would gladly trade my luxury car and mansion for it. Yet, why are you so greedy, you dreaming beyond your means? Simultaneously, many are also fixated on Sophia. Her appearance, her figure, and the allure in her every movement far surpass those of any star in reality. It is nearly impossible not to draw attention. Most importantly, from overheard conversations, this remarkable individual purposely traveled a great distance to assist Yi Han. Is it not infuriating? Here we are, treated like mere beasts by NPCs, begging for quests. Why does she receive such tender attentions from the lady in red? We are all players, yet the disparity is staggering. The envy expressed has been countless. It is disheartening to compare. Confronted with such contrasts, one can only feel despair. To exist as a human, I apologize. Chapter 74, the situation escalates, the census plan is about to commence. Meanwhile, a tremendous uproar erupted on the forum. What terrifying damage! A fireball spell dealt over 3,000 damage, while my health barely exceeds 200. Such damage is surely beyond even the strongest knight in the world to withstand. One hit and they would kneel. A brother who kneels for certain. This attribute is simply outrageous. Could he possibly be clad in all dark gold equipment? Moreover, what on earth is that pet of Night God? One basic attack inflicts 10,000 damage, who can endure that? Even a tank class of the same level would be down in an instant. It's even more exaggerated than a boss. Indeed, are we even playing the same game? We are engaged in a soul-like experience where a moment's inattention could lead to demise. While he is playing a casual game where a single blow deals 999 damage, real damage with every strike.
And what else with the name Night Cold?
He might as well change it to Trash. Why, this is utterly inhuman. As soon as the video of Jiang Han rampaging through Windleaf City was uploaded, it sparked fervent discussions among players.
The terrifying damage he dealt was simply jaw-dropping. Particularly, Little Gray's performance was far more exaggerated than that of any boss, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, beyond this, the greater sensation was not merely Jiang Han's combat prowess but rather him blocking the resurrection point and forcefully killing a young man of considerable reputation. This might be the first instance of a player being killed, leading to actual death in reality. The magnitude of this incident is unimaginable.
Discourse on the internet can be broadly categorized into two factions.
One faction, the indignant youth, finds great satisfaction in the blockage of the resurrection point. Damn! The arrogance of this second-generation player is appalling.
Night Cold didn't provoke him, he brought this upon himself, and he deserved to die.
Furthermore,
listen to his words. What does he mean he was born to be on cloud 9, while we mere mortals should be trampled?
Such audacity is reminiscent of Chang Wei in the flesh. Ha!
If it weren't for the strength of Night Cold,
what would happen if someone else were to be blocked? Would they dare not leave the city? Did you not see even a prominent figure like Fleeting being treated as a lackey? What chance do ordinary folks like us have? On the other hand, the more cautious faction expresses concern over whether Night Cold might become a threat. To be fair,
this individual is indeed arrogant. I would like to give him a couple of whacks myself.
But the real issue is, if Night Cold can kill at the resurrection point with such ease, isn't that a bit frightening? If he decides to target someone, could anyone escape death? Theoretically. That is indeed the case. It's alarmingly ridiculous. So what should we do? If one inadvertently offends him, are they not doomed? Come on. If he were that kind of person, wouldn't he have acted already? Why wait? Clearly, it was someone else who provoked him first. Ha! You are still too young.
The two factions engaged in a heated debate, with every opinion imaginable being voiced, and the vitriol escalating. Meanwhile, attention reached unprecedented heights. This marks the inaugural appearance of Night Cold, and it is also the first instance of mutual slaughter among players. The shockwaves have reverberated beyond the digital realm, capturing the attention of various nations' officials, who are now taking this matter with utmost seriousness. In a conference room in the Great Xia, the atmosphere is palpably tense. Those gathered here are all individuals of considerable influence, yet each wears a grave expression. Current analyses suggest that within the world of Doomsday, Night Cold's capabilities have surpassed all others, rendering even the NPCs of the main city powerless to restrain him. This implies that if he desires to eliminate someone within the game, that person is doomed to perish.
To the left, a figure named Mei Yo Dio wears an ominous countenance.
The death of his only son has ignited his fury, and to this day, information regarding the perpetrator remains alarmingly scarce. For someone accustomed to wielding power and resolving issues through dubious means, this lack of clarity is intolerable.
Regrettably, it is indeed the case.
The young man presenting the report adjusted his glasses and stated, "Currently, we possess no effective countermeasures.
This predicament is troublesome." A middle-aged man seated beside Mei Yo Diao furrowed his brow.
Although he is the uncle of Mei Jibua, he harbors little sorrow over his nephew's demise, being somewhat aware of the latter's dubious activities. However, the existence of an individual capable of taking lives at will is simply unacceptable to him. It is a ticking time bomb, unpredictable in its potential for explosion. Indeed, it is quite troublesome, and a solution must be sought to neutralize this threat. An uncontrollable top-tier player has now become a premier assassin, and as of yet, no one knows his true identity. This is the most perilous aspect. It introduces an element of profound instability.
The others present nodded in agreement, compelled to consider the ramifications of such an outrageous player on societal stability. Thus, the immediate priority must be to thoroughly ascertain Night Cold's identity, a notion I trust no one will contest. At this moment, Mei Yo Diao spoke up.
The others remained silent,
tacitly accepting his proposal.
While they understood that his sudden insistence on this matter stemmed more from a desire for revenge, the urgency of the situation was undeniable.
The death of Mei Jibwa has sounded the alarm.
It is not only night cold, indeed, there exists a considerable number of players within the game whose identities remain unknown. However, they lack the formidable abilities of night cold.
Yet, as time progresses, who can predict what future developments may arise?
These latent threats are destined to erupt someday.
What should we do? Someone inquired. Mei Youdiao glanced at his elder brother and calmly replied, Yudan, it's your turn.
Mei Yudan rose, his voice low and steady.
The solution is quite simple, a census.
We must mandate that all players register their in-game IDs, otherwise, we will enforce strict controls in reality. The census presents a formidable challenge, and many individuals are reluctant to participate, resulting in considerable resistance. Some frown at the thought. They have indeed contemplated such an approach, however. The onset of the apocalypse has led to a significant number of fatalities, and societal unrest has left them overwhelmed.
Moreover, many oppose compulsory registration, deeming it unnecessary. Previously,
there was no dissent as the situation was unknown to us. We had no idea that individuals could perpetrate violence against players in the main city. And safety seemed to be within manageable limits. But now, the circumstances have drastically changed.
Mei Yudan gestured.
And the screen was filled with fervent discussions from netizens regarding this matter. He spoke gravely, the actions of Jiang Han not only disregard the law but have also incited considerable panic.
To quell this unrest, a census is indispensable.
And the resistance will significantly diminish as a result.
This is indeed the opportune moment.
I formally propose the initiation of a plan to synchronize identities within the apocalypse and the real world, and I urge immediate implementation.
Let us vote, everyone. After a moment of silence,
the others began to express their agreement.
I concur. I agree as well.
Not a single voice opposed.
This was not merely to grant Mei Yudan favor.
In matters of such gravity, individual interests are of little consequence. It is simply the inevitable progression of events. Once the plan is set in motion, within 6 months,
the identities of all will be laid bare. Chapter 75, Is the Master present?
Xiao Chen, please notify the others immediately and conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Commanded a composed middle-aged man. Understood, replied a refined young man with glasses, nodding before hastily departing with the documents.
Before long, an order was issued. And many became exceedingly busy. The phrase census data, though seemingly simple, conceals unimaginable complexities.
Setting aside the manpower and resources required, merely verifying the authenticity of player identities presents a monumental challenge. Furthermore, a significant number of individuals are unwilling to cooperate.
However,
the world is not lacking in clever minds, solutions will inevitably be devised.
It simply requires time. Meanwhile, amidst the bustling efforts of countless workers in the game,
at this moment, Jiang Han was blissfully unaware of the tumultuous events unfolding in the outside world. After some wandering, he arrived once more at the Duke's residence. He had initially intended to seek out Sophia for information regarding Stir, but the interference from that second-generation player nearly caused him to forget this matter altogether.
Second job transfer? In the courtyard, Stir's astonished voice emanated from the wristband in Sophia's possession. Jiang Han, you've reached level 30 so quickly?
Indeed, Jiang Han affirmed.
Remarkable.
Truly deserving of being a being whose sole power can fill 5 crystal balls, Stir marveled. Such a rate of advancement leaves me in awe. He sighed and continued, however, regrettably, even I am uncertain about how your second job transfer task is to be completed.
Even the master is unaware?
Jiang Han furrowed his brow, taken aback by this revelation.
It was indeed unexpected. He understood that hidden profession transfer tasks were generally unique and often quite challenging. Yet,
encountering one where even an NPC lacked knowledge of the transfer method was a first for him. To be frank, in the entirety of the Dragon Phoenix Empire,
there has never been a being as exceptional as you.
I truly lack insight into the transfer method, Stir admitted with a wry smile.
Moreover,
I can assure you that not even traversing the entire continent would yield anyone with a definitive answer. The realm of the divine is exceedingly mysterious.
What should we do then? Does this mean Jiang Han cannot complete the second job transfer?
Before Jiang Han could respond, Sophia spoke up, her urgency palpable.
Calm down, Sophia.
I understand your concern for him, but the reality is as stated, Stir replied solemnly. However, I have been perusing ancient texts these past few days and have gleaned some insights. Please, Master, do share, Jiang Han urged eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Stir continued. I once encountered in the texts that those who bear the power of the divine must attain the deity's acknowledgement to activate their full potential.
So, does this mean I need to find a deity to complete the second transfer task?
Jiang Han pondered, troubled. The concept of a deity is far removed from that of a god-tier NPC. It is an ethereal existence said to possess the power to obliterate worlds.
Where could one even begin to search for such a being? Though it may not be as exaggerated as it sounds.
Stir explained that gaining the favor of the divine does not necessarily require a direct encounter with a deity, one merely needs to locate the fabled lost temple. For within it may lie the presence of the gods.
Jiang Han's mind stirred as he pondered. Are you referring to the lost temple?
Stir gasped softly.
Somewhat astonished, you actually know about it?
I have heard whispers of it, Jiang Han replied. When speaking of the enigmatic places within the realm of the apocalypse, the lost temple undoubtedly ranks among them. Unlike other structures, the lost temple lacks a specific location.
It manifests randomly, akin to a mirage.
It may be before your eyes one moment, only to vanish without a trace the next. Whether one can enter it largely depends on luck.
In my previous life,
many encountered this temple, yet only one person succeeded in entering. That individual was merely an ordinary player, but upon their return, they soared to unprecedented heights, ultimately achieving godhood. This secret was only revealed after they ascended to such a status. According to their account, the key to entering the lost temple was guidance from a forgotten race. However, the specifics of which race it was, and what lay within the lost temple, were not divulged.
It now seems to be connected to the divine.
Knowing of the lost temple, Knight Han, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge, Sophia remarked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration.
Stir. This method and the temple were both my suggestions. What do you mean by praising him? Are you turning your elbow outward?
Sophia, the lost temple was my idea.
I proposed it. Stir emphasized with a hint of irritation. I know many things, what is there to commend? Well then, do you know the location of the temple, uncle? Sophia inquired curiously.
This, Stir hesitated, I just remembered that I left the gas on when I went out, so let's not discuss this further. With a decisive snap, he severed the connection.
Ding.
You have accepted the class change quest, seek the lost temple. The system prompt resonated. It appears this truly is the task at hand, Jiang Han mused.
One of the advantages of being a player is the ability to discern matters that NPCs cannot through quests. However, the clues remain elusive. A forgotten race, you say? Jiang Han contemplated silently.
The continent is home to a plethora of races, yet those that warrant the designation of forgotten are exceedingly rare.
All tracing their lineage back to ancient times.
To Jiang Han's knowledge, there are only two such races, the elves and the dwarves.
As for the dragonkin,
it remains uncertain whether they qualify, not to mention, the fire dragons and radiant dragons seem to be off somewhere, rendering inquiries futile.
Do not lose heart.
I believe you will surely devise a solution, Sophia gently comforted, mistaking Knight Han's silence for sorrow.
You have already created such numerous miracles, have you not?
You are right.
Jiang Han smiled.
Indeed, even with the wisdom and experiences of past lives, it remains exceedingly challenging to locate the lost races.
Moreover, this endeavor cannot be pursued actively. The element of randomness is overwhelmingly strong.
Nevertheless, at the very least, the class transition quest has commenced, providing a goal to strive towards.
As for everything else, one must take it step by step. As long as one's resolve does not wane, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Let us act decisively.
After departing from the Duke's mansion, Jiang Han did not hasten to leave the city. In comparison to leveling up, he had even more pressing matters to attend to. On the 12th day of the apocalypse, the first eerie invasion is set to occur tomorrow. In anticipation of this terrifying catastrophe, he must prepare thoroughly. Jiang Han retrieved the token of the Supreme Hall from his inventory.
Hello, is the master there? Is the master present? Chapter 76, The Eerie Descent. Meanwhile,
Within the Supreme Hall, Mel's, clad in a deep blue robe and adorned with a mage's hood, reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. Upon receiving news of the sacred spirit spring, he hastened to the designated location. After expending considerable effort, he finally acquired the last crucial item. At present, both his strength and status had ascended to new heights. One must say, it felt exhilarating. However, the tumultuous experiences he endured along the way were somewhat disconcerting for Mel's to recall. Especially when he faced the colossal fire dragon, although his escape was remarkably smooth. A mere moment's delay could have led to a fatal curse. He certainly did not wish to relive that experience. Nevertheless, it was said that after the two dragons made an appearance in Windleaf City a few days prior, they had not been seen again. Given the nature of dragons, it was likely they had relocated. The prospect of encountering dragons again would be a daunting challenge. As long as the heart remains, so do dreams. If worse comes to worst, he could always start anew. Whistling an inspirational tune, Mel's felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Such leisurely days epitomized the essence of life. Suddenly, the communication token emitted a familiar sound. Hearing that unmistakable voice, Mel's nearly choked. No wonder his right eyelid had been twitching incessantly today. It was all connected to this calamity. The thought of the impending aggravation made him contemplate discarding the token. However, after a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. "What is it, kid?" he replied, his tone somewhat frosty. "I have a small favor to ask of you, master," came Jiang Han's voice, and, as before, he promised compensation. Mel's furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing something amiss. Cautiously, he inquired, "Which unfortunate dragon's lair have you stumbled upon this time?" "Once bitten by a snake. One is wary of rope for 10 years. He was genuinely apprehensive. Each outing seemed to revolve around dragons, as if he bore a grudge against them. "Not quite. I might encounter some trouble and need your assistance," Jiang Han replied with a smile. "Rest assured, there are no dragons involved." "Are you certain?" Mel's responded with skepticism. "Just in Windleaf City, not going anywhere else," Jiang Han clarified. "The main city?" Mel's raised an eyebrow, instantly alert. "Then I have nothing to fear," he exclaimed with enthusiasm. "What is it? Do you wish to confront the city lord or someone else?" "I still owe you a favor, just say the word. And I shall gladly deal with those weaklings for free." "Well, it hasn't reached that point yet," Jiang Han muttered, perplexed at the old man's sudden fury. "Ha ha. No problem at all. My strength is still somewhat formidable," Mel's declared with unabashed confidence, believing that unless faced with a holy judgment dragon, he could hardly find an opponent worthy of his prowess. "Thus it is settled, arriving at the western district of Windleaf City before nightfall will suffice. After tomorrow, master, you shall be free to depart," Jiang Han remarked. "Not a problem, I shall hasten there at once," Melsden declared, rising with an air of arrogance. "By the heavens! Though I cannot vanquish the mighty dragon, preying upon the weak is but child's play. It is settled." Within the city, Jiang Han, with a relaxed demeanor, stowed away the token. With such a formidable deity by his side, confronting the peculiar incursion on the morrow seemed almost guaranteed. Furthermore, should his own safety be the sole consideration, even without Melsden's intervention, he could remain unscathed thanks to the money shield. After all, during the initial wave of the bizarre invasion, the primary forces were preoccupied by the NPCs of Windleaf City, leaving the elite bosses to engage the players. Nevertheless, Jiang Han placed greater importance on the integrity of the shops in the Western District. Having valuables worth billions, it was far more reassuring to have Melsden oversee them. Level up. Soon, the clock struck 1 p.m. Upon reaching level 30, the difficulty of further advancement escalated compared to the previous tier of level 20. Additionally, with the need to return to the city in preparation for tomorrow's peculiar incursion, Jiang Han refrained from delving deeper into the high-level monster zones, resulting in a decline in efficiency for accruing experience. Yet, even so, within a single day, he maintained a staggering pace of leveling up by 1 level per day, attaining level 31. Meanwhile, the player ranked second on the leaderboard remained stagnant at level 14, a full 17 levels behind. After logging off, he habitually opened his phone to browse the news. Jiang Han strikes, slaying other players 5 times at the resurrection point, resulting in their real-life deaths.
Such terrifying power, does it imply he can act with impunity? An unidentified powerhouse brazenly flouting the law presents a blatant challenge to societal order. It is also a gross disregard for human life. The urgent need for identity verification looms. Doomsday should not become a realm for players to act as they please. As players, should we not support game identity verification and cooperate wholeheartedly? Unsurprisingly, major media outlets clamored to report on the conflicts in Windleaf City.
Jiang Han keenly observed that public opinion seemed to be deftly manipulated by an unseen hand,
directing all focus onto him.
Amid this overwhelming tide of discourse, he appeared to be subtly sculpted into the image of a remorseless fiend. Many players began to express concerns regarding the safety within the game.
Clearly, there were those inciting such turmoil. Are they attempting to build momentum? Seeking to uncover my identity in the process?
Jiang Han scoffed, tossing his phone aside. A commendable notion, yet regrettably unattainable. It is not that the authorities lack the capability, but rather that time is insufficient.
By tomorrow's arrival of the bazaar, who knows how many players will perish?
Society will descend into chaos, leaving no one with the leisure to attend to such matters.
Not to mention, following the peculiar invasion, the game's descent into reality will ensue.
In due time, players will acquire extraordinary abilities based on the attributes and levels within the game. The tenuous social order that has been maintained will consequently be shattered. Thus, Jiang Han harbors no concern regarding his exposure.
Moreover, even if, hypothetically,
his identity were to be uncovered, by that time the game would have seamlessly integrated into reality. Discovering his identity would hold little significance. The roles of predator and prey would be a matter for debate.
As time progresses, the hands of the clock strike midnight.
The machinery grinds to a halt,
and the steam ceases to billow forth.
In that very moment, it feels as though time itself has come to a standstill for the entire realm of the Great Xia. Much like during the public beta of the game, all players are once again forcibly drawn into the world of Doomsday.
The ability to log out has vanished once more.
This game, which has irrevocably altered the trajectory of human existence, finally reveals its terrifying fangs on this day.
Chapter 77, Mel's, He Truly Is, I Could Weep. What on earth is happening? I haven't even slept, and suddenly I'm in the game? Another forced entry?
This mirrors the day of the open beta perfectly.
Oh no. The logout button has vanished again. Am I to be compelled to remain for 9 hours? What is going on? The players were in an uproar.
Many in a state of panic, recalling the dread they felt during the open beta.
Last time, due to the arrival of the Doomsday, countless lives were lost. What about this time?
However, a considerable number of individuals were unfazed. Perhaps it's trivial, but it matters little. After all, nighttime is when one levels up.
Let me charge ahead, and by tomorrow, I shall reach level 10, haha. Indeed, even if I cannot log out, the monsters cannot breach the novice village.
I shall simply refrain from venturing out. I will remain here and see what unfolds at 9 tomorrow morning.
It is true.
I have grown accustomed to this, entering the game each time I drift into slumber, hardly a concern.
The multitude of humanity. Nevertheless, on the whole,
it remained relatively stable. After all, having endured this for several days, most individuals had gradually begun to adapt to life under Doomsday. A notable portion even chose to pursue life skills, reveling in their time within the novice village, earning a little money through offline gold sales.
Thus, while an underlying sense of unease lingered, the majority maintained their caution and composure, attending to their affairs. However,
apart from a few who perceived this as an opportune moment to bridge the level gap, hardly anyone dared to venture outside the city to level up. Even the top-tier experts, who previously trained in the wild, were hastening back toward the city.
Windleaf City. At this moment,
perhaps only Jiang Han comprehended what was about to transpire in the world. Yet, even with this knowledge, there was little he could alter. The strange phenomenon had arrived, and there was no means to avert it.
The only response lay in relying on one's own strength or luck. Moreover, he held little concern for the fates of strangers.
Thus, the only action Jiang Han took was to invite Sophia over as a friend. His intention was to ensure that with someone as divine as Mel's present,
Safeguarding the two of them would pose no trouble. However, for reasons unknown, Sophia declined. Jiang Han did not press the matter, after reminding her to exercise caution.
He brought Mels to the vicinity of his estate, awaiting the arrival of the enigma. "My young friend, how rare it is to find you so leisurely."
Beside him,
Mels chuckled as he stroked his beard.
"Within this city, it is so secure that even if I do not intervene, the guards will ensure your safety.
My goodwill is not without value, do reconsider.
If you find yourself in need of my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." "Leisurely, is it?"
Observing Mel's composed demeanor, Jiang Han stroked his chin, realizing that the old man remained blissfully unaware of the impending events. With a smile, Jiang Han remarked, "Master, you jest. I have always held contract spirit in the highest regard. If I promise today, then today it shall be. I have already caused you enough trouble on 2 occasions. So let this time serve as an opportunity for you to relax and stretch your limbs." Jiang Han's words left Mels momentarily speechless. The thoughtfulness demonstrated was astonishing. Such noble virtues left the old man at a loss for words.
Taking a deep breath, Mels acknowledged, "I too value the spirit of the contract immensely. To the extent that I would lay down my life for it. In this regard, we are indeed kindred spirits. Rest assured, as long as I am here, not a brick or tile in the West District shall fall." As he spoke, Mel's expression gradually turned steely.
It was disheartening to witness a youth of such noble character and promising future feeling fear in a place like Winley City.
To this end,
he even squandered a significant favor by summoning an elder from the prestigious Supreme Temple to assist him. This clearly illustrated the extreme lengths to which those audacious enough to pursue Jiang Han had descended into madness.
"With a master like you around, I feel considerably more at ease."
"Truly, you are reliable," Jiang Han said, offering a timely compliment. "Naturally," Mels replied proudly, stepping boldly in front of the shop. "Should those lunatics dare to commit wrongdoing, I, Mel, shall ensure they understand the harsh lessons society can impart."
As time passed, an hour slipped away unnoticed.
Jiang Han glanced at the clock, his expression unchanged as he stated, "Master, prepare the buff."
Mels paused, realizing he hadn't detected any hostile entities. Suddenly,
a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed from the distance.
Mel's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up towards the sky.
The once azure expanse was marred by a sinister blackness, akin to a blade slicing through paper. A torrent of dark energy surged forth.
Was this an anomalous invasion?
Mels frowned, quickly discerning the situation.
Roars erupted, growing louder as the rift expanded. Even from afar, it was evident that creatures stirred within. Invasion! Invasion! The entire city is on high alert. Everyone, exercise utmost caution.
The tranquility was shattered as guards, magi, and every capable NPC rushed towards the city walls.
The rift widened,
resembling a black abyss across the horizon, with countless bizarre creatures emerging. Unlike the peculiar bosses encountered in the Ascension trials, these entities, of unknown origin, were grotesque in form. Some resembled humanoids with no heads, replaced instead by writhing tentacles, slime dribbling down and eroding the stones it touched, releasing thick plumes of smoke.
Others appeared as octopuses.
Yet their bodies were riddled with eyes, each orb swiveling in different directions. Regardless of the nature of these creatures, they evoke an immediate sense of dread upon first glance.
Their overwhelming numbers coalesce like a surging tide, advancing towards Winley City in a relentless wave.
Wherever they pass, all living beings are devoured to the last morsel.
Mels ascends, surveying the bizarre entities that blanket the landscape.
Upon spotting the first 20 of these creatures, a knowing smile graces his lips. They are merely a horde of cockroaches. Further ahead, he encounters slightly larger flies at the 30 level, which he can dispatch with a single hand. At the 50 level, despite their increased strength, they bear little distinction from those before them. Approaching the 70 level, he notes a slight enhancement in power, though still lacking any qualitative change.
Upon reaching 90, they prove to be quite troublesome, yet manageable.
At the 100 level, they exhibit considerable strength enough to pose a threat to divine entities, but with caution.
They can be vanquished. Up to this point, Mels remains brimming with confidence. However, the troubling reality is that even a 100-level boss is not the ultimate challenge.
His gaze traverses the myriad of strange creatures, ultimately settling on a gaping black maw. There, a colossal entity, obscuring the sun, descends slowly, a 100-level Lord-class bizarre boss. With 3 formidable heads. Mel's glances at the 3 grotesque beings, then surveys the vast army of peculiar entities, before casting a resigned look towards Jiang Han,
who appears deceptively innocent.
At this moment, Mel's finally comprehends why this individual insisted so vehemently on his presence. He had foreseen this very scenario.
It is truly overwhelming.
Chapter 78, The True Nature of the Eerie Invasion. Initially, I thought I could effortlessly pass the day.
Little did I expect, in the end. I was ensnared in a formidable predicament. How careless I was.
Mel's retrieved a dry cigarette from his pocket, trembling as he ignited it.
Squatting on the ground and puffing away, the thick smoke curling upwards, obscuring his expression.
There was nothing noble about this so-called fine young man. He was clearly a heartless capitalist, seizing every opportunity to exploit.
Was he just going to pick on me, this frail old man?
Play on, who could possibly outplay you?
My dear father.
Recalling my fervent vow not to let a single brick or tile fall in the West District filled Mel's with a wave of melancholy. The bravado I once boasted was but remnants of thoughts not yet drained from my mind.
Master, everything is all right, right? Jiang Han inquired with a smile. Fear not.
Mel's extinguished the cigarette, rising slowly with a resolute demeanor. Life may be forfeited, but dignity must be preserved.
I am a man of my word.
I shall not allow a single brick or tile to fall in the West District. But, just as he was about to finish his declaration, a tile flew from the distance, crashing heavily to the ground and shattering. As a multitude of eerie creatures approached Fingye City, the entire city began to tremble slightly.
Mel's. Jiang Han.
Well, the city is rather old and dilapidated, this is to be expected, Jiang Han remarked with a smile, Master. It is not your fault. This wretched lot. Mel's erupted in fury. As a cultured individual who had attended a magical primary school, he was certainly employing a touch of hyperbole, yet this turn of events felt like a slap in the face.
Ah! I can endure no longer.
I shall unleash a massacre. I will send these damned, filthy, and despicable eerie creatures back to their wretched origins. O great goddess of light! Please hear the supplications of your most devout follower. O great Lord of life, I beseech you. In his extreme rage, Mel's began to cast buffs upon himself, not forgetting to bestow one upon Jiang Han as well. Jiang Han thought, even in such anger,
he hasn't forgotten to apply enhancements first. Just look at that, what excellent combat habits. Truly worth emulating. 2.5 minutes later. Boy, I am off.
Mel's leaped into action, charging towards the rapidly advancing eerie creatures threatening the West District.
Little Grey. Jiang Han summoned Little Grey.
With so many eerie creatures present,
even a god-tier NPC could not eliminate them all while ensuring the surrounding buildings remained intact.
Mel's primary role was to exterminate those eerie beings posing a significant threat that Jiang Han could not handle.
As for the rest, Jiang Han would need to take action.
Of course, with Mel's around, he could easily find a corner to hide away and safely weather the crisis.
Yet, that was unnecessary.
Normally, while leveling up, one would have to scour the mountains for bosses. Now, a horde of eerie bosses had gathered.
Isn't this purely a matter of acquiring experience effortlessly? Let the slaughter commence. Accompanied by the little grey dragon, Jiang Han took the initiative to strike.
Soon, an eerie boss with 5 arms appeared before him. Unknown, Elite Boss Eerie, Level 30, Health 10,000, Mana 10,000, Strength 2,000, Constitution 1,000, Spirit 1,000, Agility 1,000, Description: an unknown creature. Exercise caution, do not let it fixate on you.
Boom!
-150,000, the little grey dragon was concise yet lethal, unleashing a breath of dragon royalty. Bolstered by various buffs from Mel's, it delivered an astonishing true damage of 150,000. The elite boss fell instantaneously.
Unlike ordinary monsters,
the creatures and bosses from the eerie invasion exhibit a significantly lower health pool. This is evident from the mere 10,000 health of this level 30 elite boss.
However, conversely, its strength attributes exceed those of other bosses of the same level.
One could say they are all high damage, low health glass cannons.
While they are easier to defeat, they are also far more perilous. Nonetheless, for Jiang Han, it mattered little. With the little grey dragon by his side, even king-level eerie bosses could be dispatched with ease. Those of lower tiers, even at level 50, were mere weaklings. Onward! Jiang Han did not linger, weaving through the city of Windleaf. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain an elite eerie boss. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a normal eerie boss. Ding! Congratulations! The system's notifications rang incessantly. The little grey dragon moved like the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, wherever it traversed, no matter the boss's rank. They succumbed to a single breath of dragon royalty. Even when confronted with the dreaded assaults from other NPCs or players. A single, earth-shattering dragon might was sufficient to immobilize all eerie bosses, allowing for their methodical elimination. Through a sea of eerie foes, not a single leaf touched him. Under this incomprehensibly efficient onslaught, ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to level 32. With the crisp and melodious sound of the system's notification, Jiang Han's level increased. Remarkably, less than an hour had elapsed since the eerie invasion began. Indeed, the relentless slaughter of bosses had significantly boosted the efficiency of experience acquisition. Jiang Han smiled knowingly. Generally speaking, eerie invasions do not persist for an entire day. If the targets are not entirely eradicated, they will retreat after 5 hours. This implies that conservatively, before the eerie invasion concludes, he could at least reach level 36. And that is merely the minimum. Moreover, Jiang Han's ambitions extended beyond this. From memory, during this eerie invasion, Windleaf City suffered particularly grievous losses compared to other major cities. Not only had it fallen by more than half, but numerous formidable NPCs were also besieged to death in the final moments. The number of high-level eerie bosses was overwhelming. Amidst the chaos, as long as he could slay a few, ascending rapidly to level 40 would be far from a challenge. It is important to recognize that, under ordinary circumstances, seizing a boss from an NPC constitutes an immoral act, one that would not only incite the wrath of the NPCs but also earn the disdain of various factions. Such disgraceful behavior carries consequences far graver than those associated with taking a life in the realm of doomsday. However, in the context of a bizarre invasion, where each NPC is struggling for survival, if one were to suddenly emerge and vanquish the boss with a single strike, one would undoubtedly be hailed as a heroic savior. This opportunity, ripe for the taking, should not be overlooked. Gazing at the now-cooled cooling stone and the brutal chapter in his inventory, Jiang Han felt a surge of excitement. With these two items in his possession, his capacity to defeat the boss was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, he remained patient. Casting his eyes beyond the city gates, he observed a dazzling array of magical elements, as numerous NPCs engaged in a fierce battle with the 300-level bizarre bosses. Clearly, both sides were faring well. If he were to intervene at this moment, he would merely be on the receiving end of punishment. Although he could rely on the life-saving abilities of his money shield to survive, that would hardly qualify as seizing an opportunity. It would be far more exhilarating to wait until the boss's health was nearly depleted before unleashing a brutal extermination. That, indeed, would be the true essence of gameplay in response to the bizarre invasion. Yes, the plan is set. Chapter 79, The Ruthless and Eerie Creatures. Desperate players continue to seek the boss. After determining the next target, Jiang Han, accompanied by Little Grey, gradually advanced from the fringes of the battlefield towards the front lines. Overall, the assaults faced by the West District were significantly less intense compared to other districts, primarily concentrated on the outskirts. Coupled with Jiang Han's unique combat awareness, the duo of man and dragon stirred the very winds of fate, moving unhindered. One by one, the bizarre bosses fell like mere straw. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully slain a level 30 bizarre boss. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain a level 45 bizarre boss. Ding! These bosses, ranging from level 30 to 50, not only bestowed upon Jiang Han a substantial experience boost but also scattered an abundance of equipment across the battlefield. In the brief span of 2 hours, he had already collected 7 pieces of dark gold equipment, while golden and silver gear, along with skill books, were even more plentiful. The ground was littered with them. At this point, he could hardly be bothered to pick up anything below golden quality.
Although he had spent gold to expand his inventory to its maximum capacity upon entering the game, the total number of slots amounted to merely 200.
A plethora of trash items was simply too cumbersome to carry. Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully slain a level 40 bizarre boss.
Another hour passed.
And as the massive boss before him succumbed, Jiang Han's level increased once more. Habitually, he glanced at the spot where the boss had vanished, his gaze sharpening slightly.
There,
a radiant purple glow stood out vividly.
An epic-grade piece of equipment.
Jiang Han swiftly approached and claimed the item. Ring of the Devourer, ring, grade, epic.
Effect, not yet identified. At last.
A faint smile graced Jiang Han's lips. This marked the first epic-grade item he had obtained from his recent conquests. The corrupted boss slain by Little Grey had certainly surpassed 3 digits in number. Particularly, Jiang Han's luck had far exceeded that of other players, as he had previously amassed 2 to 3 dozen dark gold items. Even so, it had taken this long to unveil such an epic piece,
underscoring the rarity of equipment of this caliber.
Most were typically acquired through crafting or quests, neither of which were accessible to players at this stage. With renewed vigor from this unexpected windfall, Jiang Han pressed onward towards the front lines. In stark contrast to Jiang Han's leisurely and prosperous looting, the experiences of other players were marked by a far different reality.
No. No, no. I'm not ready to die. Who can save me? What in the world are these damned creatures? Shaoan. Shaoan, please respond. Don't frighten me like this. How can I live without you? Stupid monster. I'll fight you to the end.
The cacophony of battle cries and desperate screams intertwined in a harrowing symphony. The bizarre bosses, newly descended upon this realm, were not excessively formidable, especially with the NPCs joining the fray. However, only a minuscule fraction managed to breach the defenses. Yet, for the average player, this remains an unattainable existence, compounded by the suddenness of the event, leaving no time for preparation.
Even a seemingly ordinary and peculiar boss can effortlessly claim the lives of players,
especially as more individuals gradually realize that those slain by these strange creatures no longer respawn.
Panic reaches a fever pitch. Don't run! These monsters do not possess excessively high health. If we unite, we can surely repel them. The more you flee, the faster you perish. Do not flee. Do not flee. Ah!
Even though a few players manage to retain their composure and call out for a rational response, the players, who have completely lost their wits, can hardly heed their words.
Escape. This is the singular thought resonating within everyone's mind.
Only a small faction, having witnessed the demise of their friends and family, fueled by grief and rage, muster the strength to resist, yet ultimately, they too merely add to the increasing number of skeletons. The cycle of death continues, accompanied by incessant wails of despair.
A day drenched in blood is inevitable. In Windleaf City, a voice cries out in desperation, "Boss, what should we do? We can't hold on much longer. This boss's damage output is insurmountable. If this continues, we are doomed."
Outside Windleaf City, a group of 5, led by the Knight 8th level Gale, cries out in despair. Their ability to endure thus far in Windleaf City, which has been comprehensively invaded, attests to their formidable strength.
In fact, the 5 still hold their place on the leaderboard,
particularly Gentle Breeze and Verdant Bamboo, remaining within the top 10. However, the sheer number of invading monsters is overwhelming. Even though the assailants are merely ordinary creatures of a level just above 10, their vast numbers, coupled with the occasional appearance of elite bosses, create a pressure greater than that of conquering a challenging tiered dungeon.
Not to mention,
they have witnessed firsthand the disappearance of more than a dozen players from their friend lists after being slain. Being killed by these beings truly results in death. It is only on this day that they comprehend the inherent cruelty of this game. No, this is not merely a game.
It is an authentic apocalypse, albeit one that has arrived in a uniquely twisted manner. Boss, it hurts so much. I truly cannot endure any longer.
Compared to other creatures,
the attacks of these strange beings inflict genuine pain. The 8th level Gale has managed to persevere thus far, not only due to his formidable attributes but also owing to his unwavering will. Yet, Being continuously harmed and treated in an unending cycle is testing even the toughest of men. Surrounded by these peculiar monsters, the 8th level Gale feels as if he has been carved with countless wounds by sharp blades, the agony penetrating to the very core of his being. Gale! Step back! Let me take the brunt! Gentle breeze and verdant bamboo's eyes reddened. He too has occasionally suffered the creature's attacks and understands the pain. But it pales in comparison to Gale's. He brandishes his sword, repelling the strange beings before him, and swiftly rushes forward. Boss, don't come over. The attributes of this boss are such that your arrival would lead to your swift demise. The level 8 Gale, with a pallor that is almost alarming, nonetheless musters his spirit and bellows, I am the knight. The mightiest man in the national server. Drink up. With a resounding crash, his heavy shield slams against the ground, creating a dazzling shower of sparks as the metallic edge scrapes the earth, accompanied by an odd percussion. In that fleeting moment, Qingfeng, Suizhu, and the others distinctly sensed a marked decrease in the pressure exerted by the surrounding monsters. However, the peculiar creatures would not arbitrarily shift their focus of aggression. Their diminished pressure signified that someone must bear the burden of their wrath, and that individual was none other than the level 8 Gale. The heavy thud heralded the knight's level 10 skill, Shield Slam Taunt, drawing the enmity of all hostile entities within a 5-meter radius. In the next instant, Gale's voice rang out, Boss! You must flee. Take Little Fish and the others with you. I can only taunt this horde of beasts for 5 seconds. At best buying us 15 seconds before the hatred shifts. Hurry! We must break through. Go! Chapter 80, I pray to the divine, the tempest. The furious winds howled, and the verdant bamboo swayed in rage, launching a frenzied assault against the peculiar creature that had shifted its focus. Beside him, 2 companions desperately attempted to halt the advance of the bizarre entity. Hold on, Guangfeng. I can restore your strength. Just 5 seconds, you can endure this. Do not act foolishly, we are a team. If we must depart, let us do so together, if we must perish, let us face that fate is one. The only sacred priestess in the team, Yuyuer, spoke with a trembling voice, tears streaming down her face. Her staff waved incessantly as she exerted every ounce of her power to heal the level 8 Tempest. Yet, despite her formidable hidden class, she found herself powerless in such dire circumstances. Waves of relentless attacks caused the Tempest's health to plummet, even as he received substantial healing. In this moment of despair, he remained undaunted. Ha ha ha! With comrades like you, my life is worth living! He exclaimed. Boss! Stop wasting your effort. The one thing I'll never regret in this life is following you and meeting all of you. Hurry, go! I truly can't hold on any longer. With a thunderous crash, the elite boss struck the Tempest's shield, shattering it and sending him hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings. The Tempest's face turned pale as he wearily closed his eyes. In his current state, even a minor creature could easily vanquish him. He could only await his demise. Qingfeng and Suizhu yearned to assist, but they were utterly incapable of redirecting the creature's ire and could only watch helplessly as an overwhelming tide of foes surged forth. A profound sense of despair engulfed them. Especially for Yuyuer, the team's healer, who could only witness the level 8 Tempest being torn apart by the monstrous entity. The suffocating weight of despair rendered her limbs icy, and she dared not open her eyes to behold the impending brutality. Aside from praying for a miracle, she felt utterly powerless. There is no hope left. Then, in an instant, as if the maiden's prayers had been answered, a searing light, reminiscent of a meteor, descended from the heavens, crashing violently upon the elite boss and exploding upon impact. 145363, the overwhelming damage instantly melted away the once mighty elite boss. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned as they instinctively gazed towards the source of the dragon's breath. In their eyes, filled with despair, a small figure was reflected, resembling a meteor, a radiant beam of light piercing through the darkness as it descended. Though uncertain, it appeared to be a young dragon. With a resounding roar, the youthful dragon's cry echoed before it even touched the ground, causing the surrounding monstrous entities to fall into a stupor. The adorable little creature then darted through the throngs of peculiar foes, weaving skillfully, its sharp claws tracing arcs of white light through the air. Wherever he tread,
The explosive damage unleashed was akin to a knife slicing through tofu, dismembering those bizarre creatures that had driven them to the brink of despair. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a vacuum was cleared around them.
Safety had been restored. The heavy pressure dissipated in an instant. The 8th level Gale, incredulously, touched every part of his body. Qingfeng Suizhu wore a complex expression, while Youyu's eyes sparkled with intense brilliance. "Oh God, have you truly heard my prayers?" A low, resonant voice broke the silence. The group turned to see an indistinct figure approaching from the west. "Night God?" Youyu gasped, recognizing the identity of the newcomer. She quickly realized that it was not a deity answering her prayers, but rather the enigmatic figure who held the top rank on the leaderboard, Jiang Han. "Thank you."
Qingfeng Suizhu took a deep breath. No one could fathom their current emotions. Just moments away from meeting their end, they had been yanked back from the abyss by this man. Such a great favor deserves no thanks. In the future, if Qingfeng Suizhu was needed.
Jiang Han interjected, "What did you just say?" Qingfeng Suizhu paused. "A great favor deserves no thanks?"
Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively. "No, I meant just one thing." Qingfeng Suizhu was momentarily at a loss.
The others exchanged glances, realizing, so this esteemed figure is concerned about that?
Qingfeng Suizhu composed herself and earnestly bowed. "You jest. Esteemed one, that was not my intention. In any case, should Qingfeng Suizhu ever be of service, I shall not hesitate to leap through fire and water." Youyu followed suit with a bow. "Through mountains of knives and seas of flames, I shall not falter." The other two chimed in, "Into the den of tigers and wolves,
I shall not regret. Into the dragon's lair and tiger's den, I shall not shy away from death." The 8th level Gale added, "In the land of fish and rice."
"No, that's not right. On level ground neither is that. Repay kindness with enmity, even further from the mark."
"I'm the same."
The others responded, "No need to dwell on it, it was merely a matter of convenience."
"Oh, by the way, the West District is relatively safer now. If you wish to refrain from battling bosses, you may head that way."
Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave,
with Xiao Hui bouncing along behind.
As they watched the pair of man and dragon gradually disappear from view, the group remained in a state of astonished silence. After a long while, once Jiang Han had completely vanished from sight, the 8th level Gale remarked, "Truly worthy of being the top brother, his strength is simply unparalleled.
From now on, Night God shall be my idol, even Tony Leung must take a back seat. Look at you, so unambitious," Youyu said while restoring the 8th level Gale's health, rolling her eyes. "He saved our lives, and you respond with 'I'm the same'?" The 8th level Gale defended himself. "I'm just a 9 leaky fish, what's wrong with that? Besides, you think it's easy for me? Look at how others are gazing at you." "Humph. Mind your own business." Alright, enough of the noise. Gather the equipment and items quickly, we must head to the West District."
Qingfeng Suizhu chuckled helplessly. These individuals never ceased their bickering.
Nevertheless,
he felt fortunate to have encountered such a group of comrades with whom he could share both life and death.
"Okay, whatever the boss says goes," declared the level 8 Gale, waving his arm.
The sensation of pain had vanished.
"Goodness, these bizarre creatures actually inflict pain, how terrifying.
I wonder how the great Knight Han manages."
Qingfeng Suizhu shook his head. "Is there really a need to manage them? Just trample right over them."
"I suspect our esteemed leader hardly considers these monsters a threat.
Unlike us, who are fighting tooth and nail."
"Indeed," agreed level 8 Gale, nodding in understanding. "Just moments ago, the boss asked if we wanted to continue farming the boss."
What common person would pose such a question? Wait, could he truly be treating the boss like mere minions?
The group fell into a collective silence, caught off guard by the thought.
"It's quite possible," Level 8 Gale exclaimed. "I need to check the leaderboard. Surely the boss isn't using this opportunity to farm the boss for levels, is he?"
In a flurry, level 8 Gale opened the leaderboard, only to exclaim in astonishment.
"No way! What level is he at?" The others inquired, their curiosity piqued.
Level 8 Gale stammered, "Th.
35. Chapter 81, You rascal. Are you trying to seize the boss again? Absolutely, aren't you?
Qingfeng Suizhu paused for a moment and remarked, if my memory serves me right.
The big shot was level 31 yesterday.
Indeed, replied level 8 Gale, nodding in agreement.
Since the appearance of these monsters,
it has only been 4 hours at most, which means an average of 1 level per hour. The more Qingfeng Suizhu calculated, the more absurd it seemed.
Just how many bosses must have been slain for this? Level 8 Gale was utterly taken aback.
They were well aware of the high experience gained from defeating bosses.
But at this stage of level 30, 1 level per hour? Ah.
Yu frowned, counting on her fingers. Let's see, 1 times 7 equals 7.
2 times 7 equals 14, 3 times 8. Wait, enough of the calculations.
Qingfeng Suizhu sighed, the more we calculate, the more it aches the heart. Just know that we mere mortals cannot fathom the style of the big shot, he is merely grinding experience in a dungeon.
Meanwhile,
Jiang Han remained oblivious to the discussions taking place about him.
He did not possess the kind of melancholic disposition to save anyone in particular.
His intervention was simply a matter of chance as he happened to pass by and effortlessly eliminated the boss. Even without Qingfeng Suizhu and the others, that elite boss was doomed. However, he reflected deeply on the situation. Having experienced the brutality of the apocalypse in his previous life, he understood how invaluable it was to find individuals who remained steadfast in such dire circumstances. If there were more people like this, the world would certainly be more intriguing.
Jiang Han chuckled, let us go, Xiao Hui. Realizing that it was time to head to the front lines, he set off. Roar!
Xiao Hui bellowed, indifferent to their destination. After making the decision, Jiang Han wasted no time searching for lower-level bosses and swiftly proceeded to the location of the 3 major lord bosses.
As he advanced,
the closer he got to the front lines, the more he felt the brutal reality of the strange invasion. The main forces of Windleaf City were entirely occupied by the 3 major lord bosses. Even with a god-tier powerhouse like Mel's present, his jurisdiction was primarily the Western District. And he was also preoccupied with restraining one of the lord bosses. The safety of other districts was difficult to guarantee. Windleaf City was simply too vast. Despite the tenacious resistance of the guards, which bought time for the women and children to escape, many still perished at the hands of the bizarre creatures. Tall buildings lay in ruins, and the once prosperous city had become a landscape of shattered walls. Corpses littered the ground, and a pungent scent of blood filled the air, staining the earth crimson. Even with Jiang Han's mental fortitude, witnessing this scene inevitably rendered his mood grave. It was too horrific. The bizarre creatures exhibited no semblance of reason. All living beings within their sight were subject to indiscriminate attacks.
Their sole purpose for existence was destruction. After clearing the lower-level bosses along the way, Jiang Han finally reached the outskirts of the city. Xiao Hui, return.
To exercise caution, Jiang Han instructed Xiao Hui to return to the Beastmaster's space. The monsters in the central battlefield and those within the city represented 2 distinct levels of strength. Although Xiao Hui was a mythical great beast, it had yet to fully mature. Moreover, for players, NPCs, and wild creatures alike, reaching level 50 marked a significant threshold. Beyond this point, the intensity of challenges escalated dramatically. This area was predominantly populated by bosses of levels 60 to 70, and should any mishap befall Xiao Hui, it would not be a trivial matter. As for Jiang Han himself, he relied on the formidable shield provided by the Money Shield, which granted him remarkable resilience. This was precisely why he dared to confront Lord-level bosses, otherwise, even a mere graze from such formidable foes could spell instant demise.
Naturally, he would not act foolishly by charging headlong into battle. He retrieved his communication token and initiated contact with Mel's. Master, can you hear me? I require your assistance.
After a brief pause, Mel's exasperated voice emerged. You better have something of great importance, for I am currently besieged by a horde.
What the? They dare to ambush me. Come here and face me.
A flurry of wind followed, suggesting that the master was likely engaged in a bout of Wing Chun. Jiang Han stroked his chin, realizing the intensity of the situation, as even Mel's trump card against the Radiant Dragon had been forced into play.
After a moment longer,
Mel's voice returned, laced with urgency. Speak quickly.
I cannot afford to be distracted.
Jiang Han cut to the chase. Think of a way to send me near the Lord Boss. I possess a strategy to eliminate them.
Ridiculous.
I am at my wit's end with these creatures. How could you possibly? Mel's words were abruptly interrupted as he fell into contemplation, recalling the sudden demise of the level 100 demonized boss in the Dragon Mountains.
Wait, you might actually be able to. By the heavens! You intend to seize the boss for yourself, don't you? It must be a ploy to claim the boss, right? Mel's tone was filled with indignation,
reflecting on the terror he had experienced atop the Dragon Mountains. After toiling for hours, that cursed beast had ultimately fallen to another's hand. The worst part was that they would still expect him to express gratitude afterward. Calm yourself, this is not theft, but rather a noble endeavor to rescue the populace from peril. The risks I bear are immense, Jiang Han replied earnestly.
Besides, I am not encroaching upon the bosses you are engaged with. Why the panic? That actually seems quite reasonable. Mel stroked his chin, enlightenment dawning upon him.
Indeed, it is not my boss being taken, why should I be distressed?
Moreover, he is correct.
Whoever can vanquish the Lord Boss at this juncture would be performing a great service.
As a native NPC, Mel's was not inclined to witness these bizarre creatures continue their rampage.
Very well, where are you located? Provide your coordinates, and I shall carve a path for you.
The coordinates are. Jiang Han quickly relayed his position. On my way.
Charge. Soon after, Jiang Han heard a series of muffled thuds emanating from a distance. Approximately a minute later, the muscular old man, with his upper body bare, descended from the sky, his formidable force causing the ground to crack beneath him.
Indeed. Confronted by the seemingly endless army of peculiar creatures, even Mel's had to reveal his trump card.
Come closer, and I shall bestow upon you several buffs, he declared,
without hesitation, as he commenced his incantation.
Before long, Jiang Han found himself enveloped in a plethora of enhancement buffs.
Who shall we begin with? Mel's inquired. His fists clenched tightly, the joints cracking ominously.
It appeared that in this state, his temperament had grown considerably more volatile, akin to the effects of a stimulant. Target the one with the lowest health, Jiang Han replied nonchalantly.
Excellent, let us proceed, Mel said, squatting down. Proceed? What do you mean? Jiang Han was taken aback. Climb onto my back, how else would I carry you over?
Mel stated matter-of-factly.
What about teleportation? Didn't you once send Xiao Hui near the flame dragon? Jiang Han thought,
feeling a wave of embarrassment at the thought of a grown man lying across the back of an elderly man.
Ah, that is a skill unique to sorcerers. And in my current state. Mel's flexed his robust biceps, illustrating his point. I see, Jiang Han inhaled sharply. But can we not clear a path for me to catch up? Carry you on my back? With what speed do you expect to keep up? Mel's replied in a low voice. Enough with the hesitation, as a dignified deity-level powerhouse, I am lowering myself to act as your human steed, and you still harbor discontent? Defeating the boss is paramount, we mustn't dawdle. Every minute wasted means more lives lost.
Well, for the sake of a level 100 boss, I suppose I shall endure the humiliation.
Jiang Han contemplated briefly before climbing onto Mel's back. Wait, do not sit upon my head. You intend for me to be your human mount?
Master, do not concern yourself with such trifles.
Very well.
Mel seemed disinclined to argue further. With a powerful leap, he descended like a lion, shaking the surrounding grotesque beings into a mist of blood.
Now,
it was time for these wretched creatures to experience the fervor of our combined prowess.
Chapter 82, The Inevitable Demise Kill. Slay these beasts. On the battlefield.
The cries for blood reverberated, a tempest of rage surging skyward, smoke billowing ominously. The defending army clashed with a multitude of frenzied adversaries. Remnants of carnage strewn across the ground. At this juncture of relentless combat, the formation of the troops had disintegrated entirely, with a significant number of warriors fallen. The survivors were all grievously wounded. The shield-bearers raised their heavy shields, forming a barrier of flesh to endure the unceasing onslaught.
Behind them,
archers unleashed a torrent of arrows while the incantations of mages soared above the battlefield. A kaleidoscope of vibrant colors merged,
only to be engulfed by an overwhelming tide of darkness.
The anomalies were far too numerous, their assault excessively fierce, they were relentless, devoid of pain or fear. Cold killing machines that would not spare any living creature within their sight as long as they retained the capacity to move.
Death continued to claim more lives. Yet, despite the carnage, no one chose to flee. For behind them lay their homeland. They had no retreat, only the choice to forge a battle hymn of blood and fire, defending all they held dear beneath the eerie fangs of the enemy. My lord Iter. The western shield wall has been utterly breached. The archers can no longer maintain their formation, and our healing support is faltering. The mage squad is in disarray as well. Lord Salma has perished in his fight against the monstrous boss. We can barely hold on. Should we abandon the front line and retreat to the rear? Lord Iter, please give your command. At the forefront, the red-robed executor Iter listened to the reports that flooded his ears, his heart weighed down by despair. His right sleeve hung empty, having lost an arm, the wound corroded by a mysterious force, beyond even the priest's abilities to heal. Should they retreat? The city lord faced the lord boss directly, gravely wounded and dragged to the rear for healing. As the temporary commander, he held absolute authority. At the same time, the lives of those warriors fighting for the city of Windleaf rested in his hands. This heavy burden nearly suffocated him. Despite the grievous toll taken, the leading trio of Lord-level boss had nearly depleted their health. Yet, at this critical moment, the defense had completely collapsed. This battle had been lost resoundingly. To persist further would mean the demise of all the warriors. But to retreat would only incur greater losses for the already ravaged city of Windleaf, with more civilians facing death and injury. On one side were the bloodied warriors, and on the other, their beloved homeland and lifeline. Whatever choice was made would be excruciating. As commander, remaining silent would only lead to greater devastation. There was no time for contemplation. Iter took a deep breath, preparing to issue the order for retreat. Compared to the flickering embers that remained, the destruction of further buildings seemed inconsequential, for much had already been lost. The inevitable casualties among civilians were an unavoidable consequence of war. War is indeed merciless and brutal. Everyone, clear the way. At that moment, a powerful roar resonated, accompanied by a tempestuous wind that swept numerous bizarre entities into the sky. Subsequently, a vague silhouette carved a phantom in the air and landed beside him. Lord Mel's? Iter's expression turned peculiar. He certainly recognized the figure before him. The godly powerhouse of the Supreme Hall had, thanks to his intervention, shielded a portion of the city and restrained a formidable boss, allowing Windleaf City to endure until now. However, the question arose. Why was there a person perched atop his head? Iter's gaze involuntarily drifted upwards, landing on Jiang Han, who was, indeed, a familiar face. Yet, in the presence of Mel's, he dared not inquire further. What are your orders, my lord? You, Mel's commanded, direct everyone to confront the boss in the northern district. The other two bosses shall be dealt with by us. Is that truly so? Although questioning a godly powerhouse in such a manner was rather impolite, Iter's every word and action now bore the weight of Windleaf City's fate, compelling him to tread cautiously. Indeed, Mel's replied gravely. I, a dignified godly powerhouse, do not take such matters lightly. At present, this is the only course of action. Believe it or not, it matters little to me, after all. Windleaf City is not my sole concern. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished, the tremendous shockwave lifting Iter's hair, leaving his expression flickering with uncertainty. A moment later, Iter gritted his teeth and issued the command, Shield Guard Legion, Mage Legion, Archer Legion, all units, mobilize to the northern district. Yes. Understood. The response was immediate. However, some still voiced their concerns. Lord Iter, the northern district is home to a boss. It is not the most advantageous position for a retreat. Is there another plan, or is this not a withdrawal at all? Indeed, Iter replied solemnly. We must engage it in a fight to the death. The esteemed godly powerhouse, Lord Mel's, has already pledged to handle the remaining two bosses. Ah, that is splendid news. We comprehend now. The leaders of the various legions felt their spirits lift significantly. Although they harbored doubts about how Mel's could exude such confidence in facing a level 100 bizarre boss, whose strength was undoubtedly on par with the godly tier, they found themselves with no alternative. Commence the mobilization. With Iter's command, The warriors of Windleaf City swiftly transitioned towards the northern district. Boom! Boom! Simultaneously, Mel's was hastening towards the boss in the eastern district. His form agile and his vitality crackling like thunder. He barreled through like a high-speed locomotive, shattering every bizarre entity that dared to cross his path. A godly powerhouse has entered the fray. We are saved. Brothers, let us slay them. Slay, and dismantle this rabble. A formidable warrior charged into the front line of battle, instantly alleviating the dire situation. The weary crowd, once exhausted, was suddenly invigorated, as if infused with newfound vitality. Truly, a divine being. Yet, one could not help but wonder, why was this esteemed figure bearing a rider upon his neck? Was there some peculiar inclination at play? Amidst the exhilaration, a profound sense of curiosity emerged among the onlookers. A robust, bare-chested elder, with an individual perched upon his neck, this sight was undeniably strange. However, the urgency of the battle left little room for contemplation. They roared defiantly while retreating towards the northern district. Boom! Boom! Soon, Mel's, accompanied by Jiang Han, forcefully carved a path towards the vicinity of the lordly boss. Just as he had proclaimed, he had forged a starry avenue. Now, young one, the next phase rests upon your shoulders. Mel's gazed upward, his expression grave, at the colossal entity that obscured the heavens. Even he, in the presence of such a formidable lord, felt an overwhelming pressure. It was hard to fathom that a beast tamer of merely 30 levels possessed the confidence to vanquish such a terrifying adversary. Fear not, it is guaranteed, Jiang Han grinned, the brutal tome manifesting in his grasp. And now, it was time for ostentation. Chapter 83, Take Me Along with a Thunderous Roar, the mighty Lord Boss, resembling an enormous python, became aware of the two insignificant beings beneath it, furiously thrashing its tail. The colossal, wall-like black tail stirred up a tempestuous wind, hurtling toward them. Mel stomped down forcefully, unleashing an explosive surge of energy, adopting a defensive stance to withstand the impending onslaught. Jiang Han remained unfazed. In an instant, a dark crimson light sliced through the air like a fine thread, striking the colossal python lord boss. With Jiang Han's attributes, even a critical hit would yield a damage output of 0, failing to breach its damage immunity. Yet, shortly thereafter, two ominous characters materialized, instant death. In that fleeting moment, the winds fell silent. The gargantuan lord boss's health plummeted to nothing, and its body froze as if ensnared by an unseen force. Even its previously thrashing tail astonishingly defied inertia, coming to an abrupt halt. Subsequently, the Python Lord Boss's form shattered like freshly fired pottery under a blow, splintering into countless dark fragments that scattered in all directions. On the blood-stained battlefield, it seemed as though a black rain had fallen. The abruptness of the event left the majority in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Only the shield warriors, who had formed a defensive line to withstand the boss's assault, found themselves in a state of confusion. What just happened? Why has the pressure suddenly vanished? As they gazed at the slowly descending black shards, their minds were filled with nothing but perplexity. Where did the boss go? Such a colossal presence. And now it has vanished without a trace. The battle continued in its original rhythm for a while, until a stir began to ripple through the battlefield. Initially, it was just the shield warriors who erupted into cheers, but soon others, sensing something amiss, turned their attention to the unfolding scene. The battlefield erupted into a frenzy. Indeed. What a divine being! With a single strike, it has slain a lord boss. Brothers, let us hasten to the northern district. Hope has emerged. The death of a lord boss drastically shifted the tide of battle, liberating a surge of combatants to confront other bosses and minions, significantly reducing the mortality rate. The crowd was electrified. Meanwhile, a notification chimed, ding. World announcement, player Night Cold from the Great Xia Kingdom has successfully slain a level 100 Lord Boss. Achieving the first kill of a level 100 Lord Boss. Reputation 1000, attribute points 200. Great Xia Kingdom Warzone points 1. This is hereby announced. The crisp, resonant sound of the announcement echoed like a heavy drum in the ears of every player. Even as they faced their own peril, on the brink of being mysteriously slain. The absurdity of the proclamation left them in a state of astonishment.
After enduring such a terrifying and bizarre pursuit, it is only now that everyone truly comprehends the nature of the existence they are confronting.
Suddenly, they hear that Jiang Han has vanquished a high-level eerie lord boss?
Hold on, we are still being chased by monsters of a much lower level, with no escape in sight.
Funya City, West District. What? Did the esteemed Jiang Han just leave the city to hunt a boss?
The likes of Qingfeng Suizhu, who were wandering the streets in constantly shifting positions,
stood there in stunned silence.
The level 8 Gale clutched his head in despair, exclaiming how powerful Jiang Han truly is.
He is indeed formidable. Does he even take in disciples?
Big brother, why don't we just seek refuge with Jiang Han? The disparity in this wretched game is too stark.
I would like to.
Qingfeng Suizhu sighed, but he would need to find us worthy first.
Indeed, level 8 Gale fell into contemplation.
Then his gaze shifted pensively toward you were nearby.
What are you staring at me for?
You were asked warily, I am not Jiang Han.
Level 8 Gale chuckled, hey, little you are quite beautiful. Why not speak to Jiang Han? Perhaps he might be moved and agree. Do you think everyone is as shallow as you?
You were scoffed, furthermore, I am not the type to trade my allure for fame or fortune.
That may be true, I was merely jesting.
Level 8 Gale replied, clicking his tongue, as expected of you, little you possessing such integrity.
I never thought. He was interrupted as he saw you were cupping her face, shyly saying, however, if it were Jiang Han, it wouldn't be impossible, he.
Level 8 Gale exclaimed, little you I truly misjudged you. He shouted, Jiang Han saved your life, and you are actually contemplating repaying his kindness with betrayal.
What a disgrace. You were kicked. Level 8 Gale, retorting, isn't that how it goes in novels? After a hero saves a damsel, she offers herself in gratitude. Which is perfectly reasonable. Dream on.
Level 8 Gale rolled his eyes, I can guarantee that after today, countless individuals will be vying for Jiang Han's favor. If he truly wished, there would be an abundance of ladies lining up.
Indeed.
You wholeheartedly agreed. Recognizing that merely surviving the eerie invasion was enough to drive countless individuals to madness. Not to mention Jiang Han's unfathomable strength. You considered herself quite attractive, often receiving advances from admirers on the streets. Yet, she was not so vain as to believe the world revolved around her.
There are many beautiful people. But there is only one Jiang Han. Nonetheless, I have made up my mind, from now on, I shall be Jiang Han's #1 fan. You declared.
Clenching her small fist, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If I can survive and log off today, I will immediately establish a support club, hee.
Alright.
Wipe that drool off your face, you infatuated girl. A fierce Gale at level 8 scoffed, then shifted the conversation, saying, well, at that time, include me as well. I too, came the reply, as the other two joined in, transforming into enthusiastic admirers.
What about you, boss?
The fierce Gale turned to Qingfeng Suizhu. I shall pass. Qingfeng Suizhu replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Despite his profound admiration for Jiang Han, he found himself averse to such fervent displays of enthusiasm.
Furthermore,
after years of being a leader, the notion of becoming someone's fan and joining a support group felt rather humiliating and difficult to accept.
Very well.
Then we shall not include you, the fierce Gale expressed with a hint of regret, remarking, I never imagined your standards were so high.
That even defeating a level 100 boss could not sway you. Truly, you are a solitary figure.
Qingfeng Suizhu jested, of course.
Defeating a mere boss is hardly worth mentioning in my eyes.
Although I may not be able to achieve it, I cannot help but admire it.
Just then, an announcement sounded through the air, ding. Battle zone announcement, player Jiang Han has successfully defeated the level 100 enigmatic boss. Battle zone points 1. This is an official notification.
At that moment, silence enveloped the group.
After a pause, the fierce Gale glanced at Qingfeng Suizhu and asked, what about now?
Qingfeng Suizhu replied.
Count me in as well.
Chapter 84, Ascending to Level 40, Tremendous Gains. With the aid of the Cooling Stone, Jiang Han can now utilize Brutal Extermination consecutively twice. With Mel's as a formidable human shield clearing the path, it was only natural for the second Lord Boss to fall effortlessly.
Indeed. The artifacts in this lad's possession are rather extraordinary.
Mel's muttered, acknowledging that even with his full might, dealing with a severely weakened Lord Boss is no simple feat.
As is widely known, the lower a boss's health, the more formidable it becomes.
Various hidden buffs and statuses that typically remain dormant are triggered when the health line dwindles,
transforming the encounter entirely.
Thus, whether one can prevail is one matter, whether one can deliver the final blow is another.
This fellow, however, managed to dispatch the foe with remarkable ease, bypassing the most arduous phase entirely. The remaining adversary now rests upon your capable shoulders, master. Jiang Han leapt down from Mel's side. Naturally, Mel stomped heavily, charging towards the northern district with fervor.
Having slain 2 Lord Bosses significantly alleviated the pressure. As a distinguished god-class being, coupled with the warriors of Windleaf City, if they could not conquer the final Lord Boss, it would be more sensible to simply purchase a block of tofu and dash into it.
How swift he is!
Observing Mel's retreating figure, Jiang Han couldn't help but marvel. He had vividly experienced the sheer speed of Mel's when propelled at full throttle, capable of shattering creatures of level 70 to 80 with a mere collision. If only such a steed existed, the travel speed would be astonishing.
Alas,
it remains a mere fantasy. Jiang Han retracted his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips, filled with elation. The experience gained from defeating 200-level Lord Bosses was indeed colossal, perhaps sufficient to elevate him several times to level 40. Regrettably, the ascension trial looms ahead.
Nevertheless,
Jiang Han felt immense satisfaction. Within less than 5 hours, he had surged from level 31 to 40, a leap unfathomable to others.
This bizarre invasion indeed presents an opportune moment for leveling up. Moreover, the rewards extend beyond mere experience. The prior boss encounters yielded an epic-grade equipment.
Over a dozen dark gold items, and approximately 100 golden pieces, not to mention a plethora of skill scrolls and miscellaneous items.
In any case, Jiang Han's 200-item inventory would undoubtedly overflow.
Of course, he refrained from collecting everything, intentionally reserving 20 slots.
As for their intended purpose,
Jiang Han's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed toward the spot where the 100-level Bazaar Lord Boss had vanished. There, several pieces of equipment shimmered with radiant brilliance.
Surely, this time no dragon shall impede my collection of dropped items? The last time in the Dragon Mountains,
the failure to acquire the Shadow Divine Beast drop still stings in reflection.
Should fortune elude me again, I might very well succumb to darkness. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall face my wrath. Not even dragons would deter me, I declare. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely that any unforeseen events will arise. After vanquishing the first Lord Boss, although Mers led him here without pause, the spoils remained at the original location.
These peculiar creatures were solely interested in carnage. As for the other NPCs, they were not foolish enough to attempt to seize the items. With a being of Mers's caliber present and given Jiang Han's prowess in slaying the Lord Boss, they felt a deep sense of respect.
While the demise of the first Lord Boss went unnoticed, the second one was witnessed in vivid detail.
It was not the formidable Mers who delivered the killing blow,
but rather this enigmatic figure, whose face remained obscured, wielding a unique artifact to achieve victory. "Pray tell, esteemed sir, what is your name?" inquired a knight.
His visage stained with blood, after dispatching the surrounding bizarre creatures, his demeanor respectful as he addressed Jiang Han.
"Night Cold," Jiang Han replied candidly, revealing his ID without hesitation. "Lord Night Cold."
The knight exhaled deeply, then solemnly performed a knightly salute. "Your great kindness will forever be etched in my heart.
I, Knight Ode, shall remember it."
Jiang Han merely smiled, refraining from further words, and turned to head toward the site of the boss's demise.
Ode did not linger,
swiftly returning to his comrades to offer support.
"Did you manage to inquire?" someone inquired eagerly,
their curiosity piqued by the mysterious figure who had so effortlessly dispatched the Lord Boss. "Yes, this esteemed individual is known as Night Cold," Ode replied gravely.
"He saved our lives."
"Indeed, it was Lord Night Cold who preserved our existence," a companion inhaled deeply, his tone serious.
"As knights,
their duty was to shield against the boss's attacks, and in that precarious moment, a single strike from the Lord Boss could have claimed their lives. At the critical juncture,
The emergence of such a formidable ally had annihilated the Lord Boss. How could they not feel immense gratitude? Remember, it was Lord Night Cold who saved our lives. Yes. It was Lord Night Cold. The word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. The name Night Cold rapidly circulated among the NPCs of Windleaf City, even reaching from the Eastern District battlefield to the Northern District battlefield. It could be said that all residents of Windleaf City who had participated in this battle, including officials like Eider, had committed this name to memory. However, Jiang Han remained oblivious to this phenomenon, as his attention was wholly consumed by the recently acquired items: Shield of the Divine Guardian, Shield, Grade, Epic, Effect, Undetermined. Staff of the Star Caller, Staff, Grade, Epic, Effect, Undetermined. Stone of Scorching Heat, Material, Grade, Undetermined. Stone of Fiery Flames, Material, Grade, Undetermined. Truly, a Lord-level boss did not disappoint. Jiang Han could not help but exclaim in admiration. 2 epic-grade pieces of equipment, along with 2 high-level materials. Although both pieces of equipment were likely level 100 and of no immediate use, their value was nonetheless undeniable. However, the materials hold great significance for him, as the crafting component required for the Claw of the Beast God is any high-level material, although the specific quality has yet to be identified. It is nonetheless a drop from a level 100 Lord Boss, which should suffice for the crafting requirements. Indeed, this time, Xiao Hui's equipment has found its match. Jiang Han grinned. It was as if a pillow had arrived just when he felt drowsy. He promptly made his way to the location of the first Lord Boss's demise. In contrast to the plethora of items scattered earlier, only a solitary piece lay on the ground here, glimmering with a crimson radiance. This is an artifact? Chapter 85, the finale. Astonishingly, the shipment has arrived. Jiang Han was taken aback. In his understanding, such high-caliber items and equipment could only be acquired through quests or crafting. The most common method was through serendipitous encounters. He had never heard of anyone obtaining a divine artifact from a boss. This was a widely accepted belief among players, that equipment and items of epic grade and above could not be acquired from bosses. Yet now, this perception had evidently been shattered. It seemed that experiences from his previous life could not be entirely relied upon. If he continued to cling to such a mindset, he might suffer significant losses in the future. While he felt joy, a sense of vigilance crept into Jiang Han's heart. With the knowledge gained from his past life, his understanding of the game surpassed that of other players. However, when considering the vast expanse of the game Doomsday, the extent of his insight remained uncertain. Perhaps even accounting for his past life, the billions of players had merely scratched the surface of a greater mystery. Nonetheless, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. Jiang Han exhaled softly and stowed the artifact away. The rampaging horn of the God of Destruction, item, grade, divine artifact, effect, not yet identified. It still required appraisal. Indeed, the rewards from this bizarre incursion far exceeded those of completing a legendary quest. After ensuring that no other items or equipment had been overlooked, Jiang Han departed with satisfaction. Legendary quests were ultimate tasks that one could only undertake after reaching level 80, and their lengthy and arduous nature often left participants in despair. In his previous life, the number of legendary quests completed worldwide could be counted on one hand. Naturally, the ultimate rewards were exceedingly generous, with the least being legendary grade items or equipment. However, compared to what Jiang Han had just acquired, they paled in significance. Jiang Han opened his inventory to tally his gains. His level had risen to 40. He had obtained 1 divine artifact, 3 pieces of epic equipment, 12 dark gold items, 164 gold items, and 8 high-level skill scrolls. A resounding success indeed. If he could achieve this 2 or 3 more times, it would be quite splendid. Jiang Han stroked his chin, pondering. This was hardly a bizarre incursion, it was akin to delivering warmth to his fellow villagers. In stark contrast to his leisurely demeanor, the Northern District was engulfed in the tumult of battle. The assault on the Lord Boss had reached its climactic conclusion. Let us push harder, brothers. This beast is on the verge of death. Slay it to honor our fallen comrades. Kill. As the battle wore on, the boss's counterattacks and struggles became increasingly frenzied. Yet none faltered in their resolve. This conflict had been extraordinarily brutal.
Winleaf City lay in ruins, and countless loved ones had perished.
Once a thriving city,
it now bore the scars of desolation. In this moment, there was no fear of death among the crowd, only an unquenchable hatred and a blazing fire of vengeance.
Boom!
A meteor streaked down from the heavens, crashing heavily upon the boss.
Mel's fist, akin to a dragon,
unleashed a ferocious aura that violently penetrated the very core of the boss's being.
An overwhelming surge of damage erupted, and the level 100 Lord Boss,
which had wreaked havoc in Winleaf City, finally saw its health bar extinguished, dissolving into dark remnants that vanished entirely.
At long last,
I shall savor a taste of victory. Tears welled in Mel's eyes as he swiftly gathered the spoils from the boss. Thankfully, this time, his labor was not in vain. Had he toiled exhaustively only to lose the fruits of his efforts, much like the last time, he would have despaired to the point of considering a tragic end. With the demise of the 3 level 100 anomalous Lord Bosses that invaded Winleaf City, the remaining creatures, though formidable, were still manageable. However, with the vanishing of these 3 lords, the remaining bizarre entities stood frozen in place, as if machines deprived of crucial components, rendered inoperative. Soon after, all the strange beings pivoted as one, surging towards the gaping black rift in the sky.
The invasion had ceased. We have survived?
The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard as they beheld the strange beings retreating into the rift.
After a prolonged silence, realization dawned upon them. Yes, we have triumphed.
As the rift faded from sight and the sky regained its original hue, Iter raised his arm in exultation, declaring, "Warriors,
we have won this battle. We are alive. I have truly survived.
Boss, we did not perish.
Teacher, did you witness this? We endured. With the aid of Lord Mel's and Lord Jiang, we persevered."
The battlefield erupted in jubilation, some wept tears of joy, while others mourned the fallen. Nevertheless, against those terrifyingly formidable anomalous beings, they had prevailed.
Winleaf City had ultimately preserved the last flicker of hope. Gratitude flowed towards Lord Mel's and Lord Jiang.
Suddenly, someone called out the names of Jiang Han and Mel's, igniting the already fervent crowd, akin to a pile of dry kindling set ablaze, now burning brightly. Beneath the heavy twilight, a flock of white birds soared past, staining the horizon a sanguine hue, as powerful roars resonated throughout the ruins of the city. The battle standard stood firm in the ground,
its crimson ribbons fluttering in the wind.
The peculiar invasion of Winleaf City had come to an unexpected conclusion. The surviving players, taken aback by the thunderous cheers,
were left in awe. Who was Mel's? They did not know. Yet, the name Jiang resounded like thunder. Was this the same Jiang they had heard of? The mysterious figure who had dominated the leaderboard from the very beginning, wielding such immense prestige among those extraordinarily powerful NPCs?
As the cool breeze swept through, the environment, tranquil amidst the resounding roars, left some players still immersed in the days of their narrow escape, while others, feeling at a loss, opened the leaderboard.
To his astonishment,
he discovered that at the pinnacle, the figure had risen to 40. The second tier was barely half of that.
Is this truly the real world? Or is today's nightmare merely an illusion?
The man's gaze, hollow and vacant, wandered through the desolation around him, caught in a limbo between sorrow and joy.
Why? Amidst the frantic escape of others, is there someone who can tread upon the very heads of the boss, ascending higher into the clouds? Hours later, in a chamber of the Western District. "Gentlemen, are you willing to accompany me to death?" A strikingly handsome man of middle age jolted upright from his bed.
Alan gasped for breath, his mind overwhelmed with the terrifying images of 3 ominous figures, each wielding immense power, hurtling toward him. Those accursed, enigmatic Lord Bosses. With a pallid expression, Alan raised his gaze, only to be taken aback. The soft illumination and the antiquated decor revealed that he was clearly in a private residence. Yet, as the Lord of Winleaf City, in the midst of a bizarre invasion, he should have been leading an army against the boss.
Why? After enduring a direct assault from the boss, was he unscathed, reclining on a plush bed? No. Alan's breathing quickened as a realization struck him with sudden clarity. Could it be? I have been reborn?
Chapter 86, A conversation with him. Aaron examined his body. A vague recollection surfacing that he had endured a blow from a peculiar boss, feeling as though his bones had shattered, his limbs broken. Even the finest healer in the city could not have restored him to such pristine condition. The only plausible explanation was that some incomprehensible events had transpired. Regardless of what occurred, I shall not permit those beasts to invade Windleaf City. Clenching his fists, Aaron sprang from the bed. Creak! A young man suddenly pushed the door open. "My lord, you are awake." Upon seeing Aaron, the youth expressed both joy and astonishment. "Turn," Aaron replied, slightly raising his gaze. "What year is it?" Turn was momentarily taken aback, fearing the worst, that the lord had suffered a blow to the head. However, maintaining his professionalism, he respectfully responded. "This is the year 666 of the era." 666? Aaron pondered deeply. No rebirth? Then what is the exact time? He inquired further. "My lord." "It has been 1 hour since the invasion of the strange creatures commenced," Turn stated with reverence. "The invasion has ended?" Aaron's eyes widened, realizing it was indeed not a rebirth. "I have traversed realms." "Turn, how could you remain so nonchalant about such a critical moment?" Aaron scoffed, storming toward the door. "Follow me into battle. This time, I shall risk my life to ensure those beasts do not breach the city." "My lord, what are you saying?" Turn suddenly realized, "Oh, right, you were unconscious and unaware. With the assistance of Lord Jiang Han and Lord Mel's, the strange creatures have been repelled, so you need not worry." Aaron halted, unable to contain his astonishment. "What did you say?" "I said, under the assistance of Lord Jiang Han and—" Turn quickly recounted the events to Aaron. Ah. Upon hearing the account, Aaron was momentarily lost in thought. So, that is how it unfolded. The creatures were repelled. And his injuries were healed by Mel's. The embarrassment of thinking he had been reborn or traversed realms made him feel as though he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground with his toes. Aaron marveled. "I never imagined, apart from Lord Mel's, there would be such a remarkable talent to save Windleaf City from peril." "Turn, where is Lord Jiang Han now?" "I must see him in person to express my gratitude." "My lord, that is precisely the purpose of my visit," Turn replied respectfully. "Along with Lord Jiang Han?" "Lady Riley and other esteemed guests await in the hall to discuss the reconstruction of Windleaf City." "Lead the way." Without further inquiry, Aaron proceeded with determination. Soon, under Turn's guidance, they arrived at a spacious hall. Within, sat the surviving high-ranking officials from the battle, scattered about, totaling no more than a dozen. In the central position, 3 individuals occupied the forefront. Among the 2 individuals, Aaron was more acquainted with one. There was no need to elaborate on Lady Riley, even disregarding her royal lineage. Her breathtaking beauty ensured she would be the center of attention wherever she went. The other individual, Mel's, was a formidable being who had actively participated in repelling the invasion of bizarre creatures. Thus, the identity of the remaining figure became evident. Aaron stepped forward briskly, his demeanor earnest as he slightly bowed, expressing gratitude to the 2 for their gallant assistance. Otherwise, the fate of Windleaf City would have been precarious. "On behalf of all the residents of Windleaf City, I extend my heartfelt thanks. From this day forth, you shall be forever regarded as friends of Windleaf City." Alert! Favorability from Aaron increased by 20, alert! You have gained the respect and recognition of the City Lord of Windleaf. Earning the title Friendship of Windleaf, 2 system notifications resonated in Jiang Han's ears. He opened the title panel. Friendship of Windleaf, you stepped forward in a time of crisis, aiding Windleaf City in overcoming adversity, earning the acknowledgement of all its residents. While possessing this title, the favorability of the local residents of Windleaf City towards you increases by 20. How splendid! Jiang Han smiled. Look at that, having boldly seized the boss. And now others must express their gratitude. With this title, combined with his innate charm, encountering the local residents of Windleaf City would guarantee a minimum favorability of 88. Although high favorability has no upper limit, a score of 88 is still quite remarkable. It could be said that as long as Jiang Han refrained from engaging in unscrupulous deeds, he could navigate Windleaf City with ease. A trivial matter indeed. Mel's, though appearing a bit gaunt and exhausted, maintained an air of nonchalance, waving his hand dismissively. "I merely acted upon the request of others, it was my duty." Otherwise, I would not have involved myself in such murky waters. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be directed towards this young man.
He gestured towards Jiang Han.
It cannot be said so lightly. Your kindness shall remain etched in my heart, as will that of Lord Yihan.
A flicker of appreciation crossed Aaron's expression, reflecting the sentiment equally. Alert!
Favorability from Aaron increased by 10, clearly, although Aaron was motivated by respect and courtesy, he did not emphasize whose favor was more significant.
Nevertheless,
Mel's words had an impact. Jiang Han chuckled, assuring, there is no need for the city lord to dwell on such matters.
It is far more important to discuss pressing issues.
Your magnanimity is truly commendable, Aaron remarked with admiration before taking a seat. With the arrival of the city lord of Windleaf, all influential figures in Windleaf City had gathered. As for the pressing matter Jiang Han referred to,
it pertained to the reconstruction efforts following the battle in the district.
Presently, Windleaf City lay in ruins, with the most prosperous eastern district particularly devastated,
while the remaining intact structures were primarily located in the western district.
Thus, the core of this meeting was quite straightforward, the issue of the ownership of the western district. Aaron initially received the meticulously compiled data from Turn and began to peruse it attentively. After a long pause, he lifted his gaze towards Sophia and pondered, Madam, if my memory serves me right, the majority of the properties in the western district remain unoccupied.
Might these idle resources be put to use?
I do not mean to impose, but rather propose a transaction.
Have you considered selling these properties?
I apologize, Aaron, but I am not in a position to make such decisions at this moment, Sophia replied, shaking her head.
Aaron was taken aback, then responded, Madam,
I understand that the Western District is your domain, and I hold the utmost respect for that. However, Windleaf City is currently in a dire situation.
Would you be willing to extend your generosity? The price is negotiable.
Before he could finish, Sophia interrupted him, her lips parting gently.
Aaron, you know I have never been concerned with money.
What I mean to convey is that most of the properties in the Western District are not under my ownership, and thus, I cannot make such decisions.
What do you mean? Aaron furrowed his brow, perplexed. Sophia turned her gaze towards Jiang Han,
a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. She softly stated, currently, half of the ownership of the Western District belongs to Yihan. The vacant properties you wish to acquire are his. Therefore, if you have any plans, you must discuss them with him.
Upon hearing this,
Aaron shifted his focus to the man whose features were obscured, his mouth slightly agape in astonishment, rendered speechless.
Chapter 87, Sophia, I have finished speaking. Who is in favor? And who is against? Aaron's mind was somewhat in disarray.
The ownership of the West District had always belonged to Lady Riley. How could such a significant change occur suddenly?
When had this transpired? Aaron, with a serious expression, reiterated, if I may confirm once more, Your Grace. The majority of the real estate in the West District now resides in your name, correct? Jiang Han nodded. Aaron could not help but take a deep breath. Goodness gracious.
The major edifices in other districts have dwindled to almost none, and with the West District being the sole survivor, its reconstruction will undoubtedly revolve around it.
At that point, how valuable would such a commercial hub be? Even the former East District would not have boasted such an exaggerated status. And yet,
this Jiang Han managed to extract the lion's share of profits from Lady Riley, who represented the royal family. It was simply astounding.
Then, might you reveal how much of this real estate you are willing to part with, so we can have a psychological expectation? Aaron's demeanor grew considerably more serious. Though it was a transaction, the current circumstances did not appear very promising.
Lady Riley had always been indifferent to fame and fortune, harboring little desire for wealth or power.
Acquiring real estate from such a person would undoubtedly be far easier.
As for this Jiang Han, to be candid, Aaron's initial impression of him was remarkably favorable. After all, his willingness to act during the perilous times of Windleaf City spoke volumes.
However, they were all adults here,
and Aaron would not be naive enough to assume that everyone was like Lady Riley.
Moreover, righteousness and business should not be conflated.
Having presided over Windleaf City for many years, Aaron was acutely aware of the future value of the West District.
Upon self-reflection, if the West District were under his ownership,
He would not wish to sell much of the real estate, or even any at all, for it represented an inexhaustible source of wealth.
A one-time transaction might feel gratifying, but it lacked sustainability. Well, Jiang Han pondered for a moment and replied, I will retain the largest and most strategically located commercial properties in the city. The rest can be sold. What? Aaron was taken aback.
Before he could respond, an elderly gentleman clad in luxurious robes stood up excitedly.
Your Grace, I must not have misheard. Do you mean to say you will only retain a small portion of the West District's real estate? Indeed, you are not jesting with us. Are you?
The other attendees began to voice their concerns, each one anxious, fearing a negative response from this enigmatic youth. Even Sophia cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Han. Though she disliked conflict, she was not foolish and understood the intricacies involved. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Jiang Han merely smiled faintly. Rest assured, I am not joking. However, I am more concerned about whether you can muster sufficient gold coins. I intend to sell the real estate, but the price remains to be negotiated.
Fear not. Negotiations shall be favorable.
It will certainly be favorable. Aaron stated in a low voice, we will undoubtedly provide Lord Jiang with a satisfactory account regarding the gold coins. Indeed, it shall be so. We certainly will not disappoint our esteemed patron.
We are already immensely grateful for your willingness to sell. Suddenly,
the once quiet hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement, with everyone expressing their fervor and daring not to utter a single word of dissent. Although much of Windleaf City lay in ruins, those who had survived the mysterious invasion possessed a modicum of strength and influence. In the other cities of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, each had its own supporting factions or families. Without delving into further details, gathering tens of millions of gold coins should not pose a significant challenge. If necessary, they could grit their teeth and liquidate assets from other cities, yielding even greater funds. This was no jest, but rather the sincere thoughts of those present, for the West District had become a veritable treasure trove. Engaging in commerce here assuredly promised immense profits.
Why, one might wonder, do individuals on the continent relentlessly seek to instigate wars?
It is because the reconstruction that follows conflict invariably leads to a select few amassing great wealth, akin to another form of war spoils.
Yet, how astonishing it was that this precious opportunity was so casually relinquished by the enigmatic youth before them.
Lord Jiang, your noble character leaves us utterly humbled. You shine like the brilliant moon above, illuminating our shadows with your radiant light. You are the very epitome of perfection. Please accept my utmost respect.
Ah! Allow me to compose a poem in your honor. Ding!
Favorability from Aura 20, ding.
Favorability from Debiao 20. Instantly, a multitude of system notifications chimed in succession.
Then it is settled, I shall manage my own assets, and as for everything else, you may negotiate as you see fit. But do remember to gather sufficient funds. Watching the exuberant crowd, Jiang Han merely smiled faintly, concealing his achievements and name. He understood that the sincere praise from these shrewd tycoons was not merely a reflection of his charm, but rather a testament to the tangible benefits at stake.
However, it did not matter. On the surface, such a large-scale liquidation of property could seem disastrous, leaving one with naught but their undergarments. Yet for Jiang Han, it was an extraordinary windfall. The substantial profits envisioned by Aaron and the others were calculated over years, if not decades. With the astonishing talent of wealth flowing in,
Jiang Han need do nothing but wait quietly for several days, and his assets would double.
Why expend effort on business dealings? Cash flow was the paramount concern for Jiang Han.
Strictly speaking, this transaction was a win-win scenario, albeit with Jiang Han reaping profits beyond imagination. A lucrative gain that would leave others grateful to him. What joy could be found in such an endeavor? While all present remained at the first layer, I
am in the stratosphere.
Rest assured, we shall expedite the gathering of funds. Lord Jiang need not wait long. I only hope there will be room left for this old man. The assembly was filled with cheerful nods, as long as they could invest in real estate.
All was agreeable.
Thus, I took my leave to gather funds, bidding you all to continue.
I too shall do the same.
Subsequently, several attendees exchanged farewells, preparing to depart. The meeting concluded in an unexpectedly harmonious manner. However, just then, the previously silent Sophia suddenly parted her lips, as if to speak.
Is there something you wish to address? Madam? The royal presence commanded respect, and as they would all be conducting business in the West District henceforth, it was prudent to foster a good relationship with this influential figure, leading to a collective curiosity as they turned their attention to her. With a calm demeanor, Sophia stated, "It pertains to the division of the real estate. I require your support on certain matters." "Please proceed, madam," Aaron replied. "It is not a significant issue," Sophia continued. "I have already reported the recent upheaval in Windleaf City to the royal family, and I trust you have all witnessed Nightcold's valiant performance. During this peculiar invasion, he demonstrated remarkable courage, joining Lord Mel's in vanquishing two formidable, enigmatic bosses, thereby safeguarding the last vestiges of hope for Windleaf City. Furthermore, he selflessly sacrificed his own interests by decisively selling his properties. Such audacity and noble character have deeply moved me. A youthful hero possessing both virtue and valor. I believe he deserves greater recognition and a higher standing. Therefore, I have resolved to petition the royal family to bestow a title upon Nightcold. That concludes my remarks. Who is in favor, and who is opposed? Chapter 88, What is happening? The title? Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall once more. Apart from Jiang Han, everyone else, including Aaron, stood in stunned disbelief. Had they misheard? A title? In the esteemed Dragon Phoenix Empire, where lineage and status are held in the highest regard, the implications of a title are immense. Most importantly, it grants the legal right to possess one's own territory. Beyond this, the revered status associated with such a title was enough to make even the wealthiest merchants envious. Despite their formidable strength and considerable wealth, none could claim a title. The sole exception was Aaron, yet even he had to maintain close ties with the royal family to inherit his title. Thus, Aaron understood all too well the arduous journey one must undertake to obtain a title. One must possess convincing strength, demonstrate sufficient contributions, and, most crucially, earn the royal family's recognition. Now, Knight Han had unexpectedly received a recommendation. Upon reflection, it seemed he fulfilled all these criteria. Aaron cast a glance at Sophia's flawless visage, then at Jiang Han, and a rare glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. He was intrigued by the relationship between the illustrious Lady Riley, renowned throughout the Dragon Phoenix Empire, and the esteemed Knight Han, which compelled her to advocate for him so ardently. Was she the half-master of the West District? A phrase Sophia had previously uttered suddenly flashed in Aaron's mind. He regarded the two with a mischievous look, a surge of envy swelling within him. To be honest, even as a city lord, he felt a twinge of jealousy towards Knight Han. To win the favor of such a formidable figure with an illustrious background would undoubtedly save one 300 years of detours. Most importantly, she was an exquisite beauty. I have no objections, I wholeheartedly support this matter, Aaron declared with a slight smile, well aware that, had it not been for Knight Han, he might not have even survived, making opposition impossible. Neither do I. Lord Knight Han undoubtedly deserves this honor. Agreed. The others chimed in, realizing that they had all benefited from Jiang Han's kindness. Considering Sophia's elevated status, it would be prudent to tread carefully in the West District. Who would dare voice dissent, risking their own discomfort? Those present were astute individuals, and none would be foolish enough to play the villain. Instead, a chorus of support ensued. Lord Knight Han is the most exceptional individual I have ever encountered, worthy of this title. If the royal family requires my cooperation, I am most obliged. If even Lord Knight Han lacks the qualifications, I doubt anyone else in the world could possibly meet such standards, not even Mike Asa. Seconded. Excellent. It appears that everyone here understands the importance of gratitude. Sophia nodded gently, a smile gracing her lips as she turned her gaze towards Jiang Han. So, Nightcold, do you have any opinions? No, Jiang Han replied, shaking his head, finding no reason to oppose. Yet, to be candid, his own astonishment was no less than that of the others. After all, even in his past life, he had never heard of an NPC being suddenly bestowed with a title, let alone a player. The magnitude of this privilege left Jiang Han somewhat bewildered. Thank you, Sophia. He exhaled a long sigh, his expression turning serious. In that moment, he finally grasped the true essence of the power wielded by a wealthy patroness.
Although uncertain of the outcome, the mere possibility was already sufficient. "This is what you deserve," Sophia replied with a gentle smile.
"Had it not been for you,
Lord Mel's would not have come to the Western District.
The current state of Windleaf City and the Western District remains unpredictable. I should express the Empire's gratitude on its behalf." With that, Sophia elegantly performed a slight bow. The conferment of a title, while undoubtedly influenced by her personal motivations, was primarily warranted by Night Cold's own qualifications. A valiant hero capable of overcoming the abyssal trials, a formidable beastmaster suspected of possessing divine powers, and a savior of Windleaf City in its time of peril. All these attributes merited royal attention. It was the convergence of these factors that gave her the confidence to propose such a suggestion. Otherwise, despite Sophia's royal lineage and high standing, she would lack the authority to make such recommendations frivolously. "Not at all, it was merely a trivial effort on my part," Jiang Han responded candidly. "And I must confess,
my motivations are not as noble as you might imagine." His actions were, in fact, straightforward. He had simply acted for his own benefit.
However,
this serendipitous occurrence had indeed brought considerable advantages to Windleaf City.
let actions speak louder than intentions." Sophia smiled.
"Regardless of the reason, akin to your real estate acquisitions. I too do not comprehend the underlying motives, but the outcome is clear: the Western District is well protected."
"As long as that is the case, it suffices, does it not?"
Jiang Han fell silent, merely casting a deep glance at Sophia. It appeared that this exquisite woman was not as superficial as she seemed. Her words, though light in tone,
hinted at a deeper understanding.
She had discerned that his previous real estate endeavors were likely not mere coincidence, yet she remained unconcerned.
Sophia continued.
"As for whether the title will be granted or not, I cannot determine that, but I believe." Her gaze intensified as she fixed her eyes on Jiang Han.
"You are not the type to act recklessly, are you?" Jiang Han remained silent.
It seemed he had not experienced such trust in a long time.
"Well, let us leave this topic here. Just know that your actions in saving Windleaf City have earned you this recognition, and that is enough."
Sophia chose not to pursue the matter further, offering only a serene smile.
After discussing a few inconsequential details, the gathering dispersed.
As the hall once again became desolate,
the entire affair finally drew to a close. Chapter 89, Strategic Preparations and Recruitment Plans begin in Windleaf City. Two figures traversed the bustling streets, one elderly and one youthful.
As a chilly breeze swept through, ushering in a sense of desolation,
Mels regarded Jiang Han with an expression of peculiar intrigue, his emotions too complex for words.
He was both a participant and an observer in this bizarre invasion. From the initial strategies to the uncanny incursion and ultimately the proposal for the sale of shops and bestowal of titles, he bore witness to Jiang Han's every action. To claim that all this was mere coincidence would be an affront to reason. A perilous crisis that nearly led to the downfall of Windleaf City not only failed to pose a threat but instead allowed the young man before him to reap enormous rewards. The thought of his own tireless struggles yielding far less than Jiang Han's modest gains brought Mels to the brink of tears.
In comparison, he felt as inexperienced as a fledgling chick. "Master."
Suddenly, Jiang Han halted his steps.
"I have a suggestion."
"I decline," Mels interjected, his expression impassive. Although he was unaware of Jiang Han's true intentions, he had little faith in the youth's character. "I will not fall for your tricks."
"What a pity."
"I was going to say," Jiang Han replied, seemingly unfazed, and continued walking.
Mel scoffed in disdain. "Ah. So now you wish to play hard to get with an old man? Am I the kind to be so easily provoked?" The two walked in silence, exchanging no further words, until they exited the Western District.
Eventually, Mels could no longer contain his curiosity and murmured, "Young man, do enlighten me about your plans."
Jiang Han smiled faintly.
"It's nothing significant, merely that the Western District requires some attention, and given your formidable strength, I believe you would be an excellent choice."
Mels pondered for a moment. "Are you suggesting that I work under you?"
"Not quite so exaggerated, merely a nominal association to instill some deterrence," Jiang Han clarified.
"Ha!"
Mel smirked, his eyes brimming with skepticism.
"It sounds simple enough, but I must ask, what if a dragon were to emerge from the shadows? Would I really risk it a second time?"
As an elder of the Supreme Hall, his presence in Windleaf City already contravened its regulations. To attach his name to such a venture would be ill-advised.
Alas, I am willing yet powerless. However, should you ever require assistance in the future, we might engage in some transactions.
Mel's clearly wished to avoid such murky waters, offering a convenient excuse to evade the issue.
Jiang Han remained composed. In due time,
I will bring forth some crucial intelligence, perhaps regarding the Holy Spirit Spring.
Please, allow me to join your team. Mel stepped forward, trembling lips grasping Jiang Han's hands. Why did you not mention this sooner?
With such valuable information at your disposal, why toy with my emotions like a scoundrel?
Leaving me in a state of yearning? Jiang Han hesitated momentarily. What about the regulations of the Supreme Hall? A group of elderly individuals, in their boredom, devised regulations that only serve to torment others. Let them be damned. Even dogs ignore them, Mel's cursed.
That's good, Jiang Han nodded, a smile gracing his face.
However, Master,
I must preface this by stating my limitations. When I will acquire this information is uncertain.
Mel's was taken aback, thinking, am I working for free? Jiang Han retorted with righteous indignation, how can this be deemed as working for free? It is a spirit of selfless dedication.
Of course. I am not one to impose upon others. If you find it inappropriate, you need not feel compelled. Ha, no compulsion, Mel's chuckled.
Indeed.
I am a person of great dedication, your discernment is commendable.
Inwardly, Mel's thought, I believe you not, claiming limitations while fishing for benefits. Yet,
even aware of Jiang Han's intentions, Mel's refrained from exposing them. It was a stratagem he could not refuse.
On another note,
associating with this fellow surely guarantees no good fortune. However, the rewards are equally substantial. The so-called joy of pain may very well encapsulate this sentiment.
Entrapped.
Given this, I shall henceforth require the Master's guidance. A slight smile tugged at Jiang Han's lips. His mention of this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Although he had never intended to align with or rely upon any faction, certain tasks simply cannot be accomplished by one alone. For instance, the search for a lost race.
Relying solely on oneself would render the timeline indeterminate. Additional assistance is indeed essential. This is also why he reserved certain prime locations for shops.
Gold can resolve 99% of issues, yet there remains that elusive 1%. Certain exceptional items must be crafted independently to meet bulk demands. In light of the recent bazaar invasion, it is time to commence these plans, with recruiting NPCs being a crucial step.
Well said.
They reached yet another agreement in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, in reality, more than half a day had passed since the bazaar invasion. And nearly everyone had exited the game, too fearful to remain. The entire world had plunged into chaos.
Wails echoed in every corner. In just 5 short hours,
countless lives had been lost. Facing the terrifying bazaar creatures, it mattered not if one was a lofty politician, a wealthy merchant, or a beggar on the street.
There was no distinction.
It was not until this moment that everyone realized how shallow their previous understanding of apocalypse had been.
This was not the second world people had yearned for, but a hell bent on annihilating humanity.
Prior to today, while apocalypse was perilous, many maintained a sense of optimism, believing that as long as they stayed in the novice village and refrained from venturing outside, their lives would be spared.
But now, what remains? Those terrifying and bizarre creatures,
like a relentless tide, can ravage every corner, overpowering even the mightiest NPCs and formidable wilderness bosses, leaving no chance for the feeble players.
Zhou Tao. Please respond to me. Do not jest any longer. If you continue with such foolishness, I shall be truly angered. In a room with peeling walls,
Liu Ruyan huddles in the corner, her body shaking uncontrollably, her once proud visage, akin to that of a swan, now marred by panic and dread. It has been a full 6 hours since the strange invasion commenced, and despite sending hundreds of messages, there has been no reply from the other end of her phone. Even Liu Ruyan, despite her naivety, has come to grasp a chilling truth: Zhou Tao is dead. He perished amidst this horrific catastrophe.
Chapter 90, The Chaotic Reality.
Windleaf City becomes the target. It's over.
All is lost. What shall I do? What shall I do?
The anguished cries reverberated within the small room.
Recently, Liu Ruyan had been enduring a rather miserable existence.
Ever since Jiang Han ceased to acknowledge her and she lost her source of funding, she could no longer maintain her previous standard of living. Initially, she managed to sustain herself by selling some of the precious gifts Jiang Han had bestowed upon her, though it was far from her former comfort. However, it wasn't long before a professional legal team came knocking, claiming to be representing a client who demanded the return of the valuable gifts and money given by Jiang Han.
Naturally, Liu Ruyan was unwilling and arrogantly ordered them to leave. The outcome?
Others were not swayed by her bravado, they leveraged connections and employed ruthless measures to seal her fate. A court summons soon arrived, and if these debts remained unpaid, she would face imprisonment. Liu Ruyan was left stunned, compelled to frantically sell anything she could to raise funds. The exorbitant rent in the affluent neighborhood became untenable, forcing her to move into a dim, inexpensive rental. The days of being pampered and indulged were long gone. Even Zhou Tao had begun to disregard her. She found herself troubled over the simplest necessity of daily meals. It was during this time that Liu Ruyan came to realize just how blissful her life had been with Jiang Han by her side.
In her regret,
she could not fathom why, despite having done nothing wrong, Jiang Han had suddenly turned his back on her.
Yet, she could not locate him. Fortunately,
perhaps even the heavens could no longer bear to witness her plight. As the repayment deadline approached, the attorney handling her case unexpectedly met his demise within the game.
The apocalypse. The enormous sum of money she owed would no longer require repayment. It was at this juncture that Zhou Tao returned to her, and after much deliberation, they resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the apocalypse regardless of the cost, retaining only a small amount for basic living expenses. Liu Ruyan converted all her available funds into gold coins through offline transactions. Subsequently, she purchased a formidable set of equipment for Zhou Tao. With newfound confidence, they aimed to carve out a prosperous future and escape the confines of the novice village. However, what followed was a bizarre invasion. Zhou Tao was gruesomely slain on the spot. Zhou Tao! You worthless wretch, after taking so many gold coins and equipment, you couldn't even handle a mere anomaly. May you suffer a terrible fate. Liu Ruyan screamed in despair. Whether Zhou Tao lived or died was of little concern to her. Yet, the equipment he wore was purchased with her hard-earned money. All was lost. What should I do now? Gazing at the dilapidated and impoverished dwelling, Liu Ruyan felt utterly despondent. At a loss for what to do. She had initially believed that even without Jiang Han, her abilities would easily lead her to greatness within the apocalypse. Yet, the reality was stark. Combined, she and Zhou Tao had yet to reach even level 10. This unbearably heavy reality has finally delivered a resounding slap to her face, forcing her to comprehend the cruelty of existence. Jiang Han. Yes. I can still seek out Jiang Han. That useless Zhou Tao, gone is gone. I had misjudged him all along. When I was impoverished, he paid me no heed, yet the moment I acquired wealth, he immediately returned, claiming Jiang Han insulted me with money, when in fact, he is the most hypocritical and avaricious of all. How could I have been so blind? It is all his fault for leading me astray, otherwise, I would not have found myself in this predicament with Jiang Han. Now I realize that Jiang Han is the one who has treated me best in this world. Yes, I can still go to him. After a long while, Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth and managed to rise from the corner. He loves me so dearly, and if I can just find him and sincerely apologize, we can surely return to our former selves. No. It will be even better than before. Jiang Han has always wished for me to be his girlfriend, and I have continuously rejected him. This time, no matter what he desires, I shall grant it to him. If I simply lower my pride, he will undoubtedly turn back to me. Jiang Han, wait for me. You will wait for me, won't you? You love me so much. Liu Ruyan scrambled to open the creaking wooden door, her expression somewhat deranged. The terror of death and the overwhelming despair of recent days had driven her mind to the brink of collapse. She felt like a mere shell of a person, having lost a shoe in her frantic escape. Yet, she paid no mind to the pain of splinters piercing her feet, her lips continuously murmuring Jiang Han's name. There are many others who share Liu Ruyan's sentiments. However, their quest is not for Jiang Han but for Yi Han, on this night of unfathomable loss, where the death toll is incalculable. Nearly everyone is governed by the bizarre except for the enigmatic overlord at the top of the leaderboard.
In the face of the overwhelming strangeness, he even vanquished two formidable boss-level entities, his rank soaring amidst the chaos.
He also preemptively halted the bizarre invasion of Fengye City.
Notably, most players in Fengye City, heeding the warnings of Qingfeng and Suizhu, swiftly relocated to the Western District and survived.
Consequently,
despite the significant impact of this bizarre invasion on Fengye City compared to all other main cities, the number of survivors is the highest.
Astonishingly, 1/10 of the top 1,000 players on the leaderboard hail from Fengye City.
Everyone has keenly recognized this fact, even when confronted with the utmost horror of the bizarre. The overlord Jiang Han remains unfazed.
The residual blow he casually disperses benefits other players immensely, while others are pursued.
The players of Fengye City leisurely collect the abundant silver gear and items strewn across the Western District. Of course, no one entertains the notion of hoarding everything for themselves.
Ultimately, it all must be returned to the overlord Jiang Han.
As for whether others desire these trifling possessions, that is a matter entirely apart. I have decided, as soon as I log in tomorrow, I shall immediately devise a plan to transfer to Fengye City.
The other districts are truly terrifying.
Only the esteemed Knight Han can safeguard our security.
I, too, am seeking companionship. Does anyone wish to form a party for enhanced safety? I shall join.
I am earnestly in pursuit of city relocation scrolls, and I am open to negotiations regarding the price.
I have already embarked on my journey to Jiang City.
Encountering the esteemed Knight Han in reality would surely ensure my safety.
Countless players from the Great Xia Kingdom are preparing to migrate to Fengye City.
The already rare relocation items have soared to exorbitant prices, with numerous surviving high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants striving to discover the route to Fengye City.
The influx of so many players into a single city, a majority of whom are influential figures, will undoubtedly confer immense value upon Fengye City. The most evident consequence is,
of course, the surge in real estate prices.
Chapter 91, The Unidentifiable Artifact? At this moment,
Jiang Han was blissfully unaware that chaos had erupted outside over the competition for a passage to Fengye City. With just 2 hours remaining until the conclusion of today's gaming session, it was evidently too late to head to the trial hall.
Thus, he decided to return to the Western District, surveying the surviving NPCs in the vicinity.
Before long, the robust and muscular Dal appeared in his line of sight.
Lord Jiang Han.
Upon seeing Jiang Han approach, Dal sprang to his feet from the steps, his face brimming with admiration. Jiang Han's exploits had become the talk of the town, and he had certainly heard of them.
You've come to. I have some equipment I wish to identify. Is that acceptable? Jiang Han inquired with a smile. Of course. It is my honor to serve you.
Dal patted his chest, but then his tone shifted, however. My forge has been destroyed, and without the proper forging station, the efficiency will be significantly diminished. Not to worry, I have a means to procure a forging station.
Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively. Follow me. Oh. Dal, somewhat astonished, followed Jiang Han as they departed.
Soon, they arrived at a magnificent shop.
Where is this? Dal was utterly awestruck, staring at the enormous forging station in the center, drooling at the sight.
A forging station of such caliber would surely start at no less than 1,000,000 gold coins.
In addition to identifying equipment, it could also craft high-quality items.
It was nothing short of his dream forge.
Can I also make use of this forging station? Dal inquired, a look of delight on his face. There won't be any charges, will there?
Certainly, Jiang Han replied with a slight smile. In fact, this establishment is under my ownership.
However, it has remained idle since its acquisition, though I have recently considered managing it. Dal, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the implication. You mean, you wish for me to work here? Jiang Han nodded, expressing his intent. As for the compensation, you may determine it yourself. No.
I could never dare to make demands, Dal insisted. Given the current situation in Fengye City, I am already immensely grateful to have a place that can shelter me.
Dal waved his hands repeatedly.
It was not mere modesty, the destruction of numerous forges had left countless blacksmiths displaced and homeless.
Although reconstruction plans were set to commence shortly, the establishment of so many forges would take considerable time, making the competition for each blacksmith position exceedingly fierce.
To be candid, Dal believed his forging skills were commendable. Yet he lacked confidence that he could secure suitable employment amidst this upheaval.
Faced with the sudden emergence of such a promising opportunity,
to be choosy would undoubtedly display a lack of discernment.
Very well, since that is the case, I shan't say much more.
The earnings for this forge will follow your previous model.
Additionally, if you have any fellow blacksmiths, feel free to introduce them. I may require many blacksmiths here.
Jiang Han mused thoughtfully, speaking in a calm tone. Among the myriad types of shops, aside from those selling beast-taming artifacts,
the most crucial establishment at present is undoubtedly the blacksmith's forge.
After all, the limitless potential for beast taming inherently dictates an insatiable demand for equipment tailored for such creatures.
Establishing a comprehensive production line for these essentials is of utmost necessity.
Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction, Dar replied, nodding repeatedly.
In these times,
securing a blacksmith is remarkably simple, and the hiring costs can certainly be negotiated to the lowest possible rates.
Thus, the operational rights of this shop shall be entrusted to you. You may govern all matters as you see fit,
Jiang Han stated with a calm demeanor.
What? Me? The operational rights? Is this truly so, my adoptive father?
Dar stammered, his face a mask of disbelief as he pointed to himself.
Jiang Han nodded affirmatively. Indeed. He lacked the time and energy to devote to such matters. The decision to sell off most of his properties was not only to benefit from the wealth overflow bonus but also to alleviate this burden. He preferred to delegate the management to someone he deemed competent. As for the profits, he was indifferent. All he desired was that when the time came to forge equipment, it would serve its purpose adequately. This principle applied not only to the blacksmith's forge but to other types of shops as well. However, the thought of these intricate details brought a momentary headache to Jiang Han. While Dar could manage the forge, he found himself lacking suitable candidates for the other shops. It appeared he would need to consult Sophia regarding this matter at a later time. Sometimes, an abundance of possessions can indeed be a source of vexation. But enough of such matters for now, it was time to assess the equipment. Jiang Han collected his thoughts and retrieved the Fury Horn of the Destroyer from his inventory. Do you believe you can appraise this piece of equipment? Dar examined it closely, his expression suddenly freezing in astonishment. Is this an artifact? Before Jiang Han could respond, Dar clasped his hands over his head in disbelief. But wait. Why would an artifact require appraisal? This cannot be right. His gaze became vacant, as if struck by an overwhelming revelation, leaving him somewhat dazed. Jiang Han furrowed his brow. So, artifacts do not actually require appraisal? Dar took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and replied tremulously, Indeed, my lord. This is a universally acknowledged truth among all blacksmiths. Theoretically, only legendary-grade equipment and items necessitate appraisal, while artifacts and those of superior quality are each unique and, by their very nature, do not require nor can they be appraised. He paused, then spoke gravely. May I inquire, if it is not too presumptuous, from where you obtained this artifact? It dropped from a peculiar boss. One of the 3 lord bosses that invaded Winli City, Jiang Han admitted, falling into contemplation. Dar's explanation aligned perfectly with his understanding from his previous life. Artifacts indeed do not require appraisal. In other words, the equipment before us is an unexpected anomaly that should not exist. Is it possible to appraise it? Jiang Han inquired. Well, I cannot be certain. Dar took a deep breath twice. However, with my current abilities, even appraising legendary-grade equipment carries a chance of success. I believe it is worth attempting. Then let us commence. Jiang Han tossed the crazed horn into Dar's hands and stepped aside. I shall do my utmost. Dar, with a serious expression, approached the forging table, elevating his focus to its zenith. Prior to this, he had only appraised equipment of the highest grade, which was merely epic, yet this crazed horn transcended 2 tiers. Moreover, it was a revered artifact, acknowledged for millennia of forged knowledge, deemed unnecessary for appraisal. Should he succeed, Dar's name would undoubtedly find its place in the annals of forging history. This is of utmost importance. Soon, Dar meticulously began the appraisal incantation. Bang! Almost the moment the incantation was initiated, the milky white halo shattered entirely. The appraisal was unequivocally declared a failure. Chapter 92, The Ring of the Devourer. Dal's expression changed dramatically. And after a long pause, he let out a heavy sigh. "What is it?" Jiang Han inquired. Dal shook his head, stating that he could not perform an appraisal. Even the art of appraisal was beyond his grasp, rendering the success rate at 0. "Is it really that difficult?" Jiang Han furrowed his brow. Dal's success rate for appraising dark gold equipment was 100%, indicating his high level of expertise. Yet, despite this, he was utterly at a loss. The challenge was far greater than he had anticipated. Dal sighed deeply, expressing his certainty that no appraiser in the world could confidently claim the ability to identify this artifact. Even the most skilled forging masters in the Empire would not succeed. After all, in the annals of the Empire's history, no one had ever encountered an artifact requiring appraisal. Jiang Han fell silent, lost in contemplation. An artifact that should not exist remained unidentifiable. What secrets lay hidden behind this phenomenon? Could it be related to the mysterious boss? Jiang Han felt this possibility was quite significant, for throughout a millennium, many formidable NPCs had emerged. Although Lord-level bosses were powerful, they had been defeated before. Even with an exceedingly low drop rate, it was improbable that not a single individual had acquired such a level of artifact over such an extended period. Thus, the only remaining question pertained to the enigmatic beings. After all, the duration of the Dragon Phoenix Empire's existence was far greater than the brief span of just over a decade since the emergence of these peculiar entities. What a pity that such a powerful piece of equipment cannot be appraised. "I am truly sorry I could not assist you," Dal lamented, his expression tinged with regret. "It is not your fault," Jiang Han replied, though he too felt a sense of disappointment. It was not overwhelming, however. As he gradually engaged with elements previously inaccessible to him, the grand tapestry of doomsday was slowly unfurling. The inability to appraise it now did not preclude future possibilities. While humanity lacked such adept appraisers, what of the realm of the divine? It seemed that the quest for the lost temple needed to be expedited. Jiang Han produced 3 pieces of epic-level equipment. What about these? Surely, there is no issue with appraising them? Epic level, indeed. A flicker of astonishment crossed Dal's eyes. Having witnessed the artifact, his standards had risen considerably, yet seeing Jiang Han casually produce 3 epic pieces still stirred his emotions. "No problem. Though it may take a little more time." Jiang Han handed over the equipment. Ding! Ding! The light of the appraisal spell resonated successively. Given that these were epic-level items, even with Dal's proficiency, it took 8 attempts to successfully appraise all 3 pieces. Unsurprisingly, the drops from the level 100 Lord-level enigmatic boss were all level 100 equipment. While their attributes were indeed formidable, they were not immediately useful. Jiang Han's gaze settled upon the Ring of the Devourer. Ring of the Devourer, LV 40, Grade, Epic, Spirit 5, Spirit 300, Damage Increase 5, Devourer's Might, Passive. The Devourer draws strength from inflicted damage. 3 of the damage you deal is converted into health. Indeed, it is the perfect ring for a spellcaster, just as I hoped. Jiang Han smiled with satisfaction as he adorned himself with the Ring of the Devourer. He then retrieved over a dozen pieces of dark gold equipment. Is there more? Dar, taken aback, felt a hint of perspiration forming. Utilizing the appraisal technique requires a considerable expenditure of mental energy. The higher the level, the greater the consumption. Though he had only appraised 3 pieces of epic-level gear 8 times, he already felt somewhat fatigued. This multitude of dark gold items would certainly be no small task. Are you capable of this? If not, I can find someone else, Jiang Han jested. My lord, do not worry, a man can accomplish anything. Dar, undeterred, accepted the equipment and set to work in silence. Soon, with a flurry of radiant light, the appraisal of all items was completed. All these dark gold pieces were above level 40, and Jiang Han found 3 that he could utilize: a hood, a pair of gloves, and a pair of mage boots. However, the minimum usage level was 42. He still needed to undergo the ascension trial first. After reaching level 40, the experience required for each subsequent level increased dramatically. An average player would need at least 10 days to level up under normal circumstances. Yet for Jiang Han, this was evidently not a concern. He would soon put these dark gold items to good use. He then retrieved the remaining golden equipment from his inventory. Clang, clang, clang. The equipment,
numbering in the hundreds, fell to the ground like a torrent of cement, forming a small mountain and illuminating the entire forge in a golden hue.
Ah, this.
Dar was momentarily stunned, nearly blinded by the brilliance.
How long would it take to appraise so much golden equipment?
The thought of his dwindling mental energy sent shivers down his spine.
My lord, he stammered, his pale lips quivering. Shall we appraise these golden items now?
The sooner, the better, but it matters not, proceed as you see fit. Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively. Equipment of this caliber no longer held much value for him. Once appraised, do not seek me out, simply sell them in the shop,
treating it as communal funds for the establishment.
The costs of hiring and maintaining the forge should be covered by this.
If it's insufficient, come to me again.
That should be enough, in fact, there may even be more. Dar wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief.
Thankfully,
if he were to appraise all these items today, he might have faced mental exhaustion. However, with such an abundance of golden gear, worth at least several million gold coins.
Surely, my lord would not require so many blacksmiths at this time?
Not for now, but in the future, that remains uncertain. Jiang Han retrieved the blueprint for the Claw of the Beast God from his inventory.
Is this item truly forgeable? Let me examine it. Upon receiving the blueprint, Dar's expression faltered momentarily. An epic-level blueprint? Moreover, it was for a piece of equipment with growth potential? In that instant,
Dar felt as if he could hear the rapid thumping of his own heart.
This is utterly unfathomable. Is there a problem? Jiang Han furrowed his brow. Indeed.
Epic-level equipment is quite rare, yet in my previous life, there were instances of successful forges, and I never witnessed an NPC react in such a manner.
And no. There's no issue.
It's just that I never anticipated that the legendary blueprints which supposedly require no forging medium could actually exist.
This is simply astonishing. Dar stammered slightly. Forging medium?
Jiang Han inquired, puzzled.
It refers to the blueprint itself, Dar explained. Oh, right, you are not a blacksmith. So you might not be familiar with this.
Typically, the essence of a forging blueprint lies in the knowledge contained within it. Once one chooses to learn from it, the blueprint itself vanishes instantly, akin to a consumable item. Subsequently, the blacksmith will obtain the medium that exists within the blueprint. Based on this medium, after providing the requisite materials, one can forge the equipment.
However, your blueprint does not possess such a medium. Chapter 93, The Quest for the Lost Race. So? Jiang Han pressed for more information. Dal took a deep breath, his excitement palpable. This means that the blueprint will not vanish after study.
It contains a complete set of forging knowledge.
Any blacksmith, provided their forging level is adequate, can learn from this blueprint.
With sufficient materials, they can directly forge equipment.
Of course, the ultimate success still hinges on the blacksmith's skill.
I see, Jiang Han responded, enlightenment dawning upon him.
In simpler terms,
typical forging blueprints are akin to quick fixes, while this Claw of the Beast God blueprint serves as a comprehensive curriculum. It exemplifies the difference between giving a man a fish and teaching him to fish. Given this, the value of the blueprint is extraordinarily high. Its lack of a medium signifies the potential for mass production of epic-grade equipment. Truly, it is a testament to the extraordinary nature of a divine profession's talent.
Initially, he had perceived this talent as one of the weaker aspects among the beast goddess abilities. However,
it now appeared that its worth was comparable to that of infinite beast mastery. Of course, the required materials are also immense.
Jiang Han glanced at the exuberant Dal. You may learn from this blueprint, but it necessitates a contract.
The master decides, Dal exclaimed eagerly, I would sign any contract for the chance to acquire such skills.
Even one that binds my life.
Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement, not even inquiring about the nature of the contract.
For a blacksmith,
the most effective way to enhance their forging prowess undoubtedly lay in creating high-quality equipment.
Very well, Jiang Han nodded. Such a precious item was not something he could simply give away. If you wish to learn, you must offer an equivalent price. Moreover, Entrusting such a large forging workshop to you cannot be done without constraints on various details and interests.
Then, please expedite the appraisal of these golden armors.
I shall return tomorrow to discuss further matters with you. After instructing Dal, Jiang Han departed from the appraisal shop.
Leaving Dal to begin the daunting task of evaluating a mountain of equipment, his face a portrait of despair.
Soon,
Jiang Han arrived at a residence not far from the Duke's manor. The East District was nearly obliterated,
and the key figures of Windleaf City had largely relocated to the West District. This residence was the temporary abode of Lord Aaron, the city's ruler.
"Oh,
young friend Night Cold, what brings you here unexpectedly?"
Aaron, who was handling affairs, immediately set aside his work upon seeing Jiang Han. "There are matters that require the city lord's assistance," Jiang Han stated, getting straight to the point.
"I seek to find the lost race." "The lost race?" Aaron paused, taken aback.
"That is no small feat. It is rumored that no one has seen the lost race for over a century, akin to finding a needle in a haystack."
"I understand," Jiang Han replied calmly, "but we must at least attempt it."
Aaron pondered for a moment, then inquired, "So,
what is it that you require of me?"
"Disseminate the information, whether among the residents of Windleaf City or the wandering populace. The broader the reach, the better."
Jiang Han replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, for anyone who can provide valuable information,
I am willing to offer a piece of dark gold equipment along with 1 million gold coins in exchange. Should one directly locate the lost race? The reward will increase to 3 pieces of dark gold equipment and 5 million gold coins.
If that proves insufficient, further negotiations can be arranged." "I see,"
Aaron mused, realizing how significant this lost race was to Jiang Han. "I shall expedite the guards to spread the news and issue an announcement, you need not worry.
However,"
he added, "the hope remains quite slim." "I understand," Jiang Han nodded, which was also a rationale behind his generous offer. In truth, for players at this stage,
a single piece of dark gold equipment could incite fervor. Yet, NPCs comprehended the true implications of the lost race. The allure of one piece of dark gold equipment was rather limited.
Then I shall not intrude further.
With his objective accomplished, Jiang Han found no reason to linger and departed from the estate. As Aaron issued his orders, the news of Lord Yihan's quest for the lost race swiftly began to circulate within Windleaf City.
Relevant information also appeared on the bulletin board originally designated for task postings, capturing the attention of numerous NPCs. This was an endeavor unattainable by other players. Unlike the real world, while Doomsday possesses a communication system, it is limited to personal correspondence. Players can only communicate individually with either other players or NPCs. And even that is subject to range restrictions.
Announcements of such magnitude can only be made by NPCs of substantial standing, such as Sophia or Aaron. Furthermore, even NPCs must often incur substantial costs to issue announcements of this scale.
Nevertheless, the efficiency of the communication was indeed palpable.
Following the bizarre invasion,
countless players hastily logged off the game by 6 in the morning, unwilling to linger, not having exhausted their gaming time for the day.
Yet, there were also audacious players who, after careful consideration, resolved to log in and seize the opportunity to rush to Windleaf City.
At that moment, a small group of players, situated near Windleaf City, arrived first and naturally received the news.
"What? Lord Yihan is searching for this elusive race? Offering 5 million gold coins? And dark gold equipment? Wow!
Truly, he is formidable, the rewards are astonishing. If I can locate this lost race, I would be set for life.
Goodness!
Such bountiful rewards.
Moreover,
I could cultivate a favorable rapport with Lord Yihan.
Brothers, let's move."
A ripple of excitement ensued.
Given Jiang Han's current influence in Doomsday,
every action he undertook garnered immense attention. Countless individuals aspired to forge alliances with him, particularly regarding such vital news.
Not only within the confines of the game, but even in the realm of reality, all players have taken heed of this matter. With the aid of the internet, the news has disseminated at an alarming speed. Moreover,
it is not solely the players from the Great Xia Kingdom who are paying attention, players from other nations are also closely monitoring this development. The quest for the lost races has swiftly ascended to become the most fervent topic of global interest. given the staggering number of players involved. The discovery of the lost races is merely a matter of time. Henceforth, what Jiang Han must do is wait.